Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chat Group. In the underworld, within the Gremory family, one of the families of the 72 pillars of the Ars Goetia, the head of the house gave birth to a freak. Born with high-intensity destruction power, it was a power that transcended the royal bloodlines of devils. Rias Gremory. The destruction magic power released by Rias at birth, and the quality of the magic covering the newborn, was completely unimaginable for an infant. Under the influence of such magic, the furniture, sundries, and decorations in the room gradually deformed and disintegrated. Even the doctors present during the delivery could not come into contact with this extraordinary magic. His mother, Venelana, came from the top-ranking high-class devil family, the great King Baal family. And the destruction magic power itself was a trait belonging to the Baal family. As for the Gremory, their only noteworthy traits were their vibrant red hair and their family-oriented nature, which made them seem like freaks to the rest of the devil race. A child was born into the Gremory family, yet he possessed the powerful traits of the Baal family. Perhaps it was the Gremory trait, the latent ability to unearth treasures, working on himself. As if sensing that the devil race had reached a critical turning point of rise or fall, the child of destiny for the devils was born. Not only Rias, who was the manifestation of destruction magic power, but in the same era, a total of 5 such children of destiny were born. Rias born to the Gremory family, and Ajuka born to a branch of the Astaroth family. Seraphol born to the Citri family, and Falbium born to the Glaciolabilis family. And from the extra demons of the devil race, the Lucifuge clan that served Lucifer for generations, Graphia. As if by fate, the first 4 inherited the positions of the original great kings, while Graphia became Rias's wife and queen. Hundreds of years ago, during the war for devil reform, Rias and Graphia were enemies on the battlefield, but they eventually fell in love. After overcoming countless trials of factional strife, the two finally walked down the aisle. Their love story has become almost a legend in the underworld. On the other hand, perhaps signaling the arrival of a golden age, the Gremory family welcomed another freak. Rias Gremory. On the surface, the birth of Rias Gremory was far less dramatic than Rias's. She was like an ordinary child. However, this also signified an ultimate control over her own magic power. And unlike Rias, Rias possessed complete wisdom from the moment of her birth. Although devils are extremely precocious, being born with full wisdom was an anomaly among anomalies. Even so, the Gremory family, known for being sentimental, fully accepted this child and gave her equal love. 3 years passed in a flash. The Gremory family library. Little Rias was holding a book as usual, floating and wandering freely in the air. Her petite body and the dignified posture hidden within her cuteness would make anyone marvel. The girl of the Gremory family would surely become a powerful beauty in the future. Just like her brother, who became a devil king. One look at her, and great expectations would rise in one's heart. However, for Rias herself, the opinions of outsiders had nothing to do with her. In fact, after enjoying all the benefits her family provided, Rias had no intention of inheriting her responsibilities. Perhaps this is the shamelessness of being an adult, of being a reincarnator. Time is truly something that is both pressing and worthless. Floating freely in the library, checking books, and constantly training herself and her destruction trait, Rias would occasionally have some worries. Devils have almost infinite lifespans, but for her, this infinity was not truly infinite because her future was fraught with difficulties. The Chaos Brigade, the Evil Tree, Beast Emperor 666, and the evil gods of ecchi, these were all reasons why she had to work desperately hard from infancy. Sigh. She sighed, but a pleasant light flashed in Rias's eyes. Although the enemies were powerful, Rias also found such a future interesting. It had been 3 years since she crossed over to this world. The past often felt like drifting smoke. There was no need for deliberate memory, nor a need for intentional forgetting. Whether it was an ordinary life or the present where she was born with a mission, the days passed without a ripple. As for whether she was happy, it was natural. Being born into the sentiment-valuing Gremory family, there was nothing happier than this. It's just that she felt something was missing from such days. Therefore, Rias's spirit of mischief began to burn fiercely. But no matter what, life had to go on, and she had things she had to pursue. Power. To enjoy the benefits while spitting out the responsibilities, she needed great power. Not just great, but omnipotent power. Only then could she perfectly achieve her goals. Because of her ultimate control over magic, Rias possessed potential far exceeding that of her brother, Rias Gremory. No one knew this except Rias and her family. To perfectly utilize this potential, Rias asked her brother for the ultimate skill of Devil King Ajuka, the Conqueror formula. One must know that a Juka is a transcendent, second only to Surzex, and one of the 3 transcendents among devils. In terms of strength, he might rank second. But in terms of versatility, he ranked first. Using the formula, he could even use an enemy's traits against them to defeat them. This included the Royal Leviathan among devils, who was defeated by a Juka in this manner. The unique magic formula, the Kankara formula, this was a Juka's ability as a transcendent. And getting it wasn't difficult. While everyone in the underworld knew the 4 devil kings were close, no one knew they were childhood friends who grew up together. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were thick as thieves. And Graphia, Rias's sister-in-law, and Surzex didn't meet on the battlefield either. They met at age 17 during the New Generation Devil Peers Exchange meeting, convened by the Devil King families. Surzex was a hero saved by a beauty, and then it was love at first sight. Because Surzex displayed magic power far exceeding that of the Devil King descendants, he was feared by the royal families. The royal families ordered Graphia to monitor Surzex. This relationship lasted for over 60 years before they met on the battlefield as members of the Reformist faction and the Old Mao faction. Occasionally, I get jealous too. Rias thought, letting out a light chuckle. But compared to beauties, there are more important things right now. A light novel she saw in her previous life, High School DxD. Being jokingly called by the perverted title, Switch Princess, and becoming part of Chingu's harem, she would politely decline such things. Beautiful flowers should be with other beautiful flowers, a riot of colors. As the heroine, maintaining a dignified and beautiful posture, and preserving that beauty eternally, that was what she wanted. And she had no need for a creature like a male protagonist. Given how disaster-prone this world was, living a good life wouldn't be easy. The most important thing was power. The future is fraught with difficulties. Sighing lightly, a voice seemed to ring in Rias's mind. The multiverse chat group invites you to join. Yes/no. Revealing a hint of surprise, Rias closed her eyes, and an interface appeared in her mind. Ding. Rias Gremory has joined the chat group. Jibril has joined the chat group. Unohana Retsu has joined the chat group. Chapter 2, Cute Little G. A chat group. Rias murmured, can this kind of thing even be considered a cheat code? After opening the chat group, there was no doubt that Rias was the first to enter. After studying it for a while, Rias found that this group only had basic functions. Chatting, posting pictures, videos, red envelopes, traveling, translation, identification, arena, and so on. Communication between other worlds. Rias murmured, then looked at the group members. There was no group leader, only members, and she didn't know how it would be managed once more people joined in the future. What is this thing? Jibril, I can't get rid of it, what a strange thing. Unohana Retsu, hello everyone. Jibril, hey, at Unohana Retsu, what race are you? Race. Unohana Retsu felt a bit strange. After thinking for a moment, she said cautiously, I am a Shinigami. Shinigami. Flying in the sky, Jibril's eyes sparkled. That's a race name I've never heard of. You possess considerable intelligence, could it be that you are a life form from a other world? Jibril said excitedly, what kind of life form is a Shinigami? Is it powerful? A race, huh? Well, I suppose I'm somewhat strong. Unohana Retsu pondered slightly and asked, and what race are you? I am a member of the Flugel, an exceptional individual among them, Jibril. Jibril replied, flying freely in the sky. Her wings flapped rhythmically, making her look exceptionally cute. Unfortunately, while you might see her as cute, she sees you as cute in a different way. This little G was far more dangerous than any tiger or bear. Otherworld life form. Unohana Retsu felt a subtle sensation in her heart. A strange chat group appeared in her mind, and it mentioned the term otherworld. Could it be that so-called other worlds really exist? In the no-game no-life world. Ooh, a life form from another world. The rarity seems very high, I want it so much. Jibril tumbled in the air, laughing softly, and couldn't help but wipe the corner of her mouth. It seems this strange thing has the power to let me travel to other worlds. No, I have to go see. Jibril made up her mind, her expression becoming quite ominous. She mentally clicked on the travel function, and a prompt box appeared. To travel to another world, you must obtain an invitation or response from a person of that world. Do you wish to apply to travel to that world, yes/no? An invitation is required. Jibril felt a bit disappointed, but then her spirits lifted. No, I have to try. Hey, at Unohana Retsu, can I go take a look at your world? Jibril, I'm so curious about what form the life in your world takes. Unohana Retsu, well. Unohana Retsu gave a faint smile and politely declined, it's not very convenient here right now, maybe next time. Jibril, don't be like that, I just want to take a peek, just a peek. Jibril rolled around and then sent a picture. Jibril, little G acting cute.jpg. She really is a cute girl. Unohana Retsu narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured, but, that killing intent permeating your whole body is already exposed. What a dangerous child. To be able to condense such killing intent, just how many lives has she slaughtered? Even Unohana Retsu, who was once called a demon, couldn't help but feel a chill while looking at Jibril's cute appearance. One could imagine how disastrous it would be to let her come to this world. At Unohana Retsu, do you happen to have any enemies? Jibril's spirits rose as she posted, I can help you. Unohana Retsu, no need, how could I let such a cute girl help me? Jibril, having taught herself the ways of the group, said, oh my, it's fine, we're group members, helping each other is only natural. Unohana Retsu, smile.jpg. Jibril, really, don't let my looks fool you, I'm very strong. Unohana Retsu, smile.jpg. Jibril, ugh, although all are weaklings beneath my lord, even weaklings have different levels. Unohana Retsu, smile.jpg. Jibril said, somewhat angrily, can you send anything other than a smile? Oh. Unohana Retsu, I refuse. Jibril. Just as Jibril was about to lose her temper, an eye-catching message appeared before her eyes. Hello everyone, I am Rias Gremory, a devil. Rias said, looking at the two people who had joined the group. A devil. Jibril, a new race, slurp, sounds like it might be very impressive. Rias said, our strength is decent, the strongest among us devils is about as powerful as you. Since they hadn't actually fought, it was hard to predict, but in Rias's estimation, it was probably a 50-50 split. Furthermore, based on Jibril's speech and that picture of her flying in the sky, it was clear that Jibril lived in a world filled with black ash. That is, 6,000 years ago. Or rather, the Jibril of 6,000 years later should have shifted her hunting targets from heads to knowledge, her speech should care more about knowledge. Looking at her current state, she wanted to hunt heads more. You know about me. Jibril said in surprise. Sixth in the Exceed, the flugel, a god-slaying weapon created by Artosh, the god of war. Just 5% of your full power can split the sea in two. You enjoy collecting the heads of the strong to show off to other flugel, you are extremely bloodthirsty, and you even dare to challenge high-ranking species alone. Rias said, is there anything you'd like to add? Jibril, it seems you know me quite well. But a devil, I really want to see. Hey, let me go to your world. Jibril, or you can come over here. Forget it, the devils have finally managed to avoid extinction, I don't want you coming over here and causing a huge ruckus. Rias said, and I don't want my own head to become your trophy. Jibril said hurriedly, I promise not to cause trouble, really. Only a fool would believe little G's words. Rias curled her lip and posted, at Jibril, want to trade knowledge? We have various mythological systems here, and there's a lot of knowledge from different systems. Moreover, our devil race uses a power called demonic power, which is a completely different system from the elements in your world. A completely different system. Jibril murmured, involuntarily slurping, her eyes lighting up. Jibril, I want to trade, I want to trade. Wait a moment. After a short while, Jibril sent over a red envelope. After accepting it, a large pile of books appeared in front of Rias. Jibril, how is it? Wait a bit, let me organize them. Rias, I will give you equivalent knowledge based on the content of the books. Do you have any preferences? Jibril, information about that demonic power, preferably also your culture, and the cultures and knowledge of various pantheons. Culture and systems, huh? Going straight for the roots, impressive. Rias said, by the way, because of the differences between worlds and world laws, studying each other's systems might be a bit inconvenient. If possible, could you catch some elements for me? I will give you corresponding demonic power crystals in return. Chapter 3, Trading Knowledge. Elementals, fairies, and the forest spirit race are three completely different concepts. The elementals, ranked 3rd, are life. Meanwhile, the fairies and the forest spirit race are ranked 7th and below, belonging to the category of biological creatures. In essence, those from the 6th rank, the flugel, and above can no longer be called biological creatures. They are energy or concepts with a will, there is no clear boundary between their soul and their vessel, physical body. The lower races below the 7th rank are biological creatures with physical bodies that reproduce through normal means. The soul concentration between the two is vastly different, which is why the races called life consider themselves superior to the biological races. And it is indeed the case, most fundamentally, for beings of the 6th rank and above, life is eternal. Within life, the top 3 ranks have life forms that differ greatly from the latter 3. The first rank is the old deus, which are essentially the manifestation of concepts, the difference in strength among them is also very large. However, the weaker gods have basically all died out over the long course of time, leaving only a few powerful gods still in existence. The second-ranked fantasy species are worlds unto themselves. Almost every fantasy species is a unique other world, with internal laws that have already transcended the world. But compared to other forms of life, although the elementals are ranked third, they themselves are a part of what constitutes the world, that is, they are products of the world's laws. The planet's corridors and the corridors of life are all composed of the elementals. In other words, the essence of the elementals is the materialization of energy. Although the elementals are the third rank, because they are a component of the world, ordinary elementals have no ability to resist. They are even captured by the ex machina to be used as fuel. The corpses of the elementals left after being burned away are black ash. This means that the elementals are capable of producing spiritia energy on their own. Although they possess intelligence, the intelligence of ordinary spirits is very weak. The difficulty of capturing them is not high. As long as a sufficient number is gathered, it will be enough for Rias to study a new system. After all, there are many pantheons in this world, but very few things that can truly be called change. To truly want to become stronger, one still needs to rely on systems from other worlds. This is also a matter of luck. Rias thought to herself. No problem, I can catch plenty of those things just by waving my hand. Jibril said, then raised her hand. Countless lights gathered in her hand, growing more and more numerous. Because spirits are everywhere in this world, even though they are classified as life, they are easily overlooked. Once one is truly aware of them, capturing them is not difficult. Especially for a high-ranking race like the Flugel, which can be called the most perfect creation, this sort of thing is as simple as breathing. In fact, every time they release an attack, a huge number of surrounding spirits die. And then, pack them up. Jibril took out a transparent bottle and put the captured spirits inside. Countless spirits condensed together, releasing light like fireflies. This should be enough. Having gathered enough spirits for an ordinary member of the Flugel to release a single heavenly strike, Jibril sent the bottle to Rias as a red envelope. As for the possibility of being cheated, as long as that person named Rias wasn't stupid, she wouldn't do that. Moreover, to her, these things were insignificant. Spirits were something she could get just by lifting a finger, and knowledge was just a copy. She herself suffered no loss at all. But the consequences of deceiving her would be very serious. Although I can't collect the head of a life form from a other world, gaining knowledge is also good. Jibril smiled very happily, soaring through the air to vent her excitement. Jibril, how is it? I've received it. Rias, this device is not bad, it even has a function to extract spirit energy. How thoughtful. Hee hee. Jibril smiled bashfully and then spoke, so, what about the knowledge on your end? Coming. Rias skimmed through them and was surprised to find they were all good grimoires. She then used magic to copy the books she had read in the library, opened a subspace, took out a mana crystal, and sent it to Jibril. Rias, mana crystals, like spirit energy, can only be condensed by true life. Since we don't have the elementals here, I can only give you mana crystals, which are a non-renewable resource over there. If you want to study them, figure out the method of energy conversion yourself. In the original story, there was no such thing as mana crystals. Rias had 3 sources for them. One was through fusion of her own magic power, resulting in condensed destruction crystals. The second was through a special device that attracted mana from the atmosphere, which Rias then manually fused into mana crystals. The third was from the power furnace of Agrias, the floating island in the underworld, which could form energy crystals. The king pieces, which can amplify magic power by dozens or even hundreds of times, use high-quality crystals extracted from such crystalline bodies in a similar way. So, these mana crystals contained a significant amount of mana, equivalent to the total magic power of a high-class devil. They just couldn't be regenerated. Understood. Jibril flipped through the books in her hand and couldn't help but let out an excited shout. Oh, completely unknown characters, unknown energy. Is this the knowledge of a other world? As expected, it's real. Wonderful. Jibril was extremely happy. Rias, at Jibril, let's continue the exchange of knowledge. The first trade was a condition to establish trust, only after that could they freely trade all their knowledge. Okay. Jibril's spirits lifted, and she flapped her wings to fly toward the home of the Flugel, Avantheim. Avantheim is the capital of the Flugel and is also a fantasy species. Jibril's knowledge was all stored there, so she needed to head back. Her flight speed was fast, but she generally moved using spatial transfer. She could transfer anywhere within her line of sight, and even outside her line of sight to places she had been before. She could move a distance of 4,527.21 kilometers in 0.023 seconds, so it didn't take long for Jibril to return to her room. After copying all the knowledge, Jibril opened the red envelope function and sent it to Rias. It's too much. Rias, I need to organize this. Jibril, please hurry, I can't wait to start my research. Giving a response, Rias focused her attention on the books. Because the chat group's translation function could automatically translate languages and also translate the grimoires through scanning, it was much more convenient for Rias to organize them. After all, there were languages not only from the Flugel but also from various other races. There were probably tens of thousands of books, organizing them would take at least 2 or 3 days, and the same applied to sending back the corresponding grimoires. However, a simple check was no problem, and with Rias's cognitive abilities, she quickly discovered a rather troublesome point. The languages and contents of the books are chaotic, without a complete system. Rias murmured to herself. Some techniques that were as simple as breathing for the Flugel were very difficult for Rias to perform, especially since the systems were different. At Jibril, do you have a complete magical system? Chapter 4, Sacred Gear. A complete system of magic. No, I don't have that. Jibril said with some distress, most of what I collect are valuable books. Although there are quite a few piles of waste, there is no complete system. No complete system. In other words, you haven't encountered the forest spirit race yet. Rias thought slightly. In the original work, Jibril's 5th defeat led her to start thinking about hypotheses for conquering the great dragons. While flying and pondering hypotheses, she encountered the flight-impeding magic of the forest spirit race and subsequently crashed. Her head hit the ground, and a bump formed. Consequently, she wiped out the capital of the forest spirit race, one of the eyesores of the Flugel, and swept away all their books. It is said that it took the forest spirit race over 800 years to replenish the lost magic system. During that process, Jibril was subjected to a saturated attack of multiple magic formulas by a unit led by Think Nervalin. A defensive magic formula formed by a unit of 3,000 people was completely annihilated by a single heavenly strike from Jibril. One can imagine how powerful Jibril is. At Jibril, are you challenging the Dragonkin? Rias asked. Oh my, you even know about such things. Jibril said in surprise. That's right, I am challenging the Dragonkin. Unfortunately, I have already failed 5 times. Jibril said distressfully. Can I use the secrets of the Dragonkin to exchange for some things with you? Rias said. You know them. Jibril, great. What do you want? Just say it. Among the forest spirit race, there is an 8-fold caster named Think Nervalin. Rias, package her up and send her to me, and I will tell you the secret of the Dragonkin's strength. Although faint, elements are also intelligent life. Since elements could be sent via red packets, then the forest spirit race naturally could be as well. This was Rias's judgment. That simple. Jibril was somewhat surprised. A fair trade. Rias chuckled, if you come across the capital of the forest spirit race, remember to pack up their grimoires. I will exchange corresponding knowledge for them. Can do. Jibril responded. Rias thought for a moment and said, the power of the Dragonkin is infinite, and the powerful individuals among them are even equivalent to lower-tier god species. It is said that even for the weakest Dragonkin, the amount of elements stored in a single scale is comparable to the maximum amount of elements a single Flugel member can use. That's right. Jibril, according to that level of power, no matter how many Flugel members there are, they shouldn't be able to shake them. However, as long as hundreds of Flugel members gather, they can perform a dragon slaying. If gathering a large number of Flugel members allows for dragon slaying, I should also be able to shake their power, yet I was instantly killed. This is an extremely irrational matter. The reason is simple. Rias smiled and said, the Dragonkin's form of existence is different, they are essentially creatures that live on the space-time axis. They do not exist as points in time, but in the form of planes, covering the past, present, and future simultaneously. Compared to other creatures who can only wait to recover after being damaged, the Dragonkin can instantly recover through corrections to the past and future. Chapter 5, Arena. Rias is the princess of the Gremory household, and her older brother Surzex is a total siscon. Not only would it be in the inventory, but even if it weren't, Surzex would find it for her. After sending the sacred gear to Jibril, Rias returned to the library once more. Right, at Unohana Retsu. She almost forgot there was another person in the chat group. Unohana Retsu, is something the matter, devil? Miss. Call me whatever you like. Rias, Zankinsoki and Asachi, do you want to trade? You even know about things on my side. Unohana Retsu smiled and said, what do you want to trade with? Equivalent knowledge. Rias said, also, I can be your sparring partner. Unohana Retsu, sparring partner. The chat group has an arena function. Since you don't enter with your true body, death isn't an issue. Also, once inside the arena, time in the outside world is essentially frozen, which is very convenient. Although there hadn't been a real battle, according to calculations, Unohana Retsu was on par with a high-class devil, and her strength was already quite formidable. And although Rias was only 3 years old, her destruction magic power had already awakened. At age 3, she already possessed the strength of a high-class devil. Combined with her unique fighting style and original techniques, she wouldn't fare too poorly even against a Devil King. And the so-called Devil Kings weren't the old Devil faction royalty or those small fry from the Chaos Brigade, but Devil Kings like Seraphal. Of another note, reaching the level of transcendence would still take some effort. In other words, Miss Devil is very strong. Unohana Retsu narrowed her eyes slightly. I wouldn't call myself strong. After all, I'm part of the new generation of the Devil race and still quite immature in many aspects. In this world, my strength doesn't even rank. Ria said, but I understand Miss Unohana's strength. Your technique and battle experience are superior to mine, but you lack raw power. Our strengths are roughly equal, so as sparring partners, we can better improve together. In the world of Shinigamis, Unohana Retsu's strength was already among the very top tier. Even the Royal Special Task Force, the members of Squad Zero, would not be significantly stronger than her. The only person capable of suppressing her in all aspects was the captain of 1st Division, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. And yet, such strength was considered unranked according to that Miss Devil. Undoubtedly, this stirred the flames of battle she had suppressed for 1,000 years. I'll have to face it eventually. Whether she was making an excuse for herself or truly thought so was unclear. Unohana Retsu glanced at the arena rules in the group, thought for a moment, and revealed a smile like a demon's. As expected, she was finding an excuse for battle. She had lived in peace for over 1,000 years, but that didn't mean she had completely let go. Years of cultivating her heart had only suppressed the killing intent within. In essence, she could revert back to that unprecedented great villain at any time. Very well. Unohana Retsu smiled and posted, but first, a sparring session. I want to see with my own eyes before I can judge whether I can trust Miss Rias. Without a doubt, this was an excuse. However, this was exactly what Rias had in mind. After all, her power was extremely dangerous. Even if she could control it perfectly, she couldn't be certain she wouldn't hurt others. To truly improve, one must face life and death struggle and put oneself under pressure. Fine. Rias replied. With a thought, she clicked on the arena and sent an invitation to Unohana Retsu. In the next instant, Rias appeared within the arena. At the same time, Jibril's figure appeared in the spectator stands nearby. Era, I didn't expect you to be such a cute little girl. Unohana Retsu looked at Rias floating in the air in astonishment and couldn't help but say. Wah, so this is a devil. An unseen creature and energy system. Jibril wanted to fly over, a scythe subconsciously condensing in her hand, but she ended up crashing into an invisible light barrier. Blinking, Jibril swung her scythe, trying to break the invisible protection, but unfortunately, she couldn't do it. It's better not to waste your energy. Rias glanced at Jibril and said, after all, this is a product that spans worlds, something even the Great Red couldn't detect. Even a heavenly strike won't shake it. I see, what a pity. Jibril blinked, speaking with a face full of smiles, yet the power throughout her body underwent a qualitative change. Her entire body converted into spirit corridors, continuously squeezing out power. In just an instant, she condensed all her strength, and an object similar to a spear appeared in her hand. After it crashed down, the invisible barrier didn't ripple in the slightest, while Jibril's spear of light vanished. Following her launch of the heavenly strike, Jibril's body gradually shrank, eventually turning into a small child. Oops, I'm all out of power, eehee. Jibril stuck out her tongue and acted cute. Ah, right, is Miss Rias like me? Are you out of power? Seeming to have thought of something, Jibril asked. My power is only this much, Rias said troubledly. Although I am a devil, by comparison, I am just a living being. Though I will eventually become a higher-order life form, I am indeed a new generation devil. Forgive my rudeness, but how old is Miss Rias this year? Unohana Retsu couldn't help but ask. 3 years old. Rias's tender voice rang out, leaving Unohana Retsu speechless. She couldn't possibly raise a hand against such a tiny little girl. Eh? Jibril said in surprise. In other words, Miss Rias can still grow. Yes. Rias nodded and said, I am a new generation devil. In my world, there is an existence called transcendence, which means surpassing the limits of one's race. In about 2 years, I'll be able to perfect the skills to burst forth with this power, and in less than 10 years, I'll be able to fully reach this domain. This was the rough calculation Rias had made before joining the chat group. Even if there were discrepancies, it wouldn't be by much. As for now, that's not necessarily the case. That's really wonderful then. Jibril remarked with emotion. Yeah, my head still has room to increase in value, so don't go cutting it off easily. Rias joked. Understood, I'll be careful. Jibril nodded seriously, looking quite cute. Are all your values so distorted? Unohana Retsu couldn't help but ask from the side. It's okay, After all, I'm a devil. Rias said calmly. After all, I'm a flugel. Jabril also propped up the back of her head, floating in the air. Although Jabril's power was exhausted, it didn't mean she was truly powerless. Even this tiny body possessed power on par with Rias. Such was the flugel. Let's begin as well. Rias chuckled softly. At this moment, Unohana Retsu's desire to fight had vanished. She really couldn't bring herself to bully a child. It seems I'm being looked down upon. Seeing Unohana Retsu's reaction, Rias smiled, then her expression turned solemn. A crimson radiance was released with her body as the center, and terrifying destruction magic power pulsed through the air, causing it to let out bursts of wailing. At the same time, sensing danger, Unohana Retsu hurriedly leaped backward. That destructive magic power, along with the almost tangible pressure, made Unohana Retsu turn grave. This power, it's so strong. It's similar to spiritual pressure, yet filled with violent energy. Simply releasing her power gave her an alarming sense of crisis. That dense power made Unohana Retsu involuntarily become cautious. Now you should be able to get serious, right? Rias chuckled softly. Chapter 6, Bankai, Minazuki. So strong, so strong, so strong. Even though she's just a young girl, this power doesn't lie. It's truly too powerful. Floating in the air, Rias restrained her power of destruction and aura, chuckling, you shouldn't look down on me anymore, right? My apologies, I was rude. Unohana Retsu bowed slightly, then flashed a wild smile. Now I can fight with peace of mind. Slowly drawing her sword, Unohana Retsu radiated an intense killing intent. As if a seal had been undone, her terrifying appearance brought to mind a malevolent demon. Well then, I'm going on the offensive. As she spoke, Unohana Retsu swung her sword down. A slash concentrating spiritual pressure onto the blade, it possessed a sharpness capable of cleaving everything in two. Extremely fast and incredibly strong, this slash was terrifyingly powerful. However, pure spiritual pressure couldn't even touch Rias. She simply raised her hand and released power of destruction. Effortlessly, Rias blocked Unohana Retsu's attack. Destruction Formula 6, Absolute Destruction Barrier. This was a move developed by Rias, the sixth was a defense magic formula. However, using power of destruction for defense was something only a fool would do. Her defense consisted of annihilating and repelling everything that invaded her personal space. Offense is the best defense, this was the perfect illustration of that. Pure energy attacks cannot break through my defense. Rias said indifferently. Magic power and spiritual pressure shared similar characteristics. For instance, like how the first-generation Sun Wukong caught Cao Cao's true Longinus with a single finger, as long as magic power is condensed to that extent, ordinary attacks can hardly wound them. Spiritual pressure was the same. A Shinigami's battle is a battle of spiritual pressure, with enough of it, catching Toshiro's blade with a finger like Aizen did is effortless. But this is just the form of energy, some energy attacks have special properties. Like Cao Cao's true Longinus having an advantage against devils, or the characteristic of the power of destruction. Or converting spiritual pressure into the flames of Zanka no Tachi, which also possesses power enough to destroy the world. I see. Unohana Retsu couldn't help but turn solemn, raising her hand to launch Aikido, Spirit Path, Attack, Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Casting without an incantation meant its power was only a third of the original, but even so, it was still exaggeratedly powerful. Massive black spiritual pressure material surrounded Rias, and the blades within fell, only to be annihilated about half a meter from her. Was it to block my vision? Rias murmured softly, then said coldly, Destruction Formula 4, Weapon, Soft Whip. A flexible black object formed and then whipped through the air at high speed. In an instant, the black coffin was destroyed by Rias. Clang. The sound of clashing steel rang out as Unohana Retsu's figure appeared behind Rias, her sword colliding with the black substance, producing the sound of clashing blades. Retreating after a single strike, Unohana Retsu looked solemnly at her Zanpakuto, which now had a crack. My mother is from the head of the 72 Pillars families, the Baal family, inheriting the power of destruction. Rias said, just like Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni Zanka no Tachi, my power of destruction has power characteristics that surpass it. The weapons I condense with the power of destruction act as an extension of my will, they actively annihilate anything that approaches me, compensating for my lack of combat experience. Impressive. Unohana Retsu sighed in genuine admiration. Their compatibility was truly terrible. Aren't you going to release that move? The Bankai of you Shinigamis. Rias reminded her, although my combat style isn't yet perfected, without using that move, you won't stand a single chance. If I don't fight with my full strength now, my future self will surely regret it. With a slight sigh, Unohana Retsu smiled. She smiled with immense joy. She slowly unraveled her braid, her long black hair falling loose as she released a massive killing intent like that of a demon. She gently brushed her chest, where a scar remained. A scar like this would be easy for her to heal, yet she had chosen not to. Rather than that, it would be better to say she was still living in 1,000 years ago. Because of her own weakness and incompetence, she ultimately had to watch helplessly as the child, who was even more like a demon than she was, sealed himself away. That immense humiliation had locked her into that day. From that day forward, she had remained stagnant. But now, she had finally welcomed a change. Bankai, Minazuki. Blood seeped from the sky, flowing onto the ground. The blade of the Zanpakuto became curved, then attacked while carrying bright red blood. Boom. A terrifying roar erupted. Blood collided with Rias's destruction weapon, sending vibrations through the air. The blood that had seeped around her at some unknown point was destroyed, yet Rias's expression couldn't help but grow serious. Her attacks had actually penetrated this far. Weapon transformation. She changed the form of the weapons condensed from the power of destruction, transforming them into various armaments. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and so on. Countless weapons rushed toward Unohana Retsu, only to be completely struck down. Formula 2, Light of Destruction. Rias flew through the air, continuously releasing red light bullets and beams of destruction. However, the attacks were either dodged at extremely close range or neutralized by the blood. Although Unohana Retsu couldn't block her attacks, she could use the blood transformed by Minazuki to cancel out her power of destruction. An impressive technique. But how about this move? The space for Unohana Retsu to dodge was sealed off. Rias lightly snapped her fingers, and a crimson magic circle appeared on the ground. The pre-prepared magic circle erupted with power of destruction, and red pillars rose from the ground, obliterating everything within range. You held out. Truly impressive. Rias remarked. Unohana Retsu stepped out from the crimson light, her skin looking as if it were burned, with not a single spot left unscathed. But soon, Unohana Retsu's body radiated a green light, and her injuries were quickly healed. Kaido. Phew, you're the one who's truly strong. Unohana Retsu's smile grew even wider as she shouted in high spirits, let's keep fighting. Then let's continue. Formula 5, Beast of Destruction, Butterfly Dance. Countless crimson butterflies appeared, occupying the surrounding space. The crimson butterflies danced nimbly, self-destructing once they got close to Unohana Retsu. With each butterfly as the center, everything within a 1-meter diameter was swallowed up completely. The butterflies continuously released power of destruction through their self-destruction, ravaging the arena. How truly magnificent. As she dodged the butterfly attacks, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but be momentarily dazed by Rias's figure. Surrounded by the crimson butterflies, Rias displayed an incredibly magnificent posture. You flatter me. Rias chuckled, continuously launching attacks. Up until now, Rias had been fighting using power of destruction. Although she also practiced physical combat and bladed weapons, that level was undoubtedly like showing off one's slight skill before a master in front of Unohana Retsu. The application of the power of destruction is indeed magnificent. Jibril's eyes sparkled. Although such attacks were still weak to her, the magnificent display had deeply captivated her. Jibril could even envision the beautiful figure Rias would become once she grew up. A young girl who, at a single glance, made one look forward to her future, revealing her infinite possibilities. I want it so much. Jibril wore a lecherous expression, staring longingly at Rias' head. Chapter 7, The Core Magic Formula of the Flu Gel. The two fought for a full day, and neither side could do anything to the other. Unohana Retsu's speed was very fast, and Rias's attacks were hard to land effectively. Unable to engage in close-quarters combat and with her magic power attacks failing to hit, she could only find ways to use her magic power more efficiently. The full day also allowed Rias to gain a lot. In particular, turning the grimoires she had read in the past into her foundation accelerated Rias's growth. As the blade swept past, a trace of blood appeared on Rias's cheek. Touching it with her finger, Rias said with some surprise, I'm actually injured. Your stamina has dropped. Unohana Retsu didn't continue her attack, but instead said, although you still have quite a bit of energy in your body, the stamina required to command this energy isn't enough to face such a long battle. In a day's time, Unohana Retsu had also come to understand this girl. Refining her magic formulas mid-battle, experimenting with her power, and constantly memorizing the combat to turn it into nourishment for her growth. She was awe-inspiring and beautiful during battle, as well as incredibly pure, yet she wasn't a battle maniac. Compared to her magic power, manipulating such power required extreme control, which to some extent exhausted her spirit. I see. Rias nodded slightly and then said, then let's decide the winner with one final blow. A final blow, huh? Unohana Retsu showed a look of anticipation. Yes, one final blow. Rias gave a charming smile, causing a bad premonition to rise in Unohana Retsu's heart. It's said that Yamamoto Gen Ryusai Shigekuni Zanka no Tachi possesses the power to destroy the world. Ria smiled and said, and I have a similar move, though this one requires accumulating magic power in advance. Formula 7, Heavy Particle Destruction Missile. After saying that, Rias opened her hand, and a dark red sphere-like object fell. In an instant, the dark red spherical object collided with the ground. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a massive dark red mushroom cloud rose into the sky. In an instant, the outcome was decided. Just as atoms have nuclear fission or fusion reactions, in Rias's research, magic power also possesses the same characteristics. Using this as a basis for her research, Rias stored up a large amount of power of destruction. Igniting it when needed, it would begin to fuse under the effect of the fusion equation, instantly releasing a massive amount of destructive energy. The method of fusion was the path to becoming a transcendent that Rias had created herself. Ajuka's Kankara formula, Surzex's devil's true form, and the fusion of the sun. If the fusion equation created by combining these three could be maintained stably, she could surpass Surzex in one fell swoop, perhaps even reaching a level comparable to Shiva or the god of the Bible. As for Surzex's devil's true form, that was magic power on a completely higher level, just touching his body could turn all things into nothingness. Surzex's devil's true form consists of high-density power of destruction, which is why he possesses strength within the world's top 10. After all, the devil's true forms of other devil kings, including Vala Lucifer, consist of 12 devil wings, while only Surzex is special. His devil's true form is a magic power reaction. The explosion is quite beautiful. Rias remarked with a sigh. This wasn't the first time Rias had used this move. The magic crystals she gave to Jibril were condensed using the method of fusion. It could be considered an achievement in stable magic power fusion. However, this kind of one-time explosive fusion was being released for the first time. Ephemeral beauty. At this moment, Rias covered the surface of her body with a layer of magic power of the same nature, thereby assimilating the external magic with her own so she wouldn't be harmed. Of course, this was also because the destructive energy itself belonged to her. The light, seemingly substantial, swallowed everything whole. It was a strategic magic developed entirely by an individual. The battle ended, and the air shimmered with the residual fluctuations of power of destruction. If not specially treated, it would likely remain here for several years. And as expected, is it a lack of quality? The fusion didn't collapse inward at the end to form a supernova explosion. In a way, this move isn't perfect yet, haha. A minute later, the arena dissolved, and Rias's attention returned to the main world. She glanced at the time. It was still the same time as when she had opened the arena. But her spirit was already very exhausted. At the same time, the strategic weapon she had accumulated, the baryon bomb, had not been consumed. It seemed the arena projected one state, including all weapons, into the arena for combat. Simply nice. Unohana Retsu, that move of yours is too dangerous. It's completely different from Zanka no Tachi. My brother's devil's true form can transform his body into a stable, high-density destructive energy body. Isn't that very similar to Zanka no Tachi? Rias responded. Zanka no Tachi is essentially a high-density condensation of flames, without a fusion reaction. In a way, the two are indeed very similar. But it's only a similarity. The power levels of both sides might be the same, but Surzex is clearly stronger. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's body was a weakness, and because of that, he died in the 1,000-year blood war. Unless Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni could, like Aizen, fuse himself with his Zanpakuto, becoming an energy body comparable to the temperature of the sun's core at any time and controlling it stably. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly be a match for Surzex. Even so, there's a gap in the quality of the energy. The difference between Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni and Surzex isn't just a little, it's an entire major realm. Unohana Retsu, it's only a similarity, the essence is completely different. The ephemeral beauty of that moment, so beautiful, truly too beautiful. Jibril, I really want to learn it. Get me one too. Rias said, this move is a bit more expensive because it already involves the core of my Hakai Hoti Shiki. Jibril, name your price. Not to mention converting all the properties of her body, that would be extremely difficult for Jibril, equivalent to transforming herself into an existence similar to the elementals. Jumping directly from sequence 6 to sequence 3 is simply more difficult than Rias becoming a transcendent. Jibril's strength is estimated to be at the level of a transcendent already, and her heavenly strike can reach a dragon god level attack. If a fusion reaction were added to it, this move could completely undergo a qualitative change. Rias, the manufacturing method of the flu gel, including its core magic formula. Jibril, hey now, this isn't a joke. I'm not joking either. Rias said, this move already involves the core power of 2 of our transcendents, as well as my essential formula. If completed, the intensity of every Flugel's heavenly strike will undergo a qualitative change. Furthermore, I've only completed the first stage of this move. The second stage is a completely stable magic formula that can be applied to oneself to produce higher quality spirit energy. The third stage can even transform oneself into an energy body. For both you and me, this value far exceeds my requirements. Jibril, let me think about it. Although Jibril had no taboos and even thought of overriding her own core magic formula to kill a dragonkin with a self-detonation during the Great War. But trading the core magic formula and manufacturing method of the flu gel is already equivalent to betraying the flu gel. Even though Rias is a person from another world, it is indeed a difficult decision to make. Rias, if you master the third stage of the fusion equation, your power will be enough to shake Artosh. Wait for me to ask my lord for instructions. I'll respond to your trade after obtaining the lord's permission. Jibril said as she flew toward the main hall where Artosh was located. Chapter 8, Fusion Equation. Rias was creating a grimoire. A so-called grimoire was completely different from a normal book. Ordinary books are written in text and then read. A grimoire, however, has one's own power dwelling within it in the form of words, allowing the person viewing the grimoire to correctly understand its contents. In other words, the grimoire itself contains power. At this moment, what Rias was doing was not mass-producing, but creating a grimoire from scratch. Because the fusion equation was a formula she had created herself. Just organizing her thoughts and writing them down in detail would take some time. Next would be the theories for the unfinished parts, following those theories to complete her own evolution. Of course, she wasn't certain that Jibril would definitely agree to the exchange. It was just that without Jibril, there would always be a next person who would offer equivalent knowledge or items. By the time she finished the work, a day had already passed. Jibril had sent a response more than 10 hours ago, but it was only now that Rias sent the created grimoire to Jibril. I see, so this is the core magic formula of the flu gel. After the exchange with Jibril, Rias examined the contents and couldn't help but fall into a trance. Wonderful, as expected of a magic formula compiled by the strongest god of war. Even though he is a god of war, this magic formula is simply too powerful. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't strange. In No Game No Life, beings above rank 6 are life. God species, fantasy species, elementals, dragonkin, giant species. Among them, the god species go without saying, the fantasy species are clearly not god-made, and the dragonkin inherit the power from the dawn of heaven and earth. While there are few settings for the giant species, one can roughly analyze from the limited information that they were not man-made either, but life-born at the beginning of the world. In other words, among the life forms above rank 6, only the flu gel are god-made life. Exactly so, the flu gel is known as the most perfect creation. Not just in power, but in the field of creating life, Artosh also stands above the god of the Bible. Though it's strong, it's far too difficult to truly master it and create a flu gel member. Moreover, the raw material for creating the flu gel is element, and this world doesn't have such creatures. And the element Jibril gave weren't even enough to form a single wing of a flu gel member. Can I only slowly master the magic formulas within it for now? Rias thought to herself. At Rias Gremory. Unohana Retsu, shall we trade? Unohana Retsu is actually being so proactive. Rias was somewhat surprised. Although they had sparred before, compared to that, while Unohana Retsu enjoyed it, the one who gained more benefits was Rias. Given Unohana Retsu's personality, she should be more composed. Jibril wanted to enter her world, but Unohana Retsu did not agree. She had also not agreed to Rias's trade request, instead suggesting a spar and a meeting. However, this also suited her wishes perfectly. If there was someone who frequently opened the arena and allowed Rias to conduct experiments inside, she figured the time it would take for her to become one of the transcendents could be shortened. After all, time in the arena is paused relative to the outside world, and many experiments unsuitable for the outside could be moved into the arena. Rias, what trade? Zankinsoki, as well as return and Asachi. Unohana Retsu, in return, I need that move of yours, but the complete version, the one that can be applied to oneself. Not enough. Rias said, the value of Kido, spirit path, in your world is very low, even a Zanpakuto is merely at the level of being interesting. Furthermore, you don't have the forging method for a Zanpakuto. The development of a Zanpakuto depends entirely on the individual, even the strongest among them, Ryujin Jaka, is only comparable to a Devil King. And Rias's fusion equation was not that simple, it already involved her path to becoming a transcendent. In the places Rias could see, it was enough to lead her to the Dragon God level domain. And going a step further, surpassing the Dragon God level was not impossible. This was the ninth of Rias's equation of destruction true form. Essentially, this formula was an equation that allowed oneself to evolve infinitely. Mere Kido, spirit path, and Zanpakuto were completely incomparable in value to Rias's fusion equation. That was knowledge from an entirely different dimension. Unohana Retsu, what do you need? Rias said, let me ask a question. Has Aizen betrayed the Soul Society yet? Betrayed. Unohana Retsu, are you saying that Captain Aizen will betray us in the future? So it hasn't happened yet. Rias, second question. Has Shiba Ishin gone missing? He went missing 2 years ago. Unohana Retsu was now certain that Rias was determining the timeline on her side. Then it's easy to discuss. Both Hogayakas should have been born by now. Rias said. Unohana Retsu, Hogyoku. Aizen and Kasuke Urahara both created items called Hogyoku, both are incomplete products. If the two merge, it can be truly completed. Rias said, that is a power capable of breaking the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollows. Its essence is the ability to absorb the hearts of things existing around it and manifest them, and it can protect the host's body to be immortal. In short, it's something like a wishing machine, but more inclined towards the spiritual aspect. I need to study the principles of the Hogyoku to perfect my unique evolution system, which is the fusion equation. In the first stage of the formula, Rias's best masterpiece was Formula 7, Baryon Destruction Bomb. A further application was to perform a fusion reaction on the light bombs, thereby pushing her own offensive capabilities to the extreme. And this still belonged to the first stage of the fusion equation. The gap between a baryon destruction bomb and an ordinary light bomb was merely a matter of control and minor data differences. The second stage of the formula required making the fusion equation controllable. Not just controllability of energy, one must know that the fusion equation has a chain reaction. If it cannot be fully controlled, once Rias activates it, she can only continuously sacrifice her lifespan. So it was not yet perfected at this time. And the third stage of the fusion equation was the evolution of the physical body. Surzex became a transcendent, and his devil's true form turned into a pure destruction energy body. This was the uniqueness of his own power of destruction. Rias's characteristics were quite a bit worse than Surzex's, so she needed a new method. With this concept, what was created was the fusion equation. In fact, she was close to perfecting the second stage of the formula. She estimated that within a year or two, she would possess the strength to burst out with transcendent level power for a short time. The third stage corresponds to the second stage, but this time it's not about fusion to form transcendent level energy, but about fusing one's own life form. Once she completed the third stage of fusion, she would be able to reach the level of the top 10 in the world, or even number 1. Chapter 9, The Zanpakuto Trade. To summarize, the 3 stages of the fusion equation. Stage 1, Fusion Energy Attack. Stage 2, the essence of fusion energy, granting oneself power at the level of transcendence. Stage 3, the essence of fusion life, allowing one to truly step into the realm of transcendence. Although the third stage of fusion is powerful, experimental data on life form fusion is still too scarce, many things remain at the theoretical stage. Surzex is a good subject. By having him constantly switch between a devil and his devil's true form to observe the changes, good data can be obtained. However, constantly switching between these two states is no small burden for Surzex. Moreover, Surzex is too busy. After all, he is a devil king. Aside from that, Rias is preparing to intercept Nibirius's experimental materials for artificial transcendence. Along the way, she can take those 2 kittens, Tuju Kaneko and Tuju Kuroka, under her wing and pet them every day. Even so, there is still a massive lack of data required for the experiment. If she followed her plan and played by the rules, it would take at least 10 years to reach this step. If she had a spiritual wish-granting machine like the Hogyoku, this process could perhaps be shortened to 2 years. Not just the third stage, the Hogyoku also holds great value for her Hakai Hotishiki, estimated to speed up her growth by more than 10 times. This is already quite a remarkable thing. Unohana Retsu, from my position, it is difficult to obtain such a thing. It wasn't just that she couldn't get it, Unohana Retsu's position didn't support it either. Unohana Retsu is a captain of the Godi I-13, belonging to the side of order. Additionally, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni has never truly trusted her, and to some extent, he even monitors her. Therefore, it is difficult for Unohana Retsu to do certain things. After all, her Zanpakuto is not Mirror Flower Water Moon. I can go to your world, that way, your involvement can be cleared. Rias, of course, I can't guarantee I won't cause trouble. At most, I can promise I will never intentionally destroy order. Whether to trade is up to you. It's just that something like the Hogyoku is of high value to me now, comparable to a 9 on a scale of 10. In 7 or 8 years, once my fusion equation is refined to a certain extent, its value will drop from 9 to a number smaller than 1. I must remind you that the value of the Hogyoku will decrease over time. Unohana Retsu, let me consider it. There is one more thing. Rias, I have an item here called Devil Chess Piece, which can transform other races into devils, with forms determined by Western chess. 1 king, 1 queen, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 bishops, and 8 pawns, 16 pieces in total. Among them, the king piece can increase one's strength by dozens or even hundreds of times. Even for you, it could provide at least a 10-fold increase. I can provide you with a Shinigami version of the Devil Chess Piece. In exchange, I need Kido, Spirit Path, Return, and a large number of Asachi to reverse engineer the manufacturing method of the Zanpakuto. Asachi are the prototypes of Zanpakuto, and for Unohana Retsu, they are easy to get her hands on because they are basic items. But getting a large quantity is not easy. Because Zanpakuto are composed of souls, it's not that easy to analyze and convert them into one's own system. A large number of Zanpakuto are needed for experimentation. But for Rias, such a thing might be very valuable. A Zanpakuto's shape, state, and abilities are forged using the Shinigami's own soul as a prototype. Shinigamis gain power by learning the name of the Zanpakuto given to them and engaging in a mental dialogue with it. If one reaches Aizen's level, merging the Zanpakuto with oneself, perhaps the second stage of the fusion equation could be completed through a shortcut. Unohana Retsu, the reason you could reach this level at your age is because you used that kind of piece. No. Ria smiled and said, although the manufacturing technique for the king piece has been deduced, I haven't had the chance to use it yet. King pieces do not exist in the underworld, they are more like urban legends. But without a doubt, Ajuka has the ability to manufacture them. He simply destroyed the manufacturing technology for the king pieces. However, as long as she understands the manufacturing method of devil chess piece, Rias herself can manufacture a king piece. Because she possesses a method to extract high-purity crystalline substances, the fusion equation. In fact, the finished product is almost ready. It just so happened to be right before joining the chat group. If she wanted to, she could cross the boundary to a devil king at any time through the devil chess piece. Although it won't allow her to complete the second stage of the fusion equation, an increase in demonic power is also a good thing. It must also be said that the relationship between Ajuka and Surzex is truly excellent. Due to his close relationship with Surzex, Rias can obtain most of what she wants, including technology that is a top secret in the underworld. Of course, something as significant as the king piece's manufacturing method was entirely deduced by Rias herself. Very well. Shinigami skills are easy to provide, but providing a large number of Asachi is somewhat difficult. Unohana Retsu, I can provide 10 Asachi at most. Any more, and the Godei 13 will notice something is wrong. Alright, let's leave it at that then. Rias thought about it and realized there was indeed no need to make things difficult for Unohana Retsu. The prototype of a Zanpakuto is an Asachi, and the raw material for an Asachi is a soul. A Shinigami eats and sleeps with their Asachi, and through accumulated training, they write the essence of their soul into the Asachi to create their own Zanpakuto. Perhaps Rias wouldn't need too much modification to directly integrate it into her own system. But wanting to reverse engineer it and deduce the forging method of the Zanpakuto would be somewhat difficult. 10 Asachi, as precious experimental subjects, are a bit few in number. She would just have to be careful during the experiments and try not to destroy the Asachi. Wait, there seems to be another way. The arena projects one's own power, including weapons. This can be confirmed by the fact that Rias's heavy particle destruction missile and Unohana Retsu's Zanpakuto were projected. If the arena is opened, studying Asachi within the arena means nothing would happen even if they were destroyed. Instead, valuable experimental data could be gathered. Rias, you only need to provide 2 Asachi. One for use, and one for experimentation. But in exchange, I need you to open the arena with me and conduct experiments in the arena until I have fully mastered the knowledge related to the Zanpakuto. Unohana Retsu, fine. The arena has several modes. Dual mode, group mode, teammate mode, etc., but notably, there is no solo mode. The reason for dragging Unohana Retsu into a 2-person mode was entirely because of that Jibril. Rias was very worried about her head being quietly sliced off while she was conducting experiments, which would be far too grotesque. Chapter 10, Soul Reaper Pieces. Before long, Unohana Retsu had obtained books on Zenjutsu, Hakuta, Hoho, Kido, and Return, as well as an Asachi. She sent them to Rias using the chat group's red envelope function. Rias responded, to create pieces that match the characteristics of you Soul Reapers, a large amount of erasure is required. Since I don't have anything like erasure on my side, you need to use this device to collect enough of it. After saying that, Rias sent a red envelope to Unohana Retsu. Inside were 10 energy collectors, each capable of gathering energy equivalent to that of a high-class devil. These energy collectors were built using the power reactor inside Agrias as a model. Compared to Agrias' power reactor, these collectors were quite simple and could be achieved with a standard formula. Unohana Retsu, how do I use this? Rias, there's a button in the middle. Pressing it will automatically absorb energy from the air. Try to see if it can absorb and store erasure. Unohana Retsu, it works. This process might take over 10 days, so please wait patiently for a while. Rias, I also need to organize the grimoires Jibril sent over and then provide corresponding books in return. I might be a bit busy during this time. Unohana Retsu, no matter, our soul society is still stable. Rias, MHM. Also, give the matter of the Hogyoku some careful thought. Unohana Retsu, I will. It wasn't that Unohana Retsa didn't want to agree, it was simply that Rias and Jibril were too dangerous. As for the arena, since it used projections, it didn't matter even if she died. But she couldn't be certain what consequences would arise if Rias were to come to her world. Jibril, at Rias, I want some too. Rias, these pieces are ineffective for you. They can't provide you with a boost, nor can they convert other races into the flu gel. The level of technology isn't high enough yet. I see, then never mind. Jibril, however, the corresponding technology is quite interesting. Can you trade with me? Rias, I will give you a corresponding return gift based on the value of your grimoires. Jibril, all right. After more than 10 consecutive days, Rias finally finished organizing Jibril's grimoires and completed the grimoire trade with her. Jibril's grimoires contained many high-level magic formulas. It was clear these had been plundered from other races. For example, there were experimental magic formulas from the forest spirit race. Those were techniques constructed by the forest spirit race and the fairy species to control the core of fantasy species. If this technique functioned normally, it could manipulate the giant species, fantasy species, and even the flu gel. The technique was so overly idealistic that Jibril mocked it relentlessly. Even so, this technique held extremely high value. If she hadn't joined the chat group, Jibril would have used the theory of this technique as a basis to override her own techniques, creating a self-destruction that formed a triple-strike ultimate attack to hunt a dragonkin alone. Even for Rias, this technique held considerable value. Finally finished organizing everything. Rias wiped her forehead. It wasn't just the grimoires Jibril sent, she also had to deal with her own. She sorted out the useful books and made copies to facilitate future trades. This had cost Rias a significant amount of effort. Neither the Gremory family nor Surzex would have imagined that the Demon King's sister had become a traitor to her race, using the knowledge of the Devil race for trade. The energy collection should be about done. Not long after, Unohana Retsa sent over the devices filled with Raisure. 10 devices in total. I wonder if I can succeed on the first try. Rias muttered as she stored the 10 devices in a subspace she had created, then flew toward the Gremory family's training ground. The training ground was also a otherworld space Rias had opened. All the magic formulas were constructed by her own hand. Even the Demon King Ajuka would find it difficult to observe the interior of this other world without alerting Rias. Arriving at the training ground in the other world, Rias took out an energy collector. The main function of the energy collector was at the bottom, while the top was a glass dome made of a special material designed to contain energy. It was similar to the Sekiseki from the Soul Reaper world, capable of blocking energy. The reason it could also block Raisure was because magic power wasn't the only type of power in this world. It should be said that magic power was a power unique to the Devil race. The power of angels and fallen angels was called the power of light, and the powers of other pantheons each had their own names. They were essentially different energies. Therefore, materials that blocked energy didn't just block magic power. Let's begin, then. A geometric, three-dimensional magic circle was constructed in her hands, with calculations inscribed upon it. This was Rias's fusion equation. This was an independent equation belonging solely to Rias, derived from Demon King Ajuka's Kankara formula. She opened the device, and a large amount of Raisure was released from the transparent glass dome, only to be contained within Rias's technique. The outermost layer of the fusion equation was an incredibly sturdy barrier. This barrier was meant to prevent energy loss from causing a massive explosion, in other words, to block an energy burst. The internal techniques consisted of small, three-dimensionally constructed square blocks that changed constantly like a Rubik's Cube. This was a vital part of stabilizing the fusion. The innermost part was a circle used to manipulate the fusion from a macroscopic direction, serving as the control console. The 3 layers of techniques were densely packed and extremely complex, as beautiful and pleasing to the eye as a work of art. Energy fusion, begin. The technique began to operate, and the internal Raisure started to collide under Rias's control. The technique provided an environment similar to high pressure for the internal energy, and it was extremely uniform and stable. After several qualitative changes, releasing energy, absorbing energy, releasing energy, absorbing energy, and repeating this cycle several times, the Raisure condensed into stable crystals under the influence of the technique. No accidents occurred. It seems that while the essence of the energy is different, there's no change in the fundamental elements. Rias murmured as she picked up a crystal. The crystal was sky blue, rectangular in shape, and full of sharp edges. It looked very beautiful. The interior seemed to sparkle and glow. Yet no one could realize what kind of energy was contained within. After countless purifications, it formed the raw material for creating king pieces. Let's start manufacturing the king piece. She slightly modified the technology within the devil chess piece, and soon, a piece in the shape of a king appeared. Unlike the black and white of the devil chess piece, this piece was sky blue. No accidents happened. Rias toyed with the piece for a while. Because of the characteristics of Raisure, this piece was more inclined toward the soul. In other words, a soul piece. Of course, calling it a Soul Reaper piece was also fine. The king was finished, and the other pieces were simple. Soon, Rias had put together a full set of Soul Reaper pieces. Sending the Soul Reaper pieces to Unohana Retsu, Rias said, "I've already sent you the control method. The pieces can be integrated or removed at any time. To avoid any accidents, let's open the arena and experiment first." Chapter 11, Zanpakuto. The arena was opened once more, but this time the two did not fight, instead standing together. Rias took out the Shinigami piece, and the arena projected it perfectly. "Let's test it first, see if there are any issues with the spiritual body." Rias handed the Sky Blue King piece to Unohana Retsu. "It's very beautiful. You've worked hard." Unohana Retsu took the piece and chuckled lightly. "It's just a normal transaction." Rias's black tail swayed. The adorable little girl looked utterly endearing. Especially with her serious expression, it made one want to kiss, hug, and lift her high. Involuntarily, Unohana Retsu gently patted Rias's head. Rias tilted her head, asking curiously, "What's wrong?" "Well, Miss Rias is very cute." Unohana Retsu praised, then casually withdrew her hand. "All right, let's get to the main task," Rias urged, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Looking at Rias's cute expression, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but smile, then used the method Rias taught to fuse with the devil piece. Soon, the piece fused into Unohana Retsu's spiritual body, then penetrated deep into her Ryuryoku core. The so-called Ryuryoku core is the life energy of the soul, the source that generates spiritual pressure. It is the spiritual pressure core possessed by a spiritual body, also the energy that sustains the spiritual body's life. If the Ryuryoku core leaves the spiritual body, that entity would die on the spot. Therefore, the Ryuryoku core is extremely important. Fortunately, the Ryuryoku core showed no issues. The piece entered the Ryuryoku core, then resonated, and the piece also gained Unohana Retsu's imprint. Compared to a Zanpakuto, the connection was even more intimate, and the piece seemed to become an extension of her will. After complete fusion, all pieces including the king resonated. The pieces also gained an energy attribute, and Unohana Retsu's spiritual pressure began to surge dramatically. Instead of the tenfold increase Rias had estimated, this king piece increased her spiritual pressure by a full 20 times. If she performed Bankai on this foundation, the increase might be much less, but the spiritual pressure had already completely surpassed that of the strongest Shinigami, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. However, if the two were to fight, Unohana Retsu might be at a significant disadvantage. After all, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni possesses the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. This is a Zanpakuto that stands at the pinnacle of magical damage. Aside from Zanpakuto like the Zero Squad monks which target names, it is basically an unsolvable weapon in the Shinigami world. If Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni has a weakness, it can only be his physical body. Even if heart, skill, body, and spiritual pressure are all trained to their limits, it still cannot change the fact that his body is a weakness. It seems to have succeeded. I'll send the Shinigami piece to you later. Rias nodded in satisfaction. What about you? Unohana Retsu asked, how is the Asachi? Haven't had time to experiment yet. Rias shook her head, then drew the Asachi she was holding. For Rias, this blade was simply too long. Fortunately, an Asachi undergoes some transformation after becoming a Zanpakuto, so Rias wouldn't have to carry such a large sword around every day. Sitting cross-legged in the air, Rias deployed her formula and began analyzing the Zanpakuto. Souls are the raw material. Rias murmured to herself. In the analysis of the magic formula, the raw material of this blade was a substance never seen before. Although never seen, its characteristics were close to those of a soul. This made Rias think of the Asachi's description: the raw material for Zanpakuto, like the white hollow created by Aizen Sasuke, is formed by fusing the souls of many Shinigami. This made Rias feel a bit uncomfortable, but fortunately, after forging, the Asachi had lost its attributes and personal imprints, washed clean into pure white. After a brief analysis of the material, next was the manufacturing technique. This was slightly more challenging. After briefly analyzing and understanding the composition of the Zanpakuto, Rias began experiments to form her own. Rias infused power of destruction into the Asachi. Soon, under her observation, she found the power of destruction naturally flowing within the Asachi, as if refining it. Simultaneously, the minimal special energy contained within the magic power was absorbed by the Asachi. The magic power itself bonded with the blade, and as the energy increased, the volume expanded. Perhaps magic power also has an affinity with souls, which is why it can form the energy required for a Zanpakuto. The blade of a Zanpakuto will become massive as energy increases, so at this point, the Zanpakuto needs to be compressed. Unohana Retsu said. She remembered the original work also had this concept. It seemed to be about a hollow shinigamification, then discussing the size of Zanpakuto with Shiba Ishin before being instantly killed. Compression, huh? Whether it's magic power or a blade, it seems concentration is indeed the essence. Rias chuckled lightly, then began compressing the blade. Soon, the Asachi returned to its original size. Simultaneously, a faint energy was absorbed, something Rias only discovered using her formula for observation. Although this energy was too faint for Rias to perceive directly, her fusion equation had already analyzed magic power to a certain degree, allowing her to realize what this energy was. To create your own Zanpakuto, you need to inscribe the essence of your own soul into the Asachi. Unohana Retsu had clearly realized this as well, but compared to Rias, she made this judgment based on a millennium of experience. She looked at Rias and said, "A Shinigami spiritual pressure contains a small amount of soul. This energy is the so-called essence. I imagine Miss Rias's magic power is the same. Not just spiritual pressure, in fact, things like blood and sweat also contain a small amount of soul. The vampires in No Game No Life can survive on just this small amount of soul. This amount of soul is very minute, acting as a person's special imprint, containing their essence. Because it's shed, a product like the body's natural metabolism, losing it has no impact. Fortunately, since birth, Rias has always been enveloped in a layer of power of destruction. Any naturally metabolized product would be directly destroyed. Disgusting things like cloning wouldn't happen to her." "I see." Rias nodded. Using the pure white soul within the Zanpakuto as a base, it absorbs the soul energy naturally dissipated by life, thereby assimilating the soul within the Zanpakuto, turning it into one's own subordinate. Is this why a Zanpakuto doesn't split one's own soul, causing soul damage, yet possesses its own soul, thoughts, and personality? Hearing this, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but look at Rias in surprise. Had she already analyzed the Zanpakuto to this extent? Truly remarkable. In that case, all I need to do is infuse a large amount of soul into my magic power, then pour it in. Rias murmured. Not the core soul, but an extension of the soul. Controlling the faint energy flowing within her body, Rias poured her soul into the blade. With active infusion, the blade changed after about an hour, forming into a Zanpakuto. The originally overly long blade also became smaller than a wakizashi, just the right size for the 3-year-old Rias to use as a weapon. And this entire process was completely recorded by Rias's formula. Amazing. Unohana Retsu exclaimed in awe. No matter how many times, it's astonishing. Even the most famous genius Shinigami in history needed a full year to accomplish this, yet you did it in just an hour. It's simply about being able to analyze all of one's own composition, then precisely control all the energy within the body. Rias said nonchalantly. Unohana Retsu said quietly, "Miss Rias, if you weren't so cute, you'd probably get beaten up." Chapter 12, Baryon Mode. It can't be helped, being cute is a resource too. Hearing this, Rias couldn't help but lightly finger her crimson long hair, looking both elegant and cute. "I am truly speechless." Unohana Retsu gently covered her mouth and smiled gracefully. "Next, let's try Asachi meditation and communicate with your Zanpakuto." Unohana Retsu said. "There's no need." Rias said calmly. Unohana Retsu looked at Rias strangely. "Through the formula, even in a faint soul, my will is still contained." Rias said, "I won't allow any power related to me to leak out, and that includes the Zanpakuto. Therefore, the resulting sword spirit is equivalent to my clone. In other words, I can freely bestow a name upon the Zanpakuto, thus forming the Zanpakuto I require." Hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed in Unohana Retsu's eyes. "How is that possible? I have never heard of such a thing." The leader of the royal guard, Hyasubichibai, is also the namer of all things in the Soul Society. His shirkai can release black matter from the blade, and any object it touches will lose its true name, thereby losing its power. Shirkai's true form, another way of saying bankai, ikemanji, takes the shape of a brush and can carve a new name onto objects whose names were erased by his shirkai. For example, if he carves black ant onto a target, that target will become as vulnerable and powerless as an ant. Although Rias does not possess the ability to erase true names, she can freely bestow a name upon her own Zanpakuto. This is because the soul within the Zanpakuto has been assimilated by Rias, becoming an extension of her will. The reason for this is to prevent new concerns from arising when she merges herself with the Zanpakuto. After all, if a Zanpakuto has its own soul and personality, it is no different from life, and Rias cannot be that ruthless. Rather than that, it's better not to create the other party in the first place. The power of the Zanpakuto originates from its name. A Shinigami Zanpakuto is usually named by the Shinigami subconscious. Rias tilted her head, looking utterly adorable, and said, "And I can use my subjective consciousness to give the Zanpakuto a name, thereby forming the ability I desire. Is that strange?" Unohana Retsu nodded slightly and said, "That is incredible." At this moment, Unohana Retsu truly realized how terrifying the opponent was. Is this what a devil is? A life form completely superior to a Shinigami. Even Jibril, who is said to be able to cut the ocean with just 5% of her full power, made her tremble, but not to such a profound degree. If Jibril represented immense power and an advanced life form, then Rias's frightening aspect lies in her growth speed and her unique mindset. What name are you planning to bestow upon your Zanpakuto? Unohana Retsu asked. It was decided long ago. Rias looked at the blade and whispered, your name shall be Hakai Hotishiki. In a sense, Rias is quite pragmatic. Soon, the Zanpakuto emitted a buzzing sound, continuously absorbing Rias's power, and subsequently, her spiritual pressure began to surge. Compared to before, it had increased by roughly 5 times. Given Rias's current high-class devil magic power, a 5-fold increase is almost catching up to Seraphal Leviathan, the Devil King. If she uses Bankai, she might surpass Seraphal in terms of magic power quantity. Coupled with the King piece, Rias's power is already infinitely close to that of the Transcendence. It should be comparable to the Juggernaut Drive. Excluding physical strength, fire, and poison, the 2 heavenly dragons can be considered quasi-transcendent level. And this is purely the quantity of magic power. There are no changes. Unohana Retsu asked, is it a physical type Zanpakuto? Zanpakuto are divided into physical type, elemental type, and Kido type. Physical types generally have no special abilities upon release, making them suitable for close-quarters combat. For example, Zangetsu. Elemental types are Zanpakuto that can manipulate natural substances like water, fire, ice, thunder, wind, and earth, and are generally used for medium to long-range attacks. For example, Ryujin Jaka. Kido types generally lack powerful destructive force, but their strange abilities often confuse enemies, allowing the user to gain the initiative in battle. For example, Kaiten Kayakatsu, the mature woman and the lowly. It should be considered a Kido type. Ria said, reversing the blade and plunging the sharp edge into her own heart. Boom. A terrifying roar erupted. Unohana Retsu, who was near Rias, was immediately blown away. After falling to the ground, Unohana Retsu was covered in blood. Struggling to get up, Unohana Retsu stared at Rias in shock. At this moment, one of Unohana Retsu's arms and one leg had vanished. This was merely the aftershock, yet it nearly killed Unohana Retsu, who was comparable to a god or devil. I apologize. I created this move before I obtained the Zanpakuto, but I hadn't used it. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to control. Rias said apologetically. She didn't use it last time in the arena because she was afraid of the side effects being carried over to her body. This time, it was activated by the Zanpakuto. Because her attention was focused entirely on the Zanpakuto, she ended up neglecting Unohana Retsu. Fortunately, this is the arena, and even death here won't affect reality. It's fine. Unohana Retsu used return to stop her bleeding, then looked at Rias with slight enthusiasm and said, is this your fusion equation? That's right. It's an extremely difficult power to control. In terms of sheer power, it has already reached the range of the Transcendence. Rias said, because it causes a chain reaction, once this state is activated, it will gradually burn me out. But I unexpectedly managed to control this mode through the Zanpakuto. Fusion equation stage 2, fusion of energy. By the way, would you like to experience it? Ria said, my Zanpakuto can not only be used on myself, but it can also forcibly activate the fusion reaction in others. If I stab the blade into the heart again, this chain reaction will be forcibly stopped, but I don't know if there will be any side effects. It's the arena anyway, and I'm already in this state. Unohana Retsu said with keen interest, completely unfazed by her missing limbs. I see. Rias approached, aimed the blade at her heart, and said, then I'm coming in. Please. As the slightly strange words fell, Rias plunged the white object into her body. In an instant, power similar to Rias's burst forth from Unohana Retsu's body. So strong. Unohana Retsu clenched her fist, then moved her body. Shuinpa, Flash Step, Kido, Spirit Path, Zangiki, Bankai. After testing all her skills, Unohana Retsu sensed the rapid depletion of her spiritual power and life force, and couldn't help but sigh, it's very strong, but also very dangerous. Indeed. Rias nodded and plunged the blade into the heart again. The chain reaction was stopped, and Rias breathed a sigh of relief. Pucci, her skin cracked open, and Rias was covered in blood. The Baryon mode puts an extremely high burden on the body. Despite being a devil, Rias's 3-year-old body is still too fragile. Fortunately, this level of burden is completely manageable, she just needs some time to recover. Chapter 13, The Strongest Couple. Rias attempted to use the power of return on herself, but unfortunately, she failed. Was it because of the characteristics of her magic power? Rias thought. Generally speaking, the healing method of return begins with restoring spiritual pressure. That is to say, first, spiritual pressure is channeled into the injured person's body. The recovered internal spiritual pressure and the practitioner's external spiritual pressure work together to restore the spiritual body. It can be said this is an ability specialized in healing soul injuries. However, this does not mean return cannot heal physical injuries. Return restores one's own soul form, thereby allowing the body to return to its original state under the soul's guidance. This is also possible. If she could master spiritual power, she could effectively protect her own soul and cultivate power related to the soul. In the world of High School DxD, there are places like Hell and the Land of Bliss. Under the premise of the world's rules, destroying a soul requires special means, but it is not impossible. If she possessed spiritual power, not to mention the issue of healing, even if she accidentally died, she would have the ability to transcend the rules and revive on the spot. Spiritual power isn't urgent, there are still many subjects to study. Although she unintentionally reached the second stage of the fusion equation, it was merely reaching it. What Rias wanted was true mastery. Physical training, combat experience, transformation of energy essence, research on spirits, observing her own fusion equation to achieve complete control, and so on. There were still many different matters. Especially after Rias's experiments, she discovered that a Zanpakuto does not have only one form of release. Just like Kisuke Urahara's Beneheim, it can possess various forms of attack. In other words, even the Shirkai of a Zanpakuto has much room for development. In particular, Rias did not name her Zanpakuto after the fusion equation, but after her unique combat method, the Hakai Hotishiki. For the Hakai Hotishiki, the fusion equation is merely a core part of it. In summary, although she indirectly achieved a stable fusion equation second stage through the Zanpakuto, she actually became busier. Inside the arena, Rias voluntarily surrendered and exited, sending the Soul Reaper piece to Unohana Retsu. Then, in the main world, she began recreating her Zanpakuto. Taking even less time than in the arena and achieving a more perfect result, Rias quickly created a new Shirkai method. The Hakai Hotishiki has 9 techniques, many of which Rias could achieve herself through magic formulas. But undoubtedly, using the Zanpakuto was easier and more convenient. Moreover, using the Zanpakuto was equivalent to automatic control, while using it herself was manual control. Using the Zanpakuto also did not hinder Rias from manually using magic formulas, which could be considered an additional combat method. As for Bankai, she also attempted it, but Rias judged that her Bankai was not yet complete. This was not strange because the release of a Zanpakuto is essentially according to the Soul Reaper's will. An incomplete Bankai is not because the Zanpakuto is unfinished, but because she has not yet perfected the Zanpakuto. These are two similar, yet different concepts. For example, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni Zanpakuto, its Bankai underwent tremendous changes between 1,000 years ago and the present. This was because he developed the Zanpakuto to a deeper level. The existence of the Zanpakuto undoubtedly could reduce Rias's research time. Having a finished product and a pre-developed concept are two completely different levels of difficulty. Time passed. In Rias's research, 3 months quickly went by. During these 3 months, Rias's subjects were resolved one by one, but they actually accumulated more and more. The more one understands, the more subjects are born. This is the natural order of the world. Rias was so busy that she practically spent all day immersed in the library, which greatly worried her family. Little Rias has been in the library for 3 months. What should we do if she continues like this? Rias's mother, Venelana, worried. Everyone has their own thoughts, we cannot force them. And little Rias is also trying to improve her strength. It's not something to be ashamed of. Zioticus pretended not to care, but a similar worry was revealed in his eyes. Venelana's hair is brown, she is from the Baal family. The source of Surzex and Rias's power of destruction is Venelana, while their hair color is inherited from the Gremory side. That is, from Rias's father, the current head of the Gremory family, Zioticus Gremory. But. Venelana leaned close to Zioticus's face, on the verge of tears, and said, that child is just too much of a shut-in. Don't say it's okay to be a bit of a shut-in now, what if she stays this way in the future? This. Zioticus was also left speechless. After Surzex inherits the position of Lucifer, the Gremory family will inevitably be inherited by Rias. However, from the looks of it now, Rias has no such interest. Continuing like this would obviously lead to major problems. What on earth should we do? Venelana murmured. How about asking little Surzex to think of a way? Zioticus said, or perhaps little Rias's sister-in-law, Graphia. With her abilities, she might be able to draw Rias out. Why don't you do it? Venelana puffed out her cheeks. Don't tease me, dear. Zioticus said with a bitter smile, you know as well as I do, I seem to have ruined one of little Rias's important experiments a month ago and got dragged to the training ground. I didn't think much of it at first, but I ended up getting thoroughly beaten up. A 3-year-old ultimate class devil. Venelana sighed. Apart from the characteristics of her magic power being slightly lacking, she might even be more outstanding than Surzek's was back then. Surzek's magic power was naturally abnormal, while Rias's is normal power of destruction, except it awakened at birth. The so-called magic power awakening is a characteristic of pure-blooded high-class devils. Each family has its own characteristics, but that is only superficial. Only by truly excavating it and causing the magic power to awaken can the magic power characteristics of a pure-blooded devil be maximized. Surzek's and Rias awakened naturally, but Surzek's magic power was more abnormal. Surzek's training was more about normal cultivation, while Rias would likely forge her own path. This is what Venelana and Zeoticus, and even Surzek's, believed. However, they did not want to hinder Rias from becoming stronger. The problem was that single-mindedly pursuing power while neglecting the family bonds most valued by the Gremorys could lead to issues. They still remembered Graphia's brother, Euclid Lucifuge. Although Euclid hasn't done anything yet, they had a premonition it was only a matter of time. Although they had confidence in Rias, the couple did not want to fail in their parenting. Devils are relatively heartless, but that does not include the Gremorys. Even in a family of complete villains, a good person can always be born. Just like how Dio was a villain, but his little bread Giorno was not. Can we only rely on little Surzek's? Zeoticus sighed and said, our son always does things so perfectly. If possible, I really don't want to add extra pressure on him. Who knows, maybe little Surzek's enjoys it. Venelana laughed. Having children who are all transcendents among devils, in a sense, this couple is the strongest. Chapter 14, Are You Speaking Devilish? When Surzek's was called back to the Gremory family, he finally understood Rias's problem. Although Surzek's deeply loved Rias, even to the point of being a doting brother, the Devil King's work was simply too busy. Instead, Graphia took care of Rias more often. Even so, Rias clung to Surzek's more. Unfortunately, this wasn't a brother complex, it was simply because Surzek's could transform. Unlike other devil's true form, Surzek's devil's true form involved transforming his physical body into an energy form, possessing extremely powerful strength even among transcendents. His true strength could reach the top 10 in the world. Even so, transforming dozens of times a day was an extremely heavy burden for Surzek's. If he didn't truly dote on his sister, Surzek's would probably have developed a sister phobia. After all, a real-life sister, hard to say. It is said that Miss Rias's strength has reached the level of a ultimate class devil, and she even defeated Lord Zeoticus, the head of the Gremory family. I am deeply interested in this. A cold glint flashed in Graphia's eyes, but the corners of her mouth slowly curled upwards. Compared to the gentle Gremory family, Graphia was too serious, even stern, truly a strict mother. As for her strength, Graphia's power was on par with the Devil King, and she was extremely powerful even among gods and devils. However, she didn't know that Rias's Hakai Hotishiki combined the advantages of Surzek's and Ajuka, two great transcendents, making it more difficult to deal with than imagined. Her maid outfit disappeared, replaced by casual clothes. There was holy light. Essentially, holy light is a reconstruction of matter, invisible to the naked eye. If it could be seen through, it would mean that the fabric had no effect, and the presence of holy light would be irrelevant. Don't know about others, but Rias was routinely surrounded by a layer of destruction energy. If there were any peeping method similar to X-ray vision, even the sight itself would be directly destroyed, and it would even trigger the counterattack mechanism of the power of destruction. That is, before they could see anything, their eyes would already be blind. Rias applied the concept of destruction more skillfully than Surzek's. If Surzek's was a skill type, and the original Rias was a power type, then Rias as a reincarnator was an all-rounder. A tap-tap knock on the door sounded, and after 5 or 6 seconds, the two, having received no response, walked in. At this moment, Rias was floating in the air, crossing her legs, reading a book. Her crimson long hair swayed slightly, and her cute tail seemed to be separated into 2 parts from her body, wagging around like a cat. The demon wings on her back were also entirely crimson, with red veins and slightly transparent wing membranes. This color. These wings, are they self-modified? Surzek's asked in astonishment. The power of the wings on Rias's back might not be comparable to his own, but it had already reached the level of a transcendent. Even more terrifying was that Rias could stably control this power of destruction. This meant that with just these wings, she possessed the qualifications to contend with transcendence. Brother. Rias snapped out of it and looked at Surzek's. Noticing his gaze, Rias blinked and smiled, you mean this? Because demon wings are ugly, I just casually modified them. Condensed higher-level power of destruction through the fusion equation, then life modified the demon wings. This is the finished product. Are you speaking devilish? Surzek's and Graphia looked at each other, speechless. Chapter 15, Sona Citri. Being able to accomplish this was entirely due to the core magic formula of the flu gel obtained through a transaction with Jibril, and the core interference magic formula used by the forest spirit race to control high-level life create. Although it couldn't be fully deciphered, it was still possible to adapt and apply the technique from the wing section. By overriding her own life form with the core interference technique, integrating the characteristics of the flu gel and the power of destruction, the appearance actually changed according to Rias's will. These wings not only possess destruction power comparable in quality to that of transcendence, but also had an extremely high affinity for space. With this, Rias mastered the special skill of the flu gel, heavenly transfer. It could be said that her current overall combat power was still below that of a transcendent, yet she already possessed traits that allowed her to fight against one. It was like leveling up with cheats. Can Ajuka's formula achieve this extent? Surzex murmured. This isn't Brother Ajuka's formula. Rias said quietly, it combines Brother Surzex's devil's true form, Brother Ajuka's Kankara formula, well, along with various knowledge and my own ideas, an independent formula derived from the Kankara formula, the Hakai Hoti Shiki. Just a slight lapse in attention, and Rias had actually reached this level. Although her magic power hadn't reached the point of surpassing demonic limits like Surzex's, this talent was simply even more abnormal than Surzex and Ajuka. Regarding this, Surzex couldn't help but become serious and asked, Little Rias, besides you, who else knows about these characteristics? You two are the only ones who know. Rias glanced at them and said. Well, they were the only ones in this world who knew. After modifying herself, Rias attempted to fight Jibril. Unfortunately, Jibril's power was stronger than hers, and even more terrifying were her essence, tactics, and experience. Their battle was practically like child's play. After 100 exchanges, her fighting style was completely deciphered, and then she was beheaded with a single strike. This also made Rias understand even more just how reliable the statement that the flu gel were weapons of war truly was. Is that so? That's good. Surzex said with a sigh of relief. Grafia beside him was the same, the two exchanged a glance, seemingly wanting to say something. It was too obvious, their thoughts. Before they could speak, Rias said disinterestedly, if you're going to tell me to conceal this power that is abnormal for devils, I refuse. Why? The first to speak wasn't Surzex, but Grafia. This power of yours is far too abnormal. If discovered, you'll be thrust into the spotlight, it's very dangerous. She said calmly, you should understand, Lord Surzex and I are trying to protect you. So what? Rias said indifferently, unlike the gentle brother Surzex, I walk the path of supremacy. While my wings were still unformed was a different matter, but now I have no need to hide myself. If someone appears before me as an enemy, I would actually be glad. Rias smiled and said, after all, the techniques I create also need testing. Rias's power was all-round, she was protected by the power of destruction every moment. She even slept very little now, having basically no obvious shortcomings or weaknesses. That power, which left assassins unable to find an opening, made warriors fear its might, and drove spellcasters to despair, absolutely did not need to shy away from anyone. Grafia was taken aback and wanted to continue persuading her, but was stopped by Surzex. Gently shaking his head, Surzex said, forget it. Just as little Rias says, she has a clear path. We just need to be her support. But Grafia was somewhat anxious. Surzex usually didn't manage affairs and was even henpecked. But as the true head of the household, once he truly made a decision, she simply couldn't change Surzex's will. Danger exists all the time. Surzex smiled and looked at Rias, saying, while there's no need to deliberately conceal it, little Rias, can you promise me not to deliberately display this power? At least for now, I have no such intention. Rias shrugged and said, at the very least, I need to wait until my Hakai Hoti Shiki is perfected. That's good. Surzex nodded. By the way. Surzex patted his head and said, your sister-in-law and I have finally come back for a visit. How about our whole family getting together? How about it? This was too soft. Grafia inwardly complained. Then let's get together. Rias showed a smile, then flew towards them. Aren't you going to retract your wings? Surzex asked. It's fine. Rias said, the wing form is crystalline, the power of destruction won't leak. Even if ordinary devils touch them, nothing will happen. After all, I'm not like Brother Surzex, who can't control the power of destruction of his devil's true form. Surzex gave an awkward laugh and couldn't help but marvel even more at Rias's talent. It seemed Rias had already carved out her own path. It was truly hard to imagine just what heights this child would reach in the future. Arriving at the dining room, Rias familiarly greeted her family members without the slightest shyness. Seeing that their daughter's social skills and relationship with the family were fine, the couple couldn't help but sigh in relief. During the meal, Surzex made a request for her to look after a child, and Rias agreed. Most of her time was spent in the arena with Unohana Retsu and perfecting the formula. An occasional break wouldn't be bad. Especially Sona Citri, Rias held a lot of goodwill for this bespectacled girl who appeared in the original work. Although only 3 years old, devils matured early, it should be interesting. With such thoughts, Rias felt some anticipation for tomorrow. Rarely returning to her room, she slept. The next day, Seraphal brought her younger sister, Sona Citri, to the Gremory family. "Hello, I am Sona Citri." Little Sona stood there nervously, small hands clutching her skirt, looking timidly at Rias. She wasn't wearing glasses. In fact, Sona wasn't nearsighted. Rather, a high-class devil having myopia would be the real issue. The future Sona wore plain lenses to establish her own positioning. That is, a strategic and tactical type high-class devil. Although she lacked the bespectacled girl attribute, she was still very cute like this. Rias couldn't help but think, then responded, Rias Gremory. Her crimson long hair fluttered in the wind, and her calm, lake-like eyes revealed an air of serenity. Her transcendent, profound aura beyond her years, along with her imposing and handsome demeanor, made Sona unable to help but widen her eyes, wanting to better imprint this beautiful scene in her mind. Chapter 16, Splendid Power. So, what do you think? Isn't my sister adorable? Seraphal, who was standing nearby, pounced over, rubbing her cheek against Sona's, chattering excitedly with a beaming smile. In terms of cuteness, my sister wouldn't lose either. Surzek seemed to be butting heads with Seraphal, looking like a silly brother and a silly sister having a dispute. Their shared characteristic was being veteran sistercon, no doubt. However, Surzek cared more about Rias's own will, while Seraphal wanted to monopolize her sister. They were different types of sistercon. But that's fine. If Surzek were like Seraphal, he'd be a total creep, and Rias would have to think about self-defense. Fortunately, Surzek was as gentle as ever. With that icy demeanor, how could she possibly be cuter than my Sona? Don't you think a girl like that is cool? Sona-chan is cutest when she's shy. Shy? I'd really like to see little Rias's shy expression too. Surzek momentarily lost himself, then revealed an expectant smile. Ehehe. Seeing Surzek's smile, Seraphal couldn't help but giggle foolishly too. The two looked at each other, unconsciously clasping each other's hands, their gazes as if looking at family. Watching them nearly start a fight only to bizarrely reconcile, Sona, who had originally intended to mediate, was dumbfounded, unsure what to do. Don't mind these two idiots. Rias glanced at them, then took Sona's hand and led her away, saying as they left, their relationship is better than you imagine. They grew up together since childhood and have been good companions working together for centuries. But having her hand held, Sona blushed and murmured, why were they arguing then? Precisely because they are friends, they can argue without holding grudges and then make up. Perhaps the process of arguing is also a wonderful experience for them. Rias looked into Sona's eyes and said, and from now on, you will be my friend too. Ever since I first laid eyes on you, I decided to raise you myself. These heartfelt words brought a blush to Sona's cheeks. She was so shy she didn't know what to do, lowering her head, not daring to look at Rias anymore. The Citri family's attribute is water. Do you like water? Rias asked. I like it. A crisp, childish voice rang out, and Sona couldn't help but show a faint smile. Good, then I'll take you to my secret base. Rias smiled, then took her to the back mountain. Watching the two leave, Surzek showed a gratified smile, while Seraphal beside him bit her handkerchief, muttering tearfully. Woo-woo, my sister has been taken away. Have you ever experienced true despair, Seraphal? Such a beautiful place. Sona gazed at the scene before her, momentarily entranced. A waterfall cascaded from a height, streams converged, flowers and trees resonated harmoniously, and countless small creatures lived in peaceful coexistence. Compared to the hellish scenes widely circulated in religious texts, this place was more like a fairyland. More importantly, she was by her side. Sona's eyes couldn't help but steal a glance at Rias, cautiously, like a small animal. Do you like it? Rias asked. Sona nodded excitedly. That's good. Rias took off her shoes and sat on the bank. Her adorable little feet dangled in the water, ripples forming. A breeze blew, instantly turning the summer heat into coolness. Want to try? It's very comfortable. Rias chuckled lightly. Rias, adorable Rias. Looking at her, for some reason, Sona's heart filled with warmth. Imitating Rias's actions, she gently touched the water's edge with her small feet. So cool. Sona thought for a moment and said, and comfortable too. That's good. Enjoying the breeze and the coolness brought by the water's ripples, the oppressive heat of the underworld environment didn't seem so harsh anymore. What does Sona-chan usually do? Rias asked. I just play with Seraphal sister. Other times, I study high-class devil etiquette. Sona stammered. I see. Rias nodded. And Lady Rias. Perhaps because Rias's demeanor was too beautiful, Sona unconsciously used an honorific. As for me, I'm working hard to become stronger. Rias said airily. Become stronger? Sona seemed unable to comprehend the term. Although she had the responsibility of inheriting the Citri family, Sona had a good sister who played with her every day. Moreover, Seraphol was different from ordinary people. She wouldn't easily let Sona come into contact with the darker side of the devil race, so Sona was very well protected. For example, does Sona like etiquette classes? Rias asked. Not really. Sona tilted her head cutely and said, because etiquette classes are tedious and not very useful, but mother says they're necessary. If you have enough power, you don't need to learn things like that. Rias said lightly. Is that so? Sona still couldn't understand. Then let me put it another way. If Seraphol were being bullied, what would you do? Rias asked. Sister being bullied. I can't imagine such a scene. Sona thought and said. I mean, for example, think carefully. Sona said, I would protect sister. What if your power isn't enough? Rias smiled. Then wouldn't you only be able to watch Seraphol get bullied? Sona murmured, it seems. I understand a little. Just a little, huh? Rias pondered slightly, then revealed a smile and said, Sona-chan, power is a very splendid thing. Look at this. Rias extended her hand, and from her palm emerged a swarm of red butterflies. Beautiful butterflies danced in the air, gathering together, looking exceptionally lovely. This scene made Sona's eyes widen, her heart filled with awe. So beautiful. Crimson, just like Lady Rias's hair. And next. Rias clapped her hands, and the butterflies returned to her palm, then transformed into a small red bird. A phoenix-like bird flew around Sona, scattering fragments of red light from the sky. Soon, the phoenix transformed again, becoming an eastern dragon dozens of meters tall, circling in the sky. The next moment, the dragon exploded, turning into countless red flowers that drifted down slowly from the air. The elegant posture and magnificent spectacle deeply captivated Sona's gaze. Though it lasted only 5 minutes, for Sona, time seemed to stand still in that moment. Chapter 17, Butterfly Dance. As the two chatted, Sona's expression was extremely excited, chattering away to Rias about something. Indeed, for children, any language is pale and powerless, because they cannot understand the profound meaning contained within words. But a direct, sensory experience might be something they remember for a lifetime. Was the scene just now beautiful? Who could have known that those cute little animals, condensed from power of destruction, possessed more power than missiles once they erupted? In terms of pure destructive attribute damage, the core's power even surpassed nuclear weapons. Not only that, but even Surzex couldn't manipulate power of destruction to that degree. Of course, condensing power of destruction into such scenes and animals was certainly possible. But to do it so smoothly, and to possess the ability for them to be touched without harming others, that was a power unique to Rias. As Sona grew up, she would surely come to understand the deeper meaning behind that beauty. It's getting late. Seeing the sky darken and Sona's somewhat sleepy expression, Rias chuckled softly. Happy times are fleeting, and soon it was time to go home. Can I come again? Lady Rias. Sona grabbed the hem of Rias's clothes and asked in a clear, childish voice. Of course. Rias said gently, you can come anytime you want. Rias liked children very much, especially cute, delicate little girls. Their innocent appearance could help Rias relax. Returning to her room, Rias picked up a book as usual and quietly read its contents. Countless inspirations collided in her mind, forming new lines of thought. Like the infinite, the boundless. It was like walking on a road with no end, where there were still unique sights along the way. Feels pretty good. Rias murmured softly. Bankai. Rias drew her Zanpakuto and said softly, Hakai Hoti Shiki No. 5, Beast of Destruction, Butterfly Dance. The Zanpakuto vanished, transforming into a mass of dark red magic power. The mass of magic power divided, continuously changing into numerous red butterflies. Fluttering their wings gently, the red butterflies danced, disappearing from their spots with each beat of their wings. Heavenly Transfer. This was a spatial movement ability unique to the Flu Gel. She had not only inscribed such a magic formula on her own wings but had also extended the technique to her power of destruction. Butterflies composed of power of destruction should have had no life, but Rias applied the Flugel's life-giving magic formulas to them. It specifically integrated concepts from parts of the Flugel's magic formulas, the forest spirit race's core interference techniques, Rias's Hakai Hoti Shiki, the existence form of the Zanpakuto, and various other ideas. They lacked complete intelligence but possessed unique thought patterns, and more importantly, they contained Rias's will, capable of acting as Rias's surveillance cameras. Each butterfly was equivalent to a subordinate life form created by Rias. Undoubtedly, this already touched upon the domain of life. Although, Rias was only using them to gather intelligence. The underworld was vast, unimaginably so. Within it, demons, fallen angels, shinigami, and even the hells of various mythologies, though not truly in the same space, existed in the same dimension. It was like the underworld attached to the human world was like a large bubble, and within that large bubble were many smaller bubbles. These were all part of the underworld, but they contained the hells and underworlds of various pantheons. To obtain what she wanted, Rias needed to condense many butterflies daily and distribute them across various underworld territories. And not just the underworld, but also the human world. Besides heavenly transfer, since the butterflies themselves were constructs of power of destruction, they would self-destruct if they encountered a crisis from which even heavenly transfer couldn't escape. But it would still take a very long time to spread these butterflies across the entire world. Magic power depleted, huh? Rias stretched lazily. The mass of magic power in her hand completely vanished, and the Zanpakuto reappeared in Rias's grasp. Just the butterflies she had created now numbered in the tens of thousands, but her magic power was still insufficient. So, she still needed to continuously train like this to increase her magic power. Physical training couldn't be neglected either. Although part of it was intentional magic power consumption, the duration she could maintain her Zanpakuto's release state was still not enough. Especially compared to someone like Valar Lucifer, who could maintain his juggernaut drive for a month, the gap between them was quite large. This was probably the difference in magic power between royalty and nobility. After all, only Risavim Lucifer was the biological son of the first-generation Lucifer and Lilith. Other lineage demons were created through magic formulas. Before her life form reached the level of transcendence, she was still considered a demon, so having a racial gap was only natural. But correspondingly, her combat power was something Valar Lucifer couldn't compare to. This was the difference between active cultivation and natural growth. Releasing the Zanpakuto meant unleashing its power and form, causing a significant increase in power, equivalent to juggernaut drive. The corresponding consumption also increased. Because her internal energy was gradually becoming insufficient, Rias fused the forged king piece into herself, but it still wasn't enough. It could be said that Rias's base state had reached Mao class. Releasing the Zanpakuto would further enhance this base, and Bankai would increase magic power consumption while allowing her to reach a level surpassing ordinary Mao class. If she used Bankai's special ability, Hakai Hotishiki No. 9, True Form of Destruction, Baryon Mode, she could elevate to the transcendent level, but the physical strain was immense. For this reason, Rias modified her own body. That pair of red demon wings was the result. That was the third stage of the fusion equation, high-density magic power condensed into crystals. The mass contained within might be on par with Surzex's. So even without using Baryon Mode, she possessed the power to fight against ordinary transcendence. If it were the disgrace of the transcendence, Risavim Lucifer, perhaps he'd get a beating. The reason for using Bankai to create butterflies was also the difference between manual and automatic. Directly investing magic power, followed by the construction of the magic formula, was much more convenient than manually constructing the technique herself. Truly, humanity progresses for the sake of laziness, though she wasn't human. Speaking of which, if only I could successfully complete the research on the element subject. Rias murmured. Among the element given by Jibril, Rias placed a magic power crystal. The element surrounded the magic power crystal, absorbing its energy. Once full, a portion would grow, while another portion would split. No wonder the elementals was called life. They were no longer just a manifestation of energy but truly sentient beings. Although their sentience in this state was very weak, they would eventually become life in the truest sense. Equivalent to the elementals as offspring. If I could thoroughly research the essence of element and apply the magic formula to all the butterflies, they would be able to self-replicate. Chapter 18, Arena, Melee Mode. If I can thoroughly research the essence of spirits and apply the magic formula to all butterflies, they will be able to self-divide. Only when butterflies possess both growth and self-proliferation abilities can they truly be considered life. Overall, there are currently only two subjects concerning spirits. One is the self-proliferation of spirits, and the other is the energy conversion of spirits. After all, they absorb magic power but produce the unique spirit power of spirits, which clearly involves the issue of energy conversion. Perhaps, spirits are the source of producing spirit energy. Of course, fantasy species and god species are exceptions. The former creates its own world, and the latter are the embodiment of concepts themselves, so spirit power is naturally under their control. At Rias Gremory. The interface in her mind vibrated, catching Rias's attention. Rias, at Jibril, what's wrong? Jibril, divine relics, are there any more? Did you break it? Rias, isn't there the arena? Jibril, but you won't play with me. Arena, for combat. At least 2 people are required to open the arena. With more than 2 people, melee mode and team mode can be started. Jibril couldn't open the arena alone, so even though she was careful, she accidentally broke the divine relic she traded for. However, why don't we play with you? Don't you know in your heart? Jibril, so boring, I want to play with you too. There are 2 conditions. Rias, first, you have to promise not to attack us. Okay. Jibril, anyway, I won't get their heads, so there's no point in attacking. That's why you're not well liked. Rias said speechlessly, even if you claim to be a weapon, you have self-awareness and should be able to distinguish between friend and foe. At least until you can interact as a friend, rather than as prey whose head you temporarily can't hunt, I won't reject you. Jibril rolled around in the air, feeling a bit guilty. Reading Rias's message, she couldn't help but scratch the back of her head, somewhat dejectedly saying, wasn't I completely seen through? For her, only the flugel themselves could be considered companions. Other races, even the fantasy species and god species whose sequence was above theirs, were merely prey. It could be said that their minds only held 3 concepts, Artosh as their lord, the flugel as companions, and others as prey. At most, at the lord's messenger, the flugel capital, and the fantasy species of Onheim. There was no such concept in her mind, so peaceful coexistence was truly difficult. I'll try, this might be something that happens sooner or later. Jibril murmured, even she had to admit that Rias's progress speed was extremely abnormal. As if without limits, who knows when even she herself would be surpassed. Moreover, that fusion equation, its effect after an attack was too astonishing, increasing the power of ordinary attacks by more than 10-fold. It's hard to imagine how powerful the 3rd stage of the fusion equation would be once completed. Perhaps, as Rias said, its power could shake the Lord, Artosh. And Rias, who created such a magic formula, inherently possessed the qualification to be taken seriously by Jibril. It was precisely because of this that such a thought arose in her. Jibril, I'll try my best. All right. Rias, at Unohana Retsu, what do you think? Unohana Retsu, well, if Miss Jibril can control her behavior, I don't mind. In fact, Unohana Retsu didn't dislike Jibril because she was too pure. That kind of purity made Unohana Retsu somewhat envious. Unohana Retsu even proactively challenged Jibril, but Jibril quickly lost interest and simply dealt with her. For Jibril, Unohana Retsu was simply too weak. This weakness was not only compared to the energy level but also the gap in racial talent. Jibril's life level was too much higher than a Shinigami's. Unohana Retsu couldn't threaten Jibril at all. No, just based on racial characteristics, Unohana Retsu's full power slash couldn't leave the slightest mark on Jibril. Although the Shinigami, a other-world race, would increase the rarity of a head, Jibril had lost interest in Unohana Retsu when she couldn't obtain it. This is truly a sad story. Only someone like Rias, who immediately seemed to have infinite potential, would attract Jibril's attention. In that case, I'll send an arena invitation. Rias, it just so happens that there are many aspects of the Flugel's core magic formula that I find difficult to understand. Let me study your body, and in return, I will help you adjust the formula of the equation. That sounds so lewd. Jibril, but okay. Rias, don't push the baby carriage. Ding. Rias Gremory invites you to the arena, melee mode. Accept. The next instant, Jibril's consciousness went to the arena. For the outside world, the time spent in the arena, no matter how long, ultimately felt like an instant. However, this instant did not include members of the chat group. So, in a sense, the time in their 3 worlds was not entirely synchronized. At least, Jibril could observe all of Rias's experiments from the arena. Yes, observing. Wow, little Rias is getting cuter and cuter. Jibril flew over and couldn't help but rub Rias's cheek. Red hair, truly beautiful. Jibril said, a trace of saliva involuntarily appearing at the corner of her mouth, looking very covetous. Don't forget what I told you. Rias rolled her eyes at Jibril. She understood at a glance that Jibril was simply coveting her head. Eehee. Jibril scratched the back of her head, trying to cutely muddle through. You flugel like to flaunt heads as trophies. But no matter what, after death, they only retain the value symbolizing a trophy. For friends, don't you think living ones are more valuable? Rias couldn't help but say. That's true, Jibril thought for a moment and said, it's just that I never had such a thought before. After all, the only exception that could stand on equal footing with the flugel was Avonheim. After all, he was Artosh's messenger. Now there's Rias-chan. So I'll try my best. That's good. Rias nodded. No matter how unique Jibril's values were, as long as she was willing to humble herself and try to change, Rias would not reject her. What's more, Jibril is also a cute girl. Although the flugel, like the ex machina, has no reproductive function. but 2 girls don't need it, right? Chapter 19, the similar essence of group members. Densely packed formulas formed a 3-dimensional geometric shape, enveloping Jibril. These magic formulas were Rias's analytical formulas, their precision could even reach the microscopic level, but they were extremely difficult to control. An average person would need team coordination and the assistance of props to use them. Only the Devil King Ajuka could be compared to Rias in terms of her level of control over magic formulas. And it was well known that Ajuka's magic trait leaned toward the control of magic formulas, which was why he possessed that level of control. However, it would be great if life could evolve to the point of seeing the microscopic realm with the naked eye. Although she was skilled, the act of deploying a magic formula itself was a flaw, albeit a minor one. For instance, the flu gel, their very essence was magic formulas, and traversing space was as simple as breathing for them. Aside from a lack of growth potential and certain specific functions, they were simply the most perfect God-made life forms. Above them were the dragonkin, manipulating time was as natural as breathing to them, an inevitable process of their life's movement. They had no concept of deploying a magic formula. Oh my, this feeling is really a bit boring. Jibril said disinterestedly, I originally thought it could be more interesting. Like what? Rias asked casually while observing the operation of Jibril's core magic formula. Doing something more interesting. Jibril wore an intrigued expression, looking at Rias as if she were a fascinating toy. Her wings broke through Rias's magic formula, and the wings at her waist brushed against Rias's cheek. Instead, a strange blush appeared on Jibril's own face. Rias grabbed Jibril's wing and stroked it gently. The smooth feathers felt very comfortable to the touch, while her eyes observed the mysteries of the magic formula's operation. It was simply double the happiness. Yunya. Jibril showed an expression of enjoyment. Rather than a cat being petted, Rias felt like she was seeing the female cat she had raised in her past life arching its back and being petted by her. Does the flu gel have a mating season too? Rias couldn't help but ask. How could that be? Jibril said with narrowed eyes, it's just that little Rias's technique is too good, it makes me feel very comfortable. That sounds a bit erotic. Rias couldn't help but complain, the wings of the flu gel are entirely composed of the spirit gallery, they're the core of the flu gel and also their most sensitive part. She didn't finish her sentence, but it was clear that Jibril and Unohana Retsu, who was standing nearby, fully understood the meaning behind Rias's words. Unohana Retsu narrowed her eyes, her smile becoming even gentler, though a faint black aura seemed to be rising behind her. Jibril, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Oh, we of the flu gel don't have the biological instinct for reproduction. Jibril said casually, on the contrary, this is the first time I've had my wings stroked like this. Your technique is truly too good, it feels very comfortable. Unohana Retsu's expression softened slightly, it seemed she had misunderstood. After all, one was a god-slaying weapon and the other was just a young girl, they couldn't be measured by the values of ordinary humans anyway. Perhaps it was a relationship like a pet and its owner. Then again, why had she thought in that direction? Could it be that her own thoughts were too erotic? Unohana Retsu was shocked. So it turns out I'm the pervert. While playing around, she continued to analyze the magic formula. After about 2 hours, Rias obtained some good data. All right. Releasing the analytical formula, Rias let out a slightly weary sigh of relief. If you're tired, it's okay to rest for a while. Unohana Retsu said. It's fine. Rias shook her head, I'm a devil, after all, I won't collapse that easily. Pushing yourself too hard will have the opposite effect. Unohana Retsu reminded her. Yeah, I'm okay. Rias stretched, a smile playing on her lips as she said, back in my world, I found a very good way to relieve pressure recently. Oh. Is there a war going on over there? Jibril suddenly flapped her wings and leaned her face in close. Don't you think you're very similar to Azrael right now? Rias complained. Azrael fawned over Jibril, and Jibril fawned over Rias, it really left one speechless. Even Rias herself didn't know why Jibril was so interested in her. Is that so? So that's how that idiot usually feels. Jibril murmured upon hearing this, no, that's not right, there's a big difference. Whether it's the feeling of closeness or the lack of repulsion in our interaction, that's also different. Rias understood Jibril's feelings. Because Azrael truly loved Jibril, treating her as her most favorite and cherished younger sister. Jibril, on the other hand, was more interested in Rias's head, although a shift in perspective had led to a strange sense of closeness between them, it was at most the closeness one feels for a friend. There might be slight differences, but they shouldn't be significant. It's not a war. Rias shrugged and said, I don't look forward to things like war. If I ever start a war in the future, it definitely won't be for the sake of fighting, but for a clear purpose. That's different from the flu gel, isn't it? Of course. Though right now, I don't have any such thoughts. Does little Rias not like it? Jibril tilted her head and said, war. Happily slaughtering, crushing, and ravaging the enemy, I think that's the most beautiful thing in the world. Flapping her wings and looking as cute as a small animal, Jibril uttered these shocking words. Her matter-of-fact tone spoke of the cruelty of her values. Rias offered no judgment on this. Everyone had their own way of living and their own values. Rias had no intention of forcibly changing another's will. That kind of thinking was itself arrogant and very repulsive. I don't look forward to that sort of thing, Rias said. I just want to be the master of my own fate. I don't seek to harm others, but I won't allow others to harm me either. Isn't it a very interesting thing to grow stronger through one's own efforts? The process itself is full of fun, just as Ms. Unohana is obsessed with battle and slaughter, and the flugel are themselves god-slaying weapons of war. Each of us has similar yet essentially different values and preferences. I see. Jibril's eyes sparkled. She finally understood why she was drawn to Rias. An essence similar to the flugel, and that will of a weakling wanting to become stronger. This essence was very apparent and deeply attracted Jibril. Because this was also Jibril's own way of life. Though she didn't follow a formal philosophy, she indeed acted in this manner. Challenging the white dragon was a case in point. Even as a weakling, she would throw punches at those who were stronger. As she grew stronger, she would experience that joy. Undoubtedly, that was the ultimate enjoyment. All right, next, I'll help you set up the fusion equation. Rias said with a smile. Chapter 20, a Zanpakuto formed from high-concentration souls. Converting this formula is simply too difficult. Rias couldn't help but sigh. The difference between magic and spirit power, as well as Jibril's characteristics as life, were all key obstacles for her. Of course, Jibril could naturally perform a fusion attack using a magic formula. However, the process of deploying a magic formula was unnecessary for the flugel, so they were trying to find a way to directly deploy the second stage of the fusion equation. This was something Rias herself hadn't completed yet, relying entirely on a shortcut provided by her Zanpakuto. Just as Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's Bankai could reach the temperature of the sun's core, without his Zanpakuto, he wouldn't be able to reach that temperature through Kido, spirit path, alone. Rias's research was the same. Despite having the data, she still hadn't finished it. Yes, it is indeed very difficult. Despite saying that, Jibril was more persistent than Rias. Even though it was extremely hard, she wasn't impatient at all. However, the data is sufficient. It won't be long before stable fusion is achieved. We'll be able to increase or decrease the fusion reaction and start or stop the chain reaction as we please. It's just that modifying my core magic formula is a bit difficult. Jibril said with certainty, then exclaimed in wonder, Rias-chan, your talent truly surprises even me. Wouldn't it be easier to just use a Zanpakuto? Unohana Retsu suddenly spoke up, a Zanpakuto's power is inherently a part of oneself. Why reject it? A magic formula that cannot be deployed and controlled freely by oneself, but instead requires a special weapon to achieve its purpose, inherently has flaws. For instance, it's not impossible for you Shinigamis to lose your Zanpakuto. Rias shrugged and said, it's not rejection, I just want to master it. That weapon, huh? Jibril thought for a moment and replied, it looks quite fragile. That's true. Rias nodded and said, this kind of weapon probably wouldn't be useful to you, even if I developed. Wait, hold on. Rias suddenly thought of something and fell into deep thought. What is it? Jibril tilted her head. I just had a thought. Rias pondered, then deployed a formula. This time it was a research and development formula. As Rias moved, a 3D model appeared before them. Is this an Asachi? Unohana Retsu asked. That fragile blade. Jibril showed little interest. The reason she wasn't interested in Zanpakuto was because of Unohana Retsu's performance. Her Zanpakuto was too weak. When Jibril was in the arena spectator stands for the first time, she could roughly understand the limits of that blade even without touching it. Jibril, I want to extract a portion of your soul. Rias said. As you wish. Jibril blinked, also considering a possibility. Jibril was classified as life because, for higher races, there was no clear boundary between the physical body and the soul. The soul concentration between life and living beings differs vastly, and the same applies to the Asachi. The raw material for an Asachi is the souls of Shinigamis. Since those Shinigamis were lower races to Jibril, she naturally thought such a blade was fragile and useless. In fact, if Jibril were to fight a Shinigami, their weapons would be snapped in an instant. Even Ryujin Jaka, without the protection of its high temperatures, would be snapped directly. Even so, with a bit more spirit power, even a blade comparable to the temperature of the sun's core could be snapped. That was the terrifying nature of Jibril. But what if a Zanpakuto were forged using Jibril's own soul? This was exactly what Rias was thinking of now. To reiterate, Jibril is life, there is no clear boundary between her soul and body. Even extracting a portion of her soul wouldn't harm Jibril's essence. You've already deduced the method for forging a Zanpakuto? Unohana Retsu asked in surprise. The structure of a Zanpakuto isn't complex, it's not some high-level item. Rias said nonchalantly. Unohana Retsu was speechless, while Rias had already extracted the corresponding amount of soul from Jibril. How do you feel? Rias asked. The consumption isn't much, I'll recover it in a while. Jibril said casually. These souls were completely insignificant to Jibril. Seeing this made Unohana Retsu's eyelids twitch. Although she had tried to hold Jibril in high regard, she had still underestimated her. This amount of soul was larger than her own, not to mention its quality. And after extracting so much, Jibril said she could recover it in a while. This was simply too terrifying. Although forging an ecchi requires washing the soul into its purest state, since it's for your own use, there's no need for that. As Rias spoke, she used those souls to directly synthesize a Zanpakuto. That's right, Rias wasn't just forging a Zanpakuto. She had fully understood its principles and mechanisms and was synthesizing it directly from its core source. It took a full 5 hours for Rias to finally manufacture the Zanpakuto. Incredible. Unohana Retsu gazed solemnly at the Zanpakuto. Indeed. Jibril also couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The density and energy pressure alone made Unohana Retsu break out in a cold sweat. This blade was simply too powerful, even if it clashed with Ryujin Jaka, it probably wouldn't suffer any damage. It's not enough. Rias said. The two of them couldn't help but look at Rias, their gazes filled with shock. Even Jibril was very satisfied with this weapon, yet Rias felt it wasn't enough. The weapon is barely sufficient, but only in terms of attack. For the flu gel, it has clear shortcomings. Jibril had just tested it. Because Jibril wanted to pierce the defenses of the dragonkin, after Shirkai, the weapon would transform into a scythe, a sword, or something similar according to her will. The form after Shirkai changes according to her will, so the appearance doesn't matter. What's truly impressive is that Shirkai can forcibly compress spirit power to an even thinner degree. This reminded Jibril of the spirit weapons of the dwarf race. Those runts' weapons were somewhat clever, if Jibril stood still, they might even pierce her defensive magic formula. You should know that the Flugel's defensive magic formula was personally constructed by Artosh. It was only later that Jibril, distrusting Artosh's technique, overrode it and reconstructed a new one herself. So, being able to pierce Jibril's defensive magic formula was already quite a remarkable feat. It was the thought of the dwarf race's spirit weapons and her conviction to pierce the dragonkin's defenses that gave her Zanpakuto such a released form. And Bankai is simply based on the released form, violently and massively consuming her own power to create a terrifying explosion. If combined with Heavenly Strike to transform her entire body into nerves linking to the spirit corridor, instantly condensing a massive amount of power for an explosion, it might produce power even greater than a simple Heavenly Strike. Shirkai to pierce the opponent, Bankai to directly pour all her power into the blade embedded in the opponent's body, creating an explosion. Perhaps even the dragonkin could be hunted. Yet, Rias actually said this wasn't enough. Chapter 21, 2 Optimization Concepts for the Zanpakuto. You are all too easily satisfied. Rias said, just like reading a grimoire, every time you look at it, you gain different insights. The same logic applies to magic formulas and weapons. The weapon is indeed strong enough, but there is clearly room for improvement. How can it improve? Jibril frowned. This weapon has already reached its limit. At most, I could only instill my power into it, giving it higher density as my power grows. I really can't imagine how this could become stronger again. What about you, Miss Unohana? Rias smiled slightly and looked toward Unohana Retsu. I don't know. Unohana Retsu thought for a moment and eventually could only shake her head. Her way of thinking was vastly different from Rias's. She simply couldn't imagine where such a blade would still have room for optimization. At the most basic level, there are 2 areas that can be optimized. Rias said. 2. Unohana Retsu and Jibril exclaimed in surprise. First, a weapon is ultimately just a weapon. Rias looked at Jibril and asked, what is your greatest weapon? Heavenly Strike. Jibril ventured. I'm not talking about attacks, I'm talking about weapons. Rias shook her head. Myself. Jibril realized. Exactly. That is the biggest difference between high-ranking races and low-ranking races. Rias smiled. You yourselves are the strongest weapons. For the flu gel, that is still considered an external object. Therefore, Rias said calmly, the next step is to reconstruct your magic formula based on your physical body, so that the Zanpakuto is not an external object but an extended part of your body. I see. Jibril's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but pounce on Rias, pulling her into an embrace. You are absolutely amazing. Jibril rubbed her cheek against Rias's, her expression full of excitement. Ahem. Unohana Retsu coughed, wanting to interrupt the scene, but she was ignored by Jibril. All right, get down. Rias pulled Jibril off her. Before long, Jibril regained her composure, and Unohana Retsu asked. Then what about the second point? Sacred gears, Rias said. The concept of a sacred gear is to use the owner's thoughts as nourishment, constantly changing and evolving to become stronger and stronger. In other words, as long as we construct a core magic formula, it can grow stronger and gain more functions along with your thoughts. Essentially, a humanoid sacred gear. Rias smiled. The flu gel themselves are constructed from magic formulas. As Jibril's thoughts change, the magic formula itself evolves, which is equivalent to her evolving herself. What a terrifying concept. Although Rias's strength was still weak, this level of thinking was what was truly frightening. Even though she was called an anomaly among the flu gel, Jibril was far inferior to Rias in this regard. They couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. Both possessed a similar sense of abnormality, but the possibilities Rias held far surpassed Jibril's. Anyone who looked at Rias would feel a sort of invisible attraction. And perhaps this abnormality was exactly what attracted Jibril. The two of them couldn't help but marvel. Soon, a look of confusion appeared on Jibril's face. What's wrong? Rias asked, looking at the troubled Jibril. I don't know how to give back. Jibril said, troubled, if it were plundering, I would take it for granted. What I desire, I kill to take, that is the same as a gift from heaven. But this isn't plundering. I'm wondering what kind of thing can repay the trade with you. But right now, no matter how much I think, I can't think of anything that can repay your help. So that's it, Jibril really is a simple child. Rias couldn't help but show a faint smile. It's very simple. Rias smiled and said, if you can't find anything to give back, then keep it in your heart. There's no need to force it, just follow your heart. Besides plundering and trading, there are other concepts, and that is friendship. Rias said, this kind of giving that comes from friendship doesn't need to be divided so clearly. As long as you have that thought in your heart, it's enough. Hearing this, a look of astonishment appeared on Jibril's face. That's very strange. Jibril murmured. How can such a thing exist? Before me, has anyone ever traded knowledge with you? Rias asked. No. You are the first existence to propose a trade with me. Subconsciously using honorifics, Jibril shook her head. Exactly. Rias flew up and patted Jibril's head, saying, there are still many unknown things in the world, and many things and concepts you haven't understood yet. Turning the unknown into the known is not just a manifestation of fear, the process itself is a form of enjoyment. It's okay if you can't understand it now. Think about it slowly, and you will eventually find the answer and come to understand it. Don't push yourself too hard. Rias's gentle voice and that small palm made Jibril's eyes sparkle with an unusual light. So amazing, even more amazing than Senior Raphael. Without even Rias or Jibril herself noticing, an emotion of admiration had risen in Jibril's heart toward Rias. In the process of their time together, Jibril had already been influenced by Rias, which was why she was attracted to her. It was also because of this that Jibril cared about Rias. Let's take it step by step. Rias stretched and smiled. I will teach you the analysis formula. You can try to construct the magic formula yourself. I still have my own topics to research. The conversion of energy properties was now a must. Rias wanted to release Kido, spirit path, and return, so this was something that had to be researched. The conversion of energy properties, as well as the conversion and fusion of energy characteristics, were all necessary courses. After teaching the analysis formula to Unohana Retsu and Jibril, the three began their respective research. Is this really okay? Unohana Retsu asked, didn't you initially want to use the fusion equation to exchange for the Hogyoku? By letting me participate in the research directly, aren't you going against your original intention? You said it yourself, that was the original intention. Rias smiled and said, just as I told Jibril before, a trade is a trade, but now we have become friends. Researching together is obviously faster than me researching alone. Although the give and take wasn't equal, since they had become friends, there was no need to care too much about such things. This was Rias's way of thinking. This might be hard for many people to understand, but for those she recognized, Rias didn't care that much about profit. So now, the fusion equation was being researched by the three of them together. Chapter 22, Jibril wants to give back. Unohana Retsu, being a millennium-old Shinigami, could understand Rias's thoughts. Even so, she couldn't help but be amazed by Rias's magnanimity. Thinking carefully, both Rias and Jibril were good children. Although Jibril's initial performance had made her very wary, Rias was completely different. If it was her, perhaps she could be trusted. If you have time, you can come visit my world. Unohana Retsu said suddenly. Rias looked at Unohana Retsu in surprise, then nodded and said, maybe in a few days, my world has some problems that need solving recently. The reason Unohana Retsu made such a decision was not only because she was moved by Rias's actions, but also because she acknowledged Rias's character. Since that was the case, Unohana Retsu would no longer be wary of what bad things Rias might do if she went to her world. If you're free, you can also come to my side. Jibril smiled sweetly. Master, Lord Artosh is very interested in you, and of course, my sisters are as well. Yes, as the local host, I will also protect you and won't let you be harmed. This time, her words carried no killing intent. It wasn't a façade, Jibril truly thought so from the bottom of her heart. Unknowingly, Jibril had been changed by Rias. Using you as a formal honorific sounds a bit awkward coming from you. Rias couldn't help but say. How could it be? Jibril said, you possess the qualities that earn my respect, this is admiration from the bottom of my heart. Well, suit yourself. Rias didn't really mind. Speaking of which, Miss Jibril, don't you want to come to my world anymore? Unohana Retsu chuckled. I'm busy, I have no interest in a bunch of ants. Jibril glanced at Unohana Retsu, her tone showing no fluctuation. For Jibril, if she liked something, she liked it, if she hated it, she hated it, if she was interested, and if she wasn't interested, she truly wasn't. Perhaps there was a tiny bit of interest, but clearly, its proportion in her heart had dropped. That really is a pity. Unohana Retsu smiled very brightly. Unknowingly, she herself had been influenced. All of this was brought about by Rias, the little cutie who called herself a devil. For the first time in 1,000 years, her heart felt so at peace. She's truly an incredible person, such a change seems quite nice as well, Unohana Retsu thought. Soon, 3 days had passed, and Rias couldn't help but yawn. Although the research had progressed, there were no fundamental breakthroughs. However, for Jibril, it could be considered a breakthrough. Although no breakthrough progress was made in the 3 areas of magic formula and sacred gear concepts, and the fusion equation. Using this power briefly was no longer a problem. After teaching the construction formula of the Zanpakuto to Jibril and returning to reality, Jibril was the first to manifest the Zanpakuto into reality. Although there was still room for improvement, it didn't mean the current Zanpakuto was useless. A Zanpakuto, combined with the first stage of the fusion equation. The Shurikai would cut into the opponent's body with its sharp edge, and then the Bankai would gather power into the blade to explode inside the opponent. Simultaneously with the explosion, the first stage of the fusion equation would be activated, energy fusion. This would result in an explosion of power beyond imagination. According to calculations, this power might already be capable of dragon slaying. At this moment, another matter was bothering her. How could she give back to Rias? Although Rias said it was enough to just keep it in her heart, she was not a shameless person. To take blindly without giving back, instinctively, she was unwilling to do that. Right, knowledge. Jibril thought back to what Rias had said before. What she owed was not just the concept of this technique, but also the previous debt, information on the existence form of the dragonkin. That information involved capturing some Balan from the forest spirit race and giving them to Rias, because she hadn't cared before, she almost forgot. All the knowledge of the forest spirit race. Jibril murmured, but I still feel it's not enough. Right, little Rias likes techniques, perhaps she would like the bones of dragonkin, or maybe giant species and fantasy species. But little Rias is very busy now, I'll wait for a while before mentioning it. Jibril thought. Regarding fantasy species and giant species, she had the record of subjugating them single-handedly. Now she only lacked the achievement of soloing dragonkin and god species. No, last time the Flugel collectively tried to subjugate a god species and failed, clearly, she was still far off. Dead fantasy species were fine, but to capture one alive, she was still lacking too much. In comparison, Rias preferred them alive. Moreover, trophies like heads only had symbolic meaning for the Flugel who subjugated them. For Rias, the value would be much lower. It's decided. After I get stronger again, I'll catch a fantasy species to give to little Rias. She'll definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, Jibril couldn't help but smile. She didn't realize at all that her smile was very similar to Azrael's, with a bit of a silly, dorky feeling. On the other side, her consciousness returned to the main world. Rias yawned and rested for a short while. Despite being a devil, she was ultimately still a living being, she couldn't manage to go completely without sleep yet. After a short nap, Rias woke up to find that it was already the next day. Am I tired? Rias muttered to herself. Recently, she had found a way to increase her magic capacity and consume it rapidly. While creating familiar butterflies, she used this method to train her magic capacity. Although the results weren't great, it was faster than before. Nevertheless, it consumed quite a bit of energy. Especially since she often studied techniques in the arena, which was very mentally taxing. The sound of tap-tap knocking appeared, and then Rias heard a maid's voice, eldest young lady Rias, the young lady from the Citri family requests an audience. I understand. Responding, Rias rubbed her eyes and then stood up. Because she was used to sleeping naked and didn't like being disturbed. She had created a barrier in the room, automatically maintained by Rias's formula. Crawling out from the quilt, the formula positioned in the center of the room activated, releasing a tiny breeze. The breeze blew over, bringing a hint of coolness. She spread her arms and closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling of being brushed by the wind. Rias really liked this feeling of being free from restraint, but she would only do this when she was alone. There was a barrier outside, and her body was surrounded by a layer of power of destruction. If someone looked over, they would only see a crimson ball of light. That was power of destruction. Destruction Formula 6, Absolute Destruction Barrier. This was the absolute barrier she maintained daily. It would only destroy things that would harm Rias or things that Rias wanted to destroy. Things she didn't want to destroy would not be harmed. This was the biggest difference between Rias and Surzek's absolute control over power of destruction. A minute later, with a flash of red light, Rias put on her clothes. Today's condition is also good. Moving her limbs slightly, Rias felt full of energy. Time to go play with little Sona-chan. Chapter 23, Okita Suji. I'm sorry to disturb you so early, Rias-sama. In the drawing room, Sona bowed anxiously as she saw Rias arrive. Serafal didn't accompany Sona today. After all, as a devil king, she still had work to do. Generally speaking, Serafal was responsible for diplomacy, which was indeed a job that couldn't be handled casually. You don't need to be so polite. Rias patted Sona's head and asked, have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. Because she was too excited, Sona had forgotten to eat breakfast today. Sona had arrived too early, and the Citri family had perhaps guessed such a possibility, so they didn't stop her. In all probability, the Gremory family would notice this point. By having Rias invite Sona to eat breakfast together, it might enhance the friendship between the two. Then let's eat together. Rias smiled and said. And that was indeed the case. If it were some naughty little troublemaker, Rias might have had the mind to mess with them a bit. But letting a cute little loli go hungry was not Rias's style. Arriving at the dining room, the maids had already brought out the food. There was no sign of her father or mother. They were likely still lying in bed. Or perhaps they were doing early morning exercises. Thinking of such extremely rude things in her mind, Rias couldn't help but look at Sona. A tiny figure, cute cheeks, it made one want to kiss her, hug her, and lift her high up. She was just too cute. Fortunately, Rias's affection was purely innocent, with no other intentions. After all, a person shouldn't, at least, they really shouldn't. After eating breakfast, the two went out to the courtyard. After strolling for a while, Rias came up with another idea. Sona-chan, have you ever been to the capital? Rias asked. My sister took me there once. Sona said in a tender, soft voice, it's very bustling there, with lots of delicious food and fun things. Then shall we go take a look together? Rias laughed and said, speaking of which, I haven't left the Gremory family mansion yet. I'm very curious about the scenery of the new capital, Lilith. Just the two of us. Sona tilted her head and said, Mama won't allow me to leave the territory alone. Then it's fine if the two of us leave together. Rias said, subtly twisting the logic. Sona being able to come here naturally meant she was accompanied by people from the Citri family. It seemed to be a member of Serafal's peerage, possessing the strength of a high-class devil. Rias had seen that young girl. Her strength was decent, but even before having the chat group, Rias was confident in defeating her. While a high-class devil was strong, it was only to that extent. Rias was not only powerful in terms of power of destruction, her combat methods were also extremely rare and magnificent among devils. Even Surzek's could only be called a technical type, whereas she was an all-rounder. Her combat style was similar to Ajuka's, yet it possessed the characteristics of power of destruction, allowing her to push her power to the limit. Even challenging those of a higher level was not impossible. But Sona also felt that something was off with Rias's reasoning and couldn't help but feel conflicted. But looking at Rias's smile, the hesitation in Sona's heart immediately vanished. That bright red long hair was just too cool. I want to go. Sona nodded. Rather than saying she wanted to go, it was more that she wanted to go with Rias. The two desires merged into one. Then let's go. Rias grabbed Sona's hand and left the Gremory main house. However, midway, Rias stopped. What's wrong? Sona asked curiously. From the surface, it looked like two bratty kids who didn't know the dangers of the underworld running away from adults to play. It wasn't impossible for some nasty plot to occur. While the human world had things like human traffickers, in the underworld, there were things far more terrifying than that. Although the devils had undergone reform several hundred years ago, it had only changed from a monarchy to an aristocracy. The severity of the law couldn't compare to the human world because nobles were privileged individuals. As long as it wasn't done openly, even killing a weak low-class devil didn't matter. General safety wasn't an issue, but two young ladies running out on their own was a different story. Then again, anyone with a brain should understand that it was impossible for these two young ladies to run out on their own. Evading the family guards and running out privately. That was simply impossible. Come out. Rias said, the presence of you two is far too obvious. Young mistress, could you please not make things difficult for me? A tall man appeared, his face full of bitter smiles. Another person also stepped out, it was a young girl. Seraph's peerage member, a high-class devil. Naturally, she had come to protect Sona. I hate being followed. Rias said. We won't disturb the young lady's play. The girl gave a slight bow. Then there's no choice. Rias said softly. Just as the two subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, crimson wings appeared behind Rias. They were completely different from devil wings, glowing like crystals and looking very beautiful. Since you won't back down, I'll have to force you to leave the stage. Saying so, Rias gently flapped her wings, and several crystal-like feathers darted around them. Destruction Formula 6, Absolute Destruction Barrier. Activated by these wings, the magic feathers, with a quality comparable to transcendence, transformed into a square barrier, sealing them inside. The barrier was constructed using several crystals as formation cores, while a constantly changing formula appeared in the sky above. Even without Rias's control, this magic formula would maintain itself until the magic power was exhausted. Magic power of this quality. The men said in shock. It's best not to touch this barrier, Okita Tsuji. Rias glanced at the men and said, you should know the characteristics of power of destruction. This barrier contains a magic quality no less than that of my brother Surzex. If you're not careful, you'll be erased. Even so, I have to try. Okita Tsuji shrugged and said, if I just surrender like this, I'll be beaten to death by Graffiane-san. After speaking, Okita Tsuji released a massive monster, attempting to burst the absolute destruction barrier. However, the moment it touched the barrier, the monster vanished. It was destroyed until not even a speck remained, and pitch-black blood flowed onto Okita Tsuji, drenching him. How can this be? Okita Tsuji's eyes widened, filled with shock. Okita Tsuji was the captain of the first unit of the Shinsengumi. When he was ill, to avoid dying of sickness, he performed various magical rituals and accidentally summoned Surzex in the form of a black cat, being taken in as a member of the peerage. Due to repeating magical rituals multiple times, his body became a nest for various magical beasts, making him a Japanese version of a chimera. Because of this, he could manifest the Hyaki Yagyo by himself. Although he was a high-class devil, Okita Tsuji's strength was already comparable to gods and demons. Yet, such a powerful individual was blocked by a barrier released by a 3-year-old girl, leaving him no choice but to be shocked. Chapter 24, Magic Sapphire. On the other side, that young girl, a member of Seraph's peerage, was also trying to break the barrier. However, the magic bullets vanished the instant they touched the barrier. It's a waste of effort. After glancing at the two of them, Rias left with Sona. What should we do? The girl asked, even communication can't be established within the barrier. We are completely isolated here. Even if we keep firing magic bullets, it will take 5 hours to open it. By then, the young ladies will be far away. Then there's nothing we can do. Okita Tsuji shrugged and said, with Lady Rias's power, she will surely be able to protect Lady Sona. No, what I'm afraid of is that the two young ladies are inexperienced in the ways of the world. The girl frowned slightly. There's even less to worry about then. Okita Tsuji stated with certainty. Why? The girl was somewhat curious. If someone tries to kidnap Lady Rias, it's more likely they'll be the ones played like a fiddle. It wasn't impossible for them to be sold off in return. As a member of Surzex's peerage, he still had a bit of an understanding of Rias. Born with complete wisdom, huh? The girl said thoughtfully. I'm more worried about what comes next. Okita Tsuji said with a grim expression. What comes next? The girl came back to her senses, blinked, and asked in confusion. The matter of whether I'll be beaten to death by Big Sis Graphia for failing to watch over them. Okita Tsuji murmured. Surzex acted as the Devil King, while Graphia was his internal assistant, managing the Lucifer peerage. Given Graphia's rigid and strict personality, it was no wonder Okita Tsuji was scared like this. The girl also went stiff all over. Although Seraphal was easy to talk to, that was only provided her own sister wasn't involved. If she found out about this, they might be in for some serious bad luck. The two looked at each other, and energy bullets condensed in their hands. They compressed the energy bullets as much as possible, then launched their attack. At the very least, they had to break out of here as soon as possible and then report the matter. They hoped things wouldn't reach the worst-case scenario. So amazing. Sitting inside the train, Sona was still savoring Rias's attack from just now. The two of them took the train through the Gremory territory toward the capital of the Devil King's territory, Lilith. The capital of the underworld is Lilith. It is Surzex's territory and also the territory of Lucifer. And the old capital, which holds a special status in the underworld, is Luciferad. Although the previous generation of Lucifer no longer resides there, it still holds a significant position in the underworld. Power is something magnificent and potent. Whether it's power itself or the process of seeking it, both are things worth enjoying. Rias looked around curiously while responding to Sona's admiration. It wasn't that she hadn't ridden a train in her past life, but the trains in the underworld were completely different. The magic drive, the operation of the formula, and so on, Rias was very interested in every aspect. Power, huh? I also want to be like Lady Rias and unleash all sorts of magnificent attacks. Sona couldn't help but say, just like a magical girl. Magical girl? Rias was surprised. The concept of magical girls had been born long ago, but it was an anime genre that had recently become popular. Frilly outfits, cute appearances, fighting evil enemies with a magic wand, secretly protecting world peace. It was generally that type. The dark, grim, and twisted types didn't seem to have appeared yet. Even though it was the early stages, it seemed Seraphal was already obsessed with it. She had even influenced her sister Sona to say such things. Dark history +1. Rias thought, and an interesting idea couldn't help but arise. Sona-chan. Rias revealed a cute smile and said, do you want to become a magical girl? Yes. Sona nodded excitedly. Then wait for me for a moment. Rias smiled and unfolded a formula in her hand. She took out a diamond-shaped crystal from subspace and then placed it in the center of the formula. The crystal floated and rotated continuously. The transparent light of the formula looked very beautiful. Because Rias had booked this entire carriage, only the two of them were around. It would take about another hour to reach the capital. Rias figured she might as well find something for herself to do. What is this? Sona asked curiously. This is a magical girl transformation device. Rias gave Sona a playful look. So amazing. Unfortunately, the current Sona didn't understand the look in Rias's eyes. She just looked at Rias with adoring eyes, which Rias enjoyed very much. She felt that this child would bring her a lot of fun in the future. Thinking of this, Rias became even more motivated. The material of this crystal was the same as the raw material for Devil Chess Piece. The difference was that Rias created an artificial soul to merge into the crystal, constructing a weapon similar to an ecchi. However, Rias crafted weapons directly through formula synthesis rather than picking up a hammer to forge them, so she could completely customize the form freely. The artificial soul technology was something she had grasped from the core formula of the flu gel. After all, she wasn't so deranged as to use someone else's soul to create a weapon. Rias added basic transformation abilities into it, as well as an ultimate move after merging with the soul essence. And she added many interesting functions to it. Basic attack, defense, binding, healing, flight, transformation, and artificial intelligence. Before merging with a personal soul essence, the transformation was equivalent to a shurikai. If the soul essence was merged into it over time, the bankai would be equivalent to the ultimate move. It was used similarly to the juggernaut drive of a sacred gear, but the limit of its growth was slightly weaker than a sacred gear. It was a field similar to but different from artificial sacred gears. Because this crystal had already been largely designed, Rias only took half an hour to finish constructing it. During this process, Sona kept watching Rias. As the saying goes, a woman is most beautiful when she is serious. Sona was clearly captivated by Rias. Especially Rias's formula. Every time it unfolded, it was very eye-catching. Done. Rias let out a breath, then strung the crystal on a cord and hung it around Sona's neck. Input your magic power into it to complete the ownership ceremony. From now on, it will absorb your soul essence and slowly take on your personal mark. Rias said. Sona didn't understand the latter part, but she understood the part about channeling magic power into it. She obediently did as told, and soon a light lit up on the crystal. Magic power characteristics recorded. Soul essence absorption. Starting ownership ceremony. Please enter master's name. Sona Citri. Her name subconsciously surfaced in Sona's mind, and then a slightly mechanical but pleasant female voice sounded from the crystal again. Master's name, Sona. Ownership complete. Hello, I am Magic Sapphire. From now on, I am your magical device. The mechanical female voice said, would you like to try transforming into a magical girl, Master? Chapter 25, Capital Lilith. Transform. Sona repeated. Yes, my master. Magic Sapphire replied. Sona looked at Rias helplessly, while Rias shrugged, letting her decide for herself. Then. Transform. Sona instinctively closed her eyes and shouted out loud. Yes, my master. A blue light enveloped Sona, and in an instant, her clothes and accessories changed. Her clothes turned into a cute light blue dress, a blue flower was tucked into her hair, the crystal pendant around her neck vanished, and a magical staff appeared in her hand. Magic Sapphire's voice seemed rather mechanical for now, but after its soul essence integrated to a certain extent, it would become Sona's subordinate and possess true intelligence. Just like the Zanpakuto from the world of Bleach, they each have their own personalities. It even involved the core magic formulas of the Flu Gel, possessing an independent energy source and the ability to manifest itself using magic power. It's very cute. Rias chuckled. Ugh. Sona blinked, not knowing how to react. Magic Sapphire, create a water mirror. Rias said. Understood, creator. A water mirror formed in front of Sona, and she saw her own reflection in it. The small blue dress and cute outfit made her look like a little angel, even though she was a devil. So cute. Sona murmured. Let's test the power of a magical girl later. Rias smiled and said, Magic Sapphire has a certain degree of self-operating capability, but you shouldn't rely too much on Sapphire in your daily life and neglect your own training. Yes. Sona nodded, then excitedly toyed with the magical staff in her hand. With a thought, Sona flew up without even unfolding her devil wings. Lady Rias, look, Sona is flying. Keep it up. Seeing Sona's excitement, Rias couldn't help but rest her chin on her hand, a doting smile on her face. After a thought, Rias took out a crystal. This was a memory crystal, which could record the surroundings and then display them in 3D. Future Dark History +1. When she realizes how embarrassing this behavior is in the future, her expression will surely be very cute. That said, maybe she'll get used to it over time. Rias thought. Soon they arrived at the capital, Lilith. This was the territory of the current Devil King Lucifer, Surzex. Walking on the streets here, a sense of prosperous vitality radiated everywhere. It was much more prosperous than the future of the human world, and the devils' faces were full of smiles. It's very prosperous. Rias said softly. It was somewhat similar to her past life, but every devil here possessed power far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Other than that, they weren't much different from humans. No. There were still differences. Devils have very violent temperaments, fighting and brawling are common occurrences, making the maintenance of order a rather troublesome matter. But no one would pick a fight with a child, right? Especially that crimson hair, it was simply too eye-catching. With the crimson hair and her appearance, anyone who wasn't a fool could realize her identity. This is delicious. Eating the cotton candy unique to the underworld, Rias couldn't help but comment. Although the food in the Gremory family was delicious, having snacks occasionally was also great. Sona nodded beside her. This is also not bad. Rias was munching on a tanghulu. Sona nodded like a hamster. This pancake is also great. This is tasty. This is also very delicious. After eating over 20 kinds of delicacies in a row, Sona's expression had changed from cute to that of a blank-faced nodding machine. After 100 portions of food, the two had already walked several streets. Not eating anymore, Sona-chan. Rias tilted her head, looking at Sona curiously. No. I can't eat any more. Sona looked at Rias's expression and couldn't help but ask, how can Lady Rias eat so much? By using magic power to speed up digestion, of course. Rias said, we are devils, controlling our own bodies is a basic skill, isn't it? Ugh, I can't do that. Sona muttered. It sounds simple, but it's actually quite difficult, and few people would apply it this way. Except for senjutsu, which controls the body and chi, it's hard for magic power to achieve such an effect. In fact, Rias did indeed master the use of senjutsu. However, she didn't specifically delve deep into senjutsu. After all, senjutsu has great limitations, its ability to attack the inside of someone's body isn't as useful as one of her magic bullets. Rias mostly integrated the system of senjutsu into her own formula, which was why she could do all sorts of things through magic power. It's a pity that entertainment in the underworld is still too underdeveloped. Rias muttered. Entertainment. Is Lady Rias talking about the raiding game? Sona asked. I suppose so. Rias thought for a moment and said. Calling it entertainment is true, but the raiding game is closer to an athletic meet, the competition is very intense. It has already become an indispensable part of devil culture and cannot be treated as a common entertainment item. Many middle and low-class devils pin their hopes on the raiding game, the higher the rank, the more resources they obtain. It could be said that the raiding game is the only path for promotion besides being a noble devil, and it's their only hope. Ultimately, they are devils, where strength is paramount, entertainment could never be as complex and diverse as in the human world. You bastard, are you looking down on me? Suddenly, the two heard a voice. Looking over, they saw a blonde punk with earrings punching and kicking a low-class devil. I'm sorry. A simple sorry is enough. I am a middle-class devil. How dare a mere low-class devil look down on me? The beaten devil kept apologizing, yet the punk continued to punch and kick him. Most of the people around scattered, while a small portion took a glance and left without any reaction. The people around acted as if the scene were perfectly natural, not caring in the slightest. Rias could see that most of those who hurriedly scattered were low-class devils, while the others who didn't care were mostly middle-class devils or privileged individuals. The current underworld is an aristocracy. Low-class devils and reincarnated devils have no status to speak of unless they are subordinates of a noble. This is too much, he clearly already apologized. Sona said as she watched the punk beating the other devil. What's even worse is that the beaten devil might have done nothing at all and was just being picked on over some trivial matter. Rias's eyes remained completely calm as she said, if he did anything wrong, there is only one reason. And that is weakness. Chapter 26, The Weak Low-Class Devil. If he did nothing wrong, why should he apologize? Sona looked at Rias, her face filled with confusion. Because he is weaker than that thug. Rias took out an ice cream she had just bought from her subspace and answered while licking it. Because he's weak. Sona didn't understand. Not everyone is as kind as Sona-chan. Rias said, because they want to hit someone and happen to have the strength to do so, they hit him. For them, there's no need for a reason to do such a thing. The person being beaten has no status, no strength, and no one to rely on, so he can only endure the beating. High-class devils treat middle and low-class devils as servants, and middle-class devils treat low-class devils as slaves to be ordered around at will. For many nobles, low-class devils aren't even considered devils, they are just lowly trash. Hearing such remarks for the first time, Sona couldn't help but feel a strong shock in her heart. How could it be like this? Sona murmured. Does it feel unreasonable? Rias smiled, if you feel it's unreasonable, it means your instincts are correct. In ancient times, devils were called evil. Even though reforms have been made now, there are still many things that haven't kept up with the times. Lady Rias. The devil being beaten before them was curling up his body in silence, a deep hatred showing in his eyes. And this scene happened to be seen by Sona. That devil, will he take revenge? Sona couldn't help but ask. He won't. Rias said indifferently, unless there's an accident, this devil will be in a position of being bullied for the rest of his life, and might even lose his life if he's not careful. Why? Sona was coming into contact with many things she hadn't encountered before, including the scene before her eyes. This was the capital of the Demon King's territory. Even so, street beatings still occurred. One could only imagine how oppressive the lives of low-class devils in other noble territories were. Because this low-class devil has no strength, and no channel to improve his strength. He will be a low-class devil for his entire life, so how could he possibly threaten a middle-class devil? Rias said in a low, ethereal voice. Sona's mind suffered a strong impact. After a while, a squad of guards walked over and stopped the one-sided beating. This was the Demon King's territory after all, so things were handled more strictly here. But even Surzex couldn't stop such phenomena. The person who beat someone on the street wouldn't face much, at most, they would be locked up for 2 days and then released. The current devils lived under an aristocratic system, shaped like a pyramid, with layers of oppression from top to bottom. From a monarchy to an aristocracy, because of the existence of the 4 great demon kings of the new era, the devils had indeed changed. However, it was still not enough. Even though the 4 demon kings worked very hard, without being able to use violence, they could only bicker with the nobles. Especially the leader among the nobles, the great king family, Baal. The first-generation Baal was a rare ancient existence who survived the battlefield of gods and devils, a truly great figure. He also represented the leader of the group that benefited within the aristocratic system. He had both the strength and the prestige to maintain the nobles' leadership rights. Ultimately, the 4 demon kings were supported by the nobles, they weren't true royalty and didn't have the prestige accumulated from ancient times, so it wasn't easy to push the nobles aside. The Noble Council was the entity that balanced the 4 great demon kings. Even if they wanted to continue reforms, they had no way to start. If it were me, I would probably carry out reforms in the form of underhanded tactics. Rias murmured in her heart. Surzex possessed extraordinary magical quality, especially when showing his devil's true form, destroying the entire underworld would be an easy task. Unfortunately, dealing with politics required political means. Becoming a demon king had instead become their restraint. Looking at Sona's dazed expression, Rias chuckled and tapped her head, saying, without enough strength, you can't do anything. I will work hard. Hearing that Rias wasn't negating her, Sona showed a happy smile. Looking at Sona's smile, Rias's expression softened. When the Rias of her previous life realized this point, she had nothing left. Anything has the possibility of change, whether maintaining it or changing it, strength is the best path. Chapter 27, Massive News. A week has passed, and during these days, Rias and Sona have often gone out to play together. As for Okita Suji and that member of Serafal's peerage, they seem to have received orders from their respective families that there was no need to specifically protect Rias and Sona when they were together. The two of them stepped into many places in the underworld. Rias, in particular, rarely went out and wanted to have a clear understanding of the underworld, seeing its scenery with her own eyes. The first day was in the capital, Lilith, the second day was in the old capital, Lusafad, and the third day was in the remote areas of the underworld. In a week's time, Rias had grasped the overall situation of the underworld. Unlike information collected through butterflies, what is seen with one's own eyes is always clearer than looking through a veil. And the long-awaited trouble finally arrived. Little Rias. Serafal rushed aggressively into the Gremory family's library. Seeing Rias rocking back and forth in an armchair, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, "Just what did you do to my little Sona?" From the Citri family, the current Malleviathan, Serafal, the ultimate Siscon. According to Sona, this Siscon had induced the young Sona into saying she wanted to marry Serafal. Subsequently, Rias taught Sona that if Serafal ever tried to induce her like that again, she should say she wanted to marry Rias in the future. No matter how you look at it, after Sona met Rias, Sona's attention was completely captured by Rias. For a Siscon, this was absolutely a massive blow. Letting a cute young girl escape the clutches of a pervert. Rias flipped through a book, speaking casually as she did so. "I'm not a pervert, I'm a magical girl." Serafal made a star gesture with her hands, looking adorable. "Wait, no." Serafal said huffily, "The topic almost got derailed by you. Lately, Sona-chan hasn't been playing with me anymore, and she stopped shouting about marrying her big sister. Woo-woo, my Sona-chan isn't pure anymore." Serafal's eyes welled with tears as she feigned a crying tone. "Oh. And?" Rias's tone remained completely flat. "Don't you think this is all your fault?" Serafal leaned her face in, wearing an expression that said, "Give me an explanation." "Oh." Rias said indifferently. "What do you mean, oh? Do you have any idea that Sona-chan isn't clinging to her big sister anymore? This is an absolute disaster." Serafal looked like she was having a breakdown. "And then?" Rias said speechlessly, "What exactly do you want?" "That." Speaking of this, Serafal's spirit rallied, and she then said bashfully, "The gift you gave Sona-chan, do you have any more of those?" So that was it. Serafal was a magical girl fanatic, the type who could even cosplay as a magical girl in public without a shred of maidenly shame. In the words of the magical Ruby, a magical auntie who likes magical girls is past her expiration date. "I do." Rias nodded and said, "I made that myself." Serafal suddenly perked up, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Rias. "Get one for me too." Serafal said with great enthusiasm. "You want it for free?" Rias had a cold smile on her lips. "Eh." Serafal cried out in surprise, "But Sona-chan has one, why don't I, her sister, have one?" "Sona is my friend, but you and I have no such relationship," Rias said heartlessly. As expected of a devil. The Gremory family had 2 children. The son, Surzex, inherited the Lucifer side, and there was no news of him having children yet. The daughter, Rias, possessed talents similar to Surzex's, but she likes women. This is massive news. Chapter 28, Thank you for the treat, Serafal. "Ah, is little Rias serious?" Serafal exclaimed in shock. "Of course." Rias licked her lips and said, "Whether it is humans or devils, both are constantly developing. Just as monarchy turned into aristocracy, the era of aristocracy will pass sooner or later. From being classified as evil by the God of the Bible to now, devils and humans aren't much different anymore, they're just more inclined toward evil. For devil kings appeared hundreds of years ago to reform the underworld. Now, hundreds of years later, a type like me has appeared. Doesn't that also signify the arrival of a new era? You're even linking your own unique kink to a new era." Serafal was stunned. While she was dazed, Serafal had already been pinned down by Rias. Sitting on Serafal's stomach, Rias's fingers descended and slowly moved upward. The slender, delicate fingers brushed past, making Serafal shudder. "Why, wait, if uncle and aunt find out, they'll kill me." Serafal wailed, "They'll think I'm the one who corrupted little Rias." "Do you want the magical device or not?" Rias said softly. Seeing Serafal's completely non-resistant appearance, Rias pretty much understood. This girl had no intention of resisting at all, she was even enjoying it a bit. With Serafal's personality, marriage was simply impossible, and she had no such desire herself. Plus, devils are naturally chaotic, so Serafal and her ilk were considered the few pure-hearted ones among them. Even so, in many ways, they were even more open than humans. And her words just now showed that she didn't care at all about doing bad things with Rias, she was just afraid of being misunderstood as the one who corrupted Rias and feared getting into trouble. After all, Rias was the next head of the household of the Gremory family, and in a sense, she could be considered an only daughter. One could imagine how much trouble Seraphol would be in if this were discovered. I want it. Seraphol hesitated for a long while but still couldn't resist the charm of the magical girl. Of course, this was also because Seraphol didn't dislike Rias, which had nothing to do with gender. Then there's no problem. Rias smiled, the power of destruction condensing at her fingertips. Without harming her skin, she destroyed Seraphol's pink magical girl outfit, revealing her delicate skin. Come to think of it, Seraphol-chan's body is quite curvaceous. Small palms were placed on her chest, and the kneading felt very satisfying. And Seraphol couldn't help but let out seductive sounds, tempting one to sin. Hee hee, after all, Seraphol-chan is a cute magical girl. Seraphol was slightly proud, but then a blush quickly appeared on her face as she said, "Little Rias will also have such a good figure sooner or later." Her delicate, orchid-like appearance set the mood perfectly, making the surrounding air turn suggestive. After deploying a formula in the library to construct a barrier that wouldn't be disturbed, Rias's heart couldn't help but stir as well. Devils are different from humans after all, they actually have needs in this regard, it's just that many can suppress them. Especially the new era devils, rather than indulging in desire, they have more direct hobbies and ideals. Although Seraphol is a ciscon, on the flip side, it's not that she doesn't like men, it's just that there hasn't been a devil she could fall for. Thinking further, she didn't reject women either, she just didn't have thoughts in that direction. Coupled with Seraphol's already unique personality, she was one of a kind even in the underworld. And now, another unique female devil had appeared in the underworld. Afterward, Seraphol had an expression like she'd been broken, while Rias had fully satisfied her hands. "Thank you for the treat," Rias said with total satisfaction. "Yes, thank you for the treat." Seraphol was also covered in a blush, dripping with fragrant sweat, her face dazed as if she were drunk. There were still some bright red traces on the lounge chair, clearly, the two had played very deeply. Hey, little Rias-chan." Seraphol pulled Rias into her arms. Because it was just a manual indulgence, Rias's clothes hadn't been taken off. In other words, it wasn't the two of them playing together, but rather Seraphol being played with by Rias. This point was crucial. Being held by Seraphol and leaning against her chest, Rias tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "This thing between us, you won't tell anyone, right?" Seraphol whispered, "You don't really want to make me the scapegoat, do you?" Rias liking women was practically a disaster for a pureblood devil family line. If Rias planned to use Seraphol to take the blame, it would undoubtedly be very troublesome. But it was only to the level of being troublesome. "Isn't it fine?" Rias smiled, "Since you don't plan on getting married anyway, why not marry into my family together with Sona-chan in the future?" "Wah, you really are after Sona-chan?" Seraphol said huffily, "I was wondering why Sona-chan said she wouldn't marry me but would marry little Rias instead. I didn't expect little Rias to be such a player, starting a grooming project at such a young age. Woo, my Sona-chan." As she spoke, Seraphol couldn't help but shed tears, as if her sweetest snack had been snatched away. "You didn't cry when you lost your first time, but you're crying over this little thing. Truly unique. To put it another way, Sona-chan has to get married sooner or later. It's better if you sisters marry me, so we can always be together." Rias patted Seraphol's chest, causing waves to ripple. "Even so, have you thought about what the Citri family and Gremory family should do?" Seraphol rubbed Rias's head and said. She had a bit of a headache. At first, she thought Rias just wanted to play around, but it seemed she was serious. Seraphol didn't have any special feelings about this. If the partner was Rias, whether it was just playing or being serious, she could actually accept it. But the main families would be quite troublesome. After all, devils don't mind two women playing together, as naturally open beings, there's nothing hard to accept about that. The problem is how the two families can continue their lineage. "Do you know what the essence of the magic sapphire is?" Rias asked. "Sona-chan's magical device." Seraphol thought for a moment and said, "An intelligent weapon. To be precise, it's already considered a semi-artificial life, containing a pure white artificial soul." Rias said, "Sona imprints her essence onto the pure white soul, assimilating it into her own subordinate life. An artificial life form." Seraphol exclaimed in shock. "Exactly." Rias nodded and said, "Compared to the magic formula of the flu gel, devils are ultimately just biological beings. Creating a pureblood devil is not a difficult task for me. If these words got out, they could completely shake the civilization of the underworld. So don't worry, and come visit often to be played with by me." Rias stretched, used magic power to clean the unknown liquid off her clothes, and then helped clean Seraphol as well. Taking out a red gemstone she had prepared from subspace, Rias deployed a formula and began the final tuning. Looking at Rias's serious expression, Seraphol fidgeted for a while, her face turning a bit red. Seraphol realized she was actually feeling a bit of a heartthrob. Maybe this is the advantage of leading with the body first. Chapter 29, Anticipation from the Heart. Liking someone is an extremely strange emotion. Seraphol had experienced such an emotion before. It was the unprecedented sense of being moved that she felt when Sona was born. And at this moment, looking at the busy Rias, Seraphol felt a similar, yet completely different kind of emotion. This feeling wasn't as intense as when Sona was born. Instead, it was like a continuous stream, slowly gathering in her heart and creating a brand new vitality. Is this the feeling of my heart skipping a beat? Looking at the serious Rias, Seraphol couldn't help but think. The feeling of liking someone comes very mysteriously, sometimes without any warning at all. Seraphol felt that she was starting to like this feeling a little. If Sona-chan were here too, it would be even better, double the happiness. The tuning is finished. The formula was deactivated, and Rias handed the red gem to Seraphol, saying, the upper limit can barely reach the level of a sacred gear. To achieve that, you need to integrate soul essence into it, which will then allow you to unlock an ability similar to a juggernaut drive. Your magic property is ice, so you should be able to unleash ice attribute abilities. At its limit, there should be no problem reaching attacks at the level of transcendence. It wasn't simply about the amount or quality of mana, or combat techniques like compressing mana bullets during a fight. The Zanpakuto's strongest capability is developing a person's essence to form special abilities. These special abilities are equivalent to specially generated magic formulas, similar in essence to Jibril's Heavenly Strike and Heavenly Transfer. To a certain extent, it's equivalent to developing the concept of ice. Attacks that can reach the level of transcendence. Seraphol exclaimed in a lost voice. It won't reach the level of Brother Surzek's, though, Rias reminded her. Even among transcendents, differences in the quality of power and mutually restraining properties create distinctions. In terms of quality alone, Surzek's normal state and his state after assuming his devil's true form are two completely different states. The same applies to the quality and power of mana. That's still very impressive. Seraphol said excitedly, fighting with a magic staff, this is what a real magical girl is all about. Input your mana into it to establish ownership. Rias reminded. Oh. Seraphol was a bit excited as she followed Rias's instructions and input her mana. Recording mana properties. Absorbing soul essence. Starting ownership ritual. Please enter the master's name. Seraphol Leviathan. Master's name, Seraphol. Ownership complete. I am Magical Ruby. The ruby flashed with light and then said, do you want to try transforming, Master? Yes. I want to transform. A pink light radiated out, and pink clothing appeared on Seraphol's body. It looked very similar to her previous outfit but was even more gorgeous and cute. It was fantastic. Involuntarily, Seraphol's expression turned joyful as she shouted, oh, this is what a real magical girl is all about. She toyed with the new staff in her hand and flew freely through the air. It was a completely different feeling from flying by herself. The transformation is equivalent to a shurikai. Besides basic abilities, the clothes have defense and regeneration, as well as features to prevent wardrobe malfunctions. The staff also has a certain degree of attack or mana buffing effects, allowing you to compress mana attacks with very little effort. Most battles in High School DxD are pure tests of strength. Even Transcendents will compress the mana bullets they use for attacks to give them greater power, which is already considered a fairly advanced technique. As you integrate Soul Essence, this buff will change according to your mana properties. Think of it as increasing your compatibility. Once your compatibility reaches a certain level, you'll be able to reach the domain of the Juggernaut Drive. Seraphol didn't actually care that much about that point, but this power was already very impressive. Little Rias, you're just too wonderful. Seraphol couldn't help but hug Rias tightly, rubbing her face against Rias's with her plump bosom. Ugh. Once Seraphol had vented her excitement, she suddenly asked, Little Rias, is there anything I can help you with? This is just pure gratitude from Seraphol, okay. Seraphol puffed out her chest. Well, I need 2 people from among the vampires. Rias said, one is named Gasper Vladi, a sacred gear holder. I need to research that type of sacred gear. He's a bit special and not very well liked by the vampires, so we can trade for him at a low price. The other is named Valerie Teeps, a half-human, half-vampire hybrid. Try to trade for her if possible, if not, help me snatch her away. Valerie Teeps, holder of the sacred gear, Sephiroth Grawl. Rias's familiars had already infiltrated the vampire's territory, so she had a general idea of the situation. These 2 were born not long ago, and their sacred gears had not yet awakened. At a time like this, they could be traded for without paying too high a price. After all, the underworld was very strong. The biblical pantheon was the strongest pantheon in this world, although it had lost many powerful figures. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse, and its comprehensive strength was still ranked first. The vampires were just a small force. Seraphol could single-handedly annihilate them all. With her as the diplomat, Rias was very much at ease. This also saved Rias from having to steal. To purloin. There wasn't much difference anyway. Okay, no problem at all. Seraphol said with a face full of confidence, you don't even need to step in. If they dare to disagree, I'll just freeze the vampires solid. She didn't ask Rias what was so special about these two people's sacred gears, nor did she ask why she wanted them. Just as Seraphol knew that Rias's artificial magical device could greatly enhance the strength of the devil race, yet she never thought about trying to get her hands on Rias's technology. Not to mention she wasn't interested in it. Seraphol simply didn't want Rias to get involved with politics. In particular, Rias had no responsibility or obligation to hand over this technology or exchange it. It was entirely private property. Furthermore, for the current devils, this technology was actually somewhat dangerous. Just like the King Piece, it might not necessarily be a good thing for the current underworld. Even if Rias really gave the technology to her or Surzex, they would likewise only choose to arm those close to them rather than arming the entire underworld. Born with complete wisdom, one could say she was a person who possessed innate knowledge. It was impossible for such a person's intelligence to be low, and Seraphol wasn't a foolish person either. Some things have answers even without asking. No, thinking about it the other way around, since Rias had researched such technology, she naturally wanted to do something with it. Whether it was Seraphol, Surzex, or the other devil kings, anyone who had met Rias would deeply look forward to her future possibilities. In the future, how will she break the stalemate of the underworld? Just thinking about it would cause such a sense of anticipation to arise from the heart. Chapter 30, Vampires. Seraphol was very efficient. In just a week, she had brought the 2 vampires. The process went without a hitch, though it was said that on that day, a massive surge of magic power erupted in the vampire kingdom, freezing the entire royal capital in ice. Fierce Seraphol, a woman of few words and decisive action. After all, she was the diplomatic representative of the devils and had her own way of doing things. She was calm and composed before the strong, but directly oppressive toward the weak. It was likely that the vampires had become overconfident and harbored thoughts they shouldn't have. This should serve as a lesson for them, making them realize that might makes right. Failing to understand the gap in strength between the two sides is a truly terrifying thing. One was a half-blood vampire who seemed to have little value but was actually the wielder of the sacred gear, Sephiroth Graal. The other appeared to be a vampire, but was essentially the reincarnation of a consciousness fragment of the evil god Balor from Celtic mythology. Rias didn't even have to do anything, and they fell into her hands with ease. I've brought back the 2 cute little babies for you. 2 infants floated beside Seraphol as she said with a proud look, My, I was quite surprised when I first saw them. I didn't expect these 2 children to be so small. What did the system side say? Rias asked. Well, I've conveyed our intentions to Michael for now, but there's been no response yet. Seraphol slumped, saying dejectedly, for a devil to go to heaven or something like that is simply unimaginable in the first place. It would be strange if Michael actually agreed. No, he will agree sooner or later. Rias said with certainty. Why? Seraphol asked, momentarily stunned. The 3 factions can no longer afford war. This isn't just true for the biblical pantheon, other pantheons are much the same. Rias continued, a golden age is approaching. Once the 3 factions sign a peace treaty, the circulation of technology will be inevitable. Well, though by that day, perhaps I won't even need something like the system anymore. Rias shrugged. Little Rias is certainly confident. Seraphol couldn't help but remark. It's not confidence, but inevitability. Rias didn't elaborate further, instead using her magic to support the 2 infants and set them aside. Can you let me see how you're going to research them? I'm curious. Seraphol didn't pursue the previous topic either, instead looking at Rias with excitement. Are you going to slice them up? What on earth is slicing? Rias retorted. Is it not? Seraphol tilted her head. That's how it's always portrayed in movies. Can't you watch some classic films? Trashy dramas aren't worth the time or effort. After her retort, Rias asked about the main matter, how is that child's sacred gear? The sacred gear has already awakened. Seraphol said, the evil eye of stasis is extremely valuable. It's hard to imagine that the vampires actually breathed a sigh of relief after sending this child away. It's normal. After all, he doesn't have the ability to control the sacred gear freely yet, so that power is naturally dangerous. What's more, when he was born, the midwives who delivered him were all wiped out, and even his mother was scared to death. That terrifying. Seraphol said in shock. That's no longer just the power of time, is it? It's only the power that is terrifying. Rias said calmly. But it must also pose a certain danger to the Gremory family, right? Seraphol said with a cute expression. For a devil of her level, the evil eye of stasis couldn't affect Seraphol at all. But for those below the level of a ultimate class devil, it was much more dangerous. We can just seal it for the time being. Rias said, for someone of this age, a stable childhood is very important. Yua, those words sound nice, but little Rias didn't do that at all. Seraphol poked Rias's cheek. I don't fit the definition of a child. Otherwise, even as a devil, you should have been hanged. Rias glanced at Seraphol, who stuck out her tongue and acted cute. Even though it's little Rias who's tempting me, that really shouldn't be an excuse for being so forward. Some people can live in peace because someone else is carrying their burden. Someone always has to bear the weight, why shouldn't that person be me? Rias said lightly. That sounds so cruel. Seraphol couldn't help but feel a bit saddened. Are we no longer able to protect you, little Rias? This is my own choice. Rias said, I like this kind of life, because the right to choose freely is itself a very beautiful thing. Alright, I'm going to work now. Don't disturb me. With that, Rias deployed her analysis formula. A geometric, three-dimensional magic formula held the infant in its center. Countless characters and numbers flickered continuously as various lights bloomed, looking exceptionally beautiful. This is. Seraphol was stunned. This was a formula. Although she had heard that Rias possessed extremely high quality and easily controlled power of destruction, in comparison, that ease of control probably referred to Rias's level of mastery over magic power and magic formulas. This wasn't the Kankara formula at all, but a brand new system of magic formulas that had never been seen before. The characters were ones never seen before, and the core was numbers. Mathematics. After watching for a while, Seraphol felt a bit dizzy. Stopping her gaze upon the magic formula, Seraphol focused her eyes on Rias. Although the technique was gorgeous and fine for simple appreciation, trying to decipher it was too much of a blow for an academic underachiever. Could this perhaps already be considered the level of a transcendent? Seraphol thought to herself. A transcendent doesn't just symbolize power, this create ability doesn't belong to power, yet it is extremely terrifying. Perhaps this could also be classified as a type of power. And compared to the gorgeous magic formula, little Rias was still more pleasant to look at. I see. Rias continued her analysis, using the technique to record the data. Gasper's body contained a fragment of the consciousness of the evil god Baylor, but this fragment was pure power. On the other hand, the evil eye of stasis was created by mimicking Baylor's abilities, and it was the evil eye of stasis itself that was drawn to Baylor himself. The second personality Gasper formed in the original story might have been unconsciously created by the Holy Grail, but it hadn't manifested yet. If possible, Rias wanted to fuse Baylor's power with the evil eye of stasis to bring forth the sacred gear ahead of time. In that case, I'll need to construct a magic formula. Rias pondered. The power contained within the evil eye of stasis was simple, but the structure of the sacred gear itself was difficult to understand. Even so, constructing a technique within the evil eye was still achievable. Rias had no need to worry about breaking the sacred gear, with the system maintaining it, the sacred gear wouldn't break so easily. Chapter 31, The Evil Eye King of Spacetime Domination. Boom. A massive black shroud surged from Gasper's body, sealing off the room. This was Rias's laboratory, which was protected by an extremely powerful barrier. Even so, if Rias hadn't actively maintained it, his power probably would have leaked to the outside world by now. Whoa, what terrifying power. Seraphol transformed into a magical girl in a flash, leaning close to Rias with a slightly startled expression. This power is already enough to affect even me. Little Rias, what did you do? Gasper is the reincarnation of a fragment of Baylor's consciousness. I've integrated Baylor's power into the evil eye of stasis. It's possible the power was too strong and went out of control. Rias said, since there's no hostility, it didn't create aggressive creatures. Regardless, this power has already reached the sacred gear level. Seraphol. I feel like Rias-chan is saying some really scary things as if they're perfectly normal. Seraphol complained. It's not a big problem. Rias said, I just need to suppress this rampaging power and then construct a sealing magic formula. Then let me try. Seraphol took a deep breath, and then her whole body erupted with powerful magic power. This magic power turned into a freezing chill, bypassing Rias and spreading in all directions, attempting to freeze the darkness. If this power were released outside, it could probably freeze the entire Gremory territory in one breath. Now that Seraphol had the magical ruby, her power could be boosted to 3 times her limit through its enhancement. Not just power, but also release speed, precision, and so on, it was an all-around improvement. If she could reach the realm of Bankai, she might truly reach the level of the Transcendence. The incredibly terrifying ice power froze the surroundings, but soon, Seraphol stopped. No, my ice has been stopped too. Seraphol said dejectedly, I could do it if I went all out, but I'm afraid of hurting that child. Then let me do it. Rias spoke calmly. Before Seraphol could say anything else, Rias unfurled her wings. Translucent red wings, like flowing crystals, appeared behind her with great aesthetic beauty. Destruction Formula 6, Absolute Destruction Barrier. With a roar, the entire barrier was filled with the power of destruction. This power, if released, could perhaps even erase gods and demons, yet Seraphol, standing nearby, remained unaffected. The wings Rias had modified were a product of the third stage of the fusion equation, possessing transcendent level power. Attacks released with them were naturally at the same level as those of a transcendent. Ugh. I almost thought I was going to die. Seraphol patted her chest, looking lingeringly afraid. I only destroy what I wish to destroy. Rias glanced at Seraphol. The surrounding darkness had dissipated, and within the barrier, a giant red sphere had formed with Rias at its center. The inside of this sphere was filled with high-density power of destruction, and it would only destroy what Rias intended to destroy. This was no longer simple compression of power, but the development of the destruction concept itself. How is that possible? Seraphol was stunned. You four great demon kings know nothing about the essence of power. The corners of Rias's mouth slowly curled up. Ugh, I'm speechless. Seraphol was a bit depressed, but her eyes sparkled as she looked at Rias. She felt like she had found a treasure, it was truly wonderful. As the darkness dissipated, Rias deactivated the absolute destruction barrier. Rather than saying she deactivated it, it would be more accurate to say she maintained it at the level of her body's surface. Even when her fingers entered Seraphol's body, Rias's absolute destruction barrier was still being maintained. After all, for living beings, the body is far too fragile and must be well protected. Rias was completely capable of maintaining the application of the power of destruction as a daily instinct. Magic Formula Construction. Rias proceeded to seal the evil eye. Perhaps it could no longer be called the evil eye of stasis anymore. The evil eye king of spacetime domination, Ion Barrel. She remembered that was the name in the original story. She sealed Gasper's sacred gear, leaving only a faint trace of power able to circulate. Gasper's sacred gear was like a natural awakening, whereas Rias had reconstructed a bottle for it, leaving only a small opening. Because she used the sacred gear's own power to fuel the magic formula, as long as his emotional fluctuations weren't too intense, the seal basically wouldn't be broken. It's finished. Rias stretched and said, now I can properly conduct my research. What about me, what about me? Seraphol leaned in and said, after working so hard for so long, isn't there a reward? Do you really think I'm some cute mascot next to a magical girl? Rias retorted. However, you did well. Rias smiled, flew up, and gave Seraphol a kiss on the lips, then left the two children for her father to arrange. Since their sacred gears needed to be analyzed, the two of them would live in the Gremory mansion. Fortunately, the Gremory family was large, and as long as they were called reserved peerage, all their resources would be provided by Gremory. Though they were servants, to the Gremory family, a peerage was actually no different from family. That was nice. Seraphol touched her lips and nodded with a face full of smiles. Time passed. Soon, Rias's 4th birthday passed. Through her research on Gasper's sacred gear, although she still had no leads on evolution, she had perfected Rias's Hakai Hoti Shiki. Destruction Formula 1, Evil Eye of Destruction. A special ability activated by the eyes, it allowed her to see lines and points of destruction, almost like the mystic eyes of death perception. But unlike the mystic eyes of death perception, Rias's ability was closer to Baylor's evil eye. She only needed to look at them to destroy the opponent's lines and points of death, making it very suitable for a surprise kill. If developed further, it might even be able to destroy the very existence of things. Of course, what Rias perfected was the Bankai. To truly develop the evil eye would still take quite some time. This process was also equivalent to a deep study and development of the concept of destruction. It wasn't something that could be stopped once achieved. A so-called Bankai required at least a clear understanding of a certain concept before that power could be developed. And Rias had understood the operational process of the evil eye from the evil eye of stasis. In that case, the principles would be developed sooner or later. Another new topic added. Rias rubbed her brow, but a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Overall, the feeling of working hard wasn't bad. Suddenly, Rias looked in a certain direction. News had come from that direction. It was the familiar monitoring the Nibirius branch family. Has that incident happened? Rias murmured. Chapter 32, The Fall of the Nibiros branch family. Zalmora Nibiros. This person is the head of the Nibiros family, an extra-order demon family. The so-called extra-order families are demon nobility that exclude the royal families and those not among the 72 pillar lineages. Among them, 6 extra-order demon families served the original Lucifer demon king. Agulia report, Satanachia, few wrote, Sagtanas, Nibiros, Lucifuge. They were also members of the Old Mao faction before the reforms, with Graphia Lucifuge being one of its leading figures. After the Old Mao faction's failure, Zalmora Nibiros disappeared from the scene, retreating to the borderlands of the underworld to research weapons comparable to sacred gears, the claw of evil. Of course, more of his research focused on the peculiar phenomenon of transcendence. The research institute secretly run by the Nibiros branch family to artificially create transcendent devils was backed by Zalmora from behind the scenes. A few months ago, Rias's artificial familiars, butterflies condensed from the power of destruction, discovered the Nibiros branch family's research institute and confirmed information about the Tojo sisters and their parents. During this time, Rias had been monitoring the institute. Until recently, when the Tojo sisters' father's experiment failed, causing a massive disturbance within the institute. It's time to collect the experimental data on the artificial transcendent. Rias murmured, unfurling her wings behind her, then flew out through the library window. Heading out, little Rias. In the courtyard, Venelana Gremory, Rias's mother, called out upon seeing Rias in the air. Yes, to find peerage members. Rias nodded. Already recruiting peerage members. As expected of my Rias, truly impressive. Venelana smiled and said, Gaspar and Valerie are good children, but they're still too young. Speaking of which, should I apply for a set of devil chess piece for you? Venelana seemed to have just thought of this and asked. Except for the king piece, all pieces are issued by Demon King Ajuka. The essential requirement to apply for devil chess piece is to become a high-class devil. This is the most basic qualification. Not needed. Rias said, Brother Surzex got me the construction method for devil chess piece. I've already constructed my own unique devil piece system. I see. Though somewhat surprised, Venelana didn't show it, instead smiling gently and saying, come back soon. I'll be back in time for dinner. Rias said, by the way, mother, do you like cats? Cats. Venelana thought for a moment and said, I like all cute things. All right then. Nodding, Rias flew away. That child's wings are so beautiful. Venelana sighed, thinking, should I have little Rias make one for me too? No, forget it. They're so beautiful because those two children suit red so well. But cats, probably another cute child, I suppose. Many demons have a special affection for cats. After all, when one thinks of demons, black naturally comes to mind, and demonic affairs are often associated with black cats. When Surzex was summoned by Okita Tsuji, he was also summoned in the form of a black cat. Already arrived. Rias came to a stop. Her wings were constructed from destruction energy, but the fixed magic formula within them was the heavenly transfer of the flu gel. The mode of movement wasn't flying through demonic talent, but directly moving through space. For the flu gel, space is akin to water, they can travel through it simply by opening a hole, as effortless as breathing. Traveling via spatial movement, she reached her destination in the blink of an eye. Then, let's begin. Rias constructed a barrier and then walked into the research institute. Rias already knew the location of the data storage. She quickly organized the experimental data on the artificial transcendent. To cover our tracks, let's start with a magic bullet. Rias deployed a magic formula within the institute. After she left, it violently erupted with raging power of destruction. Boom. A tremendous roar sounded as everything within the research institute was utterly destroyed. After destroying the institute, the residual power of destruction gathered together, forming red butterflies that slowly flew away from the site. The magic formula Rias left behind was a dual-layered technique. One layer was for destruction, the other for gathering the residual magic power, achieving a truly traceless disposal of the evidence. The Nibiros branch family has no value left either. Let's see if Zalmora sends anyone to observe the situation here. The Claw of Evil possesses a body, its own consciousness, and is a living Demon King-style, sacred gear. They not only possess terrifyingly powerful strength themselves but also have other uses. That is, like a sacred gear, they can transform into weapon forms and be equipped and used by a wearer. Therefore, the four great Demon Kings refer to their Claw of Evil as Demon King armaments. Rias is somewhat interested in the Claw of Evil, but only to a degree. Sheer, immense power is meaningless because Rias can create power even greater than that. Transforming oneself into a weapon form isn't particularly difficult either, a certain degree of energy control is sufficient. And from the surface, it's clear that the power of the Claw of Evil must be extremely violent and dangerous. Rias has no need for such unstable power. Weapons created purely for the sake of power cannot go far and cannot keep up with Rias's progress. But they can't simply be left unchecked either. Trash should be thrown into the trash bin. After arriving at the Nibiros branch family estate, Rias entered a certain room. Two cats were lying on the bed, enjoying the comfort of an afternoon nap, unaware that their father and mother had already died in the experiment. Good afternoon. Rias chuckled softly and, without disturbing them, used spatial teleportation to send the two cats to her own room. A small energy sphere was held in Rias's palm as she played with it, exploring the entire Nibirius family estate. No innocence here. As the words fell, the energy sphere dropped to the ground. Boom. There was no physical sound, yet it felt like a tremor to the heart. A massive energy maintained as a sphere suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire Nibirius family estate within it. Countless streams of destruction energy flowed, confined strictly within the spherical interior without spreading outward. Over 10 seconds later, the expanded red sphere collapsed inward, quickly condensing back into a smooth, round bead. Picking up the bead to play within her hand again, Rias revealed a smile of keen interest. Fusion equation, second stage. Perfectly controlled fusion. Chapter 33, Sephiroth Graal. Perfectly controlled fusion, yet not merely fusion. As is well known, fusion and fission release enormous power, their essence being mass defect. Energy fusion is the same, both fusion and fission processes release vast amounts of energy into the surroundings. But what if that energy were completely and perfectly controlled? At the instant fusion is completed, expand the periphery of the energy sphere to a range one deems acceptable, then collapse it inward after fusion, reclaiming the released energy. For the next use, the same method can be applied to perform energy fission. A once disposable strategic nuclear weapon becomes a recyclable weapon. There is still loss during the energy conversion process, but compared to ordinary consumables, it's much better. Replenishing the lost energy is far too simple. This is one of the application methods of the second stage of the fusion equation. Another method is to perform fusion on the energy within one's body, thereby fusing one's entire magical power into a higher grade magical power. At this point, Rias has already applied the fusion equation to herself. The lowest level of fusion slowly improves the quality of Rias's magical power. Simultaneously, the lowest level has already reached the realm of the transcendence. If combat is needed, the fusion reaction can be instantly increased, thereby obtaining greater power. Taking Rise of Lucifer as an example again, he also counts as a transcendent, merely the disgrace of the transcendence. Rias's usual state is similar to Lysavim's, but during battle, she can rapidly elevate to a level close to Surzex's. So easy. Rias felt a bit regretful. The resistance wasn't very great, or rather, there was no resistance at all. She had wanted an evenly matched fight. In the end, it was just a test explosion. Oh well, can't ask for too much. Returning to the Gremory family, Rias first went to Valerie's room. After dismissing the maid taking care of Valerie, Rias approached Valerie. Gently extending her hand, 3 holy grails emerged from Valerie's body, floating in Rias's palm. Eek. Valerie reached out, grabbing Rias's fingers, her face full of joy. This child is very attached to Rias. No, not just this child, this includes Gasper as well. Although Rias prefers girls, the sacred gear on Gasper requires prolonged contact, so she has somewhat neglected this child. Sorry, I still have an experiment to do. Rias thought for a moment and added, oh well, I'll just hold you while I do it. Saying this, Rias took out a rocking chair from a subspace, held Valerie in her arms, and while rocking, examined the condition of the Holy Grails. These 3 Holy Grails are not the ones from Valerie's body, they are Rias's magical devices. Using technology to fuse the magical devices with the Holy Grails, allowing the power of the Holy Grails to flow within the magical devices, causing them to transform. After roughly a few months, the magical devices reached the realm of liberation. The Sephiroth Graal split into 3, and Rias took out 3 magical devices, forming a trinity of magical devices. Both share the same origin, but one split into 3, while the latter were 3 from the start, yet still connected to the other 2 Holy Grails. The power of the magical devices is equal to that of the Sephiroth Graal, rather, it's like making a copy of the Sephiroth Graal. Simultaneously, the artificial souls constituting the core of the magical devices contain Rias's flawless will. Equivalent to a pure will entity not carrying any magical power characteristics. The magical device, Holy Grail born from this foundation has extremely high compatibility with Rias. Other sacred gears aside, only the Holy Grail is an indispensable part of the experiment. Rias murmured. Under her manipulation, the 3 Holy Grails formed a triangular arrangement. Power flowed through a layer of power of destruction before entering Rias's body. Soon, the light of the Holy Grails stopped, and Rias took out a bottle of holy water from a subspace, pouring it into her hand. No problem. Not covered by power of destruction, yet the holy water, which is like a potent poison to demons, felt like ordinary water to her. The same was true for Valerie, although not yet awakened, it's merely a matter of not having awakened. Unconscious transformation, coupled with being a half-breed, Valerie does not possess the weaknesses of ordinary vampires. Sunlight, running water, crosses, holy water, one could say vampires are a race with more flaws than demons. But as long as one possesses the Sephiroth Graal, everything is easily solved. The holder of the Sephiroth Graal is too small, forget unleashing its power, she hasn't even awakened yet. Rias does not want to seize the Holy Grail within her because the connection between a sacred gear and its user is too deep, seizing it would be very painful. Rias cannot do something so cruel, especially to a little girl. Put another way, if the Gremory family, which values emotions, had a daughter who did such a thing, they would surely be very sad. Therefore, Rias only needs to copy the power of the Holy Grail. Magical devices and artificial sacred gears have similar characteristics, such as performance being weaker than true sacred gears, but their natures are fundamentally different. Magical devices and artificial sacred gears are also weaker than true sacred gears, but magical devices contain artificial souls, which ordinary sacred gears do not have. Sacred gears do not have so-called soul essences, but they possess a more fundamental power. Rias made the magical devices absorb this fundamental power, thereby obtaining the same power. If the artificial soul within is strong enough, it can even copy the beast sealed within the sacred gear. The same kind of magical device is also placed with Gasper, but compared to the Holy Grail split into 3, copying it requires more time. Generally speaking, Rias doesn't need it anyway. The racial flaws of demons have been compensated for. This is truly amazing. Rias marveled. The Sephiroth Graal is a sacred gear opposite in attribute to Rias, the former governs life, the latter governs destruction. For Rias, the Sephiroth Graal is a necessary product for her advancement. Like eliminating the flaws of the demon race, this isn't strictly necessary because, generally speaking, holy light cannot even reach Rias before being destroyed. But Rias wants to complete the third stage of the fusion equation, fusing the essence of life, which requires research into the aspect of life. The first reason she must obtain the Sephiroth Graal is precisely this. The second reason is, the Sephiroth Graal involves the essence of life and can help Rias research the method of energy transformation. Perhaps not research, but obtain the method of energy transformation. Rias took out a crystal condense from Rashur, guiding a portion of power into the interior of the Holy Grail. Soon, the Holy Grail began to glow and rotate autonomously. After a while, Rias sensed a change in the Holy Grail, it had recorded the Rashur energy. Then Rias guided magical power into the Holy Grail's interior. After transformation by the Holy Grail, a strand of Rashur energy was born. A miracle of life, truly worthy of the Holy Grail. Even a copy of a copy possesses such power, truly worthy of the Holy Grail recorded in the Bible. That Lord is quite omnipotent indeed. Chapter 34, A Mother's Gentleness. Many sacred gears, in fact, are not original prototypes but imitations created by the God of the Bible, who mimic their powers. Just like the Holy Grail from the Bible, the true Holy Grail has long since shattered, leaving only the Trinity, Sephiroth Graal. Or take Gasper's Evil Eye of Stasis as another example, it is essentially an imitation created by replicating Baylor's ability. As a result, the sacred gear was drawn to Baylor's reincarnation and converged upon Gasper. The Spear of Twilight is also likely not the original prototype. The true original should be called the Spear of Longinus, which has probably been destroyed by now. The Sephiroth Graal is a replica, but perhaps it possesses power not inferior to the genuine article. The magical device, Holy Grail, is a replica of the Sephiroth Graal, possessing equivalent functions. This perfectly embodies the domestic talent for imitation. Even the God of the Bible would probably be stunned to see it. After all, he imitated others to create many sacred gears and likely never imagined that he himself would also be imitated. The mastery over life. Rias murmured. The Holy Grail possesses many functions, eliminating racial defects, resurrection, healing, energy conversion. At its core, it is mastery over life. Even if the soul is mostly destroyed, as long as a tiny fragment of the soul remains, the Holy Grail can resurrect it. Only if the soul is annihilated to the point where not even a trace remains would the Holy Grail be limited to replicating it, which couldn't truly be called resurrection. Thinking about it now, that God truly lives up to the title, omnipotent and omniscient. Although not truly omnipotent and omniscient, he was still all-powerful. Eliminating racial defects, followed by physical evolution. Rias murmured, allowing the power of the Holy Grail to flow into her body. She could feel the activity of her body's cells, gradually strengthening her physique. Because there's no specific data, it's difficult to achieve. Rias experimented with the Holy Grail's performance, then took out another magical device. The Analysis Cube. This was formed by Rias integrating the knowledge of the analysis formula into a magical device. It could be deployed quickly and saved her effort. Moreover, the performance of the analysis formula was even higher than Rias's own. Not only that, the analysis formula also had the function of recording data. Ultimately, Rias was still flesh and blood. No matter what she did, it required effort. How could she compare to a machine? And the greatest distinction between humans, intelligent life, and beasts is the ability to use tools. And Rias was an outstanding example among them, she could create tools. Following Rias's actions, the analysis cube transmitted Surzex's data into the Holy Grail within her body, and the evolution of Rias's body also began to intensify. Although she still maintained the appearance of a 4-year-old on the surface, her internal state had undergone a tremendous transformation. If Surzex was the complete body, then Rias was the mature stage. From infant stage to growth stage, from growth stage to mature stage, from mature stage to complete body. This step marks the boundary between ordinary demons and transcendence. Even I can't help but be shocked by my own speed of evolution. Rias sighed. It was too fast. If she could obtain the Hogyoku, perhaps she could complete her evolution even faster. The fusion equation, the Holy Grail, the Hogyoku. These were all key items that accelerated her growth in different fields. That's about enough for now. Rias stored the analysis cube and the Holy Grail inside her body, allowing them to operate automatically. As for Rias herself, she went to the living room. The 2 cats had already woken up and were being soothed by Venelana. They really are 2 adorable kittens. Venelana said with a smile. Their parents died accidentally during an experiment. I brought them back when I went to the Nibiru's Branch Family's Research Institute to retrieve some data. Rias said, then looked at the little girl form of Kuroka and said, incidentally, the Nibiru's Branch family has been destroyed by me. I won't use you as a test subject either. You can live here peacefully. Hearing this, Kuroka's spirits lifted, and her 2 cat ears couldn't help but stand up straight. Tuju Kuroka was a bit older than Rias. Having lived in a place like the Nibirius household, which lacked warmth, her mind had matured early. Although she felt uneasy about suddenly coming to the Gremory family, fortunately, she had met a gentle person, Venelana. She was more like a mother than Fujimai. Are you going to be Kuroka's master in the future, Naya? Tuju Kuroka asked with a cute expression. This child was a bit too shrewd, wasn't she? Master is fine, or you can call me sister. Ria stood on her tiptoes and patted Tuju Kuroka's head. Master, Naya. Tuju Kuroka blinked and still chose the title Master. After all, Rias clearly looked younger than Tuju Kuroka. Although her demeanor was mature, Master still seemed more appropriate. I am Tuju Kuroka, Naya. The white one is my little sister, Chiron, Naya. Tuju Kuroka introduced. I am Rias Gremory. Rias responded, saying, from now on, this will be your home. Stroking Tuju Kuroka's head and petting her ears, Rias felt that bringing these 2 cats back was the best decision she had ever made in her life. When Rias let go, Tuju Kuroka gave a shy smile, looking utterly adorable. After arranging rooms for the Tachibana sisters, Rias sat on a chair, swinging her feet. What kind of experiment was Nibirius conducting? Venelana asked. Artificial transcendence. Rias did not conceal it. She figured Venelana asked out of concern, perhaps thinking Rias had gone too far in wiping out the Nibirius family. Although Rias's intelligence was so high that they didn't impose many restrictions on her, conversely, innate high intelligence also made it easier to go astray. Venelana, Zeoticus, Surzex, and Graphia were all worried about this. After all, the fact that their Gremory family valued emotions was considered peculiar among demons, but they themselves took pride in it. Phew, I see. Venelana seemed to sigh in relief, patting her chest. Your worries are unnecessary, mother. Ria smiled and said, on the contrary, there are other areas you should be more concerned about. Other areas? Venelana blinked her eyes. Ria smiled without speaking, making Venelana feel as if her heart was being tickled. Leaving your sentence half finished, you've learned to be mischievous too, child. Venelana tapped Rias's forehead with a smile and held Rias in her arms. A moment later, she placed Rias's head on her lap, gently stroking Rias's head. We rarely have such close contact like this, little Rias. Venelana sighed, it's completely different from little Surzex. That child loved to act spoiled when he was little. Personality is 1/10 innate and 9/10 nurtured. Brother Surzex is so gentle, it's clearly influenced by you, mother. As for me, I'm a reincarnator with memories, possessing a complete worldview from the very beginning. For me, the infancy period has long since passed. Rias said softly. It must have been hard. Venelana said gently. Not hard at all. Rias smiled, I live according to my own will. How could that be described as hard? That's wonderful then. Venelana gently stroked Rias's head and said, although I sometimes feel lonely, mother also sometimes thinks how wonderful it is that little Rias is my daughter. Chapter 35, Visiting Soul Society. Since her last conversation with Venelana, Rias had gotten along much more harmoniously with her family. The Gremory family had long suspected that she possessed complete memories and a fully formed value system. Never underestimate the sharpness of the strong. Their wisdom, perception, and instincts far surpassed those of ordinary humans. This was something that could not be hidden from the very beginning. But to them, whether Rias was a reincarnated person or not was irrelevant, because Rias was their daughter, and that would never change. The second stage of the fusion equation is complete. Has the new research hit a bottleneck? Rias pondered. The third stage of the fusion equation and energy conversion involve the essence of life. The next direction might be a bit difficult. The systems of other worlds cannot be fully converted into strength, also due to a lack of fundamental energy conversion. While the properties of power of destruction are strong, they also lack a degree of omnipotence. Fundamentally, the life and rules of beings like the flugel and shinigami are different from this world. Even the basic structure of humans differs subtly from world to world. Simply changing one's racial distinction is easy, the racial transformation of devil chess piece can accomplish that. The problem is how to give oneself dual, or even more, characteristics. To transform the magical property of destruction into the magical property of omnipotence. Only by thoroughly researching this point would she be on Rias's own path to becoming one of the transcendents. It's already necessary to introduce something new to break through the bottleneck. Rias murmured. Something new had already been identified, the Hogyoku. Uncertain about the passage of time during her departure, Rias left a letter in her room. After a while, the room's barrier would automatically deactivate. If she were gone for too long, she wouldn't be considered missing. Of course, Rias roughly guessed her absence would be instantaneous, but this was just a precaution. Rias, at Unohana Retsu, do you have time? Want to come for a visit? Unohana Retsu responded quickly, saying, the view from the mountaintop is nice. I happen to have a tea set with me. Would you like to try it? I look forward to experiencing the tea art of a millennium-old shinigami. Rias clicked on the application, and a window popped up on Unohana Retsu's side. Rias Gremory has requested to enter your world. Allow, yes/no. Clicking allow, Rias appeared in the shinigami world. Unohana Retsu's appearance was gentle and serene. She wore her long black hair parted in the middle, tied into a braid that hung forward, covering the scar on her chest. She wore a black shihakusho, over which was draped a white haori with the number 4 written on the back, symbolizing the captain of the 4th Division. This counts as our first meeting in reality, little Rias. Unohana Retsu said with a smile. I suppose so. Rias walked over and said plainly, you're being too cautious. I've wanted to visit your world for a long time. A carpet was spread out in front of Unohana Retsu, with a small square table placed on top. On the small table was a tea set. She was currently kneeling before it, using spiritual energy to heat the water. Rias walked over and sat opposite her, admiring Unohana Retsu's movements. The art of tea tasting often equates to artistry, akin to a lifestyle of self-cultivation through tea. Her movements were fluid, like flowing clouds and water, giving a sense of natural, effortless smoothness, as if she had become part of the scenery. Soon, a cup of tea appeared before Rias. The tea was clear and translucent, its fragrance pervasive. Just looking at it was a pleasure. Taking a small sip, she let the liquid flow from the tip to the back of her tongue, swallowing after 3 repetitions. A hint of sweetness lingered in her mouth. It tastes good. Rias praised. Although this was a tea ceremony, Rias wasn't particularly fond of tedious etiquette. She preferred to do what made her happy. Unohana Retsu also seemed to only demand perfection from herself, showing no reaction to Rias's actions, simply smiling all the while. Perhaps this was the true essence of the tea ceremony. Being strict with oneself, but having few demands of others. Whether one understands tea or not, likes tea or not, even if one treats it as plain water, as long as they aren't unhappy, that is enough. That's all that matters. Thank you for the compliment. Unohana Retsu gave a faint smile, looking quite pleased. After finishing the tea, Rias wasn't in a hurry to search for the Hogyoku. Instead, she found a comfortable angle and lay her head on Unohana Retsu's lap. Unohana Retsu gently stroked Rias's crimson hair, squinting her eyes to enjoy the breeze. It wasn't bad at all. Do you know the Hogyoku's location? Unohana Retsu asked. I can make a rough guess. Rias said, squinting her eyes. Aizen's Hogyoku was most likely carried on his person, as nowhere was safer than on himself. Regarding Kisuke Urahara's Hogyoku, there are currently 2 theories. First, after Kachiki Rukia's first mission to the living world and transferring her Shinigami powers to Kurosaki Ichigo, Kisuke Urahara placed the Hogyoku into her soul via Jigai. Second, it was placed inside her even earlier. The hiding place he chose at that time was you, Kachiki Rukia. By the time I learned of this, you had already disappeared in the living world. These were Aizen's exact words, concerning the sequence of events. Aizen didn't deduce the Hogyoku was on Rukia because her Jigai made her untraceable, rather, he first discovered the Hogyoku was on Rukia, then found she was missing. Moreover, Kisuke Urahara never said he placed his Hogyoku into her via the Jigai, he only said he used the Jigai to hide Rukia. Abarai Renji asked Kisuke Urahara several times, but he never answered. Another point, if the Hogyoku were truly in Kisuke Urahara's possession, Aizen would have intensified his pursuit of him. Precisely because he knew Kisuke Urahara wouldn't keep the Hogyoku on himself, capturing him would be useless, he let Urahara roam free for over 100 years. Initially, it was well hidden. Later, after Aizen narrowed down its general location, the Hogyoku was sent away. There's also another piece of intelligence. When Rukia first joined her division, she went to the living world to support Kaion Kotetsu, but she herself has no memory of it. No memory of having been to the living world. Clearly, there's an issue here. Rias leans toward the second theory. Or rather, even if it's not on Rukia, it doesn't matter. The disparity in strength makes Rias unafraid of anything in this world. More than the Hogyoku, I'm more interested in your thoughts. Rias asked, what do you think of Soul Society? Unohana Retsu didn't reply immediately. After a moment of thought, she asked instead, speaking of which, you said Aizen would rebel. Do you know the reason? Not just Aizen. Rias nuzzled against Unohana Retsu's soft thigh and said casually, from the moment its foundation was laid, this world's development has been distorted. As the creator of the new world, the Soul King's very existence is a tragedy. First, his arms were torn off. Then, over a long period, his heart was dug out, his legs severed, and his internal organs all chopped to pieces and separated from his body. Made into a human pillar, he became the wedge stabilizing the world's existence. Over the long ages, the world needed cycles, and the Soul King himself sought death. Whether it's Aizen, Yawatch, or Tokunada Tsuneyashiro, they are all part of the change being brought about. It's not about what Aizen will do, but that the world itself is pushing for change. The question is whether this change will become a prolonged tug-of-war, with countless evils in history erupting, or a swift resolution, sweeping away the entire world in one go. Wait, you said the Soul King. Unohana Retsu was somewhat stunned. That's right. Rias said lightly, this is the truth of this world. Chapter 36, The Realm of Destruction. Aizen seeks change, but his methods are too extreme. Kisuke Urahara knows the truth, yet he chooses to maintain the existing order. Yawatch seeks the past, wanting to reunite the three worlds into one, turning back the wheel of history. Tokunada Tsuneyashiro is just a clown, used to push the plot forward. This world is about to undergo changes, something that will happen regardless of what you do or don't do, or what actions you take. Rias whispered softly. What a troublesome matter. Unohana Retsu sighed lightly. The things spoken from Rias's mouth were far too complex for Unohana Retsu, leaving her unable to sort out her thoughts for a moment. But there was one thing she knew, whether Rias existed or not, what was destined to happen would happen. And Unohana Retsu's attitude would determine Rias's course of action. You are the sword demon, yet you think too much about things beyond combat. Your mind and body have also grown dull, unable to keep up with the changes of the new era. Living in the past all this time must have been hard, hasn't it? Rias opened her eyes, looking at Unohana Retsu's gentle face. You even know about that. Unohana Retsu was taken aback and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes, ever since I met that child, the one more demonic than I have been living in the past. Unohana Retsu untied the braid hanging in front of her. A breeze blew through, causing her long black hair to flutter in the air. The wound on her chest was revealed, a fierce scar that had remained on her body for 1,000 years. As you said, as the sword demon, I have grown dull, because for far too long, I have been stagnant. Over countless years, from disgrace to the obsession of today, for me, the inheritance of the Kenpachi name has become my sole fixation. Looking into Unohana Retsu's eyes, Rias couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow in her heart. But that is all in the past now. Seeing the sadness on Rias's face, Unohana Retsu chuckled softly, gently stroking her cheek. It's truly incredible. Even though we've only been together for a few months, the windmill that had stopped turning has begun to spin again. You are like a gentle breeze, blowing into my heart. Thank you. If it's for your sake, I am willing to step out of the past and let go of my old obsessions. Well, although I might not be able to fully step out, I will try my best. Unohana Retsu smiled gently. That's truly wonderful. Rias couldn't help but show a genuine smile. The mood is just right. Shall we try that? As the breeze blew, Rias gazed at Unohana Retsu's crimson lips and whispered softly. In that instant, Unohana Retsu's eyes widened abruptly, her heart pounding violently. Everything in her mind gradually faded away, leaving only this small yet beautiful face. In her mind, nothing else mattered anymore. Slowly bending her waist, her black hair cascaded down. Unohana Retsu raised her hand and gently tucked it behind her ear. Their soft, tender lips met, feeling each other's warmth. Just like that, a single thought felt like a millennium. After a long while, the two separated. It wasn't too intense, merely like a dragonfly skimming the water, a brief touch before parting. Unlike with Seraphal, if that was desire, this was love. Rias wasn't sure if this could be classified as love, but at this moment, both of them found satisfaction in their hearts. Do as you please. Unohana Retsu whispered softly, I don't understand this world, nor do I understand the thoughts of Aizen and the others, but I choose to stand by your side. Aizen will betray, Yawatch will reappear, Kisuke Urahara was framed. Unohana Retsu's mind is actually quite sharp, she just usually doesn't bother to think about such things. In that short time just now, she had analyzed so many things, but none of it mattered from the start. What the world becomes is utterly irrelevant to Unohana Retsu. It has always been this way. The reason she stayed in the Siriidii was simply because Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was stronger. Is it okay even if it gets intense? Rias asked. Even if the world collapses, it's fine. Unohana Retsu replied indifferently. When she first joined the chat group, Unohana Retsu had her own stance, so she couldn't act recklessly. But now, Unohana Retsu chooses to stand by Rias's side, even if it means betraying the Soul Society. 1,000 years ago, Unohana Retsu was known as Unohana Yachiru, a bloodthirsty and highly combative warrior. She was called the greatest villain in the history of the Soul Society, unprecedented and unrepeatable. Even after 1,000 years of cultivating her heart, it doesn't mean her nature has changed, it's just that she has genuinely gained a new gentleness. In the past, it was obsession, now, it's Rias. In the past, she didn't care, now, she has met someone who attracts her, someone she genuinely cares for from the heart. Rias thought for a moment and said, let's keep it like this for now. First, complete the third stage of the fusion equation. With an absolute gap in strength, anything can be accomplished. Whether in the High School DxD world or the Bleach world, Rias has a basic idea. And this basic idea requires absolute strength to realize. Doing it now would be a waste of time. After dozing off for a little while longer, Rias stood up from Unohana Retsu's lap. Placing her hand on Unohana Retsu's forehead, Rias said, recall the overall information about the Siriidii and the Shinigami. Like this. As Unohana Retsu's mind flashed with information about the Siriidii, Rias had already read the corresponding memories. The mind is a virtual product, generated by the brain's thoughts, giving rise to mental cognition. Without occlumency, the mental waves emitted during thinking can be captured by Rias's magic, allowing her to indirectly read minds. It causes no harm to the person being read and can only capture the external information of their thoughts. Alright, I'll be leaving for a while now. Rias said. Unohana Retsu responded with a gentle smile. After confirming the direction, Rias flew toward the Siriidii. Destruction Formula 6, Absolute Destruction Barrier. A faint red light wrapped around her body, forming a circle. Within this circle, sight, perception, protection, and everything else would be destroyed. In short, the immense power, surpassing dimensions, made it seem as if she had stepped into a higher dimension. No one could detect her presence. Arriving at the Siriidii, Rias headed toward the 13th division. No one could detect Rias. As she walked, she passed through a certain squad member without destroying them. She only destroyed what she wanted to destroy, beyond that, nothing would be harmed. Soon, Rias had already spotted her target. Kuchiki Rukia, Shiba Kaien, Shiba Miyako. The three of them were together. It seemed the Shiba couple hadn't died yet. If I can save them, I might as well do it. Muttering to herself, Rias planted a suggestion in their minds to leave. Since the suggestion wasn't strong and Rias's technique was superb, the two didn't notice anything amiss. After the two left, in an instant, the entire world changed. Created based on the concept of a reality marble, Power of Destruction formed a small world with special rules. Destruction Formula 8, Realm of Destruction. Chapter 37, The Hogyoku. What is this? A dark red world, with no up, down, left, or right, and devoid of any matter. The entire world was filled with a red glow, everything within sight was meaningless. Hello, Kuchiki Rukia. Rias appeared in this world, causing Rukia to instinctively step back. However, simply making such a movement was utterly meaningless. Attack. Defense. Evade. Everything would be destroyed, in a world where nothing existed, every action was pointless. Rias reached out, and a sliver of light bloomed. Under the effect of a unique formula, Kuchiki Rukia's entire body was scanned. From her spiritual body to her inner soul, tracing the light within the soul. Soon, Rias saw what she was looking for. The Hogyoku. Rias's expression softened slightly as she murmured, "It seems my luck is quite good." Her hand slowly reached into Rukia's soul. Since Rukia herself had no connection to the Hogyoku, unlike the close bond of a sacred gear, Rias easily pulled the Hogyoku out. What is this? Rukia watched in astonishment as Rias removed the Hogyoku from her chest. Someone placed this inside your body for their own purposes. Rias explained, then added, although this item doesn't belong to you, it was taken from your body after all, so I will give you a corresponding reward. A reward. Rukia felt that nothing was wrong with her body and said warily, "There's no need for a reward." "Are you sure?" Rias smiled. "Even if Shiba Kayan and Shiba Miyako will die in the future, it doesn't matter." "What?" Rukia exclaimed. "You can consider it as me having the ability to foresee the future." Rias said nonchalantly, "I can help you, purely as a reward. But if you refuse my reward, I won't owe you anything." Rukia clenched her fists. She couldn't be sure if what Rias said was true, but for now, Rias didn't seem to have any ill intent. Just saying if, she missed this opportunity. The woman she admired, the superior who had kindly helped her, could have had a chance to be saved, but she failed to seize it. Just thinking about that possibility made Rukia tremble. Taking a deep breath, Rukia asked cautiously, "May I ask, what will you do?" "It's simple." Rias took out 2 amulets and a magical device, saying, "This is a simple magical device capable of storing souls. Give these 2 amulets to them. If nothing happens, they won't activate. If they die, their souls will be directly absorbed by the power within the amulets and transferred into the magical device. The power of shinigamis and hollows is based on the soul forming a spiritual body, thereby gaining the ability to fight. Ordinary souls have no spiritual power, or rather, their spiritual power itself constitutes their soul. Without external conditions to break the boundary, they cannot absorb Reisher to transform it into spiritual pressure. These souls gradually weaken and are converted into Reisher. In the soul society, they are known as pluses. Souls without spiritual power don't need to eat or drink, they simply fade away naturally. Souls with spiritual power form a more resilient spiritual body. Even if attacked by a Zanpakuto, they will bleed but won't suffer irreparable injuries. A spiritual body and a soul are essentially the same, except one has spiritual pressure to protect itself. To use an analogy, the soul is like muscle, while the spiritual body is like skin. Without spiritual pressure, a spiritual body cannot be formed, making being attacked a very dangerous matter. The amulets and the magical device are a set. If something happens to the spiritual body, whether it's being devoured or dying, the amulet will forcibly clear the spiritual pressure composing the spiritual body and then transfer the pure soul into the magical device. Whether you believe me is up to your judgment. Whatever choice you make won't affect me in the slightest, Rias said. Rias added, "By the way, let me remind you, it's best not to speak of this. Otherwise, while I won't have any trouble, you will be the one who ends up unfortunate. Any more questions? If not, I'm leaving." "To be honest, I have a mountain of questions," Rukia sighed, deciding to lower her guard. Because the gap in strength between the two was too vast, she could feel how terrifying this red world outside her body was. A world composed purely of unknown energy with extremely high density. Although it didn't affect her, her instincts could sense the terror of this power. If the other party had malicious intent, she could be annihilated in an instant. "May I know your name?" Rukia straightened her expression and asked. "My name is Rias Gremory, and I come from a other world." Rias responded, "See you when we have time, Rukia." As the words fell, Rukia was transferred out. Afterward, Rias held up the Hogyoku. The outermost layer of the Hogyoku was a transparent barrier. The barrier was very strong, locking the Hogyoku firmly inside. However, now that the Hogyoku was within Rias's domain, there was no way it could escape. With a thought, she instinctively unfolded a magic formula to analyze the outer barrier, and then the power of destruction within the domain destroyed it. In the next moment, the Hogyoku flickered with a dazzling light. A glazed color like starlight, incomparably beautiful. A heartbeat-like vibration appeared, resonating with Rias. Not bad. Rias thought to herself, writing her soul essence into it. Although the Hogyoku has its own will and is considered a living item, it isn't necessarily considered life. Because the Hogyoku is essentially still a tool, its way of thinking is very simple. Unless its user orders it to evolve on its own, it will always maintain an item-level mindset. Essentially, it wasn't much different from the magical devices Rias created. It contained a special will and would not reject Rias. Although she was confident she wouldn't follow in Aizen's footsteps, Rias preferred turning 2 wills into one rather than just having a resonance between master and servant. Did it fail? Rias murmured. Compared to an Asachi, trying to assimilate the Hogyoku with soul essence was simply too difficult. Kisuke Urahara's Hogyoku was made from the souls of hollows as raw materials, but it was already equivalent to a product of a higher dimension. Furthermore, the Hogyoku is different from an Asachi, it already possesses its own will. Even with Rias's near-transcendent power, her soul itself had not yet achieved a qualitative change. Rias even suspected that no one in this world could truly control the Hogyoku. However, if Jibril were here instead, it would probably be a different outcome. After all, there is no boundary between Jibril's physical body and soul, one could say the body is the soul. At the same time, the soul density of life is incomparable to that of ordinary biological beings, even for a pure-blooded high-class devil like Rias. In terms of life forms, there is a huge gap even between a devil king and the Flugel. And this gap even includes Surzex, who cannot be classified as a devil. This is just a semi-finished product, the finished one will surely be even more astonishing. If the Hogyoku formed from Shinigami souls and Aizen's hands were added, creating a cycle of the two extreme powers of Shinigamis and Hollows, it could be truly perfect. And this perfection is not one where no further progress is possible, it should be called a foundation of perfection instead. Chapter 38, Aizen. Forget it, there's no need to rush. Rias looked at the Hogyoku in front of her and murmured softly. The Hogyoku is currently incomplete, possessing only the power of a Shinigami. The way the Hogyoku breaks boundaries is by breaking the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow, blending the two powers to expand the soul's vessel, increase its density, and elevate the life form to a higher level. If I obtain the Hogyoku created with Hollow power and combine it with the power of the magical device, Holy Grail, I should be able to directly modify my own life form. Spiritual power, magic power, light power, divine power, even magic power itself has countless attributes: destruction, magic formula, water, ice, fire, time, and so on. Perfectly accommodating these attributes might allow for the forging of a higher dimensional universal power. Next, let's go find Aizen. With a thought, Rias placed the Hogyoku inside her body, just like a sacred gear. Closing the domain of destruction and returning to the Soul Society, Rias saw Kachiki Rukia still standing there, lost in thought. Holding the magical device Rias gave her, she was likely thinking about Rias. She didn't care much about it, if she could save her, she would, and if not, so be it. Leaving the 13th division, Rias walked toward the 5th division. As it happened, Aizen was just about to head out. Sensing something, Aizen frowned slightly. Pre-evolution Aizen had already reached the peak of a Shinigami, and his overall strength was second to none even among the captains of the Godii 13. In comparison, he slightly surpassed a ultimate class devil. But Shinigami have boundaries, until he breaks that boundary, Aizen still couldn't be considered a Demon King class combatant. To be able to notice my presence despite being two major realms apart, truly remarkable. Rias remarked with admiration. Who are you? Aizen gently pushed up his glasses, the lenses glinting slightly, revealing a deep color. Appearing before him was a very young-looking girl floating in the air. However, her youth was merely an appearance, those eyes, as calm as a mirror-like lake, made it impossible to ignore her presence. Just looking into her eyes, one felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain. The aura she emitted was as terrifying as a prehistoric beast, causing even Aizen to shudder involuntarily. What's going on with that girl? Aizen's lip twitched slightly, and then he noticed something shocking. His body was trembling. He was shivering, almost unable to control his body. The aura emanating from her made Aizen feel an instinctive sense of fear. Truly incredible. With a snap, Rias snapped her fingers. In the next instant, the entire world changed. Finding himself within a red domain, Aizen could no longer hold back, and an astounding spiritual pressure erupted from his body. This spiritual pressure had even surpassed the limits of a Shinigami, yet the moment it leaked from his body, it was destroyed. Just who are you? Aizen asked once more. If not for his powerful spiritual pressure, he wouldn't even be able to move right now. Rias's Hakai Hotishiki was gradually becoming perfect, a world of difference from her level when she first met Unohana Retsu a year ago. It was like the gap between pre-evolution Aizen and post-evolution Aizen. My name is Rias Gremory. Have you heard of the other world? Aizen Sosuke. Rias spoke softly, resonating with the Hogyoku, and then a layer of invisible ripples spread out. It really is on you. With a smile and a wave of her hand, the Hogyoku appeared in Rias's palm. Although this domain was still incomplete, it already possessed an extraordinary power. A person from a other world, even someone from a other world knows about the Hogyoku. Aizen instantly understood the other's objective and remarked with a sigh. I know just a little bit more. Rias gestured, a little bit, with her index finger and thumb. I see. Aizen understood immediately. A little bit, that's actually a lot, how could a king of posturing like Aizen not understand? Aizen pushed up his glasses and spoke cautiously, then do you know that the Hogyoku actually has 2 of them, right? Rias smilingly produced the other Hogyoku. The 2 Hogyoku resonated, attracting each other like magnets and spinning continuously. One is formed from the fusion of Shinigami souls, and the other from Hollow souls. These 2 extreme powers are like yin and yang, forming a true dual unity. Rias chuckled, but looking at this, it seems fusing the 2 Hogyoku will take some time. It's as if destiny brought them into being. I doubt this world will ever produce another Hogyoku. Rarity adds value, and something like the Hogyoku clearly isn't something that can be created with just any Shinigami or Hollow souls. Aizen once said that Shinigami souls couldn't satisfy the Hogyoku, and Kazuki Urahara also said that creating the Hogyoku was an accident. Even with the same steps and an identical process, one would surely fail to create a new one. Because something critical must be missing, something that neither Kasukirahara nor Aizen could even identify. Watching the two Hogyoku in Rias's hand, Aizen fell silent. Because he realized that things were completely out of his control. Furthermore, he had lost all initiative. Forget the initiative, even his life was no longer in his own hands. If this young girl willed it, she could destroy him in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Is there anything else you want to say? Rias smiled. Origin unknown, purpose unknown, only that her target was the Hogyoku. Is it for evolution? Then, what about the resources of the other world? Are you interested in this world? Aizen smiled. Not really. Rias responded with a smile of her own. For a powerhouse like her, valuable things were few and far between. Aizen knew in his heart that his bargaining chips were dwindling. The only valuable chip left was himself. To this, Aizen responded with a helpless smile. Truly a total defeat. So, how do you intend to deal with me? Aizen said with a calm expression. Deal with sounds a bit harsh. Rias shrugged and said, but considering you created the Hogyoku, I can give you two choices. Choices. Mulling over those words, Aizen clenched his fist. No pretense, before a superior power, pretense was unnecessary. Are you angry? Rias tilted her head. No, Aizen smiled. The weak have no right to express anger toward the strong, I am well aware of that. So you're angry at yourself then? Rias laughed, angry because your life and death are not in your own hands, that's both arrogant and admirable. Aizen fell silent. This girl must be among the extremely powerful even in her other world. Truly a superior powerhouse, even when she speaks so bluntly, no one can defeat her. For the first time, Aizen felt a genuine sense of defeat from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 39, competing on the same stage. What are the two choices? Aizen asked, as if changing the subject. The first choice. Rias smiled, while Aizen had already entered a state of deep contemplation. I will leave immediately. You can act as if the Hogyoku doesn't exist and that you've never seen me. Question mark. Aizen was taken aback for a moment, then his expression settled into composure. What do you mean? Although he had his suspicions, Aizen still wanted to confirm the meaning behind Rias's words. It's simple. Rias said, your level of thinking is very high, and your wisdom is quite good. From any perspective, you are a fine talent. But, to me, you are merely at the level of a talent. Hearing the evaluation from her lips, Aizen felt a sense of humiliation from the bottom of his heart. Merely at the level of a talent? For the solitary and arrogant Aizen, who sought only to step onto the throne of heaven, this sentence was 100 times more insulting than any slur. Let me clarify beforehand, I don't mean to look down on you. Rias said, if you were a cute girl, I might have some interest, but unfortunately. Is that so? Say what you will. Aizen gave a hollow smile, looking cold and detached. Of course, it's not that I insist on pushing talent away, it's just that the rewards don't outweigh the risks. Rias shrugged and said, what the Gremory clan is most praised for is not power, or rather, it's not just power. The reason the Gremory family possesses great power is due to my mother's lineage. But both before and after that, what we are most praised for is valuing emotions. Rias continued, to us, power is merely a tool for self-protection. Friendship, family, and love, these are the things we value from the heart. Despite your high level of thinking, your cold nature fundamentally determines the difference between us. Upon hearing this, Aizen also calmed down. He was solitary and proud, but his IQ and EQ were both top tier. So he could understand the meaning behind Rias's words. A family that values emotions more than power. Aizen sighed inwardly. He was slightly envious. In truth, although Aizen was arrogant, he also felt lonely. It was as if he were the only human in the entire world, and everyone else was a monkey. Nothing was worth his attention, on the contrary, this world was as rotten as could be. Even as cold as he was, there was still a final trace of humanity and warmth in his heart. Hinamori Momo took a blade but didn't die, instead, the vital points were avoided. Tear Harabel was also discarded by Aizen, yet she survived despite her heavy injuries. Ultimately, his defeat was essentially because he had gradually come to acknowledge Kurosaki Ichigo and Kasukirahara, causing his mindset to lose balance and his resolve to waver. During his imprisonment in the 8th level of hell, Aizen had gradually regained his composure. And the second choice? Aizen asked. This time, he had completely calmed down. From his initial high self-regard until now, he had lost his inner arrogance when facing Rias. Because he analyzed one thing from Rias's attitude, she really didn't care much about Aizen as a person. A talent, but with dangerous thoughts. Was that the general evaluation? The second choice. Rias revealed a smile and said, I suddenly thought of an interesting idea. Over 100 years ago, you plotted against several captains and vice-captains, as well as Kasukirahara. Wouldn't it be very interesting to have you all compete on the same stage in the arena? Rias laughed. Can you elaborate? Aizen adjusted his glasses, a thick sense of interest rising in his eyes. Of course, what he was interested in wasn't competing on the same stage as Kasukirahara. He had some interest in that, but it was equivalent to mere play. What truly attracted him was the term otherworld. To Aizen, the world was simply too small, and the space to operate was too limited. Coupled with the world being too rotten and people being too lonely, Aizen had embarked on the path to the throne of heaven. For a greater goal, what did a little bit of grievance matter? Of course. Rias explained the devil race and the raiding game. It's no different from an entertainment game, it just depends on whether you're willing. Taking Aizen as a peerage member was also just a whim. Although Aizen's IQ was very high, many things aren't useful just because one has a high IQ. Strength is always the primary factor. Take Mirror Flower Water Moon, for instance. Perfectly manipulating a person's 5 senses is indeed impressive. But Rias could break an illusion of that level with pure power alone. With power of destruction constantly swirling around her, it was impossible for any supernatural force that could affect Rias to actually do so. Not only was it impossible for her to fall under Mirror Flower Water Moon, but even if she did, she could destroy the influence the opponent applied. I have a question. Aizen asked, are you saying you will also be on the field? A raiding game is like a game of chess, any piece can be missing, except for the king. Rias said. I understand. Aizen nodded, his eyes growing strangely fervent. He adjusted his glasses and said, then, there is only one answer. I shall offer you my loyalty. Without breaking his cane, Aizen simply lowered his head slightly. With Aizen's pride, reaching this point was about as much as could be expected. As for being afraid of Aizen stirring up trouble, her world really wasn't afraid of that. Because there wasn't just 1 or 2 people stirring up trouble, every pantheon had such trash, even among the top 10 in the world. In comparison, as long as it didn't involve her family, Aizen could do as he pleased. Then again, Aizen wasn't truly a terrorist, his ideas were just too advanced and his methods too ruthless. Being half a step ahead makes one a genius, a full step makes one a madman. Given the feudal level of the Soul Society, wanting to change things bit by bit was undoubtedly a pipe dream, so Aizen wanted to use more direct and convenient ways to achieve his goals. Then let's go. Rias smiled and said, make some arrangements, we might be gone for several years. Remember to bring a few subordinates, otherwise the Grand Boss Aizen would have to run errands for me personally. By the way, as long as it doesn't involve my family, you can stir up trouble as you wish while fulfilling my goals. I believe you have a sense of propriety in this regard. However, if you get beaten and come running back crying for a parent, I'll stand up for you too. You're joking. Aizen's lip twitched as he forced an awkward smile. Damn, this lowly's words are so irritating. If she were doing it on purpose, it would be one thing, but Aizen could clearly hear that Rias was being serious. Meaning, if he stirred up trouble, got caught, and was beaten, she really would stand up for him if he went back to her. The problem was, if such a humiliating thing actually happened, he might as well find a block of frozen tofu and bash his head against it. Next, I'm going to the living world. You wait for me in Hueco Mundo. I understand. Chapter 40, Destruction Demonic Eye. With a gentle flap of her wings, Rias arrived in the human world. The world of the Soul Reapers was originally a single whole, but it was later divided by the power of the Soul King. The human world, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and Hell. To enter Soul Society, one must inevitably pass through a channel, which is the Dong Eye. To enter Hueco Mundo, one must either use a special gate made by Soul Society or pass through a Garganta. Similarly, entering Hell is the same, one must pass through the Hell Gate. Rias, however, had no need for the Dong Eye. By simply flapping her wings, she could tear a hole in space and emerge directly into the human world. Incidentally, the Dong Eye is a space where several layers of severed dimensions overlap, surrounded by a torrent of time. The density of time within it is overwhelmingly higher than in the outside world. Converted into numbers, it is 2,000 times greater. While 1 year passes in the outside world, 2,000 years would have passed inside the Dong Eye. In the past, this Dong Eye served as both a passage to the human world and a place of exile, which is why the Koryu and Kotatsu exist there. In other words, as long as one can withstand the Koryu and Kotatsu, it is a sacred training ground. Of course, it's also possible to train until your time completely runs out. Upon arriving in the human world of the Soul Reaper world, Rias searched for a while before finding the location of Karakura town. Using Heavenly Transfer to move, it took her only 30 seconds to find the place, including the time spent searching. Focusing her attention on her vision, the formula began to operate, and a red light flickered in Rias's eyes. This was the sign of the Hakai Hotishiki engraved in her eyes being activated. Unlike sacred gears, which are physical products, Rias's control over the power of destruction also required a magic formula to undergo a qualitative change. However, Rias had emulated the flu gel by engraving the magic formula onto her body, allowing her to use it directly whenever needed. In a way, it was a bit like the Rinnegan. With that thought, the world in Rias's eyes changed. Red light formed lines and points of void, and the entire world reflected in her eyes appeared tattered and broken. With just a single thought, everything, including space itself, would be destroyed by Rias. With deeper focus, she could even destroy concepts. Equation of Destruction 1, Destruction Demonic Eye. Found them. After deploying the Destruction Demonic Eye, everything in the world became clearly visible and could be destroyed with a mere thought. If she were to let go of her restraint, the world would collapse in an instant. It was quite a dangerous ability. In an instant, Rias crossed through space and arrived before a barrier. Strolling inside, Rias released a tiny bit of her aura. Instantly, a suppressive force like the heavenly limit appeared. Terror, fear, it was almost impossible to breathe. The tangible pressure manifested inside the dilapidated apartment. 8 people in total, all of them are here. Rias smiled and then withdrew her pressure. The pressure of a transcendent level qualitative change was enough to make people so terrified they could hardly move. If she were to mix magic power into that pressure, their spiritual bodies would likely disintegrate instantly. Hello there. Rias waved her hand and said, although I intended to get straight to business, I suppose it's better to show my strength first. Who are you? Hirako Shinji asked solemnly. Your reaction is so boring. Rias smiled, then took out 2 hogyoku that were pressed together. That is, the hogyoku. Hirako Shinji cried out in shock. That's right. Rias smiled and said, 2 hogyoku. One was taken from a certain soul body, it was clearly hidden away on purpose by Kasukirahara. As for the other one. You bastard, what is your relationship with Aizen? Hiyori Saragaki roared, trying to rush forward but was held back by Hirako Shinji. As for our relationship, Aizen has just become my subordinate. How does that sound? Rias laughed. What? That Aizen. How is that possible? That's Aizen we're talking about. The surrounding reaction was so intense that Rias couldn't help but laugh, saying, I took this hogyoku from Aizen. If you can snatch it away, even Aizen would be livid. So, do you want to give it a try? Rest assured, I won't take your lives. Rias said with a smile. Damn it, you're just a little girl. Hiyori Saragaki clenched her fists, the veins on her forehead bulging. In that case. Take this. Mashiro Kuna swiped her hand across her face, a mask appearing on her face as she simultaneously appeared beside Rias, launching a kick. With a thud, Mashiro Kuna's leg stopped 30 centimeters away from Rias. Decent power. Rias chuckled, and with a mere thought, Mashiro Kuna was sent flying with a snap. But it's only decent. At most, it's at the level of being able to wrestle with a high-class devil. If she were facing the future Sarorg, being one-shot wouldn't be impossible. Mashiro. The members of the Vizards cried out in alarm. Ouch. Mashiro Kuna stood up, then fell flat on the ground with a thud as her mask dissipated. Sorry, I don't think I can stand up. Mashiro Kuna stuck out her tongue. Seeing that she had only lost her fighting capacity and hadn't sustained major injuries, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You guys are far too weak. Isn't it a bit naive to think you can get revenge on Aizen with this level of strength? Rias tilted her head and said, over 100 years, even a pig could fly by now after that long. You haven't just been wasting your time, have you? Aya, I can't take it anymore. Hiyori Saragaki couldn't stand it. She swung her fist back, hitting Hirako Shinji in the nose to make him let go. She also swiped her hand across her face, and after her hollowification, she drew her sword and rushed forward. Chop him down, Kubikiri Orochi. Her sword changed after its shurikai, the blade turning into a large cleaver with a row of neat notches along the edge. Then, Rias caught it with a single finger. Is that it? Rias smiled and said, where is your bankai? Aren't you going to use it? Damn it. Hiyori Saragaki's muffled voice came through the mask, it was clear she was putting in all her strength. Could it be that you don't know bankai? Rias looked surprised and said, no way, no way, no way. I could use bankai directly within an hour of getting my Asachi. Surely there isn't anyone who can't use bankai, right? What? Hiyori Saragaki's eyes widened. How could anyone learn bankai in an hour? And right after getting an Asachi? Are you mocking me? Boom. Hiyori Saragaki was sent flying into the air, then landed limply on the ground with a thud. I'm not. It's the truth. Rias said calmly, it's just that you're too weak and lack ambition. Nonsense. Hirako Shinji said angrily, we've been training very hard. With that, he drew his blade. Collapse, Sakanade. Oh, right, let me give you a reminder, Rias said. My body is constantly enveloped in a layer of power of destruction, nothing that would affect me can penetrate it. Whether it's illusions, fragrances, or even a gaze, it will trigger a backlash. In other words, any special ability will be destroyed the moment it touches me. So, what are you going to do next? Rias showed a pleasant smile, as if she were bullying children. Chapter 41, The Benefits of Having Power. Hirako Shinji's shurikai, Sakanade, relies on a special aroma to trap its victims. Once the enemy smells it, their visual perception of up and down, left and right, front and back, as well as the direction they see and the direction they are slashed from, are all inverted. To put it simply, it's a very practical ability. Even a battle-hardened expert would find themselves struggling and unable to utilize their full strength when facing it for the first time. But it's fine as long as one doesn't fall for the trick. No way. The members of the Vizards stopped in their tracks. They had originally planned to coordinate with Hirako Shinji and strike together to take down Rias once she fell for the ability. However, it now seemed they had been too naive. Involuntarily, everyone turned their gaze toward Rias. It's true. The anger on Hirako Shinji's face vanished, replaced by an extremely serious expression. He said, the scent of Sakanade disappeared the instant it got close. Bring whatever moves you have together. After all, if I don't crush you, I'm afraid you won't be willing to talk business properly. Rias said with a smile. I didn't want to make a move against a little girl, but it looks like I have no choice. Kensei Muguruma clenched his fists and shouted after hollow-ifying, Bankai, Tekken Tachikes. Wearing a hollow mask on his face, he held a serrated blade in each hand. His arms were wrapped in tank treads that connected across his back, which was also protected by armor, channeling explosive power into his fists. With a thunderous boom, Kensei Muguruma's weapons arrived before Rias. Are you guys playing Calabash Brothers Saving Grandpa? Delivering yourselves one by one? Rias quipped. Despite being infused with endless wind pressure and the violent explosive power flickering at his fists, he couldn't get even a millimeter closer to Rias. Alright, you exit too. Rias raised her hand and gave a gentle flick to his forehead, sending Kensei Muguruma flying. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Hirako Shinji complained speechlessly. Kensei Muguruma's fists were the strongest among the Vizards, releasing air currents capable of shaking an entire city was no problem for him. Yet, such an attack didn't have the slightest effect. If they didn't save Grandpa one by one, should they all charge together only to be insta-killed in one hit? Being defeated individually was embarrassing enough. 8 people fighting one little girl, not only would winning sound bad, but losing would look even worse. And there wasn't the slightest hope of victory in sight. Can we talk business now? Hirako Shinji said with a submissive smile. No. Rias smiled and said, I don't think you'll listen properly yet, so let's talk after the fight. Then there's no helping it. Hirako Shinji sighed, then said, then I'm coming too. One could tell Hirako Shinji's attack was serious, but his mindset was perfunctory. It was like he was just going through the motions. Don't be half-hearted with me. Rias smiled, and then a punch landed right on Hirako Shinji's eye. Hirako Shinji, who was sent flying far away, let out a scream as his eye immediately swelled up. Hey, isn't your acting a bit too exaggerated? Lisa Yadamaru remarked. Exaggerated my ass, it hurts like hell. Hirako Shinji roared. Looks like it's for real then. Lisa Yadamaru nodded. Yeah, it's for real. The others nodded as well. Damn it, the swelling won't go down. Hirako Shinji felt his eye with his spiritual pressure, his face turning pale. I wrapped my fist in power of destruction. The energy attached to your eye is enough to blow your head off 100 times. I suggest you don't move recklessly. Rias warned. Huh. Hirako Shinji said, looking like he'd lost all hope, why am I the unlucky one? The tense atmosphere from their first meeting had vanished, they clearly understood that Rias bore no malice. Or rather, if she had malice, their entire group would have been wiped out already. Come, let's continue. Rias looked toward Lisa Yadamaru. It's my turn next. Lisa Yadamaru exclaimed in surprise, then raised both hands and said, I surrender. Not allowed. Rias responded with a smile. Then there's no choice. With a sigh, Lisa Yadamaru underwent hollowification and drew her blade. Crush him, Haguro Tanbo. A spear-like weapon formed, and Lisa Yadamaru charged forward. With a thud, Lisa Yadamaru fell face-first onto the ground. Who's next? Rias's gaze kept shifting, making the members of the Vizards nervous. Seeing their rather amusing expressions, Rias's playful side emerged. After a full 10 minutes, everyone was lying on the ground, motionless. Honestly, you could have at least kept me entertained. Rias complained. We aren't toys. Mashiro Kuna raised her hand. Fine, let's talk business. Rias smiled. Once Rias finished speaking, all 8 of them crawled up from the ground and sat directly opposite her. All right, you can tell us what your purpose for finding us is now. Hirako Shinji said. Among this group of former captains, vice-captains, and the former vice-Kido chief, Hirako Shinji acted as their representative to the outside world. From a comprehensive perspective, Hirako Shinji was the most suitable for the role. As you can see, the power I use is not spiritual pressure, and essentially, I am not a person of your world. Rias explained her origins and her thoughts, then waited for them to choose. What if we refuse? Hirako Shinji pondered for a moment and asked. As you wish. Rias shrugged. Your combat power is too weak, to me, you're only at the level of providing some amusement. I won't force you even if you refuse. You want to fight, brat? Hayori Saragaki said, clenching her fists. I really don't care about shinigamis like you, whose upper limits are so low they can't even withstand my pressure. Rias smiled. It's just that in my world, you won't be wanted criminals, and you'll have a stage to compete against Aizen. Whether you agree or not is up to you. What is your purpose for coming to this world? Hirako Shinji inquired. For this. Rias took out the Hogyoku. By now, the Hogyoku had completely fused into one. This was due to Rias's manipulation of time. The ability to manipulate time was rare, but it was nothing to Rias. Setting aside Rias's research into Ion Barrel, the inherent trait of the Agar's family among the high-class devils was the manipulation of time. Rias had some research into time, although she couldn't use it as her primary combat method, it didn't mean her application of it was insufficient. By placing the Hogyoku within a formula and then accelerating the Hogyoku's time, she could speed up its fusion. The level of your world is very low, but it has gathered the providence of a world, occasionally allowing for the birth of interesting items like this. Rias smiled. So you mean we're just incidental? Hirako Shinji facebombed. Pretty much. Rias said, but don't worry about me playing with you and then discarding you once you're useless, that won't happen. Because from the very beginning, you haven't been of much use to me. Hirako Shinji gave a smile and said, can I hit you? If you aren't afraid of being beaten up by me in return. Rias also smiled. Even if someone wants to hit you, they have to consider if they'll get hit back. This is the benefit of having power. Chapter 42, Neliel to Odelschwank. The members of the Vizards discussed for a while and decided to give it a try. One last question. Hirako Shinji said, can you guarantee that you won't abandon us and use us as cannon fodder? If you promise this, we'll go with you. In the original story, the reason the Vizards accepted Siriidi's invitation to return to the Gotii 13 was that they had no other choice. Either go back, or continue to be wanted fugitives, living a life of hiding. Clearly, they had enough of that life, even if they still held a grudge against Soul Society, they could only go back and work their lives away for it. However, that was only because they had no choice. If there were a choice, who would want to crawl back and continue being a dog? Even changing masters would be better than Soul Society. Moreover, this was a chance to beat up Aizen, how could they pass it up? Sure. Rias said airily, perhaps you aren't very clear, but while most of the devil race are quite wicked, only a few devils value emotions. It just so happens that my family and friends are all quite good. Although your strength is very weak, you can still be useful after some modification. Ah, that way of speaking is so infuriating. What about your side, Kisuke Urahara? Rias looked toward the other side. The Vizards also turned their heads, looking at an empty space. Oh my, I've been discovered. The air distorted, and a total of 3 people appeared before everyone. Kisuke Urahara, Yoruchi Shihoin, and the former Grand Kido Chief of Soul Society, Tsukabashi Tezsai. Are you coming? It would be too boring without you. These idiots might be suppressed to death. Rias said. Hey, that's a bit too much. The Vizards muttered, yet they didn't dare to retort. Although she had the appearance of a child, in terms of power, they were the ones who seemed more like children. Can we still come back? Kisuke Urahara asked. Yes. Rias nodded and said, in a few years, when I have some free time, I will take over this world and then create a passage between the 2 worlds. Take over this world? Kisuke Urahara narrowed his eyes. It's a very simple matter. Rias shrugged and said, if I were to release the energy in my body, in just an instant, the living world, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and Hell, everything would be completely destroyed. This is the power I possess. And I'm only 4 years old right now. Rias smiled. 4 years old. Everyone exclaimed. Is that really just her physical age? How is that possible? Just what kind of world are we going to? Everyone discussed in disbelief. I already told you, a world of various pantheons, where gods and demons roam. Rias shrugged and said, have you heard the myths and legends of the living world? I see, I have a general understanding now. Kasuke Urahara smiled and said, if you don't mind, please be sure to take me with you. I'm still very curious about the other world. Of course, being able to punch Aizen is also a good thing. Yoruchi Shihoin said, clenching her fist. I hope you don't end up being the ones getting punched instead. Rias shrugged. Can you give me some time to prepare? Kasuke Urahara said, I have many things I need to organize and bring along. Without those things, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to fight Aizen. Sure. Rias threw a magical device over. This is. Kasuke Urahara toyed with the round gem, speaking with great interest. This is a storage magical device I created by combining the construction methods of a Zanpakuto. Rias said, the space is as large as a basketball court, but it cannot hold living people. Good stuff. Kasuke Urahara remarked. Next, I'm going to Hueco Mundo to take a look. You guys go prepare first. You only have 1 hour. Rias said, then directly opened a hole in space and transferred away. Arriving directly in Hueco Mundo and looking at the land of yellow sand, Rias looked toward Hueco Mundo ahead. There was still some distance, so Rias flew straight over. Huh. Suddenly, Rias stopped and looked at the yellow sand below. In Rias's perception, a little girl and 2 hollows were happily running and playing. Is it luck? Among the hollows, Rias was only interested in 2 people. One was the former 3rd Espada, Neliel II Odelschwank. One was the current 3rd Espada, Tyr Harabel. These 2 were outliers among hollows, longing for peace and disliking devouring others. Especially since both were very beautiful women. She had originally planned to find Neliel, but now even the searching was skipped. Rias descended from the sky and then picked up Neliel, who was running happily without looking where she was going. Are you having fun? Rias smiled. The 2 were of similar height and size, so it didn't look out of place. Who are you? Neliel tilted her head and then examined Rias's cheeks. Wait, that person. The 2 hollows behind followed, their expressions slightly nervous. To not have abandoned her even at this stage, your loyalty is commendable. Rias praised. You flatter us. With Rias's praise, they became even more nervous. Obviously, Rias recognized them, which meant she was related to Hueco Mundo. And these 2 hollows were precisely Neliel's fraction, even after their masks were stripped and they were driven out, and Neliel turned into a child, they still hadn't betrayed her but were protecting her. Clearly, these 2 did not want Neliel to get involved with Hueco Mundo again. My name is Rias. Rias said, do you want to be friends? MHM. I'm Neliel. Neliel said with a beaming smile, so cool, it's my first time seeing a hollow about the same as me. A hollow. Rias smiled and said, I'm not a hollow. Neliel cried out in surprise, could it be a Shinigami? Not a Shinigami either. Rias laughed. Then what are you? Neliel asked in wonder. A devil. Rias set Neliel down and took her hand, do you want to come with me? Where to? Neliel asked. To my home. Rias replied, then looked at her 2 fraction, you 2 come along as well. Feeling a wisp of aura released from Rias's body, the 2 hollow small movements to try and take Neliel back stopped. They lowered their heads slightly and said reluctantly, yes, my lady. This appearance isn't very good either. Rias thought for a moment, took out the Hogyoku, and the light it emitted shone upon her 2 fraction. Soon, the souls of the 2 fraction were reconstructed, transforming into their original human forms. Lord Aizen's that thing. The 2 fraction cried out in shock. Let's go. Rias smiled. Chapter 43, sealing you for 100 years. Are you ready, Aizen? A total of 4 people suddenly appeared in the center of Hueco Mundo. Although there was a throne in the middle, Aizen and the other 2 were just standing before it. On the Soul Reaper side, there were Aizen, Ikimara Jin, and Tozen Kaname. Standing separately on both sides below were the Espada. Everything is ready. Aizen bowed slightly and said, I'm just a bit unsure about which people to take with us. Please make the final decision. Aizen's efficiency was quite good. Rias had played for a while, about an hour or so, and the matters in both the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo had been handled. Rias twirled a lock of hair around her index finger, held Neliel's hand as she walked past Aizen, and then sat on the throne. Looking down from here, she really felt a strange sense of satisfaction. As expected of the king of posturing, he really knows how to enjoy himself. Neliel looked down and saw people everywhere, causing her to tremble in fear. Besides those 2 subordinates of yours, the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 6th are fine for now. Don't bother bringing the rest of the trash. Patting Neliel's head to reassure her, Rias looked at Eisen and said, "Yes, bring the fraction of the first and third. Forget about the others." "Understood." Eisen smiled slightly. "Trash. You actually dare to call me trash?" The first one unable to endure it was Neutra Gilga. He glared at Rias and the Neliel beside her, muttering with a heart full of rage, "Unforgivable, unforgivable." He was the Quinta Espada, characterized by his high hierro hardness and extreme battle lust. But unlike Grimjow Jaegerjacks, who sought to fight with full strength on equal terms, Neutra often used methods like taking advantage of weaknesses and sneak attacks to defeat his opponents. Most importantly, this guy was a sexist. He hated women having a higher status than himself, so he was always at odds with Neliel. He had been defeated by Neliel many times before, then teamed up with Sailaporo to sneak attack her, throwing her out of Hueco Mundo after she turned into a child. Even as a battle maniac, he wasn't pure. Compared to Kenpachi's madness, he fell quite short. "Speaking of which, you were the one who sneak attacked this child, weren't you?" Rias blinked and let out a light chuckle. "I don't hate battle-hungry people, but despicable and cruel ones are beyond my tolerance. Just stay down on the ground obediently." As she spoke, a heavy pressure fell upon Neutra. She raised her hand, and a formula landed on him. "This time, I'll pin you down for 100 years. If there's a next time, I hope you can stop being so sexist," Rias said with a smile. This formula operated continuously using Raisher as energy. The core of the formula would absorb Neutra's own power or the Raisher floating in the air to function. After absorbing energy, the formula would transform it into a destructive spiritual pressure. No external attack could affect Neutra, and similarly, he could not affect the outside world or the formula. Because the core of the formula was struck into his soul, unless someone had a special item like the Hogyoku to reconstruct the soul after bypassing the formula's protection. In other words, one might find a way to kill Neutra, but it would be impossible to safely resolve the formula. Especially with the two combined, even if it was just a casual sealing strike, few in this world would be able to break it. Does anyone else have an objection? Rias looked at the Espada below. For a moment, the entire Hueco Mundo fell silent. So it really was because of the sexism. Ikamaru Jin commented from the side. The stiff atmosphere relaxed, and Rias smiled. Besides that, there's also the sneak attack on little Neliel. Such a cute child, why would anyone have the heart to bully her? Is it really okay to say this to Hollows? Everyone's expressions were a bit strange. "Alright, get ready and let's go." Rias stretched and said, "Don't start fighting once we meet the others later. If you want me to take a side, I'll only side with cute young ladies." "That certainly sounds interesting," Eisen said with a smile, then clapped his hands, and several fraction from the back walked over. "The rest of you stay and guard Hueco Mundo. We will be gone for anywhere from a few years to several decades. If you get lonely, you can go visit Neutra." This was both a punishment and a deterrent. Even Rias's casual strike was unbreakable, seeing it every time would naturally prevent any disloyal thoughts from arising. Once the designated people were standing together, Rias clapped her hands. In the next instant, the group found themselves in a courtyard. At the same time, Kasuke Urahara's trio from the living world and the members of the Vizards were already standing there. Heavenly Transfer could move not only herself but others as well. And this place was a magical device created by Rias, the interior of which was equivalent to a small courtyard. Eisen. The members of the Vizards had resentful expressions, radiating a murderous intent as if they wanted to tear Eisen into pieces. On the other side, the Espada and their fraction were equally wary of this group. Clap clap. Rias clapped her hands and said, "I don't care about your grudges, but you are not allowed to act on your own, much less play dirty, especially Eisen and Kasuke Urahara. If I catch you, I'll strip you naked and hang you up. Believe me, I am a true devil. Truly a devil." Hearing this, even though they were dying of anger inside, everyone couldn't help but suppress their rage. These expressions are surprisingly good. A smile couldn't help but appear on Rias's face. Hey, you don't just want to watch us for fun, do you?" Hirako Shinji said speechlessly. "I told you it's for entertainment. I really want to see what the result would be if you fought head-on. Kasuke Urahara has various tricks, and Eisen has plenty of underhanded ideas. It should provide me with quite a bit of fun." Rias felt a surge of pleasure in her heart. Although she had been busy, coming out occasionally like this had led her to pick up some bad habits. Now that things have reached this point, it's not bad to relax once in a while. Rias thought to herself. Whoa, how wicked. Ikamaru Jin said with a smile. "Well, next, let's create bodies for you." As Rias spoke, she took out the magical device, Holy Grail. As I said, the living world in my world is similar to this one, but just like the soul society hidden in the shadows, my world has all kinds of mythological creatures. Generally, they fight using physical bodies and the energy produced by those bodies. There are few types that fight using spiritual bodies. It's not that it's impossible, but from various perspectives, a material physical body is also necessary. In fact, spiritual bodies were very special, with properties similar to physical bodies. They had flesh and blood, could produce offspring, and only upon death would they slowly turn into erasure and dissipate. In other ways, they weren't much different from physical bodies. Although Zanpakuto had the property of attacking the soul, one can understand from the fact that Fullbringers are killed by Zanpakuto and appear in the soul society as holes that one must break through the physical barrier to truly harm the soul. In comparison, if one died as a spiritual body in the High School DxD world, Rias might not even have a way to fish them out of the underworld. Of course, it was also possible that the spiritual body would dissipate and the hole would be recruited by the underworld, but without testing it, Rias couldn't be sure. Now, I will first shape physical bodies for you that are similar to spiritual bodies. As she spoke, the bodiless hollows, as well as the spiritual bodies of Aizen and the others, transformed into tangible physical bodies. At the same time, the jigai that Hirako Shinji and the others used to isolate their spiritual pressure also underwent a change. Most importantly, it increased the compatibility between the physical body and the spiritual body, allowing them to use spiritual pressure without having to shed their bodies, and to be as free as a spiritual body. It wasn't like wearing a suit of clothes anymore. Chapter 44, All Kinds of Wails and Cries. Oh, right, there are a few things I need to remind you about. Rias suddenly recalled something and said, you can fight however you like, but do not proactively expose yourselves as people from other world. This is because a very powerful dragon guards our world, making it difficult for people from other worlds to enter or leave. If they find out, people from various pantheons who want to cause trouble might dissect you, hoping to find a way to bypass the Great Red and invade the other world. That sounds truly terrifying, Kisuke Urahara said, dragging out his words. It is my duty as the king to remind you. If you insist on seeking death, I won't stop you. Rias glanced at Kisuke Urahara. All right, we should go now. Rias clapped her hands, and the next moment, everyone was transferred to the world of High School DxD. The small world created by the magical device belongs to Rias, and they could be transferred directly using the chat group. This seemed to be based on the will of the group members. Rias had sensed this when they traveled through. This is the Devil's World. The gloomy sky, the magnificent mansion, and the strange energy filling the air. Fortunately, this energy could be converted into erasure after being absorbed by spiritual bodies. In fact, their physical bodies were specially manufactured by Rias using the magical device, Holy Grail, which is why they were capable of energy conversion, a technology Rias had already mastered. The racial conversion of Devil Chess Piece fundamentally involves energy conversion, but the process modifies the physical body to possess dual characteristics. For example, Himejima Akino possesses both the light power of the fallen angels and the magic power of the devils. However, the energy conversion Rias referred to was not limited to these surface manifestations, but rather an omnipotent energy. The energy within the body can be converted into various characteristics and various natures. Characteristics refer to attributes like power of destruction, time, water, and ice. Natures refer to light power, magic power, martial god power, divine power, and so on. It really only took an instant. Rias confirmed the time, then used heavenly transfer to retrieve the letter left in the room and destroyed it with power of destruction. Since it only took an instant, the letter she left just in case was no longer needed. So, what shall we do next, Lady Rias? Kisuke Urahara said, his eyes distant. Follow me. Led by Rias, the group entered the villa before them. In the courtyard, they saw a maid walking towards them. Young mistress, did you go out? Grafia looked at Rias, who had returned from outside, in surprise, asking, and, who are these people? Since birth, Rias rarely went out. Although she had gone out to play a few days ago, that was with Sona. Besides that, the aura emanating from these people was very strange, yet it was still a human aura. Although they were human, the energy they possessed was immense, even the weakest among them emitted energy equivalent to a middle-class devil. Several of the strongest individuals even reached the level of a high-class devil, which astonished Grafia. Where exactly did Rias manage to abduct these people? I went out for a short trip. Rias smiled and said, these people behind me are my chosen peerage. Because these two groups have some conflict, it's best to arrange them separately and teach them some rules. I see. Grafia nodded, then looked at the people. There were 25 people in total, roughly divided into 3 teams. One side was led by the person wearing glasses, totaling 11 individuals. The second team was led by a somewhat slovenly blonde youth, also consisting of 11 individuals, who seemed to have a small faction split within them. The last side was the weakest, with 2 people standing directly behind Rias, looking at the little girl Rias was holding hands with. Likewise, that little girl's aura was very strange. Rias said the two teams had conflicts, but it didn't look like it. Perhaps the intensity was beyond mere conflict. One side, whose aura was closer to that of devils, was wary of the other team. The side whose strange aura was less intense harbored intense hatred for the leader of the other team. It was precisely because of this that Graphia judged that this kind of hatred was no longer within the scope of conflict. Rias really brought back trouble this time. However, with this level of fighting strength, the trouble is worth it, as long as these people don't harbor ulterior motives. Oh, right. Rias said, I am preparing to hold a rating game, please help me arrange it. Understood, young mistress. Graphia bowed slightly. If it was with these people, the chances of winning would be very high, even without Rias participating. Especially since Rias herself is not weak, and her mind is mature, Graphia had no reason to stop her. As Graphia left, taking the Shinigami and Hollows with her, Rias brought Neliel and her two Frachen to the Gremory family's villa. Although Graphia was strict and serious, she had good judgment and saw that Rias did not fully trust these people, so she led them toward the vacant villas. Neliel, similar to Tuju Kuroka and the others, would reside in the main residence of the Gremory family members. After arranging the rooms for Neliel and her Frachen, Rias returned to her own room and contacted Serafal through a magic square. On the other side, led by Graphia, they were arranged into two villas. The underworld territory of the devils is vast, the Gremory territory alone is the size of Honshu, equivalent to a smaller province in China. Because Surzek serves as a devil king, Gremory's status is not low, holding considerable standing in the underworld. Aside from the upper-class nobles, there are many places in the underworld with poor mountains and harsh waters, and they are even more widespread. In ancient times, the underworld was a veritable hell. In other words, these beautiful landscapes might have been artificially created by the devils. A mere two villas are hardly worth mentioning in comparison. Along the way, Graphia educated them about the underworld, informed them of what was not allowed, and subsequently warned them. As the wife of a devil king and one of the strongest female devils, Graphia was extremely meticulous, and Rias felt very reassured having her handle the arrangements. In contrast to Graphia's composure, the Shinigami and Hollows were remarkably quiet. This was because, in their perception, Graphia possessed power far exceeding their own. That immense oppressive feeling made them feel constrained and uneasy just by her standing there. They were also very surprised by this, having never expected a mere maid to possess such immense power. Naturally, they wouldn't know that Graphia was not a maid in the ordinary sense, but the wife of a devil king, the strongest queen. Meanwhile, having received Rias's message, Serafal hurried over. Yo-ho, did little Rias miss me? Serafal teleported over wearing a flowing outfit. Although the outfit seemed flowing, the transformed magical device contained a small spell. If someone focused their attention on the hem of the skirt, they would constantly be in a state of feeling like they can see it, but actually cannot. Doesn't that sound very magical girl-like? I called you over for a bit of serious business. Rias said this, but then used heavenly transfer to move Serafal onto the bed. Looking down from above, Rias's condescending gaze gave off an especially stimulating feeling. But the serious business can wait a moment, maybe this counts as serious business too. Slowly unbuttoning her, Rias had a thought and condensed a whip using magic power. I always felt you were suited for the M role. Want to give it a try? Under Serafal's confused gaze, Rias's smile gradually turned strange. Following that, cracking sounds emerged from the room, along with Serafal's various wails and cries. Chapter 45, Fusing the Essence of Life. By the time the game ended, Serafal's pink skin was covered in streaks of welts. Of course, these marks were shallow, and with her power as a devil king, she could recover at any time if she wished. However, the lingering sensation brought by that faint, stinging pain stimulating her body wouldn't dissipate so easily. With tear stains at the corners of her eyes, Serafal had a look of complete satisfaction. As expected, magical girls and whip tentacles are a perfect match. Rias giggled. Woo, I'm completely impure now. Serafal sobbed, looking as if she had lost something precious. Are you really talking about purity with me? Rias said cryptically. Although Serafal was a virgin before playing with Rias. Given the liberal atmosphere among devils, Serafal didn't actually care much about the issue of virginity. Of course, not caring didn't mean she was promiscuous, her personal conduct was actually quite good. It was precisely because she didn't care that she didn't mess around like other devils. This was also why Serafal had half-heartedly agreed to Rias in the first place. Starting from that day, Serafal had actually tasted the sweetness of it and gradually developed a favorable impression of Rias. Though, this kind of favor was quite strange. The business is over, now it's time for the real business. Rias patted Serafal's head. After she regained her composure and cleaned off the strange liquids, the two began to discuss serious matters. Actually, I've found some powerful peerage members and I want Sona to participate in a rating game with me. Rias said. A rating game, isn't it too early for Sona-chan? Serafal frowned. Well, it is a bit early, but the benefits are significant. Rias said, safety can be guaranteed. Among the peerage, there are 7 people at the high-class devil level. Devil ranks are roughly low-class devil, middle-class devil, high-class devil, ultimate-class devil, devil king class, and transcendence. The captains in Soul Society are considered ultimate-class devils, and the super-captain level also falls within this range. Yawatch, late-stage Kurosaki Ichigo, and late-stage Aizen might be able to reach the devil king class. In the Hogyoku-fused Aizen and final Getsuga Tensho states, they have already reached the transcendent range. Of course, reaching the transcendent range doesn't necessarily mean one can reach the world's top 10. After all, a transcendent is one who transcends racial limits, and Shinigamis and Hollows are inherently weaker than the 3 great races. Even if they become transcendents, they won't be overly strong. For example, among the transcendents of the devils, there are powerhouses like Surzex, versatile technical types like Ajuka, and also pathetic losers like Lysavim. It seems Lysavim is being mentioned quite a lot. It can't be helped, there are few transcendents more pathetic than Lysavim. He's practically a textbook example. Hearing Rias's words, Serafal cried out in shock. 7. To devils, ultimate-class devils are the elite of the elite, considered high-level combat assets. Yes, their races are quite special and their abilities are very strong. Rias said, against the previous generation of devils, even if they face the champion, they would have the power to fight. Basically, no one can defeat them. Of course, since there are 2 groups and they hate each other, the condition for me to recruit them was to create an arena for them to compete as equals. Serafal's mind whirled, and she immediately understood the meaning behind Rias's words. In other words, one group will be your peerage, and the other will be Sona-chan's peerage. Serafal couldn't help but ask, are these people reliable? Exactly. As for whether they are reliable, you can go see them for yourself. Rias shrugged. Just in case, Sona-chan can live with me for the time being. There won't be any danger. Hearing this, Serafal's expression gradually became aggrieved. I want to be with Sona-chan too. Seeing Serafal's spoiled behavior, Rias couldn't help but laugh. Then why don't you just move in too? Since the rating game is starting, your parents won't have any other reason to interfere with Sona's curriculum. Though they were still young, the families of high-class devils had already begun their children's education. If the rating game was used as an excuse, they could escape the kind of education and coursework. In reality, those courses weren't necessary for high-class devils, after all, they were just common etiquette. What was truly important was power. After all, Rias herself had never learned those things. Ooh, that sounds pretty good. Serafal's imagination began to run wild. No one knew what she was thinking about, but her smile gradually became more and more lecherous. The 2 chatted for a while longer before Serafal left in a whirlwind. She first found Grafia to exchange opinions with her, and then went to arrange things for Sona. Meanwhile, Rias focused her attention on the Hogyoku. Because Rias could use time magic through formulas, the Hogyoku had already reached its complete form. At Unohana Retsu, open the arena. Rias called out in the group, and Unohana Retsu quickly accepted her invitation. Have you already obtained what you wanted? Unohana Retsu asked. Yes, I have it. Rias nodded, then took out the Hogyoku and the magical device, Holy Grail. Next, I'm going to try to evolve myself. This process is a bit dangerous, so I need to experiment in the arena. Rias said. Then let's begin. Unohana Retsu smiled, then stepped back slightly, watching Rias from a distance. All right, I'll start the fusion. Rias took a deep breath and then gave a command to the Hogyoku. The Hogyoku and the magical device, Holy Grail, began to resonate with Rias. At the same time, Rias closed her eyes. Using the Holy Grail's power to interfere with the laws of life, Rias ignited a fusion of life. Realizing the essence of life and then igniting a fusion was a method she was already familiar with. In terms of pure energy, Rias could already reach the transcendent range. But what Rias sought was not just a qualitative change in energy, but also in the essence of life. To achieve this, she needed to directly perform a qualitative transformation on her own life essence. Because it involved physical mass and could easily damage her own life, the Holy Grail was a necessity regardless of whether she had the Hogyoku. On the other hand, if she didn't have the Holy Grail, Rias would have needed to develop a formula that could influence the essence of life. Secondly, she would have needed a formula to repair life. But with the Holy Grail, the first 2 problems were no longer issues, and she could even eliminate her own racial defects. Igniting the fusion, controlling the fusion, and repairing the damage brought by the fusion process, as the Hogyoku emitted a dazzling light, Rias began to evolve. Not only was her physical body evolving, but her soul was also constantly restructuring and evolving. After reaching the limit, it slowly merged into one with her physical body. Chapter 46, Rating Game. So only the first stage is complete. Rias sighed. Exiting the arena, Rias stretched lazily. The leap in the essence of her life was too great, even with the Hogyoku, it wasn't enough to support her evolution. In other words, there was a lack of energy. After all, the limit of the Hogyoku was only so much. I need to find a new energy source to support my evolution. Rias pondered. She had two methods now. First, accumulate slowly, it would take about 2 years to complete the qualitative change. Second, find an energy source and complete the qualitative change all at once. After igniting life fusion, she would be able to reach the level of a transcendent in about 3 months. Physical body, energy, and techniques. With these three combined, it wouldn't be impossible to reach the level of the world's top 10 in one go. In 2 years, she might reach Shiva's level, or perhaps the dragon god level. Anything is possible. Forget it, I'll take it slow. Thinking this, Rias began a new course of study. Researching the domain of life was also equivalent to cross-referencing it with the power of destruction. Power isn't just one-sided, it must be multifaceted. Being able to destroy everything while simultaneously being able to create everything, that is the truth. The next day arrived quickly. Sona was already staying at Rias's home, sleeping in the same room as her every day. That night, Serafal came over on her own to sleep with the two of them. After Sona fell asleep, the two in their pajamas ended up playing energetically for half the night. They were too tired to wake up the next day, causing Serafal to flake on her work for another half day. Bringing Sona, Neliel, and the others, Rias went to the villas at both ends and called the people from both sides over. At this moment, Aizen and Kasuke Urahara were each holding an underworld dictionary, asking the Gremory family servants to help teach them the demonic script. In this regard, the two were quite consistent. Seeing you guys again, Hollows. Hirako Shinji said with a fake smile, I never expected back then that I'd unknowingly recruit a genius like Ikemura Jin into my ranks. A genius? I'm certainly not that. Ikemura Jin said with a smile, I'm just an ordinary Shinigami. An ordinary Shinigami wouldn't have your level of strength. Hirako Shinji didn't disagree. The two seemed to have taken an interest in each other, or for some other reason, they were inexplicably mocking one another. Soon, Aizen and Kasuke Urahara were also called over. With both parties present, it wasn't too chaotic. If you have time, you can wander around the underworld. As long as you give the Gremory name, basically no one will give you trouble. Looking at this group of shut-ins, Rias couldn't help but complain, why do I feel like you guys are even more of shut-ins than I am? Can't be helped, researchers are just like that. Kasuke Urahara said, waving his fan. It's said that researchers in the living world have very prominent receding hairlines. Urahara-kun, you seem to be showing signs of that already. Aizen teased from the side. Hee, there's no need for Aizen-kun to worry about that. Kasuke Urahara chuckled. The reason Kasuke Urahara and the other two agreed to come to this world with Rias was because of her power and their desire to understand the dangers it might bring. But after arriving, they found that the underworld, which the world calls hell, was unexpectedly peaceful. Although it still had many bad habits, it was much better than the Soul Society, which was rotten to the core. This left Kasuke Urahara somewhat bewildered. Otherworld, the term was quite foreign, yet it was happening to them. Kasuke Urahara didn't know what to think of this, and most of the others were also in a state of confusion. Fortunately, there was plenty of time, they would get used to it slowly. Next, you will be divided into 2 groups. One part will become my peerage, and the other part will become Sona-chan's peerage. Rias looked at them, clapped her hands for silence, and said, the raiding game is an entertainment game in the underworld, and it is also the necessary path for ordinary devils and reincarnated devils to advance. As long as one person from each of your 2 groups reaches the rank of high-class devil, I will grant you independence. At that time, I will need you to do one thing for me. Isn't it just for fun? Hirako Shinji muttered. Since I've already brought you back, I might as well make use of you. Rias shrugged. The reforms in the underworld aren't thorough. The resistance to what I want to do is quite large. With you guys around, it will certainly be much easier. Next, Rias took out a set of evil pieces. The queen was naturally given to Aizen, while the rooks were Tyr Harabel and Neliel Tu Odelschwank. The knights were Ulquiorra Cypher and Grimjow Jaeger Jax. The bishops were Coyote Stark and Lilinet Gingerbuck. These 2 bishops were quite special. As the number 1 of the Espada, he wasn't turned into an Arrancar by Aizen, but was someone among the Espada who became an Arrancar on his own. Lilinet Gingerbuck wasn't an ordinary subordinate officer either, she was essentially a product of his soul splitting. In other words, the middle-aged man and the little girl were actually one. The reason he joined Aizen was simply because of loneliness. Because the moment a hollow approached him, their spiritual body would collapse. As a Vasto Lord-class hollow, the spiritual pressure he unintentionally emitted alone would be unbearable for others. However, he should have discovered the gift that body brought him by now. The ability to perfectly restrain his spiritual pressure. Even when interacting with ordinary people, he wouldn't have to worry about crushing their souls because he couldn't control his spiritual pressure. As for the rest, they were given the pawn pieces. Ikemaru Jin received 3 pieces, Tozen Kaname received 2 pieces, Emilu Apache, Francesca Mila Rose, and Cyan Sung Sun, these 3 were Tier Harabel's Fraction, received 1 piece each. As for Neliel's 2 Fraction, even before their masks were stripped, they were weaklings cared for by Neliel, which is why they were so loyal. Because of this, Rias did not count the 2 of them as combat strength. In this way, all the people on Aizen's side were just enough to be converted into devils. Although Apache, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun weren't very strong, the pet they created using 1 arm each was quite powerful, having easily severely injured several lieutenants in the original Shinigami series. By estimation, they would be considered top tier among high-class devils, so they were included. Oh, right, there's something very special about becoming my peerage. Rias thought of something and said, the wings aren't wings in the usual sense, they are designed by yourselves. You can construct them however you like, but you only get 1 chance. That being said, the wings didn't contain great power, they just inherited a fraction of the traits from Rias, who acted as the king. Of course, Rias could also adjust the pieces, but it would be much less interesting if the power gap between the 2 sides was too large. Do your best. Chapter 47, Power and Spiritual Rank. Next up were Sona's peerage, who were also arranged by Rias. The queen position was assigned to Kisuke Urahara. Although this group was divided into 2 teams, this assignment was based on ability. As for how they manage things internally, they can distribute tasks themselves. The rook positions were Yoruichi Shihoin and Kensei Miyagiruma. The knight positions were Hirako Shinji and Lisa Yadamaru. The bishop positions were Tsukabashi Tessai and Hachijin Ashoda. The remaining 4, Hayori Saragaki, Love Ikawa, Mashiro Kuna, and Rojuro Odoribashi, each used 2 chess pieces to complete their species transformation. In reality, there is a connection between the chess pieces and the king. Normally, given Sona's strength, it would be difficult for her to convert members of the Vizards. Therefore, Rias adjusted the pieces, rather than being Sona's peerage, they were converted into Sona's peerage by Rias. As for the pieces themselves, the boost they provided was not significant, but they gained an energy source called demonic power. Their future still depends on themselves. But speaking of which, why is Kisuke Urahara the queen? Hirako Shinji said with a look of discomfort. Although you Vizards are decent, if Kisuke Urahara prepares in advance, you'd probably all be toyed with until death, even if you attacked together. Rias glanced at him and said, I assign the pieces based on balance and ability. Of course, I don't deny having my favorites, but instead of worrying about such minor matters, why don't you look around? You've been constantly hunted by the Soul Society, you haven't felt freedom, right? Relax, the underworld is extremely free. It's fine even if you beat up some of the other noble lords. Oh wow, that actually sounds tempting. Hirako Shinji widened his eyes, his smile giving off a wild feeling. I must remind you that the underworld is still considered a society governed by law, you are not allowed to harm others arbitrarily. Rias said faintly, if you cause trouble without justification, I will spank you when you return. That is truly terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but say. Is it really that scary? Rias looked at them with a questioning expression. But putting themselves in that position, several 100-year-old Shinigami being forced to lie down and spanked by a 4-year-old girl. Just thinking about it was enough to send shivers down their spines. It was simply too humiliating. Moreover, this little devil might come up with other terrifying methods of punishment. Before anyone committed a transgression, they truly dared not stick their necks out. This included the simple-minded Grimjow Jaegerjacks. After all, the fate of Neutra Gilga was still fresh in their minds. Being suppressed for 100 years, unable to do anything, would drive him insane. So, this little girl is our master. Yoruichi Shihoin shunpoed in front of Sona, squatted down, and startled Sona with her smiling face. Yes, hello everyone, I am Sona Citri. Sona took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and spoke seriously. What a cute child. Yoruichi Shihoin couldn't resist hugging Sona and rubbing her cheek, her enormous chest pressing against Sona, making her feel uncomfortable. Woo-woo, let me go. Sona struggled, and after a long time, she finally broke free from that embrace, her face flushed red with shame and indignation. Puffed. Rias couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, she was still too young to command the situation. Of course, the compatibility between Sona and Yoruichi Shihoin was inherently low, they were completely opposite types. They were like a good girl and a rebellious delinquent, and even when Sona grew up, she would likely find Yoruichi Shihoin's personality difficult to adapt to. It seems it's better to keep Sona by her side normally, lest she be bullied by her own peerage. She beckoned Okita Tsuji and Enku over. They were Surzex's peerage and also high-class devils. Enku was originally a sacred creature, a Kirin. As a holy beast, he should have been unable to reincarnate as a devil. Only Surzex among all devils had the ability to reincarnate him, and his existence proves that Surzex's ability has surpassed the standard specifications of a devil. You two take them for a tour of the territory and give them a basic introduction to the underworld's common knowledge. Aizen and Urahara, you two aren't allowed to run away either. Ria said faintly, if I find out you used Mirror Flower Water Moon to escape, you might be the first ones to try the special package I've customized for you. How could I? Aizen shrugged, saying, I will complete this as a mission. Oh my, what kind of person does the little master think I am? Kasuke Urahara replied with a playful, inappropriate smile. Gross. After a slight complaint, Rias told Sona and the others to do as they pleased, then left to continue her cultivation. The fusion of life forms had already begun. With the magical device, Holy Grail and the Hogyoku, she focused more of her energy on other topics, such as the study of life forms and essence, and the transformation of energy. 3 days passed in a flash. The application for the rating game was quickly approved, and the first rating game would take place 2 days later. At the same time, Rias discovered something while researching the essence of life. Demonic nature. I actually overlooked this point, that's truly inexcusable. Rias murmured. Gods possess divinity, and devils possess demonic nature. These are the foundation and essence of mythical creatures. If they are both life forms, why are mythical creatures so much stronger than humans? The fundamental advantage of the bloodline of higher beings lies in divinity and demonic nature. By analyzing demonic nature, one can understand the life essence of a devil. Having truly realized the existence of demonic nature, Rias replanned her own cultivation path. Advancing from low-class devil to high-class devil is merely a matter of basic training in the refinement of demonic power. For the cultivation of a high-class devil and a devil king, Rias focused more on exploring concepts and using fusion methods to increase energy. After her energy reached the level of a transcendent, she noticed demonic nature, something she had never paid attention to, yet was constantly being refined through her cultivation. At this stage, the fusion of life was simultaneously the cultivation of demonic nature. After her life form reaches the transcendent stage, Rias estimates she will reach the level of Shiva, or perhaps dragon god level or sub-dragon god level. Subsequent cultivation will focus on perfecting her life form. Humans, gods, devils, dragons, yokai, vampires, and so on. Upon achieving this, she would definitely not be inferior to the dragon gods and the god of the Bible, and might even surpass them. For now, she designated it as dragon god level. At her current stage, she could already project her path for future cultivation. After reaching dragon god level, besides the increase in strength, the next step would be to explore concepts. Once the exploration of concepts reached its peak, she would proceed to integrate them. After integration is complete, the power that only true experts possess will be formed. Power. Simultaneously, the essence of life could also be integrated. At that time, she might be able to form a spiritual authority in the true sense. Chapter 48, Newcomers to the Chat Group. The concepts of spiritual authority and power are quite straightforward to understand. The so-called spiritual authority is the ranking of life and simultaneously a portrayal of one's life trajectory. In other words, it is the level of life. Even among beings of the same first-level life, ordinary humans and demons, ordinary humans and gods, ordinary humans and dragons, these are entirely different. Therefore, there are also categories within spiritual authorities. To summarize in one sentence, spiritual authority is the sum total of all aspects of oneself, including soul, body, life trajectory, and achievements. Thus, the annihilation of one's spiritual authority signifies the end of the individual. As for power, it refers to authority and function. For example, the power of destruction is the authority and function to destroy. Its function is destruction, and it possesses the authority to destroy, hence it can destroy. Power can be said to be the essence of wielding force, or one could call it the force itself. Each power, if broken down into skills, can form a systematic skill tree. Let's use the power of destruction as an analogy again. Destroying matter is a form of destruction, destroying energy is a form of destruction, destroying the soul is a form of destruction, and destroying concepts is also a form of destruction. Similarly, the forms of releasing destruction can include destruction bullets, destruction cannons, destruction waves, destruction weapons, destruction domains, destruction gazes, destruction words, and so on. The Hakai Hotishiki is the fusion of countless flashy energy applications, billions of methods and concepts, resulting in absolute destruction, that is the power of destruction. Extending from this, mastering a single power essentially means mastering an entire skill tree. However, regarding this point, Rias is only vaguely aware. To truly integrate and form a power, as far as is known in the world of High School DxD, including the ecchi world, no one has been able to achieve it. Leaving aside future plans for now, soon, the first raiding game began. Rias and Sona participated in raiding games from a young age, and since both are sisters of demon kings, the news in the underworld extensively reported on it. However, the difficulty of the raiding game was not unexpected, it was very simple. While Rias was teasing Neliel, the first match ended not long after. It was the same for Sona on the other side. Before the king, the one giving commands is the queen. It was the same for Sona's side, since they've become a team, there can only be one voice. To this end, Hirako Shinji had the Vizards take a vote, ultimately choosing Kasuke Urahara to take command. Compared to Rias's side, Sona's team still needed time to gel. Even so, because the enemies were too weak, they easily secured victory in the first round. All that importance we placed on it. Hirako Shinji quipped, I never expected the opponents to be so weak. Just bullying kids, what else did you expect? Rias glanced at Hirako Shinji and said, over a decade from now, an international raiding game tournament will be held. With your strength, you'd at most participate, and might get eliminated before even reaching the middle ranks. The international tournament over a decade later is no ordinary event, even the lofty gods from various pantheons who participate would feel a chill. Aside from some war gods, most deities would be eliminated by sacred gear users, heavenly dragons, and other powerful beings. Eagerly coming to participate in the competition, only to find the times have changed, that was the outcome in the original story, and it was even mocked by Indra. But there's no helping it, after all, not all gods are skilled in combat. While Shinigami and Hollows are quite proficient and their strength isn't actually weak, it depends on who they're compared to. Compared to Transcendents and Heavenly Dragons, their strength and potential fall considerably short. Unless Rias upgrades them, relying on themselves alone, even over a decade might not yield results. How rude. Who's to say we couldn't reach the finals? Yoruchi Shihoin retorted. That's impossible. Rias casually dismissed her words, then paused for a moment and said, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Compared to the victory in the raiding game, another matter had captured her attention more. In the group, a newcomer had arrived. And 3 of them at once. Ding. Tatsumaki has joined the chat group. Hinata Hyuga has joined the chat group. Teresa Van Astria has joined the chat group. After the system notification sound rang out, Rias shifted her focus to the chat group. Unohana Retsu, 3 newcomers at once. It seems we won't be bored. Jibril, I wonder which worlds the newcomers are from. Never mind, I'm currently preparing for dragon slaying, so my interest in other worlds isn't very high right now. Newcomers. At Tatsumaki, at Hinata Hyuga, at Teresa Van Astria, care to say something? Rias said, but just from the names, I can roughly guess the newcomers' identities, they're quite famous after all. Tatsumaki, the legal loli from One Punch Man who doesn't wear panties, with charming legs and waist. Hinata Hyuga, no need to think about who this is, too famous. Teresa Van Astria, identified from the surname, likely from the Sword Saint clan in Re:0 starting life in another world. Jibril said with keen interest, any strong ones among them? If Tatsumaki is the Tatsumaki, her world should have beings capable of fighting you, even overpowering both of us, but it also depends on the timeline. Rias said, the ceiling of Teresia's world might also be able to put up a fight, but it most likely hasn't been born yet. Teresia, may I ask, what is this chat group? Check the group announcement. Rias, to prevent newcomers from being confused, I've written relevant knowledge in the announcement. Jibril, oh ho, capable of overpowering me. It's a human. Rias said, although your world is insignificant, many worlds have humans, even ones where humans are predominant. Jibril, that's something to look forward to. It's getting me fired up. Human. Tatsumaki, so you're saying you aren't human? Rias, I am a demon, Jibril is of the Flu Gel, Unohana Retsu is a Shinigami. The remaining 3 of you are probably all human. Also, at Jibril, I told you it depends on the timeline. Rias, at Tatsumaki, how old are you? Tatsumaki, 8 years old. Only 8. Then it seems that strong individual hasn't been born yet. Rias said. Is that so? What a pity. Jibril, what about that strong one who could fight me? Also still drifting in space. In the original One Punch Man, Tatsumaki was already 28 years old when she appeared. Clearly, she's not a legal loli now, but a genuine loli. Tatsumaki, I'd like to ask, are you all very strong? Rias, compared to your world, capable of releasing power in a widespread manner, enough to end human civilization with a single strike. Since she hasn't actually tried it, Rias isn't too sure what extent she could achieve. Need any help, little Tatsumaki? Rias inquired. Chapter 49, The Newcomer's World. Tatsumaki, Ding. Rias Gremory has requested to travel to your world. Do you accept? Before she could finish speaking, Rias clicked the application. Because Rias really liked Tatsumaki's sexy Lolita appearance, she had specifically looked into her information. At this moment, Rias also remembered that Tatsumaki seemed to have been abducted into some organization as a child and subjected to inhumane research. Thinking of Tatsumaki's tsundere personality, Rias didn't wait for her to finish and directly clicked the application to enter her world. After waiting about 10 seconds, Rias's figure vanished from the underworld and arrived in another world. Surrounding her were walls forged from steel, and before her stood Tatsumaki, dressed in tattered clothes. It gave the impression of a prison uniform. Even though her figure hadn't changed at all, it didn't give off the future's alluring vibe at all. Instead, she was truly a lost little girl. "Hello, I'm Rias." Rias raised her hand slightly. "A child." Tatsumaki couldn't help but murmur. "Well, although I am indeed quite young." Rias didn't argue and instead greeted her softly. Red lights began flashing around them, accompanied by a piercing sound. This was because the room was under surveillance. Obviously, one couldn't expect any humanitarian thoughts from such a shady organization. In fact, children like Tatsumaki were merely expendable research materials to them. "Let me sense a bit." Rias spread her hands, and a three-dimensional square magic array composed of various patterns in her mind transformed, rapidly constructing a complete view of everything within a kilometer radius. It was even more exaggerated and detailed than a god's eye view. Everything was laid out clearly. Destruction Formula 6, Absolute Destruction Barrier. Instantly, a red light blossomed. Destructive magic power formed a circle, enveloping the surroundings. By the time Tatsumaki reacted, everything around them had vanished. Only hundreds of children remained, along with a kilometer-deep crater. "It seems there are no strong individuals here capable of withstanding my power." Rias smiled slightly. "So strong?" Tatsumaki stared at Rias in astonishment. "You look like you haven't had a full meal in a long time." Rias looked at Tatsumaki's emaciated appearance and asked, "Would you like to come to my house as a guest?" Tatsumaki thought for a moment, and her stomach suddenly rumbled. This organization conducted experiments on superpowers, technology, and monsters. Because Tatsumaki's superpowers were too strong, aside from equipment targeting superpowers, she had to be kept hungry to suppress her. So, she hadn't eaten a full meal in a very long time. Perhaps this was related to why Tatsumaki maintained this physique in the future. Hearing her stomach rumble, Tatsumaki couldn't help but blush. "Let's go." Rias smiled, first using her sensing ability to locate a city, then using heavenly transfer to send the other children there. Going to this extent was already going above and beyond. After all, saving them was just incidental. Anyway, aside from these test subjects, everything else had been destroyed by Rias. Returning to the underworld, Rias invited Tatsumaki into her world. This time, Tatsumaki responded quickly. Having the Gremory family maids bring out the food, Rias sat to the side, focusing her attention on the chat group. After the newcomers joined, the chat group had become much livelier. "Jibril, speaking of which, what are the newcomers' worlds like?" Tatsumaki's world is a human world, but there exist beings called monsters. Some are born as monsters, some are human creations that turned into monsters, and others are humans who transformed into monsters. In short, there are all kinds, and most non-human existences are called monsters. These monsters vary in strength. The strongest can destroy planets with a full power strike, while the weakest might not even beat an ordinary human. Most monsters harbor strong hostility towards humans. Rias, by the way, it seems there are also gods, but they're probably just lowlifes. At Hinata Hyuga, her world is also a human world, one perpetually shrouded in war and conspiracy. People there with supernatural abilities are called ninjas. There are 5 great nations, with Konoha being the strongest. From my perspective, these villages, especially Konoha, are fundamentally no different from pyramid schemes. The strongest are aliens, the Otsutsuki clan, considered the origin of chakra. But even the strongest don't reach planet-busting level. There's still 1 or 2 major tiers below you, at most comparable to me when I first joined the group, though their methods are still far inferior. When Rias first joined the group, she played around with Unohana Retsu. Actually, at that time, she was just experimenting with her formula, not fighting with the intent to win. If she had truly fought to win, even though her formula wasn't perfected back then, she still had many methods to defeat Unohana Retsu, without needing to use Formula 7, Heavy Particle Destruction Bullet. Rias surpassed the Otsutsuki's hacks in 3 years. One could say the Otsutsuki lived thousands of years in vain, with nothing particularly noteworthy. At most, their diverse ninjutsu might be useful for developing magical properties. At Teresa Van Estria's world is a traditional other world, with various demi-human races, witches, sword saints, etc. The strongest probably don't reach your level either, but that world has a special power called blessings. It seems to be a favor granted by the world, bestowing special blessed power, though it's likely useless in other worlds. As for the witch's power, it's an interesting ability. The return by death granted by Sat Ella can return the world to a time before death occurs. The characteristic of this ability is that after death, events and emotions experienced within a certain time by oneself and those around her are reset, with only herself remembering. But that ability is probably only usable in its native world. Whether it can affect someone of your level is also unknown. Rias summarized. Jibril, at Rias Gremory, isn't that interesting? Rias, you mean the blessings and power? Jibril, I really want to study what the essence of those powers is. Just thinking about that brand new system and power, I'm already getting so excited. But right now, fighting the dragonkin is definitely more important. This time, I must chop off that lizard's head. Teresia, everyone in the group is from different other worlds. That sounds very interesting. Hinata Hyuga, hello everyone, I'm Hinata Hyuga, 3 years old. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. Teresa van Astria, my name is Teresa van Astria, from the Sword Saint Astria lineage, 10 years old. Has this group turned into a kindergarten? Chapter 50, Superpowers. After Jibril fell silent, Uno Hanaretsa took over as the main speaker for a while, allowing the members of the chat group to get to know each other a bit better. Let's take a bath together, little Tatsumaki. After Tatsumaki finished her meal, Rias turned off the chat group and extended the invitation. Tatsumaki glanced at her own disheveled, dirty state, and a faint blush involuntarily spread across her cheeks. Clearly, she was feeling a bit shy. Let's go. Without waiting for Tatsumaki's response, Rias grabbed her hand and then used Heavenly Transfer to arrive in the bathroom. Hanging a sign on the door, Rias casually created a formula barrier, then took off her clothes. Watching Rias's straightforward actions, Tatsumaki hesitated for a moment before also removing her own garments. The two then slowly settled into the water. Phew, it's been a while since I had a proper soak. It's still quite comfortable. Submerging her body up to her neck in the water, Rias couldn't help but let out a sigh. If she didn't have someone to accompany her, Rias would be quite lazy, focusing most of her energy on research and cultivation. Tatsumaki also narrowed her eyes, then said with a hint of unease, but my body is so dirty, won't I make the water filthy? It's fine. This water is flowing. Metabolic waste and dirt that enter the water are automatically filtered out, it doesn't require manual cleaning. Rias said with a smile. I see. Tatsumaki felt reassured. By the way, do you have any plans for what's next? Rias asked. Plans? Tatsumaki looked somewhat lost. Your life going forward. Rias clarified. Life. Tatsumaki fell silent. I remember you have a younger sister, right? Rias reminded her. Right. Fubuki. I still have Fubuki. Tatsumaki suddenly stood up, exclaiming aloud. Her eyes were no longer dull, instead, they were filled with joy and a hope for life. Seeing the genuine conviction emanating from Tatsumaki, Rias gently took her hand, had her sit down beside her, and then patted Tatsumaki's head. The world holds many interesting things and precious treasures. I can also be your friend. Thank you. Tatsumaki's face flushed slightly, this time from shyness. Alright, wash up properly, and then take good care of your sister. Rias said with a smile, I often conduct experiments in the arena. Since time in the arena flows differently from the time in one's own world, it doesn't waste any time. Your world is dangerous. If you possess strength yourself, you won't have to rely on others for rescue. Instead, you'll be able to make choices according to your own will. That's a very important thing, you know. As she spoke, Rias sat on the edge of the bath, gently scooped up some water, helped wet Tatsumaki's hair, and began to slowly massage it. After washing it with the underworld special shampoo, Rias then scrubbed her back. Tatsumaki's body was still very thin and frail, but her skin was smooth. Perhaps this was due to being an esper. Or was she just naturally beautiful? With some proper care, she should recover. As for her physique, a legal loli is quite cute too. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal, so Rias decided not to specially adjust her body. Rias's fingers lightly traced down Tatsumaki's spine, causing her to straighten her back involuntarily. The warm, small hands felt like points of contact, making her feel a bit shy. Soon, Tatsumaki was clean and fresh. With proper nutrition, she could become the alluring and tempting legal loli from the original story. Of course, cultivating that kind of aura would probably take some time as well. Rias-chan, let me help you too. Tatsumaki looked at Rias with anticipation. Then I'll leave it to you. Rias leaned forward onto the edge of the bath. Her relaxed posture, however, made Tatsumaki nervous. Taking a deep breath and imitating Rias's earlier actions, Tatsumaki applied shower gel to Rias's body and then used a bath poof to scrub. Once she was covered in lather, Tatsumaki used her delicate hands to wipe the foam away from Rias. Having never done this herself before, Tatsumaki's movements were clumsy, and she believed this was the normal procedure. After finishing the back, Rias turned over. Propping her arms slightly on the edge to avoid slipping in, Rias closed her eyes and enjoyed the sensation. Tatsumaki now understood what to do next. After washing the front of Rias's body, just as before, she used her hands to wipe away the foam. Both their breathing became slightly heavier. In the steamy, mist-filled bathroom, their minds felt a bit dizzy. What should I do next? Gazing at Rias's flawless body, smooth as jade and like a work of art, Tatsumaki couldn't help but become somewhat entranced. This wasn't because there was something wrong with Tatsumaki, it was a normal reaction. As Rias underwent fusion of her life essence, she gradually began to exude a fatal allure towards life itself. Normally, this attraction was hidden deep within her body, extremely restrained. But when she relaxed, her higher life essence would emit strong fluctuations, making people feel a sense of yearning in their hearts, even a physical, instinctive craving for a higher form of life. Next, we'll just soak a little longer, then get out. Rias slipped back into the water and then wrapped her arms around Tatsumaki's waist. Having used the underworld's shower gel, even after rinsing, their bodies remained smooth and slippery. Physical contact gave a very pleasant sensation. Soon, the two dried off and wrapped themselves in clean, white bath towels. A flash of magic, and Rias's damp hair was dry. Imitating Rias, Tatsumaki used her superpowers to remove the moisture from her own hair. So this is a superpower? Rias narrowed her eyes, asking curiously. Yes, this is a superpower. Tatsumaki nodded. It seems to involve something more fundamental. Rias narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, and then a red glow slowly began to shimmer around her body. This is a superpower. Tatsumaki was somewhat surprised. It's indeed a decent power. Its upper and lower limits are very distinct, an ability heavily reliant on talent. Rias murmured, but it's not without potential for modification. However, that already touches upon the essence of life. On the surface, Tatsumaki's superpower appears to be telekinesis, but its essence is superpower. Including healing, precognition, telepathy, memory modification, mind reading, gravity manipulation, and so on. All of these are superpowers. With in-depth development, and after determining one's direction and confirming one's aptitude, one can attain the abilities listed above. In essence, this might be the power of the sixth sense. If one delves deeply into telekinesis, perhaps one could use mental perception to enter the microscopic realm. For Rias herself, this also represented a relatively clear path for advancement. After all, a basic requirement for fusing one's life essence is to reach the microscopic realm, to be able to observe one's own life essence. To be able to observe is to be able to interfere is to be able to control. This is the principle. Chapter 51, Enhancement and Delving. On the other hand, Rias interfered with the essence of life through the Holy Grail, which falls under the category of relying on external forces. In the microscopic domain, Rias needed the assistance of the formula to observe and the Holy Grail to interfere. Although Rias had long entertained the idea of stepping into the microscopic domain, she had never grasped the key to it. And now, Rias used the Holy Grail and the Hogyoku to modify herself, thereby entering the realm of the sixth sense and crossing its threshold. Based on this, after delving deeper for a period, Rias would be able to enter the microscopic domain. For a researcher who has reached Rias's level, this holds significant meaning. It allows for a more complete life form and even better observation and analysis of the essence of life. Moreover, the essence of superpowers is the sixth sense. If properly explored, perhaps even more interesting things could be uncovered. Another direction, huh? Rias chuckled lightly. Rias-chan is a superpower user too? Tatsumaki asked, puzzled. Originally, no. Rias explained, I possess tools that can interfere with the essence of life. Whether it's the Hogyoku's evolutionary ability or the Holy Grail's power to overturn the norms of life, I can use them as a basis for modification. In other words, I can modify myself into a superpower user, but this requires a template. So I'm just copying your superpower. You can even do that. Tatsumaki exclaimed in surprise. Tatsumaki understood this point very well. After all, the organization she belonged to had conducted research on her superpowers, even developing items to suppress them. Of course, there were also people within the organization deliberately maintaining her extremely poor condition. Naturally, Tatsumaki was very aware of those researchers' desire for her power. However, until the end, those people failed to achieve anything, let alone reach Tatsumaki's level. The potential of superpowers is not low, but perhaps because the power leans toward the individual's essence, developing it is very difficult. As she spoke, Rias made a tiny gesture with her fingers and said, coincidentally, I have a little bit of research in the field of life. A little bit was the truth, after all, she had only recently started researching the field of life. Compared to destruction itself, it was still far behind. Of course, from the perspective of ordinary people, this little bit would be considered a whole lot. Including Tatsumaki within this range. The power of superpowers leans more toward essence, and your power is immense, but comparatively, it's just that your starting line is farther ahead. Rias floated up and gently tapped Tatsumaki's forehead with her index finger, saying, "Don't be complacent. The starting line doesn't represent the finish line, but if you rely on your talent and don't run, you'll forever spin around at the starting line. For ordinary people, it's already enough, but I think Tatsumaki isn't the kind of child who lacks ambition." "Of course." Tatsumaki blushed, clenching her fist slightly and said, "I'll do my best. MHM, let's encourage each other." Rias smiled. Using heavenly transfer to return to her room, Rias took out a few pieces of clothing. After changing Tatsumaki's clothes, it wasn't long before Tatsumaki bid farewell. Although staying with Rias was comfortable, ever since her sister was mentioned, Tatsumaki's heart had been constantly worried about her. Occasionally like this is nice too." Rias stretched and murmured. "Lady Rias." The door was knocked, and a childish voice came from outside. With a thought, the door opened, and a small figure slipped in. Closing the door again, Rias yawned and said, "What's up, little Neliel?" "Play with me, Lady Rias," Neliel said energetically. After returning to the High School DxD world, Rias used the Hogyoku to heal Neliel. Come to think of it, the Holy Grail and the Hogyoku also have similarities. The Holy Grail interferes with the norms of life, while the Hogyoku more so interferes with the life norms of the soul. One represents the body, the other the soul. The Hogyoku materializes what a person desires in their heart, developing according to their wishes. But the condition is needing the strength to realize that wish. In other words, the Hogyoku is not a physical wish-granting device, but a spiritual one. For example, if Rias wished to become rich. When making this wish, based on the memories in her mind, the Hogyoku would enhance Rias's abilities in this regard. Such as sensitivity toward money, financial management, and finance. Learning related knowledge would also become very easy, absorbing nutrients and growing rapidly like a genius, thus becoming rich. Come to think of it, she still had an experiment to do, right? Later, Neliel. Rias patted Neliel's head and said, "Can you grow bigger and keep me company?" "Yes. I love Lady Rias the most." Neliel showed a bright smile, then her body gradually grew larger. Although she healed Neliel's mask, Rias preserved the form of little Neliel. The memories of both are shared, but little Neliel causes the body and mind to become childlike, while big Neliel appears more mature. Lady Rias. After Neliel grew bigger, her clothes also enlarged accordingly. This was a special outfit Rias made for her, essentially also a magical device. After growing bigger, Neliel excitedly pounced, burying Rias in her soft and ample bosom. After being excited for a long time, Rias patted the softness in front of her chest, bringing Neliel back to her senses. "Sorry, Lady Rias, I got too excited." Neliel stuck out her tongue and said, "It's fine, I'm a demon anyway, not breathing is no big deal." Rias sat on Neliel's lap, leaning the back of her head against her soft bosom, using Neliel as a bed and pillow. She didn't pay much attention to the posture, it was just to make herself more comfortable. Rias took out the Hogyoku and the Holy Grail, then synchronized the two. Superpowers essentially already belong to the realm of the sixth sense, not just the body's five senses and the brain, but something more fundamental. The threefold domains of body, mind, and soul. The body needs no further mention, the mind resides within the body, while the soul is something hidden deeper, more fundamental. The mind resides within the soul, and the soul resides within the body. The three are mutually corresponding. As for whether the soul is born first or the body is born first, there's no need to discuss this chicken or egg question. If one's strength is sufficient, even the rules and history of this world can be changed. Directly determining the outcome of this question from a conceptual level. Of course, only this world. Back to the main topic. Body, mind, and soul influence each other. If one wants to delve deeply into developing superpowers, it must involve the essence of these three. As she delved deeper into these three, Rias's essence of life gradually improved. No, perhaps this shouldn't be called improvement, but rather delving. These are also two similar yet different domains. Chapter 52, a Naruto-less ninja world. Enhancement and excavation are two similar yet distinct concepts. Enhancement is about elevating one's life form, while excavation involves delving deeper into one's existing power. During excavation, by comprehending the essence of life and realizing it, one can then intervene using the Holy Grail to achieve enhancement. The two are complementary. Only after understanding the essence of life can one better perfect one's own fusion. Maintaining this knowledge, a stream of data-like information continuously flowed within Rias's emerald eyes. But that was not data, or rather, it could not be simply summarized as data. Several hours later, as the sky gradually darkened, Rias couldn't help but feel somewhat fatigued. The improvement was significant. Each time she gained something new, it always allowed her progress to accelerate further. Even though the chat group couldn't send abilities or directly grant the powers of others from scratch, it was still an extremely potent golden finger. The prerequisite is knowing how to use it. Ah. The luster returned to Rias's eyes as she unconsciously covered her mouth and yawned. Tired, Lady Rias. Neliel gently stroked Rias's head as she spoke. Indeed, excavating one's own power is also a tiring task. Rias said softly. Then shall we sleep together? Neliel asked with a hint of anticipation. Let's do that. Rias smiled, turned around, and freed herself from the arms holding her. Gently pushing Neliel down onto the bed, Rias caressed her soft bosom and said with a smile, but maintaining one position for hours is a bit exhausting. Let's do some exercise and move around before sleeping. Exercise. Neliel tilted her head innocently. How do we do that? Despite her extremely alluring body, she wore an expression of pure innocence. Rias understood that she genuinely didn't know. Just relax. Rias smiled, slowly leaned in, and gently captured her lips. A magic formula activated, causing the clothes on Neliel's body to tear apart. Was this taking Issei Haidu's path, leaving him with no way forward? Dress break. That was the name she remembered. The trail of kisses moved downward, from lips to chin, neck, chest, waist, and thighs. Skilled despite her small stature, Rias was gradually progressing down the path of becoming an experienced driver. Instinctively, a seductive sound burst from Neliel's mouth. Only after 2 hours did the two finally fall asleep in each other's embrace. Early the next morning, after half an hour of morning exercise, Rias finally got up from the bed. Too lazy to wash up, she used magic power to clean her body. After having breakfast with her parents, Sona, and Neliel, Rias went to the courtyard. Sona and Serafal were playing together, while Neliel played with Tuja Kuroka. Rias lay in the courtyard, leisurely enjoying the breeze. I don't really feel like training today. Rias stared blankly. Perhaps due to the intensity last night, Rias felt somewhat fatigued. Of course, it wasn't related to the activities in bed, those actually didn't quite satisfy Rias's sexual desires, as her appetite in that regard wasn't strong. It was more about the instinctive pleasure from skin-to-skin contact and the satisfaction of the heart. The intensity referred to the excavation of her superpowers, or rather, her sixth sense. If energy and concepts represent an understanding of the world, then superpowers represent the excavation and understanding of oneself. Coupled with her focus on excavating the mind and soul, this inner fatigue wasn't a sign of something wrong but rather a normal occurrence. Speaking of which, what should I do next? Rias thought for a moment and opened the chat group. Someone was already chatting early in the morning. Hinata Hyuga, good afternoon, everyone. Teresa Van Estria, afternoon. Different time zones. It's already evening here, I'm about to sleep. Uno Hana Retsu, it's morning here. Jabril, I'm not quite sure here, since it's covered in black ash. It's morning here. Rias's vacant eyes suddenly sparkled as she murmured, come to think of it, there's something I've been wondering about. The work, Naruto, seems like a hot-blooded series, but it actually carries strong characteristics of Japan as a nation. Class rigidity, sorrow beneath the hot-blooded surface, a messy view of history and values, and so on. Among these, the most uncomfortable aspect is that the antagonists aren't purely villains. Setting aside Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, who appears to be the mastermind behind the scenes, actually upholds filial piety more strictly than anyone. No matter what mistakes he made, being sealed alive by his own son for 1,000 years is something worthy of criticism. In other words, his values are skewed to the extreme, yet he considers himself righteous for upholding justice over family ties. In reality, there must have been methods other than sealing. Characters like Kaguya Otsutsuki from Naruto and Tiamat from the Fate series are tragic and lamentable figures. Besides, the ninja world is filled with many other tragedies. For example, the protagonist of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. As the son of the fourth Hokage, perhaps even Minato Namikaze couldn't have imagined his son's childhood would be so miserable. Even so, he maintained an optimistic and cheerful personality. Although somewhat of a saint, who really dislikes saints. The concepts of saint and sanctimonious person are similar but differ greatly. Saint, that person is so pitiful, I must go help. Sanctimonious person, that person is so pitiful, you all must go help him. A saint wants to help others and takes the initiative to do so. A sanctimonious person, however, stands on the moral high ground demanding others help, but makes endless excuses when it's their turn. Many people confuse these concepts, but the difference between them is substantial. Although Uzumaki Naruto sometimes acts sanctimoniously, like asking people from the Hidden Cloud Village to forgive Uchiha Sasuke. Or like forgiving Uchiha Obito. Objectively speaking, from a fundamental standpoint, Uzumaki Naruto himself had no right to forgive him. Setting that aside for now, from an objective perspective, despite some controversy, Uzumaki Naruto is indeed a very charming character. As for whether Uzumaki Naruto was influenced by Asura's chakra, no one can say for sure, but Rias tends to believe he overcame the darkness himself. Because the darkness in Uzumaki Naruto's heart never disappeared, it was just hidden deep within. As long as there is a sliver of light, he won't turn to darkness. If such a person could receive better education and develop better values, his future would certainly be more interesting. So, since I'm not in the mood to train now, I might as well do something interesting. Rias was also very curious about which direction the ninja world would develop without Uzumaki Naruto and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Rias, at Hinata Hyuga, can you let me visit your world? Hinata Hyuga, how do we do that? Ding. Rias Gremory has applied to enter your world. Allow. Yes/no. After clicking the application and the system prompt appeared, Rias said, just click agree. Okay. Instantly, Rias arrived in the ninja world. Hello, little Hinata. Snow was falling all around. The petite Rias greeted her gently and softly. Chapter 53, Rias changes professions. Hello. Hinata Hyuga bowed hurriedly and said politely. No need to be so nervous. I'm a year older than you, so you can call me Big Sister Rias. Rias smiled and patted Hinata Hyuga's head. Yes. Hinata Hyuga lowered her head shyly and whispered timidly, Big Sister Rias. That feels nice. Rias couldn't help but smile. Are you out playing by yourself? Rias looked at the snow on the ground and began building a snowman. As for her purpose for coming here, although she hadn't forgotten, it was originally just for leisure and fun, so it didn't really matter what she did. Watching Rias's actions, Hinata Hyuga also showed a soft smile and then joined Rias in building the snowman. Yes, being home alone always feels a bit uncomfortable. Hinata whispered. Is it very lonely? Rias smiled and said, if you're bored, you can chat in the chat group or enter the arena. But since you just joined the group yesterday, you're probably not used to it yet. Under their joint efforts, a snowman was quickly completed. White, chubby, simple, and cute, just like little Hinata. Rias couldn't help but laugh. Ugh. Hinata's face turned slightly red. Hey, there are actually people here. They're building a snowman. Let's go take a look. 3 children ran over from somewhere, looking very bratty and unpleasant at first glance. Those eyes. Is she a monster? A white-eyed monster. Monster. Children are the most innocent, but also the most cruel. Perhaps the act of ostracizing those who are different is innate. Hearing the 3 children's mockery, Hinata Hyuga lowered her head sadly. Rias lightly raised her hand and said, Heido number 1, show. A small shockwave was released, blowing the 3 children away. After struggling to stand up, the 3 fled in terror. The monster is killing people. Help. Tisk, if I really wanted to kill you, would you still be able to run away with such energy? Rias was speechless. This was why she hated bratty kids. She preferred types like Sona, Neliel, and Hinata. Well-behaved or kind children were much cuter. The shockwave just now didn't cause any harm, it was just to scare them a bit. Rias looked at Hinata and said, don't listen to their nonsense. White eyes are very beautiful. If they had patterns of other colors, they would surely be even more beautiful. Thank you. Hinata Hyuga thanked her in a small voice. Next time you encounter something like this, teach them a lesson, otherwise the only one getting hurt will be yourself. Rias patted Hinata Hyuga's head. Though she said that, she knew it would likely be very difficult for Hinata Hyuga. After all, this child was very gentle, so gentle she wasn't suited to be a ninja. Even if the new generation of Konoha had a much thinner concept of killing and war, it couldn't be denied that being a ninja was a profession of slaughter. Slaughter meant taking the lives of others. That was why she said Hinata Hyuga wasn't suited to be a ninja. But what if things were different, and Hinata Hyuga possessed powerful strength? Rias couldn't help but think of this. If the Tensigen from the moon were made into a magical device, like the Sokayaku, it could normally maintain the form of a ring, automatically protecting Hinata and generating Tensigen chakra mode. When needed, it could be fully released, becoming a biological weapon that surpassed the Ten Tails. If she possessed great power, then she would have the right to be gentle and kind. Hello. Before long, a blonde boy popped out from the side. Uzumaki Naruto. Hello. Rias smiled slightly and greeted him. I am Rias Gremory, a devil. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then showed an excited smile. I'm Hinata Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga spoke softly, and Naruto in the distance didn't hear her. She really is cute, this child. It would be quite interesting to raise her. Rias thought to herself. Are you alone, little Naruto? Rias asked. Yeah. Uzumaki Naruto said dejectedly, I don't know why, but no one wants to play with me. Do you want to know the reason? Rias smiled. Do you know? Uzumaki Naruto said in surprise, then do you have a way to make me popular? I suppose I do. Rias said with a laugh. The reason people around you don't want to play with you is because they're influenced by public opinion. Rias said, 3 years ago, a monster known as the demon fox wreaked havoc in the village. Many people lost their families and fear the power of the demon fox. They hate the demon fox, so Konoha village needed to put someone forward to attract that hatred, and that person is you. But that has nothing to do with me. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth hung open, looking bewildered. It has nothing to do with your own will, because the village needs it, you became the sacrifice. Rias shook her head. That's just too unreasonable. Uzumaki Naruto found it hard to accept. So as long as you are in this village, or even in this world, you will always be ostracized. Rias smiled and said, I have a way if you want to become popular. Have you considered moving to a different place to live? A different place? Uzumaki Naruto blinked. Yes, a harmonious and loving big family. Rias smiled. Maybe I also have a talent for being a human trafficker. Rias almost made herself laugh. Can I? Without hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto said with a look of pleasant surprise. Although there were Umbu monitoring nearby, their senses had long since been influenced by Rias. It was a level higher than the ordinary illusions of the Naruto world, affecting the brain without disturbing the chakra. Though Rias felt that if Uzumaki Naruto disappeared, it would be hard for that Umbu not to commit seppuku anyway. But at least Rias didn't have to do it herself. In the Umbu's mind, Naruto was just playing here alone. Of course. Rias smiled and said, if this place won't keep you, there's a place that will. Leave this place with me. Uzumaki Naruto nodded excitedly, without the slightest attachment. At this time, Naruto was being bullied by his nannies, alienated by those around him, and hadn't even met Hiruzen Sarutobi yet. If Naruto were taken away now, she wondered how Konoha would react. But it didn't matter either way. Rias was just looking forward to what would happen to Konoha if a Super Shinra Tensei came down. As for counting on Hinata Hyuga, ho-ho, the Tensigen doesn't have the ability to resurrect. Even if it did, Rias would definitely stop it. This world is already rotten to the core. Before a true revolution, Rias wouldn't feel sorry no matter how many people died. It's just that, always, those who deserve to die don't, and those who don't deserve to die do. This is the same in every world, which is quite frustrating. Chapter 54, Abduction. Little Hinata, I have some things to do next. If anyone asks, don't mention anything about me or the chat group. Rias said, I'll give you a small gift later, and we'll talk in the group afterwards. I understand. Hinata Hyuga nodded. Good girl. Rias patted Hinata's little head. Wait inside for a bit. Rias placed Uzumaki Naruto into the magical device's space. His sudden appearance in a courtyard left Uzumaki Naruto very startled. I'll wait for you, big sister Rias. Uzumaki Naruto waved toward the sky, then sat in the courtyard full of anticipation. Moving from a snow-filled courtyard to this place, it wasn't hot at all. Although this was strange, the current Naruto didn't have the ability to discern why yet. Coupled with his expectant mood, he overlooked this point. Let's go as well. Rias took her hand and used heavenly transfer to move to the entrance of the Hyuga household, then waved and said, see you in the group. See you in the group. Hinata Hyuga waved back. Rias left, moving via heavenly transfer. The first stop was the land of water. Because she used spatial movement, she arrived at a continent full of water in the blink of an eye. Stepping onto land, Rias used her sensory abilities to find the Kagaya clan, then walked into a dungeon. Good afternoon, Kimimaro. With Rias's abilities, she sensed the general direction and then used mind reading to quickly find Kimimaro's location. You are locked in a dungeon and treated as an inhuman weapon. Kimimaro looked at Rias blankly. The person taking you away from here. A mysterious smile played on the corners of Rias's mouth as she said, do you want to know the meaning of life? The meaning of life? Kimimaro repeated the words in a murmur. Much like devils, perhaps because of things like chakra in the ninja world, everyone becomes very mature at a young age. For example, Uchiha Itachi, who could think about problems from the perspective of a Hokage at the age of 7. Sounds impressive, right? Have you ever heard the saying from the ancestors, learning without thought is labor lost, thought without learning is perilous? Uchiha Itachi was the latter, thinking without learning, mentally exhausted yet gaining nothing. That is to say, everything results in nothing. In short, it's just blind, random overthinking, like building a tower on sand, wasting mental energy for no gain. The same went for Kimimaro. His childhood experiences had left him confused about existence itself. No need to think too much. Rias smiled and said, "Come with me. Learn more knowledge in the future, and then think slowly. By the way, there's a little partner similar to you. Go inside and chat with him, perhaps you'll have topics in common." After saying that, Rias tossed Kimimaro into the magical device. The second one. Rias murmured to herself, then left via heavenly transfer. Expanding her perception, a cube rotated within Rias's mind. Formula, perception, search and identify. The formula's perception continued to expand, possessing identification functions at the same time. Rias transmitted a general impression into the formula, and soon the formula had an answer. Over here, then. Confirming the distance, Rias used heavenly transfer and arrived near a large bridge in less than half a second. The third one. Looking at the ragged beggar before her, Rias couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. "Will you come with me, boy of the Yuki clan?" Haku was 2 or 3 years older than Naruto, about 5 or 6 years old. And, he was a boy. After all, the Yuki clan were all handsome men and beautiful women. It might be the ice bloodline limit that caused them to lean toward a more feminine appearance. "You are." Haku lifted his head, cautiously shrinking his body. "My name is Rias Gremory. From today on, I am your master." Rias chuckled, then reached out her hand. "Come with me." The dazed boy, as if lacking self-awareness, took Rias's hand following her words. Children really are too easy to trick. The third one obtained. "You have a few more companions. Go chat together." Rias smiled and placed Haku into the magical device. Next is the hidden grass village. Because she had used mind reading, Rias had already confirmed the basic knowledge of the ninja world. Through heavenly transfer, she moved across various parts of the world in seconds. To Uchiha Madara, the ninja world was small, but to Transcendent, it was almost like a fragile cardboard box. If she wanted to, Rias could make this world collapse the moment she released her energy. In this kind of world, even acting as a god felt like a demotion. Comparing levels, the Six Paths level was only comparable to gods and demons. In fact, they were only the most ordinary gods and demons. If it were someone of Seraphal's level, a Six Paths level wouldn't last a few moves against her full power. Transcendent completely surpassed the Six Paths level, the gap between them wasn't just a little bit. Although the High School DxD world didn't have ninjutsu as flashy as this world, it possessed a more fundamental strength. Arriving before a thatched hut, Rias stepped inside. "You are." A woman with red hair that was somewhat dry and withered looked at Rias. Her eyes were haggard, yet filled with maternal love. A little girl lay on her lap, being gently stroked by the woman's slightly withered hand. "It seems I made it in time for this one." Rias sighed. The Uzumaki clan really had it rough after their clan was wiped out. To actually be treated as a healing pack. Arms and thighs, these places were covered in teeth marks. If it weren't for Rias, her daughter would have followed in her footsteps. Fortunately, she wouldn't be sucked to death like her mother. "And my lady, you." Uzumaki Keirin's mother looked at Rias cautiously. "You cannot protect your daughter." Rias said, "I promise not to harm your daughter. Besides, any situation is better than the current one, isn't it?" Uzumaki Keirin's mother froze for a moment, then felt slightly at ease. "Go on." Rias waved her hand, transferring them into the magical device. In this cruel world, any gentle words are just nutritionless pig talk, because words have no power. On the contrary, Rias's straightforward words, while seemingly cold, were actually the gentlest words for her. The fourth one. Rias looked toward the land of wind and instantly arrived at the hidden sand village. Unlike the snowing hidden leaf, this place was a desert all year round. "Since you don't cherish him, you might as well give him to me." Rias smiled, looking at Gaara who was currently piling up sand. At this time, Gaara was 3 years old, in a period where he wasn't loved by his grandmother and his uncle. Well, his uncle wasn't dead yet. Yashimaru had not yet come to take care of Gaara, and at the same time, Gaara was in the same stage as Naruto. The stage of being ostracized by everyone. Furthermore, Gaara's plight was intentionally caused by the Kazekage, that is, Gaara's father. Being assassinated by his own uncle, if he went berserk, it proved he couldn't control the tailed beast and was an inferior product. If he didn't go berserk, it meant he had the potential to become a perfect Jinchuriki. This kind of thinking made Rias suspect that the people of this world thought with their feet. Chapter 55, Subspecies Balance Breaker. Gaara had red hair, though the color wasn't as vibrant as Rias's. He sat alone piling sand. Thanks to the protection of his mother, he could manipulate sand at will, even creating such a detailed castle. "It's quite beautiful." Rias couldn't help but praise him. Thank you." Gaara was stunned for a moment, then gave a shy smile. "Interested in changing jobs, Gaara?" Rias smiled. Changing jobs. Gaara tilted his head. Moving to a place where friends can play with you. Rias smiled. Hearing this, Gaara hesitated slightly but still nodded and said, I want to move. At this age, children are at their purest and most innocent stage. It is also the best time for education. Abducting them was incredibly easy. Rias chuckled, then placed Gaara into the magical device. Although Gaara was unstable as a Jinchuriki, as long as he wasn't intentionally provoked, there was no way he would lose control. Of course, Rias was also paying attention to the interior of the magical device. She could see that the few boys and girls had already become quite familiar with each other and were playing in the courtyard, looking very happy. That's 5 children already. Rias thought for a moment and said, should I find someone to take care of the children? Thinking this, Rias couldn't help but think of a certain person. The hero backstabbed by the hidden sand village, Pakura. Although she was dead, Rias possessed the Holy Grail and had made significant achievements in the domain of life. At least for this world, this was an untouchable domain. Unlike High School DxD, the afterlife in High School DxD had administrators. The Buddha of the Pure Land, Hades of the Underworld, and so on. If someone truly died, it was difficult to contact a soul located in the Pure Land. But this world was different. The Pure Land of the Underworld in this world had no administrator, and the laws between life and death were not firm. One could use fleshly connections and then use summoning jutsu to call the soul back, so it would be exceptionally easy for Rias to achieve this using the Holy Grail. In fact, it wasn't even necessary as long as the target could be locked onto. As for locking onto the target, using the image in her mind was enough. Because there was a significant difference between the anime and reality, Rias specifically read the memories of Pakura's disciple, Maki. Relying on this impression, Rias used the Holy Grail to open a passage between life and death. Before Rias's consciousness could step inside, a soul was drawn over by the magical device, Holy Grail. This is really too easy. Rias couldn't help but murmur. Setting aside the lack of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the worldview of Japanese works regarding the underworld was truly too simple. Forget it, I'll preserve her first and resurrect her after I return later. In a world like this where laws are simple, the boundary between life and death is unclear, there are no administrators for the rules of heaven and earth, and there are few abilities that can harm the soul, the Holy Grail is truly a god-tier item. At this point, only a few minutes had passed since Rias left Hinata Hyuga. She looked toward the land of water and then moved over. Standing above the clouds, Rias released her perception and soon felt that abnormal energy. With a gentle wave of her hand, that abnormal energy body appeared in Rias's hand. Like a Buddha's kingdom in the palm, Black Zetsu was imprisoned within it. You are the last one. Rias chuckled, looking at the creature in her palm with a meaningful gaze. Black Zetsu. Heavenly transfer can not only move oneself but also others. For the Flugel, space is like waves that fluctuate endlessly and are discontinuous. As long as a hole is open between wave crests, one can move through absolute distance without being bound by objective distance. And this is only part of spatial theory. Just as light has 2 states before and after being observed, space also has other forms. No, it should be said that human observation of space has other forms. By observing and influencing from a different angle, one can create unique types of spatial magic. Spatial-type magical devices are one kind, and a god's kingdom in the palm is another. How is this possible? I've been caught. Black Zetsu's figure twisted constantly, trying to escape the spatial confinement. Unfortunately, while Black Zetsu's abilities might be special in this world, they were far too laughable to Rias. I can resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki. Rias said. What? Black Zetsu was visibly shaken, his emotions fluctuating wildly. It was unclear if it was because Rias mentioned Kagaya Otsutsuki or for some other reason. You plotted for a full 1,000 years to rescue Kagaya Otsutsuki, that's quite touching. Rias said softly. But you indeed committed many unforgivable acts during those 1,000 years. Do you agree to the condition of using your life as a sacrifice in exchange for unsealing Kagaya Otsutsuki? Of course, the above was an excuse, the actual reason was that Black Zetsu was too ugly. The second reason was that Kagaya Otsutsuki was essentially very pure, and it wouldn't be easy to control her with Black Zetsu around. The third reason was indeed Black Zetsu's actions. Although she was moved by Black Zetsu's deeds, from any perspective, Rias had no reason to let him go. The final and most important reason. Kagaya Otsutsuki was not just sealed on the moon, the conditions for unsealing were actually very complex. Only the body of the god tree was sealed on the moon, which is the ghetto statue. Because Kagaya Otsutsuki merged with the god tree, she became immortal. Her seal was essentially a fragmentation, and unsealing required the following conditions. First, the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki, which is Black Zetsu. Second, the ghetto statue absorbing tailed beast chakra to return to its god tree form. Third, all the chakra in the ninja world, or at least the vast majority of it. The Sage of Six Paths passing chakra to the people of the world was actually fragmenting Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. Essentially, the chakra in the Naruto world is refined from the human body, but it doesn't belong to the individual, it belongs to Kagaya Otsutsuki, or more accurately, the God Tree. Rias could use the magical device, Holy Grail, to subvert the common laws of life and recall Kagaya Otsutsuki's consciousness at the cost of Black Zetsu. The price was that Black Zetsu, as Kagaya's will, would disappear. Pitiable mother. Black Zetsu was silent for a while. Knowing he couldn't resist, he could only trust that Rias would do as she said. He knelt on the ground and pleaded, "If it can save mother, it doesn't matter even if I am sacrificed." "No. I should say, I ought to thank you." "That's good then." Rias smiled. "I did give you a choice." "Yes, this is voluntary on my part." Black Zetsu felt a bit aggrieved, but he also harbored a faint hope that Rias would actually accomplish such a thing. Break the boundaries of life and death, subvert the common laws of life. Release your miracle and mercy. Holy Grail, release here. Subspecies Juggernaut Drive, light of the netherworld shining upon the heavens. In that instant, the entire sky of the ninja world turned dim, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Chapter 56, The Giant Tensigen in the Moon. There is no so-called difference in strength between a subspecies Juggernaut Drive and a standard balance breaker, it is only a matter of suitability. The balance breaker lies in the orthodox liberation in a general sense, while the subspecies Juggernaut Drive brings out the characteristics of the sacred gear, which is to absorb the user's will to develop a new form unique to themselves. A subspecies Juggernaut Drive used with Rias's power can directly envelop the entire planet. If she wanted to, Rias could instantly subvert the life of the ninja world, turning them into other species. In fact, if she really wanted to do it, she wouldn't even need the Holy Grail. Rias's power of destruction could instantly crumble the ninja world civilization, and she might even be able to destroy this planet. After all, the characteristics of power of destruction make its destructive power simply too strong. Then let's begin. Rias murmured, and the chakra of the entire ninja world gathered into Black Zetsu through the Holy Grail. Using the Holy Grail to subvert the common laws of life, thereby manifesting a miracle. Black Zetsu's existence itself was reversed and vanished, and in its place appeared a long-haired beauty with white eyes. Because her consciousness was summoned directly, she was freed from the shackles of the God Tree, only the Otsutsuki bloodline remained, without being integrated with the God Tree. And since the Holy Grail was used to reshape her body, she was currently naked. Black Zetsu, the ghetto statue, the tailed beast chakra, including the tailed beasts and the magical devices, the chakra of the entire world. The conditions are all complete. Rias murmured to herself. Although the God Tree was gone, Kagaya Otsutsuki still possessed a massive amount of chakra. Gathering the chakra of people from all over the world, even if each person only gave a little, it would be enough to nurture a new fruit. And Kagaya Otsutsuki was that fruit. Do you understand the current situation? Rias asked. Because Rias hated explanations and trouble, she directly instilled information about her world, information about herself, and her actions since arriving in the ninja world into her mind. Actually, to avoid unpleasant things from happening, this was also necessary. The evaluation of Kagaya Otsutsuki in the Jin no Sho, the ancestor of chakra who obtained the forbidden fruit, obsessed with power and became a fallen goddess. Given her personality, she might be arrogant, so Rias directly let her understand the current situation and realize that she was not in control of her own destiny, which could avoid many pointless situations. Yes, Lord Rias. Kagaya Otsutsuki bowed slightly. Her posture was incredibly elegant, except for the fact that not wearing clothes looked very strange. Taking a set of clothes out of a fixed subspace, Rias handed them to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Only then did she realize her impropriety, and her entire face couldn't help but flush crimson. The sky shimmered with a faint light, but the ninja world remained bright, and they were currently above the clouds. Although Rias had blocked out the cold air, in this situation, it might be more stimulating than streaking in the wild. Forgive my rudeness. Kagaya Otsutsuki hurriedly put on the clothes, then lightly brushed her hair past her temples. The posture of this elegant beauty was very beautiful. There was one more thing that had to be mentioned. In the process of using the Holy Grail to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, Rias had read her memories. In her memories, many things did not match the original work, but they could roughly correspond. For example, Kagaya Otsutsuki's children, this point followed the manga. She became pregnant through the blessings of everyone, while she herself was an ascetic. In the early days, Kagaya Otsutsuki was revered as the goddess of the rabbit, so it's conceivable she was quite respected. Secondly, the Otsutsuki clan was not that complicated. At least in this world, Kagaya Otsutsuki was the princess of the Kagaya clan, and she was betrayed shortly after ascending to become the clan head. While people like Ishiki Otsutsuki and Yurashiki Otsutsuki existed, they were not in the ninja world, but rather at the Otsutsuki main house, planting trees across the universe. Perhaps this was due to the parallel world. On the contrary, that unburnable trash like Boruto is probably just like this world, belonging to a non-orthodox parallel world. I'm loving it. Anyway, we're not playing with Boruto, the Naruto side here only has a small amount of plot, so just treat it as a different parallel world setting. This is my first time using the Holy Grail, so this is the Netherworld. Rias stopped paying attention to Kaguya Otsutsuki, her eyes shimmering with a faint light. After using the subspecies Juggernaut Drive, the essential power of the Holy Grail was emitted, allowing Rias to observe the concept of the Netherworld. The Netherworld, located in a realm beyond life and death, contains all knowledge and records since birth. It can be called the record of the planet's source, a collection of unknowable information. That is, the Akashic records. Although such a concept existed, it was very shallow. Perhaps the power of the Holy Grail had propped up this space of unique concepts, as Rias read the history of the ninja world from it. She used the Holy Grail to roughly filter through it, leaving behind useful knowledge. Even so, the countless ideas were still incredibly vast. The harvest is quite good. Rias murmured to herself. Thinking this, Rias looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki and asked, "How do you feel about the current situation?" "Very, at peace." Kaguya Otsutsuki lightly touched her chest and murmured. Being able to stay away from the rights and wrongs of the Otsutsuki clan, no longer having to live in fear, and staying away from the conflict-ridden land of the ninja world. Although escaping is shameful, it is surprisingly useful. Rias discovered that Kaguya Otsutsuki might be the traditional type of woman. Introverted, lacking a backbone, and needing to rely on others. Without a firm conviction or clear goal, she was forced into her position, carrying immense pressure, and had unknowingly become harsh, losing her original heart. Because of this, having her body reshaped by Rias and being under Rias's control, Kaguya Otsutsuki's first feeling was one of peace. Because she no longer had to worry about the affairs of the Otsutsuki clan. In that case, wait for me inside for a while. Rias smiled, then placed Kaguya Otsutsuki into the magical device. Canceling the balance breaker, Rias looked up toward the moon. In less than 10 seconds, Rias arrived at her destination. Perhaps because the planet itself was relatively small, or perhaps because this moon was man-made, or maybe both, the moon of the ninja world was not very far from the Earth. It took only a few seconds to reach the moon. After confirming the direction, Rias entered the interior of the moon. A clear blue sky, a warm sun, and the ruined city below. Without paying too much attention, Rias flew toward the sky. Soon Rias found the giant Tensigen. Golden, with petals at the center, it was incredibly beautiful and filled with light and aesthetic appeal, radiating vast energy. The fact that it could be used as an artificial sun showed that the Tensigen itself was a massive energy source. This energy source was already on par with the Transcendence. Of course, that's only in terms of energy alone. However, if this Tensigen could be utilized to its limit, it might be able to produce attack power comparable to the Transcendence. Rias thought, and then a red light shimmered in her eyes. Equation of Destruction 1, Destruction Demonic Eye. Chapter 57, Magical Device, Tensigen. Equation of Destruction 1, Destruction Demonic Eye. In an instant, Rias's eyes gazed upon something invisible to ordinary people, a formula. A formula had been applied to the giant Tensigen. If anyone without Hamira's bloodline touched it, their chakra would be drained completely. With a flash of red light, the formula was destroyed by Rias. Then, slowly, Rias placed her hand on the Tensigen. Thump. Thump. A sound like a fetal heartbeat echoed, and the power of the Tensigen surged into Rias's eyes. Not a bad power. Even with such a massive Tensigen, its power was still nothing compared to Rias. Soon, the Tensigen dimmed, as Rias had already absorbed most of its ocular power. Rias was somewhat interested in the eyes of the Naruto world. Not in those flashy ninjutsu, but rather in the form of the ocular techniques dwelling within them. So, this level was enough, she was mostly absorbing its power to use as fuel. Unfortunately, the quality of the energy within the Tensigen was still not quite enough. Next, I'll turn the Tensigen into a magical device. Essentially, this giant Tensigen was composed of individual small eyes, fused together through a special formula to achieve a qualitative change through quantity. And Rias had already finished analyzing this special formula. As Rias cast a formula, the giant Tensigen quickly began to compress. Rias ignited a fusion of life, and the chain reaction flowed through the entire giant Tensigen, dissolving each small eyes and truly transforming it into a Tensigen. With the fusion, the Tensigen flickered continuously, while its size grew smaller and smaller. Under perfect fusion control, the chain reaction gradually stopped, and the giant Tensigen shrank to the size of an adult's fist. But its power had increased 1,000-fold. Hiss, in terms of pure quality, it has already reached the Dragon God level. Rias murmured. This Tensigen could definitely unleash attacks comparable to a Dragon God. This made even Rias a bit reluctant to part with it. But Dragon God level, it was a realm she would reach sooner or later anyway. Clearing her emotions, Rias began to act. The formula transformed into another property after the fusion ended, and driven by the formula, the Tensigen continued to shrink. Only this time it wasn't compression, it was simply becoming smaller. The new type of magical device had already integrated the structure of a sacred gear. Having gone a step further, Rias now had some understanding of sacred gears and could apply the technology. To some extent, Rias's technology had formed a power different from, yet equal to, a sacred gear. The power of this Tensigen was enough to surpass a high-tier sacred gear. By using good materials to construct a corresponding artificial soul, but more importantly, the nature of the power, this Tensigen no longer holds any secrets from me. Rias murmured. Soon, a ring appeared in Rias's hand. It was like a round gemstone, very dazzling and beautiful. And with the adjustment of the internal formula, the Tensigen gave birth to spirituality. Using spirituality as a source, an intelligent program was constructed that would judge for itself and protect Hinata Hyuga. And as this spirituality grew stronger and merged with Hinata's chakra, gradually embedding into the soul essence, it would completely form a magical device. At the same time, according to Hinata Hyuga's thoughts, it would form a further state, a balance breaker that mirrors her heart. Besides this, the Tensigen and Hinata Hyuga's eyes would also resonate, gradually causing Hinata Hyuga's bloodline and eyes to evolve. This part was aimed at her own strength. Although the raw materials were good, my technology shouldn't be overlooked either. Rias muttered. Ignoring the collapsing lunar space, Rias determined her direction and used heavenly transfer to leave. Back in Konoha, less than 10 minutes had passed since Rias left. By now, Konoha should have discovered that Uzumaki Naruto is missing. Rias smiled mischievously and arrived at the Hyuga clan. Members of the Umbu had already arrived nearby to seek help from the Hyuga clan. Rias walked past them openly and then found Hinata Hyuga in the corridor. What are you thinking about? Rias's voice suddenly appeared by her ear, causing the dazed Hinata Hyuga to show a surprised expression. Sister Rias. Seeing that Rias had returned, Hinata Hyuga couldn't help but show a look of relief. It's me. Rias chuckled and bit Hinata Hyuga's somewhat cold earlobe. Instantly, Hinata Hyuga's whole body felt hot, and steam rose from her head. What a truly cute reaction. Rias couldn't help but smile, sitting down next to Hinata Hyuga. Ugh. Finally calming down, Hinata Hyuga said softly, is Sister Rias's business finished? It's all done. Rias said, taking off the glove from Hinata Hyuga's left hand. She took out the Tensigen ring and put it on Hinata's hand. The originally large band shrank, fitting perfectly on Hinata Hyuga's ring finger. This is. Not knowing the meaning of wearing a ring on the left ring finger, Hinata Hyuga looked at the beautiful ring with some confusion. This is a magical device I made to protect you, crafted from the evolved form of the eyes, the Tensigen. Rias said, this Tensigen will interact with your chakra, thereby embedding itself into your soul essence. It is an item bound to your soul. Protect. Hinata Hyuga murmured. Yes, this power symbolizes my affection and protection for little Hinata. Rias smiled, alright, try injecting your chakra into it. Okay. Hinata Hyuga felt a warmth in her heart, and then she injected her chakra into it. Circulation formed, inscription formed. Magical device, Tensigen has been bound. If your father asks, just say. Rias smiled, this ring is a magical divine tool bestowed upon you by a great being from another world. The divine tool is already bound to your soul, it will automatically protect you and destroy external threats. Over time, it will cause your eyes to evolve. But if anyone else asks, just say it's a gift from someone, just a pretty piece of craftsmanship. The Hyuga family, or rather ninja clans in general, have their own various motives, but Hayashi Hyuga can still be considered a good father. Given his personality, he would likely hide Hinata Hyuga away. The Hyuga clan are direct descendants of the Otsutsuki, and their heritage contains fragments of information about the Otsutsuki clan. And the position where the ring is worn might also lead him to think it's a hint, causing Hayashi Hyuga to misunderstand Rias's existence. Combined with the powerful strength Hinata Hyuga would possess after evolving, Hayashi Hyuga would loosen his control over Hinata a bit. This effectively protects Hinata Hyuga while creating an environment suitable for her growth. I understand, Sister Rias. Hinata Hyuga nodded, looking at the ring and involuntarily showing a warm smile. How you use this power is up to you, but my original intention was to protect you in this cruel world. Rias said softly. Magical device, Tensigen will protect Hinata Hyuga, but it will only protect her. Originally, the power of the Tensigen was quite extreme, it didn't have as many functions as the Rinnegan, but its power was significantly enhanced instead. Hinata Hyuga lowered her head shyly. I should go too. If anything comes up, let's talk in the group. Patting Hinata Hyuga's head, Rias returned to the High School DxD world. Looking at the spot where Rias disappeared, Hinata Hyuga stood dazed. Involuntarily, she took off her other glove and then gently stroked the ring in her hand. Even though it was winter, she didn't feel cold. Because this ring was protecting her. Chapter 58, Return. We're here. After Rias spoke, everyone appeared at the Gremory family in the underworld. Although it was in the underworld, the surrounding air was very fresh, without the legendary smell of sulfur or the harsh sights of lava and storms. No, on the contrary, because there are many harsh places in the underworld, the territories of those great nobles value environmental protection more than any corner of Earth. Where is this? 5 children, 2 adults, and 1 soul that Rias had not yet resurrected. This is the underworld, Gremory territory. Rias said, from now on, this will be your home. Home. Hearing this word, not to mention the 5 children, even Kaguya Otsutsuki's expression wavered slightly. Let's go. Rias smiled and led them inside. Yo, little Rias. Yoruchi Shihoin looked curiously at the people behind Rias and couldn't help but smile. Where did little Rias kidnap these people from this time? Similar to you guys, I suppose. Rias said with a smile. I see. Yoruchi Shihoin nodded, then looked at Rias curiously. Why are they all children this time? They're essentially the next generation of my peerage that I've selected. Rias smiled and said, you guys are recycled waste, but these children might shine quite brightly in the future. Recycled waste? That's a bit too much. Yoruchi Shihoin held her head and couldn't help but retort. She already knew this child had a sharp tongue, but this was her first time experiencing it. It certainly lived up to the reputation. What was even more annoying was that she couldn't even refute it. Setting little Rias aside, I can't believe these children could surpass me in the future. Yoruchi Shihoin said confidently. You're not feeling happy just because you beat up a few little kids, are you? Rias smiled. Those participating in the raiding game at this stage are just the older generation of devils, most of whom are just trash. My participation is only to raise my status as a noble and follow the standard procedure. As for these children, because I will focus on training them, it's inevitable that they will surpass you. Ugh. Yoruchi Shihoin also understood the meaning behind Rias's words and found herself speechless. Compared to those brought back from another world, children raised from a young age naturally possessed more loyalty. Until now, the relationship between Rias and her peerage was merely alignment of interests. Maintaining this distant yet close relationship was good for both parties, and since they were already mature, giving them more freedom was a more suitable choice. I'm leaving now. Rias waved her hand, then followed her senses to find Grafia. I'll leave them to you. Rias said, pointing at Kaguya Otsutsuki, especially Kaguya. Although she doesn't look small, she's like an infant in every aspect except for her strength. Hearing this, Grafia narrowed her eyes and sized up Kaguya. Her expression was cold, maintaining an indifferent look like a traditional deity. That was because, as a higher and more powerful life form, they would inevitably realize the difference between themselves and weak humans. Because of this, their dispositions were cold yet more hollow. But the woman before her, as cold and clear as a moon goddess, possessed a fragile heart. A heart that could be corrected. Just where did little Rias bring this creature back from? She possessed neither divinity nor demonic nature, yet she held such immense power. It's truly curious. In fact, Kaguya Otsutsuki's body had been reshaped by Rias. She still possessed the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, as that information was deeply embedded in her soul. But Kaguya Otsutsuki, whose body was reshaped and whose soul was recalled by the Holy Grail, was not brought back with the body of the divine tree, but rather as the fruit of the divine tree. Although she no longer had the immortality of the divine tree, she was also freed from the shackles of the divine tree's fate. Furthermore, having been resurrected with the power of the chakra fruit, she possessed great power. Even so, it didn't change the fact that she was still a complete novice. Combat experience, mindset, combat techniques, and so on, all of these were still a long way off. Grafia nodded slightly and said, I see, I understand the general situation. By the way. Rias suddenly thought of something and smiled. It's almost Grafia and brother Surzex's wedding anniversary, isn't it? Grafia was stunned upon hearing this, her face flushing slightly. Yes. Grafia nodded with a faint smile. Grafia was a serious person who clearly separated public and private matters. During work hours, she acted as the head maid and Surzex's queen. On weekends, she would interact with everyone as Rias's sister-in-law and family. But their wedding anniversary was different. The Gremory family, who valued family ties, would offer their heartfelt blessings to the couple at this time. At the same time, on this day, the two of them would set aside their heavy duties and enjoy their life as a couple. I've already prepared a gift, and I'm sure Grafia will like it. Rias smiled slightly, left the children with Grafia, and then departed. The gift Rias was preparing for her brother and sister-in-law's wedding anniversary was not yet finished. Besides the two of them, there were also Surzex's peerage and parents, whose gifts also needed to be prepared. This child. Grafia listened to Rias's words and was slightly stunned. Since she was little, that child had acted as if she were being chased by something. She began learning the devil's language and writing just 2 or 3 days after birth, which had deeply frustrated Cerzex as an older brother and Graphia as a sister-in-law. In the past, Rias wouldn't have cared about such things. As expected of a Gremory, Graphia couldn't help but show a relieved smile. As for you all, come with me. Graphia withdrew her smile and returned to her usual calm expression. I am Graphia, the head maid of the Gremory family, and also the general manager responsible for your daily lives. Graphia said calmly. Uzumaki, Naruto and the others were easy to arrange. Except for an anomaly like Rias, at only 3 years old, they hadn't reached the level to receive a formal education in any aspect. Although these children seemed much more mature, a certain amount of guidance and education was appropriate, but only on a small scale, not formal teaching. Only Kaguya Otsutsuki was different, she needed education in all aspects. Coincidentally, Graphia's duties were very good for training this area, and since they were both female and seemed to have good compatibility, she should be able to train her well. Not long after arriving at the ninja world's Earth, she had consumed the chakra fruit and fused with the divine tree. After the war ended, everyone sincerely respected the rabbit goddess and offered their blessings. She gave birth to 2 offspring under the blessings and prayers of the people, but at the same time, she became increasingly uneasy about the world beyond, becoming much more irritable and cold. The final result was that the 2 offspring born from the people's blessings and prayers also rebelled amidst the people's fear. This might be the local instinctual will's self-protection, excluding external negative factors and converting them into its own power. To some extent, this possibility was quite high, because the world also has its own will. Although it was faint, after being drained by the divine tree for over 1,000 years, it would develop a slight fear of the divine tree regardless. But those things were no longer important. Because Kaguya Otsutsuki would welcome a new life from now on. Breaking free from that boring world with its twisted values. Chapter 59, Pakura. Mastering the common sense of life, reversing and overturning the laws of life. Manifest, Holy Grail. Rias took out the magical device and released a soul from it, which Rias then fixed within the device before it could be pulled into the underworld. The Holy Grail's golden light flickered. Soon, the invisible soul fluctuated, generating a physical body. The Holy Grail reversed the laws of life, thereby creating a physical body for the soul. Although it involved create, it was more accurately restoration. The Holy Grail reverses the common sense of life, even if a soul is destroyed, it can be revived as long as a tiny fragment remains. Not to mention, Pakura's soul was perfectly intact. Soon, a naked woman appeared before Rias. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze slightly bewildered. You are. Although she didn't immediately react, the influence persisted, and Pakura unconsciously used honorifics. Think back carefully. It should have transmitted information into your mind. Rias lightly pointed at her own brain and said. Think back. That's right, I'm dead. Pakura suddenly widened her eyes, and then, on a deeper level, she realized the reason for her current revival. It was Rias who summoned her soul back from the Pure Land and subsequently revived her. Thinking of this, Pakura couldn't help but feel confused. Because she already understood that this was no longer her original world. What's wrong? Do you still feel attached to your original world, your original village? Rias chuckled and teased. No. Pakura unconsciously clenched her fist and said with hatred, right now, my heart only holds anger and hatred toward the village that betrayed me. I don't understand the pain of being betrayed, but I imagine it must be terrible. Rias looked into Pakura's eyes, sighed, slowly floated up, embraced her head, and whispered, there is no need to cling to the past. From now on, live for me. Gently rubbing her head, Rias smiled and said, I guarantee in the name of Rias that I will never let you feel that kind of pain again. Rias, Sama. Pakura was stunned for a moment, and her gaze softened. As the hero of Sunagakure, she was sold by her own village to Kirigakure. Undoubtedly, this feeling was deeply disheartening. Even recalling it now, it was natural for her, having been revived and losing her place of refuge, to feel hatred. But thinking about it carefully, betrayal and utilization among ninja were very normal occurrences. Although she held resentment, it wasn't intense. In the original work of Naruto, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, she vented her anger, and then faced her disciple, Maki. Seeing her grow up well, Pakura later came to terms with it herself and let go of her hatred. No matter how you look at it, Pakura is a very gentle person. Although her bloodline limit was quite cruel to her enemies. Scorch release, which could instantly evaporate a person's moisture, turning the deceased into something resembling a mummy. It was highly effective against Kirigakure, and she killed many people from Kirigakure during the Great War. And because her merit overshadowed her master, she was sold out by the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Well, in any case, you've been revived, and life has to go on. Rias smiled, moved away from her original spot, and then pulled out a piece of clothing, saying, "You have a nice figure, but you can't show it off to others. After all, Pakura's body was created by me, it belongs to me." Pakura only realized she was naked after taking the clothes. Her hair was dark green and had originally been tied up to avoid hindering movement, but it hung down now due to the revival. 2 strands of orange hair fell vertically along the temples on either side of her face, giving her a unique look. Her legs and waist were very slender, making one want to admire them, suited for not wearing stockings. Her skin was fair, and her chest was large, giving an impression of softness. Her arms hung naturally, her fingers were long, and overall, she looked very beautiful. Especially her unique temperament, possessing both a sternness and a unique gentleness, making her appear as a capable yet tender beauty. You're a beauty whether you wear clothes or not." Rias chuckled softly. "Excuse me." Rias's seemingly substantial gaze made Pakura's face flush slightly, but she didn't pay it too much mind. Just as Rias said, this physical body was originally created by her, granting her a second life. Her first life ended when she was betrayed by her village, now she welcomed a new life. Therefore, living for Rias was only natural. After all, having been betrayed by her village, she no longer had a place of refuge. Furthermore, this place was too far from the Naruto world, and hatred could not sustain a new life, so she naturally had to seek a new place of refuge. And Rias was her place of refuge. Pakura's face had flashed through her mind by chance at the time, leading her to act. It seemed she had picked up a lovable loyal dog, complimentary. Looks like I profited. Watching Pakura quickly put on her clothes, Rias gently leaned over and stroked her head. Seeming to recall something, Rias said, "Oh right, your disciple, Maki, she is doing well." "Is that so? Then I can rest assured." Pakura's expression softened. Knowing that her disciple was doing well made her feel less attached to the ninja world. Rias also had plans for Pakura. Her bloodline limit was powerful, but only to the level of a young high-class devil. Only after undergoing reincarnation, possessing a source of demonic power, and integrating into the new system could she advance further. Therefore, when Rias created Pakura's body, she had already performed the reincarnation ritual on her, just without registering her into the peerage. So now, besides accompanying Rias daily, Pakura needed to undergo training to adapt to the new system. With her ability, it wouldn't take long for her to reach the level of a ultimate class devil. Rias gave Pakura a crystal, which contained the curriculum Rias had prepared, which was the devil system. Besides basic application of demonic power, there were many devil culture and courses, which Pakura would need to study for quite some time. As for Rias, she was preparing gifts for Surzex and the others. And her own experiments and cultivation had reached another level. She no longer conducted physical training, but instead delved into the depths of her mind, exploring more of her own potential, and making the Holy Grail, the Hogyoku, and the constantly running fusion equation resonate, thereby understanding the deeper essence of life. Only through understanding could she influence things more precisely. Rias was already able to multitask during this process. A portion of her energy was dedicated to cultivation, while the other portion could be used for making gifts. Although the gifts were not just for Surzex and Grafia, she had only recently realized this, so she was using this opportunity to give them out. Time flows. Soon, Rias's gifts for everyone were ready. Subsequently, the wedding anniversary of Surzex and Grafia arrived. Chapter 60, Gifts. Soon, Surzex and Grafia's wedding anniversary arrived. In the underworld, they fell in love, one a hero of the reformist faction, the other a combatant from the old Mao faction. After overcoming countless trials of partisan strife, the two finally walked down the aisle. Their love story had become almost legendary in the underworld. Even the harshest devil would not make them work on their wedding anniversary, unless a major incident occurred. The two spent the day traveling around, returning home only in the evening for a family banquet. At the family banquet, Father Rias Gremory, Mother Venelana Gremory, Surzex's peerage, and Rias's future peerage were all in attendance. This included Neliel, the Tuju sisters, Uzumaki Naruto, Haku, Kimimaro, Uzumaki Karen, Gara, Pakura, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and others. As for Sona, although she spent most of her time with Rias, she was still quite young, and her parents missed her. She basically spent 5 days a week with Rias and 2 days with the Citri family. Serafal, meanwhile, followed Sona wherever she went. Sona was closer to Serafal than to her parents, yet there was no denying that Sona had a harmonious relationship with her parents. Of course, this family gathering had nothing to do with Aizen and Kasuki Rahara. While they were considered on their side, Rias at most treated them as partners rather than servants. Daily care was one thing, but inviting two antagonistic people to such a family gathering would be asking for trouble. Naturally, since it was a family gathering, it was just that, a gathering. After eating together, the children ran and played in the hall, while the elder brother and sister-in-law, the father and mother, and several members of Surzex's peerage chatted about something. Without waiting for a specific moment, Rias presented her gifts to them when the time seemed right. Oh my, this is the first time little Rias has given us a gift. Venelana looked at the gift box in front of her and couldn't help but cradle her cheeks, her face full of a gentle smile. Yes, it's so moving for Papa. Zeoticus wiped away a tear, appearing a bit less composed than usual. Not just for the eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law, but there's even one for us. Beowulf couldn't help but wipe his eyes, deeply moved. Why don't you open them and see? Rias said with a smile. Cerzex and Graphia exchanged a glance, then were the first to open their gift boxes. What appeared from Cerzex's gift box was a formula composed of magic formulas. The spherical magic formula formed a very complex formula. It was Rias's fusion equation. This is the finished product of the second stage fusion equation, and it is also the core technique for me to reach the level of transcendence. Rias said, this power is quite dangerous and the difficulty of construction is relatively high, so it cannot be leaked for the time being. However, I can still manage to give a finished product to my family. Cerzex's was the second stage fusion equation. Because it was a finished product, it integrated into the magic source in the form of a magic formula, thereby granting him a perfect fusion equation. Whether in Cerzex's normal state or his devil's true form, he could achieve a much higher efficiency of magic power quality through this. Roughly estimated, Cerzex's power when manifesting his devil's true form might be no less than that of Shiva, the god of destruction. What a precious gift. Cerzex turned slightly solemn, then smiled. But I shall accept it. Cerzex naturally understood the preciousness of this gift, but since it was a gift from his sister, he would naturally accept it with care. As the strongest among the devils, his greatest duty was to do his utmost to become stronger so that he could protect the devils. Although the powers of the three factions were strong, the strongest was still the god of the Bible. By his own power, he had single-handedly raised the biblical pantheon to the highest peak. No, rather, the god of the Bible was the very source of the biblical pantheon. Lilith, Lucifer, and the fallen angels were all created by the god of the Bible. Devils, on the other hand, were beings born through the magic formulas of Lilith and Lucifer. Given the current external situation, although the combined strength of the three factions remained number one, their high-end combat power was seriously insufficient. Now, having a way to further strengthen himself was not only for Cerzex himself but also an enhancement for all devils. Then again, had Rias's power already grown to such an extent? Unlike Cerzex, who found it difficult to fully control his power, Rias was surrounded by an astonishing layer of power of destruction, yet she perfectly concealed her own pressure. Unless she did so intentionally, she would not let her aura leak out at all. Even Cerzex didn't know what level Rias had reached. After all, when Rias was born, the quality of her power of destruction wasn't as abnormal as his, yet he hadn't expected that Rias's true abnormality lay in her wisdom and research capabilities. Is this a stopwatch? Graphia asked. Inject your magic power to perform the recognition ceremony, then try pressing it. Rias said. Following Rias's words, the binding was soon established. The stopwatch also possessed artificial intelligence, but the level of intelligence was low, at most serving as an auxiliary. After glancing at Rias again, Graphia pressed the button. Instantly, with the stopwatch as the center, a small-scale world formed around them. This is... Graphia looked at the surrounding scene in surprise. Time has stopped. Graphia looked at Cerzex beside her in shock. He was also frozen in place. But that was impossible. Because Cerzex's power was so vast, it was fundamentally impossible for Graphia's power to stop Cerzex's time. This isn't stopping time, but inserting time. At this moment, Rias's voice appeared. She was not stopped but was able to move within it just like Graphia. Rias explained, unlike the evil eye that pauses a certain area, the main function of this stopwatch is to insert time. The principle is to insert a segment of special time into the original flow of time where only one can move freely, and then bring the results back into the normal flow of time after the ability ends. Therefore, the range of this time stop indirectly reaches the entire world. Apart from the user's basic qualities, it is very difficult to break. Currently, as far as I know, besides me as the creator, even Agar's, whose magic attribute is time, could not do it. And inserting time is just one application. Stopping a certain person's time, stopping the time of people within a certain range, accelerating an object's time, slowing an object's time, and so on, all of these can be done freely according to one's will. Hearing this, Graphia said in shock, power of this level is already comparable to a sacred gear, isn't it? Pretty much. Rias smiled. After all, it was manufactured with a sacred gear as the prototype. However, there is one point: the release of a sacred gear, that is, the balance breaker, requires you to add your own soul essence before it can truly take shape. Until then, this stopwatch has no balance breaker form. Even if it forcibly reaches a balance breaker state, it only strengthens the power and cannot tap into the true potential of the magical device. Chapter 61, The Shame of Transcendence. During the special time created by the stopwatch, Rias mentioned many precautions. For example, the user can use their will to allow people other than themselves to enter this special time. Another example is the scope of time control. Things like inserting time, pausing time, accelerating time, and slowing time can all be achieved. Whether it be non-living objects or true living beings, once mastery reaches a deep level, one can even strip away an enemy's time. The versatility of this power already surpasses Gasper's evil eye king of space-time domination. However, fundamentally speaking, the two hold different meanings. The stopwatch's ability is more focused on manipulating time, only as Graphia infuses it with soul essence might other changes occur. Whereas the evil eye king of space-time domination can manipulate darkness in addition to time. Furthermore, while the stopwatch's power is very unique, the power itself is much weaker than the evil eye king of space-time domination. It's just that this special ability's depth has reached the realm of a sacred gear. Having learned the information about the magical device and roughly understanding what level it could reach, Graphia then pressed the stopwatch switch again, and that special segment of time was brought back into the normal flow of time. This manipulation of time even involves much deeper domains. Just like the system created by the God of the Bible, it can affect the operation of a world. Although the time manipulation of this stopwatch only affects a tiny part, it proves that the two share equivalent characteristics. Does this stopwatch have a name? Graphia asked. Time Control Watch. Rias said. Every magical device has its own name. These names are bestowed by Rias and are the source of the magical device's power. This thing is just like divinity, it belongs to the root of power. The true name is the source for the magical device to exert its power, time is the manifestation of that power, the internal artificial soul is the medium for exerting power, and the stopwatch itself is the container. A good name. Graphia gently stroked Rias's head and said with a gentle expression, a wonderful gift. Thank you, little Rias. Beyond the power of the time control watch, Graphia was sincerely happy about Rias's growth. I'm glad you like it. Rias smiled and said, this magical device is very suitable for office work and for crafting items that need time to mature. However, don't overwork yourself because of it. Yes, I know. Graphia smiled. A sacred gear related to time. Surzex asked, I seem to feel a fluctuation in time just now. I'm curious about what happened. Let Graphia explain those to you. Rias shrugged and looked toward her parents. Ooh, little Rias's gift is so wonderful. Venelana happily held the gift. The gift for Venelana was a necklace. The gemstone of the necklace was a deep red and contained power of destruction. The prototype was Rias's Zanpakuto, which possessed the power of the Hakai Hotishiki. But more pleasing than its power was its appearance. Deep red, pure and dazzling, an incredibly beautiful red. I'm glad you like it. Rias smiled and briefly mentioned the gemstone's ability, then was drawn by the movement from Zeoticus's side. Little Rias, why did you give me this? Zeoticus held a beautiful red pipe, asking curiously. I felt it suited father when he's being steady, so I made this magical device. Rias explained, the pipe produces smoke according to your will, allowing you to sample various flavors. Ordinary tobacco, the taste of candy, or the flavors of food you've eaten before, those are just the most common smokes. The pipe is engraved with the magic seals of the 72 pillars, capable of producing smoke with 72 types of magical properties, thereby triggering various characteristic effects. Sounds quite impressive. Zeoticus said in surprise. Although he wasn't unaware of the item's value, the one giving them the gifts was his daughter, so it fundamentally didn't involve matters of interest. In fact, as long as it was from Rias, he would treasure it even if it were a simple toy. Suji's magical device is Blank Nest, which can repair your body and transfer the nests within your body into it. Rias said, once completed, it should probably be called Hyaki Yagyo. Hyaki Yagyo. Okita Suji looked at the glass bead in his hand, his heart warming. Okita Suji was indeed that, Okita Suji, the captain of the Shinsengumi's first unit. The Okita Suji of this world was undoubtedly a tall male. While sick, he performed various magical rituals to avoid dying from illness and accidentally summoned Surzex in the form of a black cat. Due to repeating the magical rituals many times, his body became a nest for various magical beasts, making him effectively a Japanese version of a chimera. Because of this, he could perform the Hyaki Yagyo single-handedly. Although it granted great power, who would want their body to become such a den of demons? In reality, after several hundred years, he had long since grown accustomed to this body. And there had been a chance to recover back then, but to repay Surzex for saving his life, he chose control over elimination. Though it was occasionally troublesome, he didn't hate it. Rias had consulted Surzex's opinion and thus created this magical device. It wasn't to make him eliminate the magical beast nests in his body, but to transfer them and repair his body, allowing him to return to normal. This magical device is a bit different from the others. Rias looked at Okita Suji and said, because it can store the nests of magical beasts, I added a trait, the concentration of the magical device. This magical device is composed purely of an artificial soul. As you integrate the nest from your body into it, you will gradually imprint your own mark onto the device, making it a part of your body. At the same time, it will cause the magical device to evolve, allowing you to develop other applications as you wish. The released form can directly unleash the Hyaki Yagyo just like before, and you can also develop new forms. It's all up to you. I understand. Okita Tsuji nodded, then said gently, "Thank you, Lady Rias. I like this gift very much." "Is this magical device a sacred gear?" Surzex asked. Although it incorporates the concept of a sacred gear, its fundamental structure is a weapon called a Zanpakuto. Rias shook her head. "I'm not sure if it would be countered by Rizavim's sacred gear nullification. But brother, you needn't worry about Rizavim, after all, he's just the shame of transcendence." Chapter 62, Looking Up. The Shame of the Transcendence. Hearing Rias's evaluation of Rizavim, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. As members of Surzex's peerage, they naturally knew of Rizavim. One could tell from the fact that there were no sacred gear wielders in Surzex's peerage that Surzex was very wary of Rizavim. However, as Surzex's sister, Rias was so dismissive of him, how could they not feel surprised? If it were out of ignorance, it would be one thing, but being able to create such a magical device and reaching the realm of transcendence just like Surzex, this could not be viewed as ignorance. Exactly. Rias nodded and said, "The term transcendent originally came from the first-generation Lucifer. Because of his extremely high magic quality, which even surpassed the limits of devils, the first-generation Lucifer himself was called a transcendent. Among them, Brother Surzex has a magic quality 10 times that of the first-generation Lucifer. This was after manifesting his devil's true form. Without manifesting his devil's true form, Surzex's strength was slightly weaker. And Rizavim is twice as much." Rias said, "Setting aside the difference in magic quality, there's combat experience, mindset, combat methods, and so on. Rizavim has never experienced a battle at the same level. If they put their lives on the line, even a mere dragon king could kill him. Aside from infinity and fantasy, the strongest person in the world is Shiva. After that, the top 10 in the world are basically on par with each other. Vishnu, Brahma, Indra, Thor, Fenrir who is specialized against mythological life, Hades, Aten, and so on. Also, the heavenly dragons among the dragon race, including the world's top expert Shiva, all belong to the transcendent rank. Comparing him to Brother Surzex at this stage, his power is fully sufficient to rank among the world's top 10 experts, second only to Shiva. But Rizavim," Rias concluded, "his combat power is completely out of the league. Although he is a transcendent, he is at most at the level of the top 50 in the world. The world's top 10 experts was a relatively vague list known only to the high-level figures of various pantheons. As Rias said, except for Shiva, the strength of other transcendents was mostly on par, and combat was more a matter of compatibility. But Rizavim was different, he was just an embarrassing fellow. He caused plenty of trouble, but his actual combat power was very low. Of course, no matter how weak, he was still a transcendent. A Dragon King level would have to risk their life to even possibly injure him. However, for the current Seraphal, it wouldn't be impossible to kill Rizavim if she went all out. The enhancement from the magical device was quite good. This," Surzex said in amazement, "could we be underestimating him too much? After all, he is the only son of the first-generation Lucifer. Rizavim was the biological son of the first-generation Lucifer and Lilith. The other 72 pillars, as well as the devils outside the sequence, were all created through magic formulas. In terms of pure combat power, this is a fact." Rias shrugged and said, "I'm just making a comparison based on my own strength. For ordinary devils, Rizavim is still very dangerous. By the way, let's continue the explanation." Rias looked at Surzex's other peerage members. In daily life, compared to the busy Surzex, Rias was closer to Grafia and the other peerage members. Especially with Okita Tsuji and the others, Rias would look for them to test her new moves. There was also Surzex's bishop, McGregor Mathers. He was her first teacher, and as a senior in the path of magic, he had given her a lot of help. Number 2's magical device is a power bank. It can also grow, and its released form is not yet determined. It will change according to the user's will. Rias said. Oh, I like it very much, thank you." Surtur 2 flashed a big smile. Second was Surtur 2, a clone of the fire giant Surtur from Norse mythology. Because he was a clone, Second was added after his name, and his nickname was also Second. After being created by the Norse gods, he went into a berserk state and was thus abandoned by the gods. When he was abandoned and about to be burned to ashes by his own flames, he met Surzex and became his peerage member. He had a bold and unconstrained personality, and often acted without thinking. In the original High School DxD, when the underworld fought against the Super Beast Oni, he was unable to participate in the final battle because he ran out of fuel at the beginning. Precisely because of this, the magical device Rias made for him was more to make up for his flaw of being too impulsive. In fact, in terms of strength alone, every one of Surzex's peerage members had power comparable to gods and demons. The power itself didn't need to be supplemented. McGregor's magical device incorporates my basic formula. It's a research-type magical device, but the balance breaker form is also in a blank stage, and its development depends entirely on the user's will. Enma's comprehensive aspects already have no flaws, so I made a space-type magical device. It should be good as a support. Enma was a Qilin, originally a sacred creature, and now as a devil, it had no flaws in any aspect, having the highest comprehensive strength among the peerage. Even creating a powerful magical device wouldn't be of much use, so it was better to put some effort into the support aspect. Finally, Rias turned her gaze to Beowulf. What about mine, little Rias? Beowulf looked at Rias with a face full of anticipation, like a puppy. Although he was often ordered around to do errands, his strength was not weak. Beowulf was a descendant of the legendary hero Beowulf. He had once challenged Surzex and injured him. Even in a state without the devil's true form, this was quite remarkable. Beowulf's magical device is a pair of gauntlets, which I created by studying the sacred gear boosted gear. Rias paused for a moment and said, Sacred gear, boosted gear. Rias's crimson butterfly that had spread throughout the entire world. With the progress of Rias's technology, those butterflies had turned into real life and could even evolve on their own. And the crimson butterfly with the heavenly transferability was perfectly the best intelligence officer. And all the butterflies were Rias's subordinate life forms. Therefore, it was simply easy for Rias to get her hands on the boosted gear, whose location she already knew. The Red Dragon Emperor. Everyone exclaimed in surprise again. The Red Dragon Emperor, who according to legend rampaged during the Great War of the Three Factions and whose soul was eventually sealed by the god of the Bible to be made into a sacred gear. That was a supreme artifact that could allow a mortal to slay gods. They didn't expect it to have fallen into Rias's hands, which made people marvel at Rias's omnipotence. At this moment, they didn't even dare to imagine what level Rias could reach in the future. That was no longer mere expectation, but looking up. Chapter 63, Red Dragon Gauntlet. Beowulf's strength is very high and has reached its limit, so I created a magical device that can surpass the limit for a short time, the Red Dragon Gauntlet. Rias looked at Beowulf's excited expression and reminded him, although it's an imitation of the boosted gear, it's not a complete imitation. To some extent, the normal Red Dragon Gauntlet and the forced release, Juggernaut Drive, of the boosted gear possess equal danger. Is it dangerous? Surzex asked with some concern. What's danger? Beowulf said proudly, the greater the risk, the greater the power. It's completely worth it. The Red Dragon Gauntlet contains the power of multiplication, but it's in a comprehensive aspect. Strength, speed, destructive power, and defensive power will all increase by multiples. Rias said, before, balance breaker, with your physical fitness, using a single multiplication will put a strong burden on your body, and 2 times might even cause your body to disintegrate. So just don't use power beyond the limit. After all, this temporary boost in power is very dangerous. Although the source of the multiplied power comes from a dragon, in its initial form, the Red Dragon Gauntlet is closer to the Kaioken. To some extent, this magical device has already surpassed its prototype, the boosted gear, reaching the level of a high-tier sacred gear. I see. Beowulf nodded, indicating he understood, then curiously stroked the gauntlet and asked, what is the balance breaker of this gauntlet? It shouldn't be just a simple power boost, right? It's the Constitution. Rias said, the strongest creature in this world is the dragon. After using balance breaker, you will possess a dragon's constitution and even be able to transform into a dragon. With a stronger constitution, the upper limit of power you can boost will naturally be higher. Beowulf himself already possesses power close to the transcendence, and with this sacred gear, he undoubtedly possesses power far exceeding rise of him. Especially with balance breaker, he might be able to reach the top 10 in the world. By the way, Rias seemed to think of something and took out another gift to give to Surzex. This is a gift for Demon King Ajuka, as a response to his care over the past few years. Rias said. I understand. Surzex wanted to say something but only gave a simple response. The initial core of Rias's formula was Ajuka's Kankara formula, and this formula is the core of Ajuka as a transcendent. Ajuka was so generous, and although it was partly out of affection for his good friend, Surzex, Rias had to give something back. Ajuka's gift was the manufacturing method for magical devices, which included artificial soul technology. Unlike traditional sacred gears, every magical device Rias created had an artificial soul. Among them, Beowulf's gauntlet's soul is a dragon. If resurrection is performed using the magical device, Holy Grail, it could even be said that Rias created a new dragon race. Ajuka's power itself comes from magic formulas. If magical devices built with various magic formulas are added, his strength will certainly go a step further. Even as a researcher, he would be able to possess stronger combat capabilities and more combat methods. After chatting for a while, the family gathering ended. Since it was the two of them's wedding anniversary, Rias didn't disturb them too much. Returning to her room at night, Rias thought for a moment. Just as she was thinking of heading to the room opposite, Neliel's room, Rias received a message in the chat group. At Rias Gremory. Opening the chat group, it was a message from Jibril. Besides the message, there was also a red envelope. Jibril, while searching for that lizard, I accidentally came across the capital of the Sylph. According to our last agreement, I caught that bug called Think. Looking at the message above, Rias didn't click to receive it, but replied, "How are you doing?" at Jibril. "I'm fine." Jibril, although I used Heavenly Strike, I only used 10% of my power, far from the limit, using the explosive capability of Bankai to precisely penetrate the bug's defense magic formulas and use the energy more efficiently was quite useful. You've already utilized it to this extent, your growth rate is very fast. Rias smiled and said, "I like your gift very much, thank you." It's part of the trade. Jibril, the grimoire trade will take place later. I have other gifts, and I'll send them to you together in a while. Okay. Rias responded. Jibril must still be outside, likely looking for the white dragon. This battle should be their final showdown. Thinking of this, Rias clicked to receive the red envelope, and a young girl appeared before Rias. Long golden hair, 4 beautiful gems on her forehead, exquisite patterns drawn in her eyes, fair skin, long ears, and delicate features, she looked like a fantasy elf. In fact, she was, as a sylph, their magical talent and beauty far exceeded that of ordinary humans. A slender waist and large breasts, looking extremely soft. Although she seemed to have gone through a great battle, with her limbs broken and looking utterly helpless, her eyes were filled with anger. There was no weakness at all, the anger in her eyes almost took physical form, looking extremely terrifying. An ordinary person would surely feel fear upon seeing it. And it's worth mentioning that after a great battle, her clothes were in tatters. No, originally the sylph's clothes were very revealing, and now they could no longer cover her body. If they were originally suggestive, they were now perverse. With her limbs twisted in her current posture, it gave one a sense of pleasure from wanting to ravage her. Rather than calling them the sylph, it would be better to call them the erotic spirit race. Where is this? After seeing Rias, Think Nervalin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then her eyes sharpened. She wouldn't really treat Rias as a child. In her world, there were only allies and enemies, no distinction between the elderly, women, or children. Looking down on the opponent because they are young. How could you know that even if they are young, they are a true hunter? If you can't figure out the hunting relationship of the pyramid, you will only be swallowed until nothing is left in that cruel world. Unyielding, sinister, and sharp like a snake, a good look in your eyes. Rias praised, then touched Think's cheek and said playfully, "This is a other world, and you have been given to me by Jibril. Any thoughts?" Chapter 64, Think Nervalin. That bird person. Hearing those words, Think couldn't help but grit her teeth, feeling a sense of resentment once again. A total of 3,000 casters of the sylph had been crushed by a single member of the flugel. This left her feeling an immense sense of defeat. And on top of that, she was actually being given away like an object. Frustration, humiliation, anger, and murderous intent. The Nervalin family was known for holding a serious grudge. A thought surfaced in Think's mind: if she could survive, she wouldn't be able to forget today's humiliation even after 1,000 years. You'd better kill me now. If you harbor delusions of enslaving the head of the Nervalin family, you will absolutely regret it. Even though Think was in a very pathetic state right now, her gaze remained extremely sharp. As if trying to pierce through Rias, that fierce gaze was particularly heart-shaking. However, to anyone watching, she likely just seemed to be putting on a brave front while being weak inside. A girl who looked both erotic and rebellious, if thought of from that perspective, was simply the best material for spellcasting. Just by looking at Think's eyes, one could understand that she was very difficult to tame. It should be said that when facing a lunatic like Think, you either had to be controlled by her or use power to suppress her by force. Other than that, there were almost no other possibilities. Only in such a crazy world could such a crazy genius be nurtured. A world where all morality ceased to exist, and there was only killing and being killed. Don't be so sure of yourself. Rias smiled slightly. Taking out the magical device, Holy Grail, Rias healed Think. Twisted limbs were restored to completeness through a process that defied human mechanics, and bloody wounds healed until her skin became smooth again, as if she had never been injured. Is this magic? Think was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected this other world to possess such technology. What do you want to do? Without paying too much attention to her recovered body, Think instead became wary of what purpose Rias wanted to achieve by using her. This kind of vigilance is good at certain times because it represents caution. Rias sneered, but when facing a powerhouse far beyond yourself, such vigilance is a useless thing, because no matter what, you lack the ability to resist. If Think wanted to, even the god species in No Game No Life might be backstabbed by her. In the original story, if that great war hadn't ended, the god of the Sylph might have suffered such treatment. But that did not include Rias. Even the god species was merely an existence that was temporarily stronger than Rias to her. While the flugel was full of bloodthirstiness, Rias's arrogance was deeply engraved in her own heart. A normal planet with life, do you want to see it? Seeing Think's silent but incredibly gloomy gaze, Rias snapped her fingers. In an instant, spatial fluctuations rippled, and the figures of Rias and Think appeared in the human world. The dazzling light caused Think to instinctively shield her eyes. As she squinted, her eyes gradually adapted to the light, and Think opened them. Then she froze. What entered her sight were blue skies and white clouds, fresh flowers and green grass, high mountains and flowing water. A world she had never seen before appeared before her eyes. No matter which world it is, planets with life are a tiny minority. Rias said softly, however, the ambition of life always endlessly desires to take everything into its grasp, endlessly destroying all beautiful things. Fortunately, although the mythological hegemony of this world hasn't ended yet, it is only a matter of time. And as far as the eye can see, the world is still beautiful. At least it was 10,000 times better than the crazy world of No Game No Life. The 16 races, the slaughter, the war, the chaos, it was practically engraved in history. Because of the selfish desires of the gods, endless wars had destroyed everything in the world. In a world where it was almost impossible for normal people to exist, every race besides the humans felt pain while being driven mad. Think was the same. If there was a choice, who would want to be a lunatic? Staring blankly at all this, Think didn't say a word. Legend had it that before the Great War began, the sky was blue. There was no blackish falling forever, but rather an incredibly clear world. And now, the world she saw was exactly like that. It was exceptionally beautiful. Let me introduce myself again. Rias said, my name is Rias Gremory. From today on, I am your master. Humph. Think's expression softened quite a bit, yet she still looked at Rias fiercely and said, then you'd better be prepared to be backstabbed at any time. Don't worry. Rias responded with a big smile, all the actions of the weak are just idle play to the strong. You won't have such an opportunity at all. This girl is really still very irritating. Think endured her anger, took a deep breath to suppress it, and revealed a gentle smile, though her back was filled with a dark aura. So, what do you want me to do? Master. Think's gentle master was enough to scare someone into incontinence. Those words were filled with such intense anger that they practically made one's heart tremble. Unfortunately, Rias was not within that range and was not affected in the slightest. Let's see. Rias thought to herself, unable to help but reveal a mysterious smile, in any case, let's play a game together first. It just so happens I'm also very curious about how much lust spirits know how to play. Thinking this, Rias returned to the room via heavenly transfer, and then slowly, Rias revealed a smile that looked extremely ominous to Think. It said that you really like summoning tentacle monsters from other worlds. Pardon me for being unable to understand your peculiar fetish, and I can't let you experience that feeling either. Looking at Think, Rias couldn't help but sigh, as a normal demon, I am still far from reaching your level of perversion. What exactly are you trying to say? The bad premonition in Think's heart grew stronger, this sense of unease even made the thought of running away arise for the first time. I'm saying, I'm done being a demon. As the words fell, crimson magic power transformed into magic tentacles, surrounding Think within. Insert dojin here. As a lust spirit. I mean, as a member of the Sylph, Think was very resilient. Especially since Rias had the Holy Grail in her hand, which could recover her injuries. Some quite interesting techniques were performed on her body. By the time it was over, Think was already too exhausted to move. There were bloodstains on the sheets. Although she dressed erotically, Think was a lesbian, and her purity was still preserved. However, giving her purity to another girl could also be considered her long-cherished wish. Chapter 65, Little Feet. Can't take it any more? Rias looked at Think, who was making an extremely shocking expression, and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Her small hand grabbed Think's cute little red tongue and began to play with it. Apart from the lack of barbs, it's just like the cat I raised in my previous life. Rias remarked with a sigh. Come to think of it, what kind of description is that for a cat? MMPH, a mere infant. Think Nervalin mumbled with slurred speech, her eyes rolled back in a very lewd manner. Letting go of her tongue, Think quickly retracted it, like a turtle, and then couldn't help but lick her lips. Sweet. Could this girl's hands actually have a milky fragrance? Think Nervalin regained some of her senses, feeling somewhat surprised. She was very curious about the other's race. Based on this performance, it was clear that her life form was higher than that of the sylph, which were mere creatures. She was most likely a higher-ranking race. Is this the attitude you use when speaking to your master? Rias chuckled lightly, using her little feet to step on Think's cheek. I'll remember you. Sooner or later, I'll make you experience the same humiliation as I did. Think Nervalin muttered discontentedly. Rias wasn't really playing around much, her pleasure came more from a psychological satisfaction. Meanwhile, Think was experiencing physical enjoyment. That's right, it was enjoyment. After all, Think Nervalin was herself a Yuri enthusiast, she just preferred to be the one playing with others. Being played with like this was a first for her. Under someone else's roof, have you forgotten that? Rias sneered, then floated up and lifted Think's chin with her toes. Looking into Think Nervalin's seemingly rebellious yet secretly enjoying gaze, Rias couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly a perverted spirit race. Lick it. Rias looked at Think with amusement and smiled. Huh. Think Nervalin said angrily, what kind of joke are you making? Asking someone as noble as me to do such a thing. Rias remained silent, smiling at her, then poked Think's cheek with her little feet. MMPH. This shape, isn't it just too perfect? Deep within Think Nervalin's seemingly angry eyes, there was a hint of desire. Actually, wouldn't it be okay to just lick it once? Think Nervalin hesitated. Although she was an S, deep down, every S had a bit of an M inside. Speaking of which, I've been practicing soul-related cultivation lately. I wonder what kind of pleasure can be gained from toying with a soul. How about we try that? Rias looked meaningfully at Think, the blatant threat causing Think Nervalin to break out in a cold sweat. Toying with a soul. That's not something fun. She knew a little about magic formulas related to souls, but precisely because she understood, she knew even more about the mystery of souls. Moreover, Jibril's solo assault on the sylph's capital, stealing the grimoire and abducting her, had made her truly understand the gap between higher and lower races. Compared to higher races who had no distinction between body and soul, simply extracting and toying with the soul of a lower race was chilling to think about. MMPH. I understand. Under Rias's playful gaze, Think Nervalin slowly extended her tongue. Under someone else's roof, under someone else's roof. Licking once won't make me lose a piece of flesh. Comforting herself inwardly, Think slowly began to move. The wet, smooth sensation brushed against the skin on the top of her foot, causing Rias to shiver. Forget it, this kind of perverted play isn't for her. She was still just a child. Sighing inwardly, Rias ultimately couldn't hold out. Although her life had been elevated, her little feet were beautiful and clean, crystal clear without a single impurity. But her heart was still that of a mortal, unable to handle such stimulation. Hee, can't take it anymore. Despite the immense humiliation, seeing Rias's retreating behavior, Think couldn't help but sneer. I just feel that once you do such an incredible thing, there's no going back. Rias withdrew her little feet and said nonchalantly, after all, I'm a proper young lady, not as perverted as you. How can you say something like that? Stunned by Rias's shamelessness, Think was left speechless. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep. Rias yawned. She had played too wildly, and dawn wasn't far off. She'd just take a short nap. With no risk of insomnia, Rias quite liked sleeping. Without waiting for Think's response, Rias lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. She's asleep just like that. Looking at Rias's defenseless sleeping face, Think exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the cute, sleeping face snuggled against her waist, Think Nervalin felt a complex mix of emotions. This little girl, when asleep, was completely an angel. Or perhaps she's a flu gel before sleep and an angel after. Although she's very cute, to be so defenseless. How should I wash away this humiliation of mine? A flash of killing intent appeared in Think Nervalin's eyes. This girl, she really was looking down on her. I told you, be careful of backlash. Think seemed to remember something, the killing intent in her eyes vanishing, replaced by an excited smile. Perfect. Although operating alone would be somewhat difficult, the magic formula to interfere with a higher race's core was originally developed and theorized by Think herself. Although I don't know if there are any traps, this is a rare good opportunity. A faint glow flickered around Think Nervalin's body, and a magic circle appeared in her hand. Even as an 8th-level magician, using this magic formula alone was still somewhat strenuous. Dare to control me? Then let me show you what backlash feels like. Excitement gleamed in Think Nervalin's eyes as the magic formula was about to be completed. The magic formula to interfere with a higher race's core was originally developed for the purpose of control. Just as the light was about to land on Rias and Think thought she had succeeded, the magic formed by the magic formula vanished. No, not vanished, it was destroyed. Wah. Amid Think Nervalin's wail, red magical ropes bound her and lifted her into the air in a strange shape. Rias's power of destruction possessed its own will and would instinctively counterattack. This was developed based on the concept of ultra instinct. Of course, it was only the basic form. Rias hadn't yet uncovered the so-called godly key. Even so, even while Rias was asleep, her instincts would still defend. Regarding concepts, Rias focused more on exploring the concept of destruction, with life being the second concept. Other concepts, including the martial concept, received less attention. Perhaps one day, after completing the fusion of life, she would shift her cultivation focus to that. By then, she might be able to develop her own unique, godly techniques. Chapter 66, Growth-Type Magical Device. Good morning. Looking at Think, who was bound into a strange and, from any angle, extremely erotic shape, Rias chuckled and said, "Seeing you like this, did you misbehave yesterday?" MMPH. Seeing that Rias had woken up, Think, who had been hanging all night, struggled to say something. Unfortunately, to prevent her from disturbing Rias, the red ropes had gagged her mouth. By now, she looked like an idiot, drooling profusely. Since she was hanging upside down, the drool had dripped all over the floor. Not just the one above, perhaps due to struggling for quite some time, the one below, also tightly bound by the ropes, had leaked a lot of fluid as well. Truly befitting a sylph, they sure have a lot of fluid. Ouch. The red ropes disappeared, and Think's head hit the ground. Holding her head, Think felt her vision blurring continuously. First, she had suffered severe injuries, with all 4 limbs broken. Even though Rias later healed her, mental exhaustion was unavoidable. Especially after being hung all night, even a sylph couldn't withstand it. "Really, can't you just calm down?" Rias muttered, and the life energy from the magical device, Holy Grail, swept over, making Think feel much better. Damn, so it really was a trap. Rubbing her head, Think sighed helplessly, "You had that bird person tie me up here, not just to use me as a toy, right?" Rias thought for a moment. It seemed she really was just curious about the sylph and wanted to catch one to play with. And the most outstanding among the sylph was Think Nilbaren. As the only 8th-level magician among the sylph and the developer of many high-level magics, without Rias's interference, she would have developed a strategic weapon called Void Zero Divine Protection, decades later. The original work described this weapon of mass destruction as follows. It forcibly rewrites the core magic formula of a phantasmal race, which serves as an independent spirit corridor, causing it to self-destruct and release a vast number of spirits. Under the effect of the magic formula, these spirits undergo a chain collapse and are released into the outside world. It can destroy everything within its effective range. Theoretically, gathering enough phantasmal race for mass production would be sufficient to annihilate the entire planet and all life. Its prototype was the technology developed by the sylph to interfere with the core of phantasmal race, which was the magic Think had just used in an attempt to control Rias. Similar to how Jibril in the original work interfered with her own core, triggering a massive explosion. Think's talent in the magical arts was undoubtedly exceptionally high. But equal to her magical talent was her own dangerous nature. However, danger didn't matter. No one in the world was completely without risk. As long as Rias overpowered her with strength, there was no need to worry about backlash. Because the other's backlash would be like a tiny ant biting a massive planet, rendering the danger meaningless. Ah! Could it be you really thought that? Think exclaimed in surprise. There's such a good thing. Well. Rias was momentarily speechless. After thinking, she said, "Then help me organize the systems." Organize systems? Think's eyes lit up as she asked. The various pantheons, as well as the texts, cultures, knowledge, and systems obtained from different other worlds, organize them and then construct a dimensional library. In a flash of inspiration, this idea appeared in Rias's mind. That sounds very interesting. Think's eyes sparkled brightly. Originally, Think was someone who could endure solitude. Her very definition was that of a researcher. In the original work, after suffering a blow from Jibril and engaging in a life-and-death struggle with her sworn enemies, the dwarf race, she coldly used someone as a shield and hid in the shadows to develop a weapon of mass destruction like Void Zero Divine Protection. She even had no faith in her own creator and even entertained thoughts of deicide. The former speaks to her attitude toward knowledge, the latter to her level of danger. But to put it another way, this was also Think's anger toward the gods who had started this great war. Deep down, she still longed for peace. A life like this should be something she'd enjoy. What about the reward? Think's eyes sparkled brightly. Since you'll be organizing knowledge, you'll naturally have free access to all those materials. Rias chuckled lightly, or do you want some other reward? As she spoke, Rias gently stepped on Think's lower belly, her other little foot pressing and swaying against the soft flesh. Unable to hold back a low moan, Think's face flushed crimson, though inwardly she felt somewhat annoyed. As someone who preferred to be dominant, being forced into a submissive role was a fresh experience for her, but also somewhat infuriating. But unfortunately, as a toy, even if her body enjoyed it while her mind did not, she had to endure it. It felt like her dignity was being trampled on, but over time, you'd realize that dignity was practically worthless compared to pleasure. An ideal environment could wear away everything about a person except their fundamental pride. As for breaking Think's pride, even in Rias's view, that would be an extremely difficult task. Moreover, if it were truly done, Think would be ruined as a person. Then playing with her wouldn't be fun anymore. Which is better, playing with a doll, or playing with a sylph who is clearly furious but as defenseless as a doll? Just from the word count, the answer is obvious. Get some sleep first. Don't worry, this is my home, and it's very safe. Rias said before leaving the room and heading to her laboratory. Here, there was a formula barrier constructed by Rias, maintained by a defensive barrier-type magical device, with defensive power equivalent to a miniature world. After a moment of thought, Rias began creating a new magical device. Using knowledge, information, and data as the foundation, she would create a special magical device, the Dimensional Library. The structure of a divine artifact is materials and power. For special monster-type divine artifacts, the soul of a powerful race is also added. For example, the White Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor. The core structure of a magical device is an artificial soul, using the soul to contain power, becoming an auxiliary life for the user. And this was the conventional magical device. In reality, beyond that, there were also special magical devices. For example, the magical device, Holy Grail, which directly copied the power from the Sephiroth Graal. A special magical device integrating 3 magical devices into one. Or like Jibril's Zanpakuto, a weapon constructed from Jibril's own soul, the prototype of a magical device. There were also those that assisted Rias in experiments, possessing simple functions yet exceptionally powerful magical devices. Or like the spatial magical device Rias used to bring Naruto and the others back, just a space the size of a courtyard, yet perfectly suitable as a private living space. Now, Rias was about to create a new type of magical device. Using Rias herself as the foundation, integrating concepts like knowledge, data, and information, transforming them into a substantial growth-type magical device. Chapter 67, Great Red. In Rias's definition, a magical device is composed of 3 things. 1. The vessel. Generally speaking, a magical device is constructed from an artificial soul. The materialization of an artificial soul into a substantial object is, in a sense, similar to a concept found in a certain anime. The materialization of the soul. 2. The soul. The vessel is formed from an artificial soul, while the soul is the container for power. 3. Power. The essence of power is the ability to manipulate phenomena and concepts such as destruction, time, space, fire, water, ice, and so on. A magical device is formed when a soul creates a container to hold power, which is then shaped and solidified into a tangible object. Corresponding to life, these 3 represent the physical body, the soul, and power. They are also the tangible vessel, the ethereal yet substantial spirituality, and the essential substance. Thinking about it now, perhaps the heavenly system is something similar, except the system lacks spirituality. Every system has its strengths, and likewise, every system has its weaknesses. No matter how omnipotent a power may be, it still cannot achieve perfection, it can only approach it infinitely. True perfection exists only in fantasy, something that can be yearned for but never attained. If one truly believes oneself to be perfect, that is precisely when one should be cautious. Rias understands this, which is why she pursues something close to perfection. Her current system is exactly that. Correspondingly, this new type of magical device might also serve as an important experiment in exploring this path. Vessel, spirituality, power, these 3 are integrated as one during construction. Rias murmured. 3 holy grails flew into the air, and the Hogyoku also shimmered with light as the power of the 3 converged. The holy grail bestowed the domain of life, the Hogyoku bestowed the domain of the soul, and Rias, acting as the conductor, gathered these concepts into a tangible substance. Rias's hands turned ethereal, facing each other, with a faint light appearing at their center. Vessel, soul, concept. The 3 converged, and Rias began to fuse them. Distinctly separate, Rias gazed at the 3 forces within, murmuring softly, then recalled her own state of life. Rias's own life was undergoing fusion, consuming vast amounts of energy every moment to condense a higher level of demonic nature. But in truth, Rias's transcendent realm was divided into 3 steps. First, the fusion of energy. Not long after obtaining the chat group, Rias had already begun this process and had reached the transcendent realm in terms of energy. Of course, reaching the transcendent realm did not mean progress had stopped, the energy within Rias's body was still undergoing fusion, enhancing its quality. Second, the fusion of the soul. Using the power of the Hogyoku as a medium, Rias's soul was being reconstructed, elevating it to a higher dimension and making her a transcendent in terms of soul. During this process, the power of the Hogyoku would continuously integrate into Rias's soul, granting her a higher level of control over the attributes of the soul. Third, the fusion of the physical body. With the help of the Holy Grail, the physical body would gather the advantages and traits of multiple races while eliminating the inferior genes and characteristics that were suppressed within those races. The three processes proceeded simultaneously and were integrated. Energy, body, and soul fused together, becoming a higher race similar to, yet surpassing, the flugel. And what Rias was creating now was the result of this fusion. Namely, a higher-level magical device. As she poured power into it, cold sweat gradually appeared on Rias's forehead. The light in her hands, representing something, gradually became unstable. The power has reached a higher dimension, but it seems to be lacking something. Rias murmured inwardly. She looked at the uncontrollable ball of light before her, initially intending to retract it with her powerful control, but a moment of unprecedented inspiration flashed in her mind. Without even thinking, Rias decisively let the light in her hands run wild, while she herself used a defensive barrier-type magical device to throw herself out. Suddenly, the uncontrolled light turned into chaos, then transformed into an invisible yet terrifying wave. Crack! Such a sound rang out. Through the defensive barrier-type magical device, Rias saw that the space in the laboratory had been obliterated, revealing a space that seemed to contain countless colors yet also appeared as nothing at all. Rias recognized it at a glance. It was the dimensional gap. It directly disrupted the laws of the world. Rias murmured. Although it was a failure, it seemed to yield valuable experimental data. The defensive barrier-type magical device continuously emitted light, suppressing the chaotic laws. At the same time, the heavenly system and the world's own repair capabilities were gradually restoring this space. The fluctuations of the system. Rias glanced in the direction of the heavens and murmured. Whether it was the laws of the world or the heavenly system, the fluctuations from their interference with the world's laws could only be detected by those who had reached the transcendent realm. And not just any ordinary transcendent, but a powerhouse of a very high level. For example, Indra, for example, Shiva, for example, Rias. Apart from them, there were also seraphim familiar with the system, or perhaps, the dragon god. Roar. A sound like that seemed to echo. Just as the laws were about to be straightened out and the space repaired, a red dragon flew by. Hundreds of meters in size, the red dragon reminded one of Rias's own red, yet it was different. Rias's red was a deep crimson, a color that evoked thoughts of a rose. Incredibly beautiful, yet covered in thorns in places difficult to see, even those she acknowledged could not touch her heart. Because she was like the sun, getting too close would burn oneself. The true Red Dragon Emperor, on the other hand, evoked thoughts of majesty and grandeur, the pure manifestation of violence. Yet, in places ordinary people could not see, the core of that violence was incredibly gentle. Great Red. Rias murmured. Her eyes glowed with a crimson light, her eyes of destruction could penetrate its essence and observe its core. In terms of observational ability, Rias was second to none among professionals. After all, how could one precisely destroy what one could not observe? The strongest in terms of life form. Rias couldn't help but speak aloud. A terrifying physical body, capable of sweeping away the civilization of an entire continent with a single blow. If this great red wished to destroy Earth, a single breath would suffice. The energy contained within its body was of the highest quality Rias had ever seen, surpassing even Cerzex's. It was power from another dimension. The one who distorted the laws and unleashed power into the dimensional gap, was it you? A voice appeared in Rias's mind, incredibly pleasant and very familiar. Upon careful thought, wasn't that her own voice? Such a splendid array of colors, a truly beautiful and awe-inspiring dream. The space was repaired, but Rias could still see the true Red Dragon Emperor on the other side. Through this space, the scene shifted slightly, and Rias saw a massive eye. At the same time, she could feel a power emanating from fantasy. Born from the illusions of dream, the Great Red was a pure-blooded dragon. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, May I gaze upon your dream? Are you, in such a hurry to die? Sensing the power of the Great Red, Rias said with displeasure. Although Rias only possessed the strength of a transcendent, her transcendence was fundamentally different from that of others. Overall strength isn't just about the quality of energy, there are other aspects to consider. Let's not dwell too much on physical power. Not only is Rias only 4 years old, but no matter what, her physical body could not surpass that of a dragon species, let alone a pure-blooded dragon species born outside the world. Although her physical resilience isn't high, the essence of Rias's life is already approaching that of a dragon god. Her energy, life essence, and soul are all evolving and merging. The fundamental life form of Rias has already reached the level of a lesser dragon god. Moreover, her application and control over energy itself is something the Great Red could never hope to match. One is a natural-born powerhouse, the other grew from weakness to strength, becoming more comprehensive and versatile in all aspects. Even without relying on external forces, with the goal of killing her opponent, Rias had a 70 to 80% certainty of slaying him. challenging those above one's level. Who isn't a protagonist these days? If you add in the many magical devices Rias had created during this period, she could make it even easier. To make it simpler still, Rias could simply steal Samel. In this world, Samel is the curse of the God of the Bible. Because Adam was deceived by Samel and ate the forbidden fruit from the Garden of Eden, the emotionless God developed hatred. Samel, cursed by God, for some reason formed a curse specifically targeting dragons. If an ordinary dragon, or even a heavenly dragon, were touched by its venom, they would most likely die. Even dragon gods have a hard time with Samel's poison and are severely countered by it. In the original work, Ophus's power was stolen by Samel, forming another existence that rise of him named Lilith. Since Samel's poison was effective against Ophus, it would also be effective against the Great Red. Used properly, even the Great Red would be in trouble. Oops, sorry. A cheerful voice echoed in her mind, giving off a casual feeling even when apologizing. Since you've already glimpsed my essence, letting me take a peek at your dream is only fair, isn't it? We're even now. The Great Red said with a chuckle. What do you want? Rias asked discontentedly. The Great Red, the pinnacle of Earth's combat power, one of the two great dragon gods, the Crimson Dragon recorded in the biblical book of Revelation. His true name is Great Red, also known as DxD, Dragon of Dragons, the Great Red hailed as the true dragon. The name of the outer world for this world is DxD, precisely because of the Great Red who guards the dimensional gap and its passages. He is also the strongest combatant in this world. For such an existence, Rias seemed to recall a concept from her memories to describe him. Pure-blooded dragon species. Pure-blooded dragon species are not born but rather occur. A species that one day, without warning, coalesces from immense power, this is the pure-blooded dragon species. Among their descendants, only asexual reproduction produces pure-bloods. If they mate with a different species, they produce lesser dragons. Although not exactly the same, the concept is quite similar. As the Great Red who presides over Dream, it wasn't impossible for him to peer past Rias's power of destruction and observe her dream. Although her power of destruction was formidable, it wasn't impossible for him to see through it in its normal state, and her development of the concept of destruction was still too low. Of course, even if he saw through it, it would inevitably only be a part. Although there was a level suppression between the two, Rias's defenses against the outside world were comprehensive. Not only was there power of destruction swirling around her, but her clothes and mental aspects were also protected by special-type magical devices. Moreover, now that she was consciously on guard against a dream, even the Great Red could not see through her dream. Your dream is beautiful. The Great Red said sincerely. And then. Rias looked indifferently at the Great Red. People's dreams vary in height, some are dazzling, others gloomy, some are holy, others steeped in deep desire. The Great Red said, to me, who presides over dream, you shine like a gem. Just as people like money, most dragons are also quite simple. Some dragons love battle, so much so that even after their physical bodies are destroyed and they are forged into sacred gears, they do not cease, letting their users continue the strife. Some dragons love treasures, like Fafnir and Tiamat. Ophus loves the silence within the dimensional gap, for him, eternal silence is tranquility. As for the Great Red, he loves the dreams held within people's hearts. Because he himself is a dragon born from dream. By the way, some people claim not to like money, but if all their money disappeared, that person would surely go mad. All this beating around the bush, what exactly do you want? Rias was growing impatient. May I gaze upon your dream? The Great Red asked sincerely. And what do I get in return? Rias pondered slightly before asking. Whatever you wish. The Great Red said, most of what I possess, I can give to you. Hearing this, Rias's eyes couldn't help but light up. Perfectly timed, she was currently undergoing fusion in the aspect of life. During this process, Rias wasn't just elevating her own life essence, she was also absorbing the strengths of other races. Apart from the demonic nature as her foundation, divinity was also taking root within Rias's body. Although she had also delved into dragon power, how could the dragons within the world compare to the Great Red? After all, the strongest beings in this world are the dragons. Not to mention research on dragons, there was also the power attribute of the Great Red, dream. Simply put, a pure-blooded dragon species is practically a treasure trove from head to toe. Plucking a few scales or drawing some blood would undoubtedly yield the finest materials. Agreed. Rias nodded. Woohoo, take off. The Great Red cheered, and the power of dream enveloped Rias. After a moment's thought, Rias lowered her defenses against dream. Instantly, the Great Red's emotions surged. In the next moment, a red light bloomed. Crimson, incredibly dazzling. With an immense sense of satisfaction, the red light took human form. It was an exceedingly beautiful young woman. Crimson hair identical to Rias's, crystal clear skin, a soft figure, and a full bust. Undoubtedly a beauty. However. Isn't that my face? Rias stared in astonishment at the figure before her. The young woman before her was clearly Rias's own appearance as an adult. What exactly had she seen within Rias through the power of dream? Involuntarily, Rias grew curious. Chapter 69, The Extravagant Great Red. You're amazing. The enlarged Rias licked her lips, saying with a satisfied expression. Hey, don't spout nonsense. I didn't do anything. Rias retorted, then asked curiously, what is dream like? The enlarged Rias thought for a moment and said, dream itself doesn't have a concrete form. To use a worldly metaphor, it's like a gem radiating seven-colored light. It tastes exceptionally delightful when licked, akin to a peerless beauty. Just looking at her is a feast for the eyes. This description gave Rias goosebumps all over, as if she were in the Arctic, stark naked. That feels a bit disgusting. Rias shivered and said. How rude. The enlarged Rias put her hands on her hips and declared, I am Great Red, the master of all dream. Seeing such a delectable maiden, dream, isn't it only natural to feel longing? Quite the lofty prestige, yet you barely made a few moves before someone took your head. Rias mocked. As the words fell, the enlarged Rias was momentarily stunned. Through the power of dream, she had already seen the scene Rias described. A giant shrouded in black mist, its true appearance unclear, exuding a steely sense of danger, sat on a fragment of land floating from who knows where, perhaps the human world or the underworld. Before it lay a headless red creature, 100 meters long, sprawled pitifully on the ground. And beside it, a crimson head. Wait, what is this? Witnessing the scene, the Great Red couldn't help but widen her eyes, revealing a shocked gaze. Simple. This is the future I saw. Rias shrugged and said, that said, it's just one possibility among many. Praised as divine, yet you lost your head in just a few moves. For the strongest dragon, that's pretty shameful. How is this possible? The Great Red murmured in disbelief. Through the power of dream, she could see things others couldn't. In matters of dream, even the current Rias couldn't deceive her perception. Why wouldn't it be possible? Rias sneered, there's no such thing as truly invincible in this world. Compared to the life within the world, you've had no rivals over the long ages, which led to your lack of ambition. There are always greater heights beyond. The world is vast. Is it so hard to accept that a being far stronger than you could appear? Pondering Rias's words carefully, the Great Red's shock gradually subsided. Even so, she still felt some worry and couldn't help but look at Rias with hopeful eyes, saying, since it's just one possibility for the future, then it might not happen, right? No. Rias shattered her pride without hesitation, since ecchi harbors such a powerful being, no matter how many years pass, the two of you will eventually come into contact. Drifting aimlessly in the dimensional gap, despite having a powerful life form, you have zero ambition. It's only a matter of time before your head gets blown off. Ugh, that's so harsh. The Great Red muttered. She was aware of her own sloth, but as a natural-born powerhouse, she inherently lacked the concept of cultivation. It's just that she could often see the dreams of life within the world, so she understood the concept. Understanding is one thing, but making her put in effort was rather unrealistic. Forging a new path sounds simple, but for an existence like the Great Red, it's even more difficult. Precisely because she stands so high, taking the next step is incredibly arduous. Not everyone is like Rias, with clear goals, conjectures about higher realms, and the practice to achieve them. To the extent that every step forward requires meticulous planning, converging into a steel torrent that forms the foundation of the being known as Rias. Well, at least we discovered it early. The Great Red patted her chest, sighing in relief, at least there's still time to prepare. What's the use? Rias glanced at her and said. Indeed, what's the use? Countless years hadn't enabled her to advance further. Now, knowing of the future crisis, could she truly find a way to cope? The Great Red fell into deep thought, then couldn't help but turn her gaze toward Rias. Her eyes sparkled as she patted her chest and declared, from today on, you're my big sister. Whatever you need, I'll get it for you. Ah. Rias couldn't help but pause. This one is practically the complete opposite of Ophis. Ophis is unbelievably simple, while this one is unbelievably scheming. She grasped the key point so quickly. The Great Red and Ophis, the two dragons, one represents the ultimate 999, the other represents the infinite 888. The god of the Bible represents the omnipotent 777, while the beast emperor, Trihexa, represents the calamitous 666. The greatest difference between the Great Red and Ophis isn't the amount of power, but the nature of their power. Ophis represents infinity. Despite having the strongest power, she prefers Kazesama's way of life. The Great Red represents dream, able to see the dreams of life. And dreams themselves are formed by the convergence of various desires, morals, and thoughts. Thus, the Great Red's personality is more lively, and she easily grasped the key point. The Great Red couldn't discern that Rias's soul was from a other world because Rias is a reincarnator. Upon arriving in this world, she had already been marked by it. Plus, with Rias's defenses, she couldn't see everything either. Even if she saw, it wouldn't matter because Rias is now a person of this world. Even if she came from a other world before reincarnation, this fact wouldn't change. From this world's perspective, achieving this level at 4 years old, surpassing the limits of gods and demons to reach the realm of transcendence. Such talent and potential, coupled with the future she saw and the knowledge of the impending crisis. From the Great Red's perspective, Rias herself is the chosen one. Hitching a ride on Rias's coattails isn't shameful at all. Indeed. Rias's lips curled slightly as she said, "First, dragon blood and dragon scales. I need a bit of materials for research." "All right." The Great Red thought of her earlier promise to Rias, feeling somewhat annoyed, but she still complied. A brilliant flash of light later, dozens of scales appeared in her hand, and a ball of blood floated in the air. Rias glanced at them, they contained immense power. Dragon blood and dragon scales, the blood represents the dragon's formidable life, while the scales embody the dragon's power characteristics. "If it's not enough, just ask me for more," the Great Red said with extravagant flair. Although she had never done this before, having had one experience, she had loosened up. Chapter 70, A Beauty. The dragon's blood and scales are primarily materials, I need to observe your life form. Don't resist. After saying this, Rias gently waved her hand. Layers of magic circles appeared, surrounding the Great Red. Simultaneously, Rias also took out various magical device tools. "Deactivate your dream power," Rias said. "Understood." The Great Red cancelled her dream power, and then Rias began observing her life state. Although she currently has a human form, her life essence is still that of a dragon. Not long after, Rias had gathered quite a bit of data. But it wasn't enough. Rias thought for a moment and, using her sixth sense psychic ability, released countless particles. The particles entered the Great Red's body but were quickly digested and absorbed. "Control your body, don't absorb my power." Rias patted the Great Red's thigh. Oh. The Great Red was momentarily stunned, then tried hard to control her body and asked, "Like this?" Rias frowned slightly and said, "Can you try a bit harder?" "Can't do it." The Great Red shrugged and said, "This is already the limit. The power seeping into my body is too weak, even if I try my best to control it, it's easily digested." After a brief contemplation, Rias raised her hand. A radiance took shape in her palm. Soon after, a staff appeared before her. This was a magical device. In just over 10 seconds, Rias had constructed this magical device. This staff was called the Mental Particle Staff. Its initial function was singular, it was an auxiliary magical device. It was specifically constructed for the observation particles condensed by Rias's sixth sense. Each of those particles had become a solid form, with defensive formulas deployed internally. Soon, Rias felt these particles wandering throughout the Great Red's body, then transmitting various data to the data processing magical device Rias had constructed. SSS. The Great Red drew a sharp breath and said, "What a weird feeling. It's like my body is all broken down, being freely entered and exited." "Stop the nonsense. The current data is still far from enough." Rias glanced at the Great Red. After thinking, Rias transformed the staff into the shape of a red hair clip and put it on her head. "Let's leave it like this for now." As she spoke, Rias opened the door and asked, "How do you usually live?" "I'll follow you." The Great Red smiled and said, "I also want to experience the way life exists within the world. Even though you possess the power of dream." Rias glanced at her. The power of dream naturally includes the power of dreams. If she wanted, she could experience any way of life without issue, through the means of dreams. Dreams and reality are ultimately different. Moreover, the you in a dream is not the real you. The Great Red said, "In dreams, one cannot see a peerless gem like you." "Wouldn't a beauty be a more fitting metaphor?" Rias said. "Describing you as adorable is the best way." The Great Red shrugged and smiled. "By the way, since you'll be living with me, you can't use the name 999, or I'll be very troubled." Rias said. It wasn't time for exposure yet. Once exposed, it would cause significant trouble, and Rias didn't want to deal with that kind of trouble right now. "Just call me Dream," the Great Red said. Starting today, you are the mirror Yukai, Dream." Rias nodded. "Why a Yukai?" Dream said somewhat exasperatedly, "I am a dragon, a supreme dragon. To be called a Yukai, it's simply an insult to me. The compatibility is high, isn't it?" Rias laughed. A mirror represents reflection, shadow, and replication. It wouldn't be surprising even if Dream used power of destruction, but she obviously couldn't be Baal, nor could she be of the Gremory clan. Naturally, then, only the mirror representing replication made it clearer. Forget it, for the sake of the beauty, I'll endure it. Dream muttered. A beauty. Listening to the Great Red's description of her dream, Rias murmured inwardly. What was her dream like? Rias pondered. A dream is a hope for the future, a goal one strives to achieve in their heart, such as career and love, among others. If thinking according to her own philosophy, the greatest dream in her heart was power. Thus, what she wanted to do was clear, to become the highest and strongest. And the mere slogan of, the highest and strongest, was undoubtedly hollow. Therefore, she had documented every step. Starting from a place of weakness, to the current realm of transcendence, and even the future dragon god, beyond dragon god, powers and authorities, spiritual authority, the realm of omnipotence, and the realm of the all-encompassing principle. As an individual, as a group, as a world. Countless trains of thought continuously gushed forth like a fountain, then transformed into actual foundations, constructing a tangible mind map. Each piece of data was a massive branch, various systems, conjectures and understandings of higher realms, deductions, these transformed into an even more colossal dragon. Countless dragons gathered together, subsequently forming an even vaster world. In Rias's conception, even this world where gods and demons coexist was only equivalent to a glass marble. The supreme goal, progressing with down-to-earth steps. Each step had been arranged, each step undergoing experimentation. It was precisely the great dragon constituted from this that could attract a pure-blooded dragon species like the Great Red. Merely looking at her dream itself was an ultimate enjoyment. If she could watch her overcome obstacles step by step, reach deeper and farther places step by step, and witness the process of her realizing her dream, that would be even more something to be sought after. It was like watching an adorable little girl slowly grow into a peerless beauty. Witnessing each step of growth was a pleasure. Thinking this way, it wasn't hard to understand why the Great Red, who governs dreams, wanted to watch over her. Moreover, a few years' time held no meaning for her in itself. By the way, aren't you continuing your previous experiments? Dream asked curiously. Pausing them for now. Rias said, they lack a certain key element. This element is the core supporting force. It's precisely because this is missing that my experiments fail. I need to find this element to have confidence in success. Rias was sharp, just one experiment made her understand what her goal was lacking. Before that, she would first create her private library, having Shinkun Nilbaran help her organize those chaotic systems. Chapter 71, I quit being a flugel. Rias, at Jibril, did you find that dragon? Not yet. Jibril, sorting out the system will have to wait a bit longer. Question mark. Rias asked in confusion, what are you doing? Recovering from injuries. Jibril said, because Azrael looked down on me, I couldn't help but teach her a little lesson. It still happened after all. Rias was somewhat surprised. Jibril is an imperfect individual among the flugel, and also the most unpredictable one. She often manages to achieve feats far exceeding her own strength, and Artosh also has high expectations for her. In the original work, No Game No Life, because Jibril challenged a dragonkin, Azrael thought she was seeking death and unintentionally provoked Jibril. Feeling insulted in her heart, the extremely spirited Jibril immediately wanted to challenge her. Just as Azrael wanted to avoid the fight, she was stopped by Artosh and ordered to face the challenge. The final result was naturally Jibril's victory. She survived Azrael's killing blow and pierced through Azrael's chest. As Artosh's first creation and the one he poured the most power into, Azrael's spirit power is more than 4 times that of Jibril's. Additionally, Azrael has a unique skill that seals space, which is completely capable of killing an ordinary flugel member. In the original work, Jibril delayed the explosion of her heavenly strike by a few microseconds, thereby escaping Azrael's killing blow and achieving victory. So what is the situation now? Can you tell me the specifics? Rias asked curiously. That idiot Azrael was unexpectedly resourceful. She used a black box that seals space, trying to transfer the heavenly strike inside the box to maximize its power. Jibril, but unfortunately, that kind of thing is more than enough to deal with fellow race members, but in the end, it was directly cut open by me. Because Jibril wanted to obtain a thinner, sharper weapon to cut through the scales and skin of the dragonkin, she achieved the shirkai. Of course, this naturally involved Rias's manipulation, bestowing the corresponding name upon the Zanpakuto. And Azrael's black box is unnecessary for creatures ranked below them and completely useless against lives ranked above them. Whether it's the giant species, dragonkin, phantasmal race, or god species, none of these are existences that Azrael's black box can seal. Therefore, Azrael's move is entirely an execution technique for fellow race members. However, since it is a weapon meant to cut through dragonkin scales, it is only natural that Azrael's black box was cut open. Although I escaped that idiot's killing blow and defeated her afterward, I still got a little injured. Jibril, of course, it was mostly due to excessive consumption. Even in the magic formula room, it will take about a year to recover. Jibril, just thinking about not being able to move for over a year makes me feel so bored. I can only come here and chat in the group. The Flu Gel is considered the most perfect artificial life. Each Flu Gel member possesses strength at the Dragon King level, with some individuals even having Heavenly Dragon level strength, equivalent to the Transcendence level in High School DxD. Of course, this does not mean there are transcendents among the Flu Gel. If a transcendent were to appear among the Flu Gel, reaching the Dragon God level would be inevitable. Rather, it is a comparison with the transcendence of the High School DxD world. Although the Flu Gel is strong, they also have a not insignificant weakness. That is their strongest move, the Heavenly Strike. The Heavenly Strike is an extremely violent move, both for oneself and for others. After releasing the Heavenly Strike, because one forcibly exhausts their own spirit power, the user is forcibly shrunk to maintain their existence. Although Jibril, as a young girl, still possesses strength comparable to a ultimate class devil, natural recovery would take at least over a decade. Even in the magic formula room that supplies the Flu Gel, it would take 2 to 3 years to recover. Judging by Jibril's appearance, she actually had strength to spare after defeating Azrael. I see. Rias Gremory, the Zanpakuto forcibly elevates the sharpness of the blade by several levels, easily cutting through the Flugel's defensive magic formulas. This way, even when facing Azrael, whose spirit power far exceeds her own, as long as she puts effort into tactics, she can still stand on equal footing and compete. Exactly. In the magic formula room, deliberately separating herself from Azrael, the adorable Jibril flapped her small wings, fluttering excitedly, her face filled with excitement. Although she is idle now, this period is perfect for conducting experiments, striving to further transform herself. Currently, Jibril is only compiling defensive magic formulas, but to truly advance further, she needs to hear Rias's opinion. The stronger one is, the harder it is to break through one's limits because the Flugel's limits are set right there. Let alone surpassing limits, under normal circumstances, Jibril couldn't even surpass Azrael. Therefore, surpassing limits has never been an empty phrase. Only an all-around person like Rias can help her. Jibril, little Rias, if I want to advance further, do you have any suggestions or ideas? If we're talking solely about the Flu Gel, it's very difficult because the Flugel's magic formulas are too perfect, leaving no room for intervention. Rias, in terms of offense, you have the Zanpakuto. As long as you integrate it into your own magic formulas, you can advance further. The same goes for defense, you can create a similar shield, aiming to block dragon roars. How about that? Finally, in terms of recovery, this is a weakness of the Flu Gel and needs to be addressed. The fastest method is to emulate the phantasmal race. Jibril, I see, setting up an independent spirit corridor, surpassing the Flu Gel. Jibril gained a sudden realization in her heart. Every phantasmal race possesses powerful strength and has an independent spirit corridor. In other words, each phantasmal race is a perpetual motion machine. Moreover, the interior of a phantasmal race has laws completely different from the outside world. Each phantasmal race is equivalent to an independent other world. It's just that many phantasmal race are eliminated before they can grow to that extent. Many phantasmal race possess a core, like Artasha's mount, Avantheim. Its core is fused with Azrael. In other words, Azrael plus Avantheim represents her full power. But I don't have the ability to analyze a phantasmal race at all. Jibril was somewhat frustrated. Capturing a phantasmal race is an extremely difficult task. And wanting to analyze the composition of a phantasmal race and apply it to oneself is equivalent to creating an artificial other world and an artificial perpetual motion machine. Achieving this is more difficult than imagined. Chapter 72, Dream. Azrael, are you and Sister Jibril friends? Teresa asked curiously, if the injuries take that long to recover, why fight to such an extent? That idiot and I are hardly friends. Jibril pouted, when it comes down to it, the Flu Gel only has kin and non-kin, the concept of friend doesn't exist. Of course, little Rias is an exception. Rias, if anything, it's more of a sisterly relationship, because all Flu Gel members originated from the war god Artash, so they can be said to share a common father. Teresa said in surprise, even if they conflict, sisters wouldn't try to kill each other, would they? That guy looked down on me, so teaching her a lesson is only natural, right? Jibril said matter-of-factly. At Teresa Van Estria, first, I need to correct a few misconceptions you have. Rias said, first, the Flu Gel are not normal people. For them, war and slaughter are everyday occurrences and perfectly natural. Second, their lifespan is endless. As long as the injury can be healed, a few years means nothing to the Flu Gel. That's hard to understand. Teresa, isn't peace good? Rias, if humans cannot even understand each other, how can different races understand one another? Everyone has different values. Some like magic, some like swordsmanship, some like peace, some like fighting, and some enjoy the pleasure of slaughter. You don't need to worry about others. Just do what you like, and being true to yourself is enough. Teresa, I understand now. Thank you, little Rias. Why does everyone add little when calling me? Rias was puzzled. She shouldn't be the youngest in the group, right? There are also some people who don't look young, but are actually very young psychologically. This is truly miraculous. Uno hana retsu, liking flowers and liking slaughter are not mutually exclusive. Is that so? Teresa tilted her head, still unable to understand. Had she met too few people? Jabril, is that so? I, for one, think such fragile things are irrelevant. A race that feeds purely on slaughter is terrifying, no matter when. Uno hana retsu thought to herself. Oh my, who is this? While walking, she was predictably asked about Rias's mother, Rias Gremory. But this was natural, as Dream's appearance was a body modeled after Rias. That vivid hair made one instantly think of Gremory. Her name is Dream, and she is a mirror yokai. Rias said. As expected, there are still plenty of things to complain about. Dream complained softly, then looked at Venelana and said, Hello, madam. I am Dream. You can call me Little Meng, or just Meng Meng. Little Meng, how cute. Venelana said smilingly, so this appearance is what my Rias will look like when she grows up. What a beauty. Right. I think so too. Dream also smiled and said, not only is the external appearance excellent, but the interior is also great. She is my child, after all. Venelana was also full of pride. The two seemed to be enjoying their conversation. After all, she is a dragon god who controls the power of Dream, and her emotional intelligence is quite high. After chatting for a while, Rias walked toward a certain direction within the territory. Gaspar, Valerie, Tuju Kuroka, and her sister, Neliel, and Rias all lived in one villa. But the other Shinigami and Hollows, as well as the children Rias brought from the Naruto world, were arranged nearby and managed centrally. As a pure-blooded great noble, Gremory itself would also adopt and educate some promising children. Uzumaki Naruto and the others were placed there by Rias. When Rias walked over, she saw more than a dozen children playing on the beach. Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara, who had been shunned since childhood, were laughing happily, causing Rias to smile faintly. That's right. Children don't need to have so many worries. They should just enjoy their childhood in peace. They were only 3 years old, barely out of infancy, yet they had to bear the malice of the village. As for Gaara, even his father treated him as a tool. Children without love gathered together, feeling warmth from one another. This was one of the few things Rias could do in her spare time. Although she did all this just out of boredom, seeing their smiles made Rias feel that the trip was worthwhile. It wasn't just something she did when bored, but something that genuinely saved people. Salvation isn't about how many you failed to save, but how many you did save. As long as she understood this point, Rias would not lose herself. Watching the children play from a distance, Rias rested her chin in her hand for a while before heading to where Aizen and the others were. As a king, Rias had an obligation to care about the lives of her peerage. Of course, the Gremory family was also one of the few devils who cared for their peerage instead of treating them as tools or slaves. It looks like you're in good shape. Rias looked at Aizen and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Thank you for your concern, young lady. Aizen showed a gentle smile, pushed up his glasses, and said, Devil culture is very interesting, especially the process of reform, transforming from ruthlessly cruel evil into its current state. Then what do you think is the reason for the success of the reform? Rias raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Aizen pondered for a moment and said, Power. Power is the foundation of everything. But not everything, Rias neither confirmed nor denied, then added. Arrogance is fine, but constant arrogance will only lead one astray. As long as they possess life, even the omniscient and omnipotent gods will feel lonely. The progress of devils, the bonds between the devil kings, and adherence to the greater good of the environment, reform is not the work of one person. Don't let power blind you. The conversation ended there. Aizen's eyes drooped, making it impossible for Rias to discern his thoughts for a moment. Aizen is a talented individual, he just needs a good beating. Either he gets beaten and then realizes his mistake. Or he realizes it early. Afterwards, Rias went to check on Kasuke Urahara's side. The atmosphere there was fervent, and everyone seemed to be working hard with utmost enthusiasm to improve themselves, striving to smash Aizen's dog head. Watching them strive, Rias couldn't help but marvel at their enthusiasm. Conversely, she, as the master, had surpassed them too much, making it difficult to muster such enthusiasm anymore. But just watching felt pretty good. Chapter 73, You know nothing about power. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, Aizen, Kasuke Urahara, Hirako Shinji, and others, a total of 5 people, became high-class devils. In all the raiding games, the two teams almost never exerted their full strength. In this world, the time before the darkness arrives is a golden age, and before that golden age truly began, the experts of the 3 great races were still in their training stages, yet to show their potential. The only noteworthy opponent was the person known as the champion in the raiding games. Dihauser Belial. His ability is to render the opponent's characteristics worthless. For example, in front of him, the Baal family's power of destruction would turn into worthless magic power, meaning the ability to destroy would no longer function. If it were ice, the ice attribute would also disappear. If it were the Red Dragon Emperor's multiplied power, the portion of power that was multiplied would vanish. But obviously, this power has its limits. At least, Dihauser Belial's power could not be applied to Rias. First, the quality of her magic power was too high. Even if it were countered, it wouldn't matter, because the opponent's worthlessness would be destroyed. Then there is the characteristic of the power itself. Rias's power of destruction isn't just simple magic power, it has already integrated concepts and is condensing into a power. If one had to describe it, it should be called a fragment of power. Besides this champion, Dihauser Belial, Rias and Sona's 2 teams also encountered other teams with relatively massive power. For example, the teams led by Roygun Belphegor and Bediz Abaddon. Even though they seemed full of loopholes to Rias, they possessed massive magic power, clearly relying on external items to boost their strength. The King Piece. It exponentially strengthens the holder's abilities, by tens or even hundreds of times. If one looked closely, it was clear that Roygun Belphegor and Bediz Abaddon had not shown any special talent in their youth, yet they rose to prominence in the raiding games. Obviously, it was cheating. Although Rias also used this power, as Rias herself grew, her King Piece gradually mutated. If one were to take out the King Piece Rias used and give it to someone else, it could probably instantly increase the quality of their magic power by over 1,000 times. If a low-class devil integrated with it, they would directly promote to the Demon King level. If a Demon King integrated with it, they might even directly reach the Transcendent level. And this power has no side effects. This was no longer just a matter of cheating, it was Rias's own achievement. So she, Rias, did not cheat. The names of Rias and Sona echoed throughout the underworld. Although there was also a lot of negative information, one must remember that they were the younger sisters of Demon Kings. Surzex was one thing, but Seraphal didn't care who you were, even members of the Devil Council would get a sound thrashing if she caught them. As for those who tried to make an issue of Rias and Sona's personal strength, they were eventually proven wrong. The team of the former second rank in the raiding game, Roygun Belphegor, collapsed the moment they faced Rias, and the entire game field was erased. Power of destruction of this level made all devils tremble. One couldn't help but marvel once again that the Gremory family had produced another monster. Naturally, the ones with the most complicated feelings were the Baal family. Power of destruction is clearly a hallmark of the Baal family, yet it became the symbol of Gremory, laughs. Sona was a bit weaker, but by relying on the magical device Rias gave her, she was able to compete normally in the raiding games. She would occasionally take action once or twice, although her displayed strength was worlds apart from Rias's, it wasn't enough for people to criticize her. Then, just before they were about to go independent, Aizen and Hirako Shinji had a tacitly agreed upon raiding game. Rias and Sona were playing chess together, close as could be. But as their peerages, the two sides were fighting to the death, beating each other's brains out. The process was full of twists and turns. At first, Hirako Shinji's side held the advantage, but after he unleashed his Bankai, Aizen completely saw through his abilities, and the match turned into a crushing victory for Aizen. Mirror Flower Water Moon was utilized to its fullest in this battle, and then he was backstabbed by Ikimara Jin. But Aizen was prepared this time, and he eliminated Ikimara Jin with a counter-move. In the end, however, he lost to Kisuke Urahara, who used all sorts of strange items. So the ultimate winners were Hirako Shinji and Kisuke Urahara's side. Because he didn't have the Hogyoku, Aizen had exerted his full strength in this battle. Unfortunately, he still lost. Consider this a small taste of defeat, laughs. After the decisive battle between the two teams, the groups mostly disbanded. After Aizen, Kisuke Urahara, and Hirako Shinji became high-class devils, they received recognition as kings and established their own independent teams. Neliel didn't belong to Aizen's team from the start, she only stood by Rias's side. Then there was Tyr Harabel, who became a high-class devil over these 2 years and established an independent team. Finally, Grimjow Jaeger-Jax also became a high-class devil and went independent. Most of the others were middle-class devils, though some have already applied to become high-class devils. Instantly, Rias and Sona's teams became empty. However, with a total of 5 high-class devils plus their reputation from the raiding games, they still formed a massive force when gathered. Strength, prestige, reputation. They already possessed everything. On the basis of Rias taking over Diehauser Belial's position as champion, she submitted a certain application to the Devil Council to establish a new city. To this end, Rias applied for the Sea of Demons as her territory. Although Lusafad was the old capital and Lilith is the current capital, in reality, the true center of the underworld is the Sea of Demons. The Sea of Demons is the largest ocean in the underworld, and one of the few that is not man-made. But here's the problem. As a natural sea of the underworld, the Sea of Demons is not blue like the human world, but is instead filled with black mud. That is the legendary underworld, the filthiest place in the realm. It is said that in ancient times, it was a giant sinkhole filled with the undying dead and black flames. At some point, this sinkhole was filled, and the flowing black mud even gives devils a burning sensation. And now, that area is one of the most dangerous zones in the underworld, and its surroundings have been sealed off. If a new city is to be established, the Sea of Demons is indeed a good choice as the center of the underworld, but it is far too dangerous. Is it really possible to build a city there? Surzex asked. Of course there's no problem. Rias smiled and said, I have been preparing for this for 2 years. It will definitely give you a big surprise. I see. Knowing that his sister had her own plans, Surzex made up his mind. I will get the Devil Council to approve your application. 1 week later. With Surzex acting as a guarantor, Rias successfully secured the core of the underworld. To this, Rias only wanted to say, you know nothing about power. Chapter 74, Castlevania. Although the Sea of Demons is the core of the underworld, it was sealed off because it was difficult to utilize and dangerous. Especially since it contained dangerous creatures from the ancient underworld. Lacking intelligence and unable to adapt to the environment outside of hell, they naturally couldn't serve as familiars, nor could they be put to use. Even as materials, they were unusable due to their pollutive nature. Building a city here was as laughably suicidal as it could get. Despite this, the Sea of Demons remained an extremely special place. To take over this territory, Surzex made many compromises. And those guys in the Devil Council, thinking they had bled Surzex dry, were cheering for joy, but they would have plenty to regret in the future. Are you sure a city can be built here? Aizen, Kisuke Urahara, and even everyone else had strange expressions on their faces. Rias and Sona, along with those brought from the Shinigami world, were Rias's foundation. Not in terms of their strength, but their prestige. However, if one were to speak of it, none of them were weak. Together, they formed a force that even the Devil Council could not ignore. Coupled with the help of Surzex and Seraphal, they could manage even if they needed a territory with a special status like the Sea of Demons. Fufu, do you want me to freeze the Sea of Demons? Seraphal suggested. That won't work. Rias shook her head and said, as the core of the underworld, the Sea of Demons has extremely powerful water veins. Combined with its high corrosiveness, even 10,000-year-old ice wouldn't last long before being assimilated. Who would dare to come to such a dangerous city? Then what should we do? I can't figure it out at all, Seraphal said with a bit of a headache. I'm curious too. Surzex also spoke. Because of Rias's invitation, and since this was indeed no small matter, Surzex brought his peerage along to this dangerous sea area. If there was a need, they could even help out a little. It was clear, however, that while Rias appreciated the gesture, she didn't need the help. Because it wasn't necessary. It's very simple. Rias smiled and said, the city, in fact, has already been completed. Completed. Everyone said in surprise. Several people looked around but couldn't see the city Rias mentioned. Then, take a good look. Rias let out a light laugh and took out magical devices from her storage space. The number of these magical devices totaled 100,000. Countless magical devices flew toward the Sea of Demons. Surging black mud and sulfuric acid spread everywhere, and a pungent smell could be detected in the surrounding air. This smell was hard even for devils to endure. If a human were to come here, they would likely die before long. Amidst the extremely harsh environment, countless magical devices shuttled back and forth. After entering their fixed positions, a total of 7 special magical devices first revealed themselves. The 7 special magical devices unfolded, forming the points of a heptagram. Red magic circles connected the ocean and the sky, and a massive magic circle expanded. At the same time the heptagram lit up, the center of it also slowly began to glow. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. Rias murmured softly, saying, and the demon god as the core. With the demon god as the core and the 7 deadly sins as the source of power. Absorbing the water veins and heavenly veins as the power source. Rias said softly, deploy, Castlevania. As her words fell, instantly, all 100,000 magical devices emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, a massive city appeared above the Sea of Demons. There were 7 statues in the 7 corners, and the core position was the mansion symbolizing the Lord's residence, which was the true heart of the city. Like a city from a fantasy, it propped up a deep blue castle. Although it was called Castlevania, it didn't have the slightest sense of devilish gloom. Instead, it was filled with a refreshing feeling. The ocean boiled continuously, providing power for this massive city. The violent power within the water veins was tamed, providing energy for the city. The filthy ocean's power was continuously absorbed, and what remained was the purest water source, becoming part of the city's beauty. The city area alone was 500,000 square kilometers. It was initially estimated that a population of over 100 million would have no problem living there. Resources such as materials and food could even be automatically generated by the city. The city and the Sea of Demons cycled automatically, purifying the Sea of Demons in the process, turning the most dangerous area in the world into a habitat for devils. This is. Everyone was speechless. Even Aizen, Kisuke Urahara, and Surzex were shocked. Create and destruction are two completely different concepts. Creating such a massive city already belonged to the realm of gods. At this moment, Surzex even wondered if Rias's identity before reincarnation was that supreme god in the biblical pantheon. The god of the Bible. The god of the Bible. It was too exaggerated, so exaggerated it was beyond imagination. And now, a myth was right before their eyes. Yes, even for them, as mythical beings, this was a scene worthy of being called a myth. This was a realm similar to, yet different from, that of the god of the Bible. Not just in destruction, but Rias had also made great progress in the aspect of create. And this was only after 2 years. The basic core is very stable, even if small problems arise in other areas, it won't matter. Rias sensed the basic condition of the city and then murmured. This city was completely under Rias's control, everything, even a single brick. Before constructing her power, this city was Rias's grandest work. It was also Rias's current limit. To surpass this limit, she would either need to put in long-term effort or acquire new elements. Little sister. Surzex said blankly, this thing, did you create it all by yourself? Well. I had a few assistants. Rias smiled. Despite saying that, the others in the group were at most just assistants. Everything, the city's structure, design, requirements, and so on, was set by Rias herself. And the production of the magical devices was also completed by Rias herself. All 100,000 magical devices combined to form the city. After the magical devices were deployed, the cores had completely fused together. In other words, this was already a permanent shurikai. It's too exaggerated. Seraphal couldn't help but gasp. Meanwhile, Aizen and Kisuke Urahara were both thinking, could the Soul King achieve something to this extent? The answer was obvious, no. This was not a god's authority, but something composed of countless magical devices, through the power of a mere person. And it was the power of one person. Marveling at the city can come later. Rias looked at Surzex and gave a meaningful smile, saying, brother, could you use your influence as a Devil King to help me with some promotion? Chapter 75, Secret Weapon. What kind of publicity? Surzex's expression turned solemn, understanding that the following words would be of no small importance. Just say that my territory, Castlevania, will open a rating game school that doesn't distinguish between classes. And it can offer student loans. Rias chuckled. I'll leave the transportation equipment connecting to other territories to you, brother. Transportation is easy enough, but a rating game school that ignores class, have you really thought this through? Surzex said seriously, there's not just the pressure from the Noble Council, but also the safety of personnel within the city, educational resources, and manpower needed for every aspect. About that. Rias narrowed her eyes, her smile incredibly brilliant. As for personnel, we can just use what's already here. They'll do nicely. Rias pointed at Aizen and Kisuke Urahara, making them complain inwardly. Rias was indeed treating them like tools. The sad part was that they couldn't even resist. Especially when Rias was communicating with Surzex, even a high-class devil didn't have the right to interject. Besides them, I'm sure there are many excellent commoner devils who can't find a path for advancement, and even some nobles can be recruited. As for security, there's no need to worry. The core of Castlevania has a devil system I constructed, monitoring the situation on the streets 24 hours a day. It will even trigger an alarm if there's a burst of demonic power in an irregular situation. The security personnel are the same, they are a secret weapon on par with Castlevania itself. Rias smiled playfully. Allow me to keep it a secret for now. I can only say that if those people from the Devil Council dare to make things difficult for me, I'll beat their brains out. Since you're prepared, I won't say more. Surzex nodded, then showed an expression of wonder. Although I had long hoped you would become a symbol of the new era, I didn't expect this point to come so quickly. Without any psychological expectation, you've already accumulated such deep capital and made such a stunning debut. These things are better done sooner than later, aren't they? Rias smiled and said, besides, I just made these plans and works in my spare time. Spare time, huh? Surzex smiled bitterly. That's really a blow. Although Surzex had been an outlier since childhood, someone like Rias, who started tackling the deeply rooted old order of the underworld at age 6, was something even he couldn't imagine. It was only when Surzex was around 70 or 80 years old, when the old Devil Kings were about to inherit the titles of the previous Devil Kings and the nobles had reached their limit of patience, that the War of Reform began. After the War of Reform, although they became Devil Kings and did many things over hundreds of years, they still couldn't change everything. The old Mao faction is so similar to the current nobles. Surzex could already imagine what a huge uproar would be caused once Rias opened a new channel for advancement. Even so, it was necessary. The reform of the devils is right before our eyes. Come in and have a look around. Rias waved her hand, and then a path revealed itself. Azure guiding light falling from the sky formed a solid-looking passage. Stepping steadily to the gate of Castlevania, a huge statue stood directly ahead. There were 7 statues in total, which also meant 7 entrances and exits. Next, these 7 entrances would be used as mediums to build transportation that could go to most territories. The most conspicuous things in the city were the statues at the 7 entrances, followed by the Lord's Mansion acting as the core. That wasn't just a single building for the Lord's Mansion, but a complex of buildings. Just like an imperial palace. As for the environment, it was mostly water resources. The environment was beautiful, it was hard to tell this was an artificial island. It was simply like a masterpiece of nature. By the way, Surzex looked at Castlevania and suddenly said, "Do those 7 statues have any meaning?" "It's just as you imagine." Rias smiled. "The 7 Great Devil Kings system," Surzex said uncertainly. Although the meaning of these huge statues on the periphery was already obvious. But since Rias made them, there might be other meanings. Especially, these 7 statues and the Lord's Mansion as the core. "Don't tell me you want to." Surzex looked into Rias's eyes, slightly stunned. "The core is just a symbol, it's only a matter of time," Rias said indifferently. That's true." Surzex pondered for a moment, then nodded. As for now, I think little Rias is very suitable to be the Devil King of Lust in the 7 Great Devil Kings system." Seraphal waved the magical girl wand in her hand and said, "Especially that guy Falbium, he doesn't look like a Devil King of Lust at all." Seraphal clearly understood the meaning in their words as well. No. As long as one has a brain, they could basically figure it out. Let alone Seraphal, who usually seems silly but is a diplomat by profession. That's not bad either. Rias shrugged. But things have to be done step by step. First, open advancement channels for devils, reform the underworld structure, weaken the noble faction, promote lower-level devils, and gradually form an unstoppable torrent of history. Any resistor will be crushed to death. Next is the 7 Great Devil Kings system. The most important part of this system is to reform the political system of the underworld. Finally, things like the Devil Council, which exist purely to maintain noble status, will eventually be disbanded or replaced. And at the very end, Rias, as the core, will step down from the responsibility of the Devil King of Lust and become the symbol of the underworld. How about calling an existence above the Devil Kings a demon god? For humans, God is great, and even the king of a country cannot defy God's will. For devils, the logic is the same. Once the publicity starts, little Rias will definitely become a thorn in the side of the Devil Council. Seraphal said with some concern, "Is it really okay?" "Of course." Rias smiled slightly. "There won't be any accidents, everything is under my control. Opening a rating game school that ignores class is something that will definitely happen, even if the Devil Council opposes it. A noble with territory and one without territory are 2 different things. With Rias's status, combined with the unified stance of the 4 demon kings, even that first-generation Baal, who manipulates underworld politics, won't be able to stop Rias's footsteps. Especially since Rias has already started, the subsequent publicity is just a validating act. As for accidents, if someone wants to jump out under these circumstances, it's also a good opportunity to cut out a tumor. But for Rias, she wouldn't even need to step in herself for these things. It all depends on her secret weapon. An artificial life form based on Hakai Hotishiki No. 5, Beast of Destruction, Butterfly Dance. Although it's called artificial life, in a larger sense, it's Rias's subordinate life. Messengers or familiars. A new race created purely by Rias, the Crimson Butterfly. Their numbers have already reached the tens of thousands, and on average, they are transcendent. Chapter 76, Valley and Rise of Him. As expected, someone couldn't sit still anymore. In the Lord's Mansion of the Castlevania, Rias sat on her throne, murmuring playfully with her chin resting on her hand. After Rias obtained the territory, she immediately created the Castlevania. Subsequently, her peerage and the subordinates she brought from Shinigami were all arranged to stay there. Not long after Rias released the news, many devils moved to the Castlevania. It couldn't be helped, the devils had long since lost any channels for promotion. Even if someone occasionally managed to be promoted, it was entirely because they had a connection with a high-class devil. Although the raiding game was a channel for devil promotion, ordinary devils couldn't even participate if they wanted to. To participate in a raiding game, one either had to possess evil pieces and lead a team as a high-class devil, or cling to the coattails of a high-class devil who owned evil pieces, only then having a chance to distinguish themselves in the game. Furthermore, since devils live much longer than humans, many devils had long since become numb, seeing no hope for promotion. After Rias released the news, there were those who wanted to become citizens of her territory, those who wanted to send their children to the Castlevania, and even some ambitious individuals who wanted to help break the current status quo of the devils. Among the various types of people, there was naturally no lack of malice. The promotion of commoners among the devils interrupted the monopoly of the nobles. This was naturally a good thing for the devils as a whole, but it was a bad thing for the nobles. The Devil Council was currently bickering with Surzex and the others. On the point of opening up promotion routes for devils, the 4 demon kings and Rias stood on the same side. This was not only based on their affection for Rias but also on the aspects of their positions and hope. In this regard, the 4 demon kings exerted a great deal of effort. While the Devil Council was being held back, someone Rias had been watching for a long time jumped out. Rise of him, Lucifer. The biological son of the first generation Lucifer and Lilith. Is it because of Valley Lucifer? Rias murmured, then stood up. Or perhaps he just came to the Castlevania to take a look. After all, that guy is quite willful. Regardless, a child who wants to escape from the dark vortex should not be forcefully dragged back by it. Spreading her wings, Rias vanished from the spot in an instant. Perhaps having learned news of the Castlevania, Valley Lucifer escaped with the help of a servant. And the direction he took was precisely toward the Castlevania. By this time, Valley had already reached the outskirts of the Castlevania, but Rias's crimson butterfly had already noticed that the person trailing behind Valley was none other than Rise of him. In this world, he was a major figure recorded in the Bible under the name Leline. His personality was extremely wicked. Almost there, I'm almost there. In an extremely wretched state, the desperately fleeing Valley looked at the massive Castlevania, his eyes involuntarily showing a glimmer of hope. He was about to enter the Castlevania. With his status as a direct descendant of Lucifer and the host of the White Dragon Emperor, he would surely be able to distinguish himself. And then, he would take revenge on that madman. Thinking of his vanished mother and the tragic death of the servant who helped him escape, a look of hatred appeared in Valley's eyes. I will definitely kill you. Perhaps because he saw hope, Valley couldn't help but murmur aloud. My cute, dear grandson, who are you going to kill? A playful voice appeared, causing Valley's entire body to stiffen. Running fast had left his legs extremely fatigued and powerless, he fell directly to the ground, his whole body trembling. Valley slowly raised his head to look into the air, and as expected, he saw that man. Silver hair, a goatee on his chin, and an extremely arrogant expression. He looked like a wild and uninhibited middle-aged man. Many young girls would be attracted by his appearance. But Valley knew that this person was scum. Because it was interesting, he made the whole family, including the servants, persecute his own grandson together. Even when Valley tried to protect his mother, he would be beaten for it. Valley's hatred for him had long since reached his marrow. No matter how much time passed, he would never forget this person's hideous face. In comparison, the creature known as Father was just a pathetic piece of trash. Why? Valley suppressed his instinctive physical fear and roared, "Why are you here, you bastard?" Does such a question even need to be asked? Rise of him said with an amused face, I didn't know if my dear grandson was brainless. You clearly know your grandpa likes to play, yet you actually thought you could escape from the palm of my hand. I casually tossed that woman into the human world, and then gave that servant who usually felt guilty toward you a little bit of hope. As expected, under his instigation, you fled toward the Castlevania. I really am a genius. As expected, I saw what I wanted to see. How wonderful. Looking at Valley's despairing expression, Rise of him couldn't help but show a wicked smile. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Valley lay powerlessly on the ground, his fists pounding the earth from time to time. Tears couldn't help but fall, and his fists were covered in blood. Now then, my good grandson, do your grandpa a favor next. Rise of him glanced playfully at the nearby Castlevania, then looked back at Valley. To build this Castlevania in such a short time, even he couldn't imagine such methods, it was simply like a miracle. No matter how cautious one was with such a figure, it wouldn't be enough, even if the person who created the miracle was just a little girl. No, it was precisely because the devil was a little girl that she was even more terrifying. Born with innate knowledge, and in just over 6 years, she had grown to this step. Who would believe that? Maybe it's a certain big shot reincarnated with their memories, for example, the God of the Bible. Returning from the dead, that was the signature performance of the God of the Bible. Although it was hard to imagine, it was the only thing that made sense. Surzex, the sister of that monster, might be the reincarnation of the god of the Bible. Facing such a person, even if Ryzavim wanted to test them, it was impossible for him to personally run to someone else's headquarters. That wasn't testing, that was looking for death. You want me to scout information on the Castlevania? Valley was stunned for a moment, then realized Ryzavim's plan. Smart. Ryzavim raised an eyebrow and said, as expected of my grandson, your brain is quite useful. All that's missing is this one beating. As expected, your grandpa still loves you. Hearing Ryzavim's words, Vala's face turned ashen, and he felt nauseated inside. This guy. I'll kill you. Valley roared inwardly, followed by despair. Could he really not escape from the palm of his hand? Vala stared blankly at Ryzavim, then suddenly froze. His original despair was replaced by something else, astonishment. Why are you looking at me like that? Ryzavim frowned slightly as he watched Vala's expression. Because he discovered that Vala's despairing expression had been replaced by something. Is there something on me? Ryzavim examined his clothes, and then, he slowly turned his head. Under the moonlight, crimson wings were shimmering with a brilliant radiance. And the owner of those wings was precisely the person Ryzavim had been thinking about. A little girl so young she seemed cute, with a gaze that was ice-cold, yet made one's heart turn cold. Rias Gremory. Chapter 77, Be Destroyed. Gah. Even Ryzavim almost lost his balance and fell from the sky. Ryzavim, he was one of the Transcendents. A great figure recorded in the Bible, one who surpassed the racial limits of demons, and whose magic power quality far exceeded even that of the first-generation Lucifer. And yet, someone else had appeared behind him silently. It was terrifying. I must praise your courage for daring to come near my territory alone. As Rias's cold words fell, instantly. Like an invisible wave spreading out, the three of them appeared in a otherworld space. This was a magical device constructed by Rias, similar to the Dimension Lost. Once deployed, it would forcibly pull enemies into the space created by the magical device. Almost any environment on Earth could be simulated, including environments like a molten hell. It was an environment built entirely on imagination. If used well, even Kagaya Otsutsuki's Eimanaminaka would be considered a basic technique. A magical device that could be called a strategic weapon was, for Rias, merely a battlefield to isolate presence and prevent Ryzavim from escaping. Little sister, is there some misunderstanding between us? Ryzavim maintained his vigilance, but his face wore a sycophantic smile. There is no misunderstanding. Rias said eerily, it just so happens you have something I want. Given your personality, you naturally wouldn't hand it over obediently. So, I can only ask you to die. As the words fell, a crimson light flickered on Ryzavim's body. In an instant, Ryzavim took a defensive stance, but one of his arms was still severed. Bright red blood fell, and the arm turned into nothingness in midair. Equation of Destruction 1, Destruction Demonic Eye. He blocked it. As expected, even the most pathetic transcendent among demons is still a transcendent. Rias murmured. Just now, what was that? Ryzavim was shocked to his core. He was already on guard against Rias, and a layer of magic power surrounded him for defense. But in that instant, he felt a sense of mortal peril. Yet it was too fast. So fast that he only defended by instinct, and yet he still lost an arm. In fact, if his instincts hadn't been so powerful, he would have been killed instantly in that moment. Just like that destroyed arm. Hey now, girl, if I have something you want, I'll definitely give it to you. Let's just consider it making a friend. Cold sweat dripped from Ryzavim's forehead, a flattering smile hanging on his lips. Anything is fine, okay. While appearing honest, Ryzavim was actually secretly compiling a magic formula for escape. But soon, his expression turned even uglier because he discovered he could not leave this space. Anything. Rias blinked her eyes. Of course. Seeing that Rias seemed inclined to stop, a hint of joy couldn't help but surface in Ryzavim's eyes. Though he was fickle, malicious, and willful, even Ryzavim couldn't help but panic in this situation. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die yet. He wanted to control Beast Emperor 666 and invade the other world. Even if he died, he should die during that process, dying in satisfaction. Not being crushed casually in a situation like this. Since it's anything, then, give me your life first. Rias gave a slight smile. Bastard, go to hell. The moment Rias's words fell, Ryzavim compiled hundreds of magic bullets. The silver magic bullets rushed toward Rias, but they were destroyed 3 meters away from her without causing a single ripple. Only this much. Rias sneered, then said, explode. In an instant, Ryzavim's magic power went berserk. A flush of red surged onto his face, followed by a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. His internal organs were already a mess. Hakai Hotishiki 3, Destruction Words. Language-carrying power. It didn't even require Rias to consume her own magic power. As soon as the words fell, the world's laws would riot on their own, causing Rias to be wounded. This was no longer simple power of destruction, but the prerogative of destruction. A fragment of power. What's going on? What's going on? What just happened? Rias was somewhat dazed. Why was he injured just because she said a single sentence? His blood vessels had burst, and the internal organs in his abdomen were a mess. If not for his powerful life force, he would have dropped dead by now. Why did she keep using attacks he couldn't understand? Rias' gaze couldn't help but turn fearful. The most terrifying thing wasn't being crushed by pure strength, but these mysterious attacks. He didn't even understand the opponent's method of attack, and the principles were beyond imagination. In such a situation, such mysterious attacks would cause a sense of powerlessness to rise. Rias was exactly like that. A despair that penetrated deep into his marrow made him experience the feeling of being alive for the first time in his life. The biblical pantheon, including the demons, all enjoyed the legacy of the God of the Bible. It was precisely this that made some people among the three races become blindly arrogant. Rias was among them. Because he was too powerful, even stronger than the limits of demons, including his own father, the first-generation Lucifer. Therefore, this world was too small for him, filled with nothing but boring things. Demons themselves were even more narrow-minded, weak, and incompetent. Their existence itself had no meaning. Even he himself was like a walking corpse, living simply for the sake of living. As long as it could make his blood boil, what was there to fear even in death? This was also his reason for searching for Beast Emperor 666 and wanting to use it to invade the other world. Just like persecuting Valley, it was merely because it was interesting. He did it because he wanted to. That was all. However, before he could experience his blood boiling, he had already experienced the feeling of despair and powerlessness. Doesn't it feel very much like being alive? It's fairly useful. Looking at the injured Rias, Rias couldn't help but nod. A target at the level of a transcendent like Rias was hard to find. Rias naturally couldn't help but experiment with her skills to obtain clearer data. Next. Experience despair. It's because you've never experienced despair that you've become so twisted. Since we have some relative connection after all, I think God will help correct your personality, and I'll be responsible for sending you to see God. This was a literal sending to see God. God was already dead, and Rias would likewise be eliminated so thoroughly that not even a shred of his soul would remain. Hakai Hotishiki 2, Light of Destruction. Rias lightly raised her hand, and countless crimson lights manifested in the air. The red of arrows falling like rain, the red of wind blades blooming, the red of lasers. Countless lights flickered, causing Rias to dodge in a panic. Even though he only got grazed occasionally, even with the protection of magic power, he still lost a leg and had a large hole opened in his abdomen. No, it hurts, it really hurts. Forgive me, I'll become your dog, just let me live. That's right, I have great value. I know a lot of information about Beast Emperor 666 and news about the other world. You're so strong, you must want to invade the other world too, right? Rias screamed in collapse, snot and tears smeared on his face, looking disgusting to behold. The other world, although it's not the same one, I've already been to other worlds. As Rias's words fell, only the wide-eyed, despairing Rias remained. Be destroyed. Chapter 78, live according to your own heart, White Dragon. As the sky full of crimson magic cannons dissipated, Rias looked at Rias in front of her with surprise. In that instant, he had actually dodged her attack. As expected of one of the Transcendents, to be able to dodge my attack. Rias couldn't help but marvel inwardly. One must know that at this moment, she was flawless, a true dragon god level. Life form, physical body, energy, fragments of power. With all of these combined, even if those three even more powerful evil gods were to personally take action, they would be unable to do anything to Rias. The higher her realm, the broader Rias's reach became, and the closer she drew to the level of omnipotence. Even if there was a gap in raw power, she could compensate for it in other aspects. Phew, don't look at me like this, I am still a big shot recorded in the Bible, after all. Rias was panting heavily. By now, he had completely given up hope that Rias would show mercy, even shouting for his life wouldn't affect her in the slightest. There was no need to utter such laughable words. However, his goal had been achieved. Because at this moment, Rias and Rias had closed the distance to an extremely close range. Some kind of invisible attack seemed to be launched through the eyes. The ability activated through words had instantly dealt him a heavy blow. Extremely high-quality power of destruction, just brushing against it would lead to destruction. If Rias was a transcendent among devils, then Rias was a transcendent among transcendents. At the same time, a layer of magical protection surrounded her body. It was a strength that bordered on despair, yet Rias still found a flaw. That was Rias's age, she was too young. How much strength could such a small body actually possess? Therefore, life or death, he gambled everything on this one strike. I'm going to invade the other world. Rias shouted his desires aloud and then charged at Rias. His entire body's energy was compressed to the limit. Rias wanted to use magic cancellation to forcibly break through Rias's protective barrier. However, what he didn't know was that what surrounded Rias wasn't a protective barrier at all. That red magical barrier wasn't just a thin layer, it was a three-dimensional form, radiating outward from Rias as the center, maintaining a spherical shape. Trying to rush in front of Rias and then wound her was an impossible task. But it wouldn't hurt to play around a bit. Rias retracted the power of destruction surrounding her, the destruction formula 6, absolute destruction barrier, slightly, and then spoke slowly. Balance breaker, crimson radiance fantasy armor. As the words fell, a layer of red armor appeared on Rias's body. It was as beautiful as a dream, elegant and powerful. That small figure was so cute, yet possessed such terrifying power. Balance breaker, huff, ha ha ha, you fool. Rias froze for a moment, then charged forward with a loud laugh. My ability is Sacred Gear Nullification. Amidst Rias' triumphant laughter, his magical attack enveloped Rias. Then, she was completely unharmed. Impossible. After Rias spoke, his body suddenly annihilated, leaving only a head behind, staring at Rias in bewilderment. This was also something Rias purposely left for him, so he could die understanding why. Though it was dying with understanding, it was more like dying in despair. From the very beginning, Rias had no hope of escaping, let alone any possibility of a counterkill. Even if a miracle were to occur, it would never allow Rias to defeat Rias. Crimson Radiance Fantasy Armor. The material for this armor is the dragon scales of the Great Red. Rias said indifferently, furthermore, I never said this armor was a sacred gear. This is a new type of weapon I developed that is distinct from sacred gears, a magical device. It is not within the range of your nullification. Firstly, the essence of the Great Red's power was very high, even if it were made into a sacred gear, it wouldn't be affected by Rias. After all, he wasn't Samuel, who possessed an extraordinary special attack against dragons. Secondly, Rias' sacred gear nullification ability was very likely related to the system of the God of the Bible. The first generation Lucifer, Lilith, and the system, the biggest commonality between the three was that they were personally created by the God of the Bible. The first generation Lucifer and Lilith were creates of the God of the Bible, and the system was also a create of the God of the Bible. As the biological son of those two, he had a connection to the sacred gear functions within the system created by the God of the Bible, thereby possessing a special magic that could nullify sacred gears. Perhaps that was the truth. Even artificial sacred gears could not escape the shackles of this power. Because the source of the data for Azazel's artificial sacred gears was identical to the original sacred gears. Of course, if given time to develop, Rias might have been able to develop an ability like weapon nullification, but unfortunately, he was blindly arrogant and never thought to properly develop his own abilities. Great Red, why? Rias' eyes widened, and speaking was extremely difficult. Even though only a head remained and even his soul was fragmented. He was still one of the Transcendents. After all, this level of damage wasn't enough to kill him completely. At least holding on for a while was no problem. 2 years ago, one of my accidental experiments caused the world rules to fall into chaos, opening a path to the dimensional gap and attracting the attention of the Great Red. During this time, the Great Red has been staying at my place. Until recently, I've already been able to hang her up and beat her. Rias's faint words fell, making Rias' expression become extremely colorful. After a long time, looking at the silent and self-isolating Rias said indifferently, you should be able to die in peace now, right? Without waiting for Rias to curse, Rias extracted his soul and annihilated his physical body. Then, Rias used Soul Search. All valuable information was extracted. Finally, a portion of magic power appeared in Rias's hand. The characteristic of this magic power was precisely Sacred Gear Nullification. Sacred Gear Nullification, mastered. Finally, a red light swallowed Rias' soul. One of the only 3 transcendents among the devils, dead. As for why there were 3. Because at this point, Rias could no longer be considered a devil. A devil, who is also a dragon. Having dealt with Rias, Rias slowly descended. The battle between Rias and Rias was captured by Val's eyes. Wearing the crimson fantasy armor and spreading extremely beautiful wings behind her, she was so beautiful that Val couldn't help but stare blankly. This was the shock of witnessing beautiful power, a longing from the bottom of his heart. The armor slowly dissolved, and Rias floated down. My name is Rias Gremory. The direction you were headed is my territory. Rias said, by the way, Rias Lucifer has been annihilated by me, not even a shred of his soul remains. From now on, you are free. Live according to your own heart, young white dragon. Chapter 79, Euclid eating peaches. Through information obtained from soul searching, Rias arrived at the place where Rhizavim lived. There was someone here that Rias cared about, Euclid Lucifuge. If he were just a piece of trash, Rias would have simply killed him with a single magic bullet. But he possessed strength equal to Graphia, which is to say, Devil King class. Furthermore, Euclid Lucifuge is Graphia's younger brother. So Rias directly brought Vala to the door. With a simple volley of tracking magic bullets, Rhizavim's subordinates were completely wiped out. Euclid Lucifuge. Rias looked at the silver-haired men in front of her and asked. Indeed. Euclid forced himself to maintain his composure, saying with deep-seated hatred in his eyes, that hateful red. You must be Gremory's daughter, the lord of the Castlevania who has been making quite a stir lately, Rias. I'm warning you, this is Lord Rhizavim's territory. Is your reformist faction trying to start a war with our old Mao faction? Seeing Rias's violent side, Euclid warned. If he hadn't just witnessed Rias's magic bullets, he would have launched an attack by now. And you, Valley. Euclid looked at Valley, his seemingly gentle face full of malice. After doing something like this, don't tell me you have no idea what will happen when Rhizavim returns. Valley first glanced at Rias, and after receiving a nod, he grinned and said, Rhizavim. That guy isn't coming back. Euclid was struck with horror because he knew what Rhizavim had gone to do. Vala being here and saying such things already explained a few things. Was it that bastard Surzex, or the Rias in front of him? Euclid found it hard to believe, but considering what Rias had done, it didn't seem impossible. Euclid Lucifuge, instigating Rhizavim to unseal Beast Emperor 666, intending to launch a conspiracy to subvert the world. Rias chuckled, you have the right to remain silent, everything you say is meaningless. Do you have any deathbed struggle excuses to say to make me laugh? After a long silence, Euclid roared and charged forward, Gremory. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Euclid was sealed away. What sealed him was a red crystal, constructed from Rias's magic power, capable of sealing him until the end of time. And even more terrifyingly, only Rias herself can undo this seal. Even if the same level Great Red came, he would meet with failure. However, failing once or twice in these 2 years wasn't anything new, and failing a few more times wouldn't matter. Besides, the Great Red had no reason to rescue this trash. Brother Surzex and sister-in-law Graphia miss you very much. Rias gave a light laugh. This was the truth. During the war with the reformist faction years ago, both Euclid and Graphia participated representing the Lucifuge clan. Both fought against Surzex. Among them, Euclid, who possessed rare talent, was instantly defeated by Surzex on the battlefield and then knocked unconscious. Although he knew Euclid would inevitably do bad things in the future and aim his spear at his own family, Surzex still couldn't bring himself to kill him. Because of Graphia, Surzex also cared about Euclid and treated him like a younger brother. It's just a pity. This guy didn't know his own place, thinking he could defeat Surzex, yet he couldn't even last a single move. Moreover, this guy is a perverted sistercon, the kind who lusts after his sister's body. It's simply disgusting. You should know that even a pervert like Rias strictly adheres to the principles of human ethics and morality, and has never entertained such thoughts. Should one say, as expected of a devil. But with Rias around, he can only daydream now. Next, I will hand you over to Brother Surzex, and then place you in the main hall of Brother Surzex's home, so you can see your favorite sister every day. How about it, are you happy? Regardless of whether Euclid was happy or not, at this moment, Rias was smiling very happily. Seemingly able to sense Euclid's feelings of disgust, Rias showed a smile full of wicked humor. Watching the person he coveted being intimate with someone else every day was more terrifying than torture for him. Perhaps, Rias truly lives up to the title of devil. Is there anything you want to take with you? Having dealt with Euclid, Rias looked at Valley. No. Valley shook his head and said with a hint of sadness, Mother is no longer here, and I no longer want to have anything to do with this place. I see. Rias nodded and said, then let's destroy it. After speaking, Rias used her superpowers to carry Valley and Euclid, who was sealed in the red crystal, into the sky. Then, a magic bullet condensed in her hand and slowly fell. Boom. A massive roar sounded, and the place where Rhizavim lived was destroyed. Rias was already well versed in the matter of destroying evidence. Using heavenly transfer to return to Castlevania, Rias settled Valley in before finally entering the Devil King's territory, Lilith. Surzex naming his Devil King's territory after Lilith only showed how important Lilith was to devils. After handing Euclid over to Surzex, she would head to the deepest part of hell, the Cocytus, where Rhizavim's secret research institute was located. There, something very important to devils was kept, Lilith. She was the common mother of devils, a spiritual symbol, and also occupied an important position within the devil lineage of the biblical pantheon. Rias. Seeing Rias appear with a huge red crystal, Surzex looked at her in surprise. This crystal is Surzex guessed Rias's intention. Because the crystal was too conspicuous, he could only assume that Rias's visit this time was related to it. Grafia, no need to rush to make tea. I'll be leaving in a moment, what I have to say concerns you. Rias looked at Grafia, who was about to go make tea. If they were discussing serious business, it was normal for the atmosphere to be a bit formal. As Surzex's queen, she would not lose her manners even in front of family. Is it serious business? Grafia asked. It's serious business, and also a private matter. Rias nodded, then smiled slightly. Want to take a guess at what this crystal is? Anticipating Surzex and Grafia's reaction, Rias's sense of mischief couldn't help but act up. Seeing Rias's reaction, the two relaxed slightly. It seemed that even if it was serious business, it wasn't anything major. Feeling a bit playful, Surzex placed his hand on the crystal. Even he couldn't see Euclid's look of disdain inside the crystal. Surzex pondered slightly. The crystal possesses extremely strong power of destruction. Could it be some kind of new weapon? Chapter 80, Mother of Demons, Lilith. Even though you guessed wrong, it's already very close. Ria smiled and said, just a reminder, this crystal is a technique I unleashed. A technique, a crystal. Could it be a magic crystal used to replenish mana? Surzex guessed, then rejected that judgment. No, if it were just something of that level, little Rias wouldn't have this kind of reaction. Could it be a seal? Bingo! Ria snapped her fingers and said, want to guess what's sealed inside? Surzex and Grafia continued to think, and then their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. What was sealed inside could be an object, or it could be life. And Rias had already given a hint before, which was, it's related to Grafia. An object or person related to Grafia. Could it be? The two looked at each other, both seeing the look of shock in the other's eyes. Euclid. Surzex asked tentatively. You actually guessed right. As expected of a devil king, your mind is quite sharp. Rias laughed mischievously. Having said that, Ria snapped her fingers. The red crystal turned transparent, revealing a hideous-looking Euclid inside. Just to clarify, I didn't abuse him. He just had that expression when we met, and then I sealed and froze him in place. It really was Euclid. Surzex and Grafia were shocked, momentarily dazed on the spot. Seeing their reaction, Rias also felt a sense of pleasure in her heart. Not long after the victory of the Devil Reformist faction, Euclid approached Rysavim with a certain piece of information. Rias said, the entity once sealed by the god of the Bible, a sub-dragon god-level existence far stronger than a transcendent beast Emperor 666. It could be said that the reason the god of the Bible died was because he exhausted too much power sealing beast Emperor 666, then encountered the two heavenly dragons disrupting the three factions' battlefield, and was finally dragged down to mutual destruction by the old devil kings. And Euclid collaborated with Rysavim. The latter's goal was to control beast Emperor 666 to invade the other world, while the former's goal. Rias looked at Grafia. No one should understand her own younger brother's thoughts better than she did, right? Grafia lowered her head, while Surzex became completely serious. This kind of news is absolutely not something that can be talked about while playing around. Surzex was somewhat between laughter and tears about this, but there was nothing he could say. Just leave this guy in the living room at home. When you feel it's okay to let him go, give him a minute or two of fresh air. Ria smiled, then took out a key. Just recite the incantation and the key will activate, releasing him. Recite it once more, and he can be sealed again. Taking the key, Surzex thought for a moment and then asked, although I had some expectations, even I couldn't have imagined that Rysavim would plot something so dangerous. He's completely looking for death. Ria sneered, the ecchi world has long passed the era of mythological hegemony and is starting wars against the outside. Never mind beast Emperor 666, even all the dragon god level beings combined wouldn't be enough for the three evil gods to fight. Surzex and Grafia looked at each other and then became serious. Setting aside Rias's source of information, just the matter she revealed was already extremely terrifying. The Devil King level generally corresponds to the chief gods in mythology, including figures like Zeus and Odin, who all fall within this range. Among them, some existences far exceed the scope of mythological life. They are those who have grown over a long period and surpassed their original limits, known as transcendents. And transcendent has two meanings, one is surpassing one's own racial limits, and the other is the level of strength of a transcendent in High School DxD. And what surpasses the scope of a transcendent is the legendary dragon god. Ophis, the infinite dragon god who firmly holds the throne of number one in the world, and the Great Red, who is not ranked within the world but wanders forever in the dimensional gap. And according to Rias, beast Emperor 666 is on par with a dragon god. No, it's an existence slightly inferior to the dragon god level, which she calls sub-dragon god level. And such existences, even combined, are not enough to fight the three evil gods of the other world. This is extremely bad news. However, there's no need to worry about the matter regarding Rias. Rias looked at their expressions and didn't continue to joke. When the atmosphere becomes serious, cracking jokes is very awkward. You can tell by looking at 486. Although she doesn't act entirely based on the atmosphere, facing some scenes, it's really not suitable to joke. No need to worry. Could it be? X's eyes widened. Body and soul included, he has been destroyed by me until not a single bit remains. Rias gave an indifferent sneer, making X gasp. One of only 3 transcendents among the devils, died just like that. I have some business to attend to next, so I'll be going now. Rias shrugged, then waved and left. Using heavenly transfer for spatial movement, in the absence of resistance, the earth is incredibly small. Watching Rias leave so decisively, X rubbed his brow with a bit of a headache. There was too much information, leaving him dazed for a moment. He needed to take a breather. On the other side. Using heavenly transfer, Rias moved through space to the lowest level of the underworld. The underworld is not only home to the devil race, but also to fallen angels and the hells of other pantheons. Among them, the particularly powerful one is Hades of the netherworld. Although he's just a skeleton, this guy is very similar to the second espada among the 10 blades, Barragan Luzenbairn. Only the level of power is different. Hades is a transcendent. Not only is Hades stronger than Zeus, who is a chief god, but unlike the Greek mythology of other worlds, the Hades of this world is not the only conscience of Greek mythology, but a major ambitious figure. In the original work, after Rias died, this guy took over Rias' research institute and used the notes left by Lilith and the first-generation Lucifer to forcibly create 100,000 devils, including 2 artificial transcendents. A villain from beginning to end, he was never redeemed until his death, and was subsequently captured by invaders from the other world and taken back to be transformed into a machine. Found it. The deepest part of the underworld, Cocytus. Rias walked in and then took out the Book of Lucifer, left by the first-generation Lucifer. Besides this book, there was also the translation by Lucifer's son, Leline, Rias, who used modern methods to achieve the production of devils through current technology, mana, and magic. That being said, Rias himself only wrote down the methods and did not produce any research results of the century, nor did he conduct experiments on his own mother. Whether this was the last bit of conscience remaining in that evil devil is unknown. Chapter 81, Evil Tree, Large Garbage Dump. Having obtained this Book of Lucifer, Rias flipped through a few pages and then sneered. A low-end magic formula. Despite saying that, Rias still dutifully read through the entire text, even looking over Rias' theoretical results. High-end has its strengths, and low-end has its own theoretical directions. The most important thing is not the result, but the direction. After the God of the Bible died, the angels, fallen angels, devils, and so on all deviated from their original trajectories. Initially, devils were defined as evil, but do today's devils look even remotely evil? If other pantheons seized the system and caused chaos in the world's rules, dragging all pantheons to their deaths, that is not impossible. The system maintains the operation of the biblical pantheon, and as the largest pantheon in the world, its collapse might lead to a chain reaction, causing a phenomenon like Ragnarok. Although the concept isn't obvious, and low-end devils and fallen angels don't think about the inherent meaning of the existence of races and pantheons, it still exists. The evil tree, because its pattern resembles an upside-down tree, has another name. The Qliphoth Tree of Life. In Rias' view, the dragon god level and those above it, even the 3 great evil gods, are actually still within the same grade because there is no essential difference between them, only a difference in power magnitude. Even including the 3 great evil gods, their essence might not even be as high as Rias's. Because Rias has already condensed fragments of power and is developing toward the direction of omnipotence. If Rias wants to go further, she needs more than just an increase in power, because that direction has a limit. By continuing to delve deeper, she will eventually reach that limit. What comes next is to open the domain of omnipotence. The so-called omnipotence, one is all is one. This is the interpretation. All things are interconnected. Although all is composed of countless ones, in the end, all forms a one. Cycling round and round, without end. So, stated plainly, all is one, and one is all. Using chapter 42 of the Tao Te Ching, Laozi's cosmogony, it is. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and 3 gives birth to all things. As long as one understands the one, they can know all things. Essentially, the 3-digit domain of omnipotence in the little garden of problem children are coming from another world falls within this scope. As long as it's not a world like Little Garden where there are too many omnipotent figures, forming a paradox, every 3-digit is omnipotent in their respective world. Because they control the power of fire, fire gives birth to earth, earth to metal, metal to water, and water to wood, thereby gaining omniscient insight into the 5 elements. Because they understand the 5 elements, they control yin and yang. Because they control yin and yang, they control the one that is the source, becoming omniscient and omnipotent. That is roughly what the domain of omnipotence is about. To reach this step, in addition to a complete power, one's own spiritual authority must reach 3-digit. And humans themselves cannot reach 3-digit. This applies to Rias as well, because this isn't little garden, whether it's devils or dragons, the limit is right before them. To transcend limits, one must utilize grander and more magnificent concepts, that is, to gather concepts and form a conceptual universe, which is a clear, complete, omniscient, and omnipotent worldview. The great power controlled by a worldview, namely, constructing a pantheon. Using a pantheon's worldview to control the world, constructing one's own world, and thus forming the power to control the world. If one can converge this power, converging all concepts into oneself, that is, condensing the power of the world onto oneself. In this way, one can form total authority and reach the domain of total authority. Total authority, meaning all rights. Using fire as a metaphor again. Because one controls fire, they control the whole world, possessing omniscient and omnipotent power. If one can collect this power, changing it from being in one's hands to being one's self, they can reach the domain of total authority. Briefly organizing the realm divisions from weak to strong. Low-class devil, middle-class devil, high-class devil, ultimate class, devil king, transcendence, dragon god. From high-class devil to high-class devil, it's just the application of energy, being able to slightly develop and apply some magical power characteristics. And the ultimate class devil is about pushing the manipulation of magical power to the extreme. The god-devil level is about developing one's own magical power characteristics and accumulating the amount of magical power. Until reaching beyond the devil king, but not yet at the level of a transcendent. The juggernaut drive form, and the several artificial devils created by Hades in the original work that were beyond devil king level but below transcendent level. According to Rias's speculation, the devil king Falbium Asmodeus, the underworld's strongest strategist who harbors the absolute defense, magical power, falls within this range. Years ago, even Cerzex needed to use magical power of equal quality to offset his absolute defense. Then there is the transcendent level. This level far exceeds the devil king, where the development of magical power characteristics has reached its limit, and what is developed next is the concept itself contained within the magical power. Chapter 82, Data for constructing a worldview. The final stage is the dragon god level. At the dragon god level, one utilizes concepts to form an overwhelming suppression over lower existences. This is one of the reasons they possess such power. Furthermore, there are indeed differences in the forms of life. It is precisely because they didn't organize a complete system like Rias has that the Great Red and Ophis haven't made any progress for so many years. Conversely, the god of the Bible within this world reached the same level as the dragon gods. It's just a pity that the god of the Bible died too early. Of course, no one can say for sure what the truth is. Returning to the main topic, after the dragon god level, there is only the intensity of power and the quantity of concepts. To take a step further, one needs to condense power. Although Rias's power intensity is still a bit lacking, she has already condensed fragments of power, and her status has already surpassed the 3 great evil gods by half a step. The path ahead involves accommodating more concepts, evolving the essence of life, and excavating one's own power until reaching the limit. That will be the new path. Condensing power and spiritual authority, constructing pantheons, and controlling the world's great power through a worldview, that is omnipotence. After omnipotence comes full authority. This classification and growth method from weak to strong is the system Rias has organized. Though I lack the ability to construct a system right now, I can start preparing by collecting knowledge and concepts regarding worldviews. Taking one step while calculating 3 steps ahead, that is a pioneer. Before reaching the level of transcendence, she had already calculated the path of the dragon god. After reaching the dragon god level, she calculated the path to omnipotence and full authority. She strictly follows her own plan, discovering and organizing more along the way. And to ensure she doesn't stray onto the wrong path, she adjusts her route at any time. Although the god of the Bible died before he could finish organizing it, it is certain that the current biblical system represents the Kabbalah tree of life. And Rizavim represents the Cliffeth, and he indeed created a terrifying calamity. Kabbalah is a mystical philosophy of Judaism, rumored to have its most primitive roots in Egyptian culture. The tree of life is the core of Kabbalah thought. It is viewed as the blueprint by which God created the universe, or the structural diagram of the divine body. The Cliffeth is known as the tree of evil, representing unjust spiritual energy in Jewish mysticism. It stands in opposition to the Kabbalah tree of life. According to the records in Genesis chapter 2, verses 8 to 9 of the Old Testament, the tree of life is located in the center of the Garden of Eden. Kabbalah uses this to describe the path leading to God, often referred to as Yahweh or the divine name in Kabbalistic literature, or the way God created the world from nothingness. In other words, the 2 most important functions of Kabbalah are, 1, the path to God, and 2, the process contained within it of God creating the world. According to theory, Kabbalistic thought uses the tree of life growing in the heavenly kingdom to symbolize the entire universe, its meaning being profound and difficult to decipher. In Rias's impression, there is indeed a Garden of Eden in the heavens, located on the fourth heaven. At the same time, the Garden of Eden indeed has a tree of life, and even fruit, but the tree no longer bears fruit, the original fruit withered after the god died. Compared to Little Garden, no matter how you look at it, the pantheons of this world are just saplings. Continuing the topic, in theory, it is generally believed that the tree of life signifies the vast universe, the human body as a cosmo, and the spiritual traversal to reach the realm of God. This tree of life is composed of 10 circles, Sapphira, and 22 paths, pass. Humans reside in individual kingdoms and travel through the 22 paths to the 10 circles on a journey of meditation until reaching the crown. Furthermore, it is said that each circle has an archangel who guards and guides people. The tree of life can roughly be divided into basic structures such as the 3 pillars, 10 sephirot, 4 worlds, and 22 paths. It's a pity the God of the Bible died before completing the Kabbalah tree of life. That is likely why a transcendent failed to emerge among the angels. Because the positions of the angels are fixed, like the support pillars of a house, they aren't things that can be easily moved. But as the house grows and expands, the pillars themselves also expand. If the Kabbalah tree of life were completed, the 10 great archangels might all have been able to reach the domain of omnipotence. If a complete system can be formed, it represents a complete path of promotion. Crown, wisdom, understanding, mercy, severity, beauty, victory, glory, foundation, kingdom. The line formed by connecting 1 through 10 in sequence is also known as the path of the flaming sword. By ascending from the lowest kingdom, one can elevate their spiritual realm, transforming from human to God. However, this has nothing to do with Rias, because Rias is not walking the path of the flaming sword, she is constructing it. Overall, the Kabbalah tree of life includes the macrocosm, the microcosm of the human body, the corresponding promotion system, and the guardians and trials one must face at each stage. It is entirely a massive worldview. The Qliphoth is the same, corresponding to the Kabbalah tree of life, it is a worldview that exists interdependently with it. But this is not opposition, it is like light and shadow, or reality and a mirror. I shall speak to you of the keys to the kingdom of spirits. This key shares the same numerical value as Yetzirah, formation. All spirits rely on the myriad things of nature and the widespread hierarchies. 3 controls, 3 endings, and the spirits described by the 3 mediums are distributed above, below, and in the middle. If you joyfully climb the sacred ladder, if you replace ascent with continuation, you will surely find the opposite levels outside the shell, or the spirits of the departed. Only you shall know the virtues and powers of the heavenly kingdoms that no one else knows. These are the scales by which spirits ascend and descend the sacred ladder. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and the others, these are not their names but their titles of power. Atheism, stupidity, rejection, apathy, cruelty, ugliness, lust, greed, instability, materialism. Just as the 10 sephirot of the Kabbalah tree of life have archangels guarding them. The Qliphoth also has 10 guardian demons. Thinking carefully, the God of the Bible in this world seems to have set up a very large game. But this has little to do with Rias. Although Rias is also a creature of the biblical system and intends to construct a biblical worldview, she does not plan to construct it in this world, nor does she plan to rely entirely on the biblical worldview. If one wants to be unique, it is better to forge one's own path. Rias has always done this. However, only by constructing a complete biblical worldview and possessing a vision of the same level can one truly walk their own path. Because the higher one goes, the greater the gap becomes. Trash bin, Qliphoth. Rias looked at the lump of meat in front of her and said softly, "It seems I can perform some interesting experiments. Then, let's try to complete the Kabbalah tree of life of the biblical system." Setting the angels aside for now, on the devil's side, there is an original and primordial one. Lilith, instability. Chapter 83, Remaking the Mother of Devils. There was no doubt that the current Mother of Devils, Lilith, was a lump of flesh. The reason for this was likely that the first-generation Lucifer had gone mad with his experiments and turned his own wife into this state. The old devil kings were inherently insane and extremely brutal, such a thing was not unimaginable. Regardless of all that, it had nothing to do with Rias. What she needed was merely the existence named Lilith, specifically, her position within the pantheon and her own concept. Despite being the mother of devils, she's so pathetic. I remember the Lilith in Little Garden was also an unlucky soul. It feels like every Lilith is cursed. Are they all just simpletons? Rias complained. The Lilith in Little Garden had multiple identities, one of which was a celestial spirit. No, it should be said she was first the Earth Mother goddess of Mesopotamian mythology, then awakened as a demon star over a long period of time. The identity of Lilith was acquired later. Algol, in the identity of Lilith, spread calamity across the 3,000 worlds and recklessly declared war on the Asuras, gods, and Buddhas of those worlds. Subsequently, she was beaten into a sorry state. Later, she was rejected by the biblical pantheon of Little Garden and was instead taken in by Greek mythology as her guardian. She later opposed Athena, calling her an ugly woman, and was eventually decapitated by Perseus, who had been granted a sacred gear by Athena. She was then corrupted into a deity and sealed, becoming a part of the lore of Greek mythology. The Lilith of the High School DxD world was equally capable of causing trouble. After becoming Adam's wife, she stole the fruit, then married the first-generation Lucifer, created the devil race through magic formulas, and even gave birth to a son. As for herself, she was turned into a lump of flesh. Before she could create high-level devils on a large scale as war resources, she was dragged down into mutual destruction by God. Though you're an unlucky soul, it has nothing to do with me. For someone like you, classified as evil by the God of the Bible, it's better to die sooner. Rias reached out gently, and then the power of destruction surged. In an instant, the lump of flesh named Lilith was destroyed by Rias. Both body and soul were wiped clean, just like her son. Within the flow of red demonic power, a concept invisible to the naked eye was captured by Rias in the palm of her hand. The transcendent level basically involves developing the concepts contained within magical characteristics. For instance, Surzex's devil's true form is itself equivalent to the will of destruction. The dragon god level is stronger than transcendence in two aspects. One aspect is the concept. The power of a dragon god level condenses a complete concept and turns that complete concept into physical power. For example, Ophus's infinity allows her to make her own energy form a cycle, thereby possessing conceptually infinite magic power. The other aspect is the life form. The life form of a dragon god is far higher in essence than that of a transcendent. To describe it using the Little Garden system, the difference in life form is like the gap between a 5-digit rank and a 4-digit rank. If a transcendent only has conceptual strength but their life form has not been sublimated, they are equivalent to an exceptional 5-digit rank. The life form corresponds to erasure, and the concept within the energy corresponds to power. Rias's life form had already reached the dragon god level, and her power far exceeded the concepts possessed by dragon gods, having already condensed fragments of power. And power is the privilege of 2-digit and 3-digit ranks. Even if her life form was lacking, there were indeed some things Rias could do. For instance, containing the concept of Lilith. As Adam's ex-wife and Lucifer's current wife, she possessed the concept of the mother of devils. At the same time, in the Kabbalah tree of life, she also symbolized the guardian devil within it. Is the concept incomplete? Rias looked at the concept held in her hand and couldn't help but murmur softly. Although she possessed omnipotent characteristics, she was best at destruction, and her second best was create. It must be said that the magic formula Jibril used for the trade was a huge help. Because she had extremely high manipulation over concepts, the highest level of existence Rias could create was the dragon god level. However, Rias discovered that the concept of Lilith was incomplete. Whether it was the concept in the Kabbalah tree of life or the concept of the mother of devils, both concepts were incomplete. Under these circumstances, she simply could not create a dragon god level Lilith. What would happen if the Cliffith was complete? Rias murmured softly. Although she didn't know what would happen, it would surely be very interesting. Then, let's experiment. Coincidentally, Rias wanted to create a mythological trash can to gather all the troublemakers from various pantheons and then deal with them all at once. If the high-ranking members of this trash can were all her own people, it would be much more convenient to handle. Both the protagonists and the villains are my people. Scary, right? Thinking of this, Rias extended both hands. Gather. Rias placed her hands together in the air, condensing a red light in the center. Rias's life form had been sublimated, and with the help of the Holy Grail and the Hogyoku, Rias's magic power had become omnipotent magic power. It not only contained all magical characteristics but also possessed other types of energy. Magic power, the power of light, divine power, the rapier of a soul reaper, the chakra of Naruto, the elemental energy from No Game No Life, the mana from Re-Zero, and so on. Not only the unique powers and concepts of the biblical pantheon and other pantheons, but even the energy concepts of other worlds were controlled by Rias. The energy sublimated through this was almost omnipotent. To some extent, it had reached the height of the God of the Bible, and might even have surpassed him. With this, simply gathering magic power could achieve the desired effect, namely, creating life. Come forth, Hogyoku, magical device, Holy Grail. 3 golden Holy Grails and the Hogyoku, which radiated a brilliance like the starry sky, appeared in midair to mold a new life along with Rias. Actually, the concepts contained within the Hogyoku and the Holy Grail were already controlled by Rias, which meant she didn't need the Holy Grail or the Hogyoku at all. But in reality, the greatest role of tools is as an aid. Using tools makes it easier, so why do it barehanded? The red light gradually turned black, incredibly dark and profound. As the power gathered, it gradually became terrifying and violent. Using the Sephiroth of the Cliffith as the foundation, the concept of the Mother of Devils was merely an embellishment, mostly holding great significance for the nobles among the devils. With the concept as the core and the soul as the container for the concept, an abyss-like demonic nature was formed. Following that was the create of the physical body, a perfect and alluring figure appeared before her. The upper body was human, the lower body was a snake tail, and the hair was black and beautiful, radiating a demonic allure. I offer you my highest respect, my master. The demonic girl slowly knelt on the ground, her gaze filled with purity. Chapter 84, Beast Emperor. To speak of the original Lilith from High School DxD, she was clearly a proper demon. Just as the system created by the God of the Bible intended, angels represented good, demons represented evil, and fallen angels were the chaotic gray area. She stole the fruit of life and the fruit of knowledge, then hid them in the passage to purgatory, bragging about it to Rizavim. One can imagine that this Lilith would never obediently follow orders. In the current demon era, Lilith only had two possible fates. First, a swift and clean death. This option is straightforward and also a good way to make use of waste. Second, to be used as a spiritual symbol by pure-blooded demons, manipulated and used as a tool after being stripped of real power. Did you really think the demons would respect this mother of demons? In the original work, Lilith fell into the hands of the first-generation Baal, and who knows what her future would have been. And now, it can be said that Lilith is already dead. The current Lilith is neither a demon who inherited the status of Mother of Demons, nor does she have any connection to the original version. At most, she merely shares the same conceptual name. In essence, this wasn't a reforging of Lilith, but rather killing one and creating a new one from scratch based on the core concept. In a way, this isn't much different from inheriting a divine position. Just like how the current demon kings are not the original ones, but the second generation. How do you feel? Rias watched Lilith with great interest. Lilith represents inherent evil, corresponding to one of the 10 vices of the Qliphoth, truly born evil. But Rias didn't forge her entirely according to the concept, because a concept crafted that way wouldn't be much different from the original. The original Lilith could betray the God of the Bible, so naturally, she could betray Rias too. Therefore, the method Rias used was similar to how Piccolo gave birth to his son, making her deviate from God's path. Just like how modern demons and ancient demons are completely different things. However, to be honest, strictly following the path set by the God of the Bible would never allow Lilith to reach the transcendent level. Feel. Lilith tilted her head and said, "It's good I feel. I really want to experience this world." She chuckled lightly, revealing a pure smile. Her body also carried a bewitching, demonic charm, creating an extremely impactful appearance. I see. Rias expressed understanding. After all, although Lilith has a lot of knowledge about this world in her mind, including common sense, she hasn't actually seen it with her own eyes. It's like a large child, full of curiosity about the world. Wait for me a moment. Rias nodded, then began creating the other Sephiroth. 10 materialism, Kimranut Nehema. 9 instability, Iatzbus Lilith. 8 greed, Kemda Dramalek. 7 lust, Shaka Bal. 6 indifference, Belly Belphagor. 5 cruelty, Axariuth Asmodeus. 4 apathy, Adishak Astaroth. 3 rejection, Sheriruth Lucifuge. 2 foolishness, Iwilith Beelzebub. 1 atheism, Basical Satan. A total of 10 demons. These are recorded in the Key of Solomon the King, and the earliest correspondence between Sephiroth and demons also originates from here. Among them, a few concepts were hard to find, so Rias simply created them herself. For example, Nehema of materialism corresponds to the kingdom of the material world. And then there's Satan of atheism. Within the biblical pantheon, Satan has undergone many changes and has been interpreted in several different versions. Some versions say he is the Beast Emperor 666, some say he is Samael, and others claim he is the first-generation Lucifer. Even Rias's brother, Surzex, has an alias containing the meaning of Satan. The crimson-haired demon king, Crimson Satan. As for which one is correct, Rias felt there was no need to dwell on it. Anyway, she could just fabricate a concept based on her own thoughts. Right, since the Book of Revelation has records equating Satan with the dragon, why not just modify the Beast Emperor 666 and use it as Satan? Atheism, in other words, means all the gods are dead. Using the name Beast Emperor 666 would be quite fitting, wouldn't it? The remaining concepts were easier to handle. Rias had collected the magical attributes and concepts of all demon royalty, the 72 pillar demons, and even most of the unlisted demons. It's hard to speak of complete concepts. Even the concepts of Baal and Gremory, which Rias originally possessed, were discarded by her. So now, rather than being a demon, she actually possesses a higher status. And the concepts of Baal and Gremory could never form a complete picture of creation. Otherwise, Baal and Gremory wouldn't be at the level of high-class devils, but dragon gods. In this regard, Surzex is actually the same, but Surzex is unaware, whereas Rias is conscious of the demonic nature within each demon and the concepts it contains. decided. Soon, Rias decided on the demons corresponding to the other 9 Sephiroth. Then, she created them. A total of 9 girls gathered together, chattering excitedly like 9 little ducklings. Looking at them, Rias couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Creating them didn't consume much of Rias's power, as she had already reached the dragon god level. Furthermore, with an external energy source, and the assistance of the Holy Grail and the Hogyoku, along with numerous other magical devices, she didn't even expend much energy. Next, let's unseal the Beast Emperor 666. The Beast Emperor 666 was sealed away somewhere by the God of the Bible, and it was done silently. Various factions only knew of 666 as a legend that might exist. In the past, no one could ever pinpoint its location. But Rias was not included among those. Rias knew for certain that the Beast Emperor 666 indeed existed. Even Rizavim himself couldn't be completely sure of this, as he was entirely instigated by Euclid Lucifuge to search for the Beast Emperor. But Rias, she had seen the Beast Emperor 666 with her own eyes. By activating the magical device, Holy Grail into its released form and delving into the principles of life, also known as the Netherworld. Searching carefully within, one could find traces of the Beast Emperor 666. Previously, she hadn't decided how to handle it, and coupled with the Beast Emperor 660SIX's considerable power, she hadn't gotten around to dealing with it. Now, Rias planned to reforge the Beast Emperor, just like Lilith, from scratch. Chapter 85, merging the concepts of Beast Emperor and Samel. The Netherworld. Rather than dim, it would be more accurate to say the sky was shrouded in a layer of pale purple light. The sky and the earth, everything seemed turbid, devoid of any trace of human presence. This was the depths of the Netherworld, a forgotten place. There, Rias found the Beast Emperor sealed by the God of the Bible. It had 7 heads and 10 horns, with 7 crowns upon its 7 heads. Hundreds of meters in total length, its body was covered in black fur, with hardened, scale-like parts visible everywhere. Those scale-like parts were as red as fresh blood. Red protrusions, shaped like horns, sprouted all over its body. The 7 tails growing from its haunches were all thick and long, each with a completely different shape. There was a lion's tail, a dragon's tail, and features of various other beasts. No matter how many times I look at it, this thing is truly ugly. Rias gazed at the Beast Emperor and couldn't help but sigh. Upon the slumbering Beast Emperor, various lights flickered. Those were seals. The seals placed upon Beast Emperor 666 were extremely complex, numbering over 2,000 in total, each possessing various effects. Just looking at them was enough to make one's scalp tingle. High-level magic formulas were combined and mixed with rituals and the like, all working together to suppress this being of sub-dragon god level. The reason Beast Emperor 666 was a sub-dragon god was its lack of reason, preventing it from utilizing its vast power. Its attributes were infinitely close to a true dragon god, but its offensive capabilities were slightly inferior. Only its recovery ability was exceptionally strong. That immortality was such that even the God of the Bible could only seal it, with no means to kill it. What the God of the Bible could not do, Rias could. Even a dragon god of the same level could be slain by her. This was a difference in essence. Although their forms of life were of the same rank, their levels of power were different. Hakai Hotishiki 9, Destruction's true form. Boom. A terrifying roar erupted, and the purple light of the entire netherworld was tainted, turning red. A crimson light spread from Rias as the center. In an instant, Rias's body transformed into a red silhouette. Hakai Hotishiki 9, this was a transformation of life form. It converted the mortal flesh body into an energy form, thereby maximizing the manifestation of its destructive nature. Altering her own life form, this move was one of Rias's trump cards for challenging opponents above her level. In just a moment, the seals laid by the God of the Bible were utterly destroyed. Be destroyed. A cold, heavy voice resonated. The crimson light transformed into a pillar of light connecting heaven and earth. A colossal pillar of light, hundreds of meters in radius, shot into the sky. Under Rias's attack, Beast Emperor 666 turned to ashes. A total of 7 lights flickered, stubbornly persisting within Rias's crimson power of destruction. These 7 were precisely the cores of Beast Emperor 666. Unlike other dragon gods, the core of Beast Emperor 666 could split, dividing into 7. Still regenerating, huh? Rias gazed indifferently at the 7 lights before her and couldn't help but whisper softly. And at this moment, Rias took no action. She merely existed here. That's right. Just by existing here, she destroyed everything. If Surzex's devil's true form was equivalent to the will of power of destruction, then Rias was destruction itself. Possessing the complete concept of destruction and having condensed it into a power. Although incomplete, merely at the level of a fragment, this already surpassed this world. TSK, this immortality, truly worthy of Beast Emperor 666. Only its recovery ability deserves praise. Rias murmured softly. By now, the netherworld had begun to tremble. If this continued, the netherworld would likely be destroyed. Including Rias further elevating her essence of destruction, the same would occur. Before Beast Emperor 666 died, the netherworld might collapse. The resulting consequences might not be much less severe than Beast Emperor 660's emergence. This had nothing to do with whether Rias tried hard to control herself, because her very existence in this form placed a severe burden on the world, leading to its collapse. However, it wasn't entirely without a solution. Shall we play a game? As if faintly hearing the lament of Beast Emperor 666, the corners of Rias's mouth slowly curved upward. Hakai Hotishiki 8, Domain of Destruction. In an instant, the world transformed. The originally invaded purple completely turned crimson red. Within this domain, no existence other than Rias could remain unaffected. Rather than a domain of destruction, it was more like a world of destruction. In that fleeting moment, Rias brought the concepts of destruction and create to their extremes, then constructed this small world. Complete concepts, complete laws, complete rules. Simply by drawing it into this world, Beast Emperor 666 was annihilated. That really took some effort. Rias chuckled lightly and returned to her original form. After the 7 cores were completely annihilated, the concepts within them were rejected by the entire world and then condensed into substance. Rias looked at the concept in her hand and began to analyze it. Beast Emperor 666 is recorded in the Bible, which also means that within the world, Beast Emperor 666 has been integrated into the biblical pantheon. Therefore, Beast Emperor 666 possesses multiple concepts. The most complete among them is the concept of dragon. That's right. Although Beast Emperor 666 resembles a chimera, possessing features of various animals and representing chaos itself. In truth, he is a dragon. In the Bible, he is called the incarnation of Satan and is also referred to as the Great Red Dragon. Like the fiercest weapon, he represents the end. Known as the ultimate monster that, once awakened, would destroy the world. Great Red, symbolizing the limit, i.e., 999, presiding over dream. Ophis, symbolizing infinity, i.e., 888, presiding over infinity. God of the Bible, symbolizing omnipotence, i.e., 777, presiding over omnipotence. Beast Emperor 666, symbolizing calamity, i.e., 666, presiding over the end. I feel like something is still missing. Rias looked at the concept before her and couldn't help but ponder slightly. Although she wanted to begin create, she suddenly felt like adding something to it. Ah, right, outside the system. Suddenly, Rias was taken aback. Although Beast Emperor 666 has been integrated into the biblical system, because it was sealed and inactive, it was only slightly revealed in the Apocalypse. Additionally, Beast Emperor 666 was not originally a product of the biblical worldview in the true sense but was integrated into the biblical system, so there's a slight issue in this regard. Mythological concepts are conflated. Beast Emperor 666 is conflated with Satan, Lucifer, and Samael, but because it is an independent dragon, it might be unable to bear the position of the evil tree. Then, next, merging the concepts of Samael and Beast Emperor 666 might create something interesting. Rias suddenly thought of a great idea. Chapter 86, the lowest level of hell. In biblical mythology, the figures of Beast Emperor 666 and Satan, Beast Emperor 666 and Samael, Satan, and Lucifer are often confused with one another. Apart from misrepresentation, this is also for the purpose of myth assimilation. Each mythical creature has its own position, which is the so-called divine seat. For example, if the underworld were to become a socialist system, after a few generations, the life forms of demons might change. Similarly, the same applies to angels. Only the fallen angels are unaffected, because fallen angels inherently exist between angels and demons. They possess the power of light, yet also symbolize corruption and evil. Their very definition is ambiguous, so naturally, they do not undergo significant change. If Beast Emperor 666 and Samael were to be fused, myth assimilation would occur, truly integrating it into the biblical pantheon, rather than being vaguely hinted at in the Bible as the existence of some monster. Based on this, by further fusing the concept of Satan, the evil tree can take shape. Of course, this is just one factor. Because Beast Emperor 666 and Samael have a basis for fusion, that's why Rias thought of doing this. In this world, Beast Emperor 666 is an independent dragon, while Samael is the malice of God, possessing special effectiveness against dragons. If these two concepts are fused together, it could create a new Beast Emperor with intelligence and self-awareness. The malice of God, in the original work, Issei Haida merely came into contact with a trace of it and died instantly. If not for his dream attracting the attention of the Great Red, who then remade his body, Issei Haida would have died outright. He wasn't a true dragon, merely a host for the Red Dragon Emperor, possessing a dragon's power. Moreover, to be precise, this thing isn't just effective against dragons, its basic attack power alone is enough to annihilate gods and demons. Sub-Dragon God. With the life form and concept of the Beast Emperor, plus the dragon's poison, it might just become a super dragon god. If integrated with the system of the evil tree, further advancement is also possible. Is this considered an artificial experiment at the 3 evil gods level? Stay here for now. Rias created a magical device to contain the concept and fused Beast Emperor 666 into it. Afterwards, Rias left the Crimson World. Glancing around, although because the Netherworld is different from the material world, there were no visible signs of destruction. But Rias could directly perceive the fluctuations in the world's rules, so she could sense that this area had been disrupted. Rias's move wasn't something that could be displayed in the material world in the first place, its mere appearance could disrupt Earth's own balance, and its very existence might destroy the planet. Even here in the deepest part of the Netherworld, a place abandoned by the world and forgotten by life, it would remain chaotic for a long time. The Netherworld was already dangerous enough, normal life could be swallowed by it at any time. Even the Sephiroth Graal, only those who have reached the level of gods and demons can remain unaffected. And now, even transcendence wouldn't last long here. Whatever, not my problem. Rias shrugged, then with a thought, crossed several layers. The Netherworld isn't just a single layer, its spatial form is very peculiar. Even the Flugil's mastery over space makes it difficult to move freely here. But Rias had conducted considerable research on the Netherworld itself, so naturally, she wasn't included in that limitation. The Netherworld isn't a normal world to begin with. Given its environment and structure, so different from the material world, how could Rias not study it? Soon, Rias reached the surface layer of the Netherworld, then crossed its boundary and returned to the underworld. There's still time. First, go to Hell and retrieve Samuel. Rias narrowed her eyes slightly, then headed towards the deeper layers of Hell. This time, using spatial movement ability, it only took a few seconds to arrive here. Generally speaking, pantheons have their own jurisdictions, but the Greek mythology's underworld is special. Most beings in the world, after death, go to the Greek mythology's underworld. Stray souls or individual souls might fall into the underworld, as well as those people who made pacts with demons in the past, with their souls as the price. Ordinary people living in the present world, if they have merits, will enter the Pure Land controlled by Buddhism. Of course, believers of the biblical pantheon are guided to heaven. So they aren't included. The reason for this is the mythological competition of ancient times. Hades is a transcendent, one of the world's top 10 powerhouses, thus allowing Greek mythology to control the deepest part of the underworld, the destination of souls, occupying a crucial position regarding the dead. Therefore, many deceased beings are under Hades' control, and from them, he has built an army composed of the dead. This is an army of the dead, distinct from his subordinate Shinigami, used purely as cannon fodder, available in limitless numbers. The reason the biblical system didn't gain control of the underworld is that the biblical pantheon emerged later than Greek mythology. After all, the various pantheons weren't born at the same time. Later, when the first generation Lucifer fell, he might have been wary of Hades, so he didn't cause trouble for him. Anyway, the underworld is vast, and moreover, other pantheons wouldn't hand over the destination of souls to demons. TSK, such a waste to leave it to Hades. Rias muttered in complaint. The dead stored since ancient times, although most don't possess strong combat power, are endless in number, which is terrifying. Without strategic weapons, it really wouldn't be easy to deal with. But again, it has nothing to do with Rias. That guy Hades will be dealt with sooner or later. Might as well leave this task to the evil tree. Perfect, the evil tree needs a base anyway. Let it conquer the underworld at the deepest part of the underworld. Casually assigning a task to this ambitious schemer, Rias didn't care in the slightest. Rather than thinking about that skeleton's affairs, Rias's mind was now fully occupied with her own experiment. She soon found the place where Samuel was sealed. Red fluctuations casually spread out, followed by an invisible crimson light forming, isolating the aura of this place. In an instant, a black light shot up into the sky. The seal was shattered, and a monster appeared before her. It was a creature nailed to a cross. The restraints binding it were stretched to their limit. Restraints covered its entire body, rendering it immobile, and uncomfortable-looking text was etched on the restraints. Its eyes were also restrained, with bloody tears flowing from the gaps. Its upper body was that of a fallen angel, its lower body that of a dragon. Its hands, serpent tail, every corner of its body, even its black wings were pierced with countless thick nails. Just looking at it was deeply unsettling, and a chilling, horrifying coldness emanated from its form. Ooh 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 ooh. The crucified sinner let out a bizarre cry from its mouth, baring its teeth as it spat out saliva mixed with blood. Its cry was low and agonized, filled with suffering, envy, pain, resentment, and all other negative emotions. Just from its appearance, one could tell it bore all the hatred of its executioners. the one who tricked the residents of the Garden of Eden into eating the fruit of wisdom, still cursed by the now-gone God of the Bible, the primordial sin, the dragon-eater, Samael. Chapter 87, The Shadow of the Perfect God. Tisk. Rias frowned slightly as she looked at the being before her. It was truly ugly, a veritable monster. If we're talking about terror, the Beast Emperor 666 was naturally more frightening. But the malice specifically directed at dragons emanating from Samael made even Rias somewhat uncomfortable. Samael, an angel uniquely cursed by God with hatred for serpents and dragons, was also a dragon itself. It was precisely because of this that its myth could merge with that of the Beast Emperor 666. Whatever, let's just destroy it quickly and then collect the concept. Rias let out a sigh, then slowly extended her hand. Hakai Hotishiki, number 2, Light of Annihilation. In an instant, a massive crimson vortex swallowed Samael whole. A terrifying scene akin to a star collapsing inward, a supernova of destruction mimicked by destruction magic. Instantly, Samael was utterly annihilated. Already worn down to a mere husk of consciousness by God's curse, this time Samael was left with not even a speck of residue, only its core concept remained. The concept named Samael, God's malice, the curse upon the evil serpent and dragons. Unlike Eastern pantheons, most Western dragons are associated with evil. Not only that, the imagery of Eastern dragons and Western dragons differs, their sole common point is power. This world is called DxD, its very meaning being dragon among dragons. Come to think of it, the concept of special attack against dragons seems like it could be extended into many things. Rias murmured. A special attack against something, and a complete concept at that. Generally speaking, only beings at the dragon god level possess complete concepts. For example, infinity, or dream, and so on. The reason Samael possessed the complete special attack against dragons concept was because it bore the curse of the God of the Bible. The first and only time the innately holy God of the Bible felt hatred in his heart materialized into something so terrifying. Because it tempted Adam to eat the fruit of knowledge, he developed hatred for dragons, even cursing Samael, who to this day endures endless pain and despair. Just thinking about it is scary, like a Yandere. The biblical pantheon is widespread throughout the myriad realms, but one as concerned with humans as the God of the Bible is truly the first of its kind. Back on topic, although bearing the God of the Bible's curse granted it a complete concept. Since it was a curse, it naturally couldn't be controlled by Samael. Thus, while Samael's power could affect dragon gods, its own life form was only at the divine/demonic level. After being easily destroyed by Rias and reconstructed, Rias could completely create a being at the dragon god level. But that was not her ambition. If we're talking about a familiar at the dragon god level, she had long been capable of creating one. What she wanted to do was transcend, or rather, have fun. Without leaving, Rias entered her spatial magical device and immediately began creating new life. Satan, Samael, Beast Emperor 666. In Rias's vision, a system tree stood before her. At the very bottom, a light representing atheism began to shine. Using the evil tree, Satan, as the base point, she then infused it with Samael's venom, and finally used the Beast Emperor 666 as the life form. Different from the previous 7 cores, this time Rias directly constructed one central core and 7 subsidiary cores. The central core is the source, as long as the central core remains unbroken, the subsidiary cores will regenerate. To put it another way, the central core is the Shinigami, and the subsidiary cores are like Zanpakuto. As for splitting into 7 cores like the original form, what would be the point of that? Just splitting her own power. There's a reason why beings are only considered sub-dragon gods. Compared to before, this time Rias expended quite a bit more effort. Although the concept already existed, so Rias didn't need to create a complete concept from scratch, the difficulty in all aspects increased significantly for an existence that transcended the dragon god level. On top of that, she also had to consider the evil tree serving as the core, making it even more troublesome. It took a full 3 days for Rias to create the new Beast Emperor. If the Kabbalah tree of life represents unity, it also represents monism. Then, the Qliphoth represents duality. Therefore, the Qliphoth refers to the division that exists within perfect unity, which is to say, the shadow of the perfect God. If God represents omnipotence, then Satan represents the end. As fast as the light, so is the shadow. In other words, Satan's position represents power equal to God's. Awaken, beast of the apocalypse. Rias called out softly. The terrifying monster before her slowly opened its eyes. Roar. A ferocious and terrifying roar shot towards the heavens. The violent roar transformed into a sound wave, ravaging this world. Crack. A sound like something shattering seemed to be heard. This world shattered. Quiet. Rias frowned slightly and condensed a massive hand of magic to slap down. It landed on the Beast Emperor 660's head, causing it to sink slightly. Then, its 7 heads revealed aggrieved expressions. Too big. Rias said flatly. Oh. The Beast Emperor obediently shrank, taking on a human form. Although the nature of its concept and power was evil, ultimate evil, the humanoid Beast Emperor was a petite, cute girl. This kind of gapmo was Rias's little quirk. Master. The Beast Emperor stood before Rias, looking obedient and cute. After retracting the aura of its essential nature as an evil dragon, the Beast Emperor looked just like an ordinary little girl. However, with Rias's eyes that could see through essence, plus her understanding of her own create, she would directly perceive the essence from any angle. Seems, something is still missing. Rias paid no mind to the delicate little girl before her, nor did she care about the nearly shattered magical device. Instead, she was pondering something. In Rias's direct, essence-perceiving vision, the Cliffith should have already been constructed. And indeed it was. The Beast Emperor's 660 SIXS strength had already reached a level equal to that of the three evil gods. This wasn't impossible, in fact, Rias had already summarized this before. Although it's categorized into these three levels, Dragon God, Super Dragon God, three evil gods. In reality, it's just like low-class devils, middle-class devils, and high-class devils, there's no fundamental change in essence. It's merely a matter of comprehensive performance in power, speed, physique, energy, and other aspects. There is no qualitative change between Dragon God, Super Dragon God, and three evil gods. At most, it's a difference in the level of power. It's like the difference between one person and another, not the difference between a person and a monkey. Although, oftentimes, the gap between one person and another can be greater than the gap between a person and a monkey. Chapter 88, Concept and Power Fragment. It was precisely because the Cliffith was constructed, and under the influence of this intangible worldview, that Beast Emperor 666 could reach the level of the three evil gods. But this worldview remained intangible. Not only did it appear that way to others, but from the perspective of Rias, and even from the perspective of the world, the Cliffith had not been completed. Because. I see, it lacks a vessel. Instantly, Rias understood the reason. This world has a Kabbalah tree of life. Located in the fourth heaven of the celestial realm, within the Garden of Eden, there are two trees. The tree of life and the tree of wisdom. Among them, the tree of life is the Kabbalah tree of life. The tree of wisdom is also known as the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, referred to as the forbidden fruit in biblical mythology. After the death of the God of the Bible, these two trees no longer bore fruit. However, fruits preserved in advance were naturally a different matter. In the deepest part of purgatory, there is a passage leading to the netherworld. The mother of demons, Lilith, hid two fruits there. In the information obtained from soul-searching, Rias saw this woman proudly boasting to her son, saying she secretly hid the fruits when God wasn't paying attention. By now, the fruits should have dried out. But their concept and essence remain. As long as the law of life is used, they can be revived. Incidentally, Rias's mastery of the concept of life is derived from the Holy Grail. The tree of life is the Kabbalah tree of life itself, while the fruit is the essence of the Kabbalah tree of life. By understanding the concepts within, Rias herself could create a similar tree. Thinking of this, Rias looked at the Beast Emperor and said, "Go play with your sisters. I have some things to do. Can we attack the underworld?" The Beast Emperor's eyes lit up, radiating a terrifying chill. Despite being so beautiful, like an elegant and perfect princess, incredibly innocent and pure, she evoked the most primal fear. If you can do it without attracting others' attention. Rias thought for a moment and said. When Rias created them, she implanted basic common sense and her general expectations into their minds. That's why they knew what Rias wanted to do and worked towards that goal. It should be said, as expected of great demons corresponding to the 10 evils. Even though Rias had done her utmost to perfect their lives, enabling them to harness the Sephira of the evil tree themselves. Even so, they were still influenced by the demonic nature of their essence. Yahoo, that's awesome. The girl cheered gleefully, her eyes filled with the joy of destruction. Presenting the end to the underworld, this was a very fitting act for the Beast Emperor. After giving a few instructions, Rias left. In the deepest part of hell, there is a path leading to purgatory. And purgatory is located in the celestial realm. After death, believers of the biblical pantheon first arrive at limbo and purgatory. Limbo and purgatory, collectively referred to as Sheol within the church, are places prepared for the deceased with special circumstances. After purifying their body and mind, those who arrive at these two places are permitted to enter heaven. It is said that limbo and purgatory were created by the God of the Bible in imitation of hell. This passage is very well hidden, but it couldn't stump Rias. Actually, Rias could also forcibly invade the celestial realm using heavenly transfer, but it might cause a bit of commotion and be detected. So, Rias still entered the celestial realm through the passage. However, having been here once, Rias was confident she could construct her own passage. Soon, Rias found the two fruits hidden in Lilith's memory within this passage. The fruit of life and the fruit of wisdom. The fruit of life contains the essence of the law of life, its concept is on par with the Holy Grail. The fruit of wisdom contains the concept of wisdom, a powerful tool capable of enlightening all things. If the two are combined, even a desolate and harsh planet could give birth to life adapted to its environment. This is the true authority of create, the true domain of life. If the Kabbalah tree of life creates a world from nothing, the fruit creates life from the world. Although I have already stepped into this domain. Rias used the Holy Grail to revive the two dried fruits, her eyes becoming profound. Concepts contain laws and rules. Cultivating concepts means cultivating laws and rules. Whether it's the god's marrow from No Game No Life or the magical characteristics of this world, these are all part of laws and rules. Forming a complete concept is an important component of reaching the dragon god level. And Rias does not possess many complete concepts. Destruction, create, omnipotence, life, dream, space, the end, dragon slayer. Among them, destruction has already condensed into a fragment of power, something that requires at least 2 complete destruction concepts and over 1,000,000 fragmented concepts combined to achieve. The remaining the end was obtained from Beast Emperor 666, and Dragon Slayer was obtained from Samel. Dream was obtained from the Great Red. Omnipotence is a domain shared with the God of the Bible. After all, she belongs to the biblical pantheon, and with similar systems, she can glean much information that others cannot. Space is a concept condensed from her own research, based on the flugel. Life comes from the Holy Grail and the Hogyoku. Create has a broader scope, the core magic formula of the flugel, the Holy Grail, the Hogyoku, magical device technology, etc. Among them, only destruction has been studied since the mystery of the womb, delving deeper than the other concepts. Although the Kabbalah tree of life is not fully complete, a small portion of the concepts within the 2 fruits are ones I haven't touched. If I absorb them, I might be able to progress further towards omnipotence. Rias murmured, then the power of destruction surged, destroying the 2 fruits. The concepts within coiled around Rias, slowly absorbed by her, and then condensed into new concepts within her essence. After a long time, Rias slowly opened her eyes. Her profound eyes shimmered with the light of wisdom. The stronger I become, the more I realize the vastness of the world, and the more I feel my own powerlessness. Rias murmured. Perception is vision. One's own vision is naturally larger than the space one occupies. Yes, this is a matter of course for Rias. But for the Great Red and Ophis, the space they occupy is as vast as their vision, and this is also a matter of course for them. To this, Rias could only say they have blind spots. Compared to the affairs of others, one's own matters are more worthy of attention. What truly worried her was that Rias was walking the path of omnipotence. Not the omnipotence of the God of the Bible, nor the concept that splits from infinite to finite like Ophis. But a pure omnipotence encompassing all domains. In other words, an omnipotence above that of the God of the Bible. At this rate, let alone constructing a worldview, simply reaching her own limits would be an extremely difficult task. Perhaps precisely because constructing a worldview benefits strengthening oneself, that's why pantheons exist. Chapter 89, The Legacy of the God of the Bible. Passing through the passage, Rias arrived in heaven. This place was filled with the power of light, yet it did not cause Rias any discomfort. Although light restrains devils, Rias could no longer be considered a devil. Not only had she long since transcended the God of the Bible's definition of a devil, but after mastering the complete concept of omnipotence, Rias had already attained the same height as the God of the Bible. This light was merely in the sense of omnipotence. Light is a potent poison to devils, but to Rias, it was just another power she had mastered. The God of the Bible and Rias both held the concept of omnipotence, but concepts are not entirely identical to each other, because a complete concept contains many things. It's even quite possible that the two of them controlled different omnipotence concepts. This was due to differences in the direction of excavation and development. In Rias's research, she discovered that the essence of life is concept. The demonic nature of devils, the divine nature of gods, the reason these races are stronger than humans is because gods and devils inherently carried concepts that matched them from the very beginning. But precisely because of this, gods and devils, bound by their divine and demonic natures, could only advance further by delving into their own divine or demonic nature. They enhanced their life essence while excavating the concepts within their divine nature. But here a problem arises. To elevate oneself, one must be constrained by the worldview of one's pantheon. Most gods, as well as the first-generation pureblood devils, had almost reached their limits with no room for advancement. Only a minority of gods who held dominant positions within their pantheons had the possibility to advance further. For example, Indra, that guy occupies the 3 statuses of Heavenly Emperor of the Celestial Court, Lord of Buddhism, and Master of Mount Sumeru. Or like Shiva, he holds the highest status and possesses the greatest combat power in Indian mythology, and on top of that, he's the one who trains the hardest. Not counting the cute dragon, after the death of the God of the Bible, he was the world's #1 expert within the world. As for Greek mythology, everyone knows what kind of bird Zeus is. The Greek worldview isn't dominated by Zeus alone. In this world, there are the 12 Olympians. On the contrary, Hades, occupying the lowest level of the underworld and having experienced countless territorial struggles, actually surpassed Zeus in strength and became a transcendent. That's right, even these gods could be called transcendents, not main gods in the ordinary sense. Among countless mythologies, in the competition, countless mythologies declined, and the gods met their twilight. And only a few gods could stand out. Inherently powerful, inherently bound by shackles of the same level. But humans and all other creatures are different. Humans are born weak, without even concepts, let alone magical power in their bodies initially. It was later, after humans made contracts with devils and studied devilish magic, that the group known as magicians appeared. Even so, humans still could not compare to those born powerful. And up until now, many pantheons have gradually perished, while humanity has ushered in a golden age. This already indicates something. Humans are born weak, but as long as they have resources and knowledge, they possess an infinite future. It must be known that in the biblical pantheon, the mother of devils, Lilith, was also human at the moment of her create. The reason Rias could contain so many concepts was because her own life form had undergone countless evolutions, its capacity for inclusion had far surpassed that of a human. Although belonging to the biblical pantheon, she was not bound by its worldview. The death of God causing the biblical worldview to loosen was one reason. The remaining reason was that Rias had transformed her own demonic nature into a devil's true form. To put it another way, Rias's race is Rias. Transcending the limitations of race and worldview, this is what it means to be a transcendent. So this is heaven. Although it's very beautiful, it's indeed too lofty and solitary. Feeling the quiet atmosphere of heaven, Rias couldn't help but shake her head. It was too quiet, excessively quiet, even unable to withstand the slightest stimulation. Although this world had no sin, it also had no joy. Of course, some lazy folks would probably like the environment here. As long as one could let go of human greed and learn to be content, living here would be quite good. Very suitable for those lazy folks who have lost their drive. Let me see, that must be the road to the first heaven. Rias murmured, then used heavenly transfer to move. Heaven is divided into 7 layers in total. The first heaven is where the angels work, it could also be called the frontline base. There are angel guards on watch here, and each layer has a massive gate. After passing through these gates and several checkpoints, one was permitted to board the elevator to the next layer. As for purgatory and limbo, they are both on the 3rd layer, because the 3rd layer is commonly known as paradise, the destination for the souls of believers. After cleansing their souls, they would directly enter the 3rd layer. Moreover, the 3rd layer is also the most expansive one. Moving at a speed transcending the material world, Rias quickly arrived at the gate leading to the 4th heaven. The 4th heaven is the Garden of Eden. Rias went up openly, not taking the elevator, but instead opening a hole in space herself. After the concept of space became complete, Rias's concept of space also reached the dragon god level. Her dimension was no longer in the same world as these angels. Because of this, Rias had also made substantial progress in her concept of time. In terms of the concepts she cultivated, the next one to likely become complete was probably time. Wisdom was also possible, after all, she had already mastered the fruit born from the tree of wisdom. If it were the tree of wisdom itself, combined with the concept Rias cultivated herself, it might just allow her wisdom concept to become complete first. Soon, Rias arrived at the Garden of Eden. The environment here was excellent, even more so than the vast 3rd heaven. This place was the true paradise. The ground was strewn with gold, pearls, and carnelian. Although they were natural substances, they were more brilliant and beautiful than anything polished by human hands. Various trees grew from the earth, blooming with all sorts of exotic flowers and plants. Many animals and plants lived here leisurely. A river flowed murmuring through the garden, nourishing the land. In the very center of the Garden of Eden stood 2 trees. One was the tree of life, namely the Kabbalah tree of life. The other was the tree of wisdom, the tree capable of distinguishing good from evil and granting enlightenment to all things. The moment she saw the 2 trees, Rias resonated with them. No, not just these 2 trees, but with the entire heaven. The sea of clouds in the sky churned, and the entire world seemed to rejoice. Heaven seemed to come alive, restored to its former state. After the death of God, not only did various problems arise within the pantheon itself. Heaven, as God's stronghold, had the greatest problems here. Even the 2 trees, which had long ceased to bear fruit and had stagnated in growth, began to become active again. Amidst Rias's strange feelings, she discovered that several of her concepts were rapidly growing. Omnipotence, create, destruction, life, wisdom. Among them, omnipotence grew the most rapidly. Soon, the concept of omnipotence reached the minimum requirement for condensing a fragment of power. This was Rias's own omnipotence combining with the God of the Bible's omnipotence. Could it be that the God of the Bible knew I was human in my previous life, so he left all his legacy to me? This thought involuntarily surfaced in Rias's mind. Chapter 90, the concept of omnipotence, the origin of the system. Does it have to be this intense? Rias murmured, then looked towards the higher level. There was the system of heaven, radiating dazzling light. With the entire heaven shaking, the light from heaven was especially noticeable. No, it seemed the system located in the seventh heaven was the true source. Both the Kabbalah tree of life and the tree of wisdom were managed by the system of the seventh heaven. The existence of heaven, angels, believers, faith, the Kabbalah tree of life, the tree of wisdom, the angel birth pool, sacred gears, and so on, were all managed by the system. Even the biblical pantheon, after losing its omnipotent and sole lord, did not collapse, also because of the system. In ancient times, many pantheons directly perished. The pantheons that have survived to this day all have more or less significant problems. Especially after the original gods died, much like the devils, they largely chose new people to ascend. For example, Apollo II, and the descendants who inherited the positions of first generation, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing. Remember, the descendant of Sha Wujing in this world was a cute little loli, wearing a skull necklace around her neck, often mistaken for a kappa. In short, to maintain the existence of a pantheon, the positions of many gods are essential, otherwise, the very existence of the pantheon would face problems. The biblical pantheon is monotheistic, whether it's devils or fallen angels, God is the sole existence in the biblical pantheon. With angels controlling heaven, and even the Holy Son gone, practically no one was qualified to inherit God's position, so God's seat has always been empty. It was the system that maintained the biblical pantheon, preventing its collapse. And once the largest pantheon in the world collapses, it might trigger a chain reaction, leading to the Ragnarok of all pantheons on Earth. Since I'm already here, secretly slipping away isn't my style. Rias murmured to herself, then walked towards the seventh heaven. Upon reaching the fifth heaven, Rias found that the surroundings were already bustling. Angels, somewhat flustered and at a loss, came and went, unsure of what was happening. The fifth heaven of heaven was the Angels Research Institute. Azazel once conducted research on sacred gears here. It was precisely because of this that Azazel was later able to develop artificial sacred gear. And 30 years after the main plot, at least 40 years from now, Azazel developed artificial sacred gear. It was just slightly inferior in performance. Rias originally thought her magical device would also stop at this stage, but unexpectedly, in a short period, as Rias's concepts of life and create became complete, her magical device technology now surpassed true sacred gear. Further up was the sixth heaven, where the seraphim resided. At the same time, the sixth heaven was also the angels' main base and their last line of defense. Once breached head-on, the angels would have no more secrets, and their lives would be entirely in the hands of others. When Rias arrived here, she found only a few high-ranking angel executives. And the seventh heaven. This was the dwelling place of God, the Lord. The system that maintained the existence of heaven resided in the seventh heaven. There were extremely strong restrictions here. Besides God, only the 4 seraphim could enter. Any other unauthorized personnel who entered would be teleported away. Only Rias's concept of space could contend with it. However, judging from the current situation, there was no need to contend with it. Rias felt the resonance between herself and heaven, and the system within the seventh heaven, and couldn't help but think. Slowly walking forward, Rias soon saw a total of 4 seraphim standing before a huge white light mass. Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael. These 4 seraphim were the absolute core of the angels currently. Even as the strongest seraphim under God, they could only barely maintain the system left behind by God. Something has arrived. Rias stepped onto this land, and soon, Michael suddenly spoke. With a complete concept of space, she briefly transcended the phenomenal world and entered a higher dimension. Even the leader of the angels, Michael, only sensed that something had arrived, but could not perceive Rias's specific presence. Is it our Lord? Gabriel looked at Michael with excitement. She also sensed it, but not as clearly as Michael. Coupled with the fluctuations emanating from heaven itself, she thought it was an illusion just now. I don't know. Michael hesitated slightly, then shook her head. There were only 2 possibilities for this situation. One was that the Lord had returned. The other. The Lord had chosen a successor. The system was constructed by the Lord, containing the Lord's power, thereby maintaining the biblical pantheon from collapsing. Their control over the system was only minimal, they lacked permission and ability to interfere with many things. With the Lord's omnipotence, it was possible that some contingency had been left behind. No matter the outcome, it's just, has there finally been a change? Michael showed a relieved expression. She was merely an angel, diligently holding on for so many years, barely managing. She even made many difficult decisions with a heavy heart. But there was no other way, the core God of the Bible had died, so she could only find a way to prevent external influences from affecting the system. Lord, please, return safely. Gabriel closed her eyes and prayed silently beside her. Seeing Gabriel's posture, the other two seraphim looked at Michael. Michael pondered for a moment, then shook her head and prayed with Gabriel. Uriel and Raphael exchanged glances, then also joined the prayers. A wise choice. Rias glanced at them, then walked past the four angels and approached the system. The four seraphim couldn't even see Rias, only perceiving that something had indeed arrived. Even if they had any thoughts, they had no ability to resist. Moreover, the situation in heaven was clearly not a bad thing. Slowly, Rias raised her hand, placing her tender small hand on the ball of light. In an instant, she touched the light. Endless light. The system, composed of endless magic formulas, was operating like a giant instrument made of gears. Incredibly complex, and incredibly vast. Like a million wires, each with its own function, then intertwined. At most, only a few functions were differentiated. Even so, the level of complexity was still beyond ordinary comprehension. No, even the system that the four seraphim combined could only barely maintain was more complex than imagined. Even for Rias, fully analyzing the system was still a considerable undertaking. However, Rias didn't need to analyze these superficial things at all. The truly important thing was deep within the system. That was the origin of the system, it was the existence of that origin that gave the system its foundation for operation. This origin was named omnipotence. So, you're not completely dead yet, God of the Bible. Rias's voice reached the interior of the system, and then a throne appeared beneath Rias's feet. This throne represented the position of the God of the Bible. With a single surge of effort, Rias condensed the concept of omnipotence into a power.